Introduction ***. Feeling an overwhelming determination to inherit the inn, I resorted to this desperate measure. My apologies. Please do not be so frightened. I am quite amicable, and if you speak to me sincerely, I assure you I will understand. It is hardly evident. Inisuk thought to himself, drenched in sweat. Well, Shirori wanted to say something more, but Inisuk swiftly lifted his head, retrieved his wallet from his pocket, and with fluid motion, thrust all his cash directly into Shiori's hands. This is all I have. I am truly sorry. With that, Inisuk turned and dashed out of the place, which felt like a refuge to him. Chapter 1. The law's net is vast, yet does not miss. By late October, the streets of the capital were already permeated with a chilling atmosphere. On the 25th of that month, the Z Discipline Inspection Commission's website, the Central Broadcasting Station, and various Z Central media outlets simultaneously released news. Upon investigation, Zhang Chengze, a senior leader of the party, has relaxed his ideological reformation, fallen into corruption and depravity, and severely violated the party's various disciplines as well as relevant laws and regulations. He has disregarded organizational discipline, engaged in the rampant sale of official positions, accepted substantial bribes, violated organizational procedures, improperly promoted others, severely undermined the organizational work process, polluted the political ecology of Xindong province, and engaged in illegal profit-making activities. He has exploited his official position to facilitate others in project approvals and financial subsidies, indulged in a lavish lifestyle, violated political discipline, practiced factionalism, willingly became prey, acted as a shield for criminal forces, and protected and harbored close relatives in illegal trade. Based on the party's disciplinary actions, the law on public officials' administrative penalties, and related regulations, the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection's Standing Committee has deliberated and, with upper-level approval, decided to expel Zhang Chengze from the party and public office. While the criminal evidence involved has been transferred to the Linjiang Municipal People's Procuratorate for further legal examination. In the Xindong Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, within the office of the Secretary of the Commission, Li Mingliang, a member of the Standing Committee of the Xindong Provincial Party Committee and Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, closed the dossier in his hands and let out a long sigh. When a whale falls, myriad life emerges. Zhang Chengze's downfall will undoubtedly turn a new page for Xindong province. 20 years ago, power is the best aphrodisiac. In the upscale Yangming Garden, room 1707, in Guangzhou City, 46-year-old Li Guodong, a member of the Standing Committee of the Guangzhou Municipal Party Committee and Executive Deputy Mayor, lay contentedly on his bed, watching Huang Na, clad in seductive sleepwear, emerge slowly from the bathroom, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. Huang Na, tall and voluptuous with fair, smooth skin, exuded an alluring and innocent charm. Her large, glistening eyes, innocent yet captivating, ensnared Yuan Guoping's attention, igniting an increasing desire within him. As Huang Na gracefully climbed onto the bed, Yuan Guoping, unable to contain himself, pinned her down, his urgency palpable. With a playful smile, Huang Na coyly covered her chest and sweetly said, "Darling, recently that Li Mingliang has become the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission in Qingshi County, and he has been quite arrogant, stepping on everyone. Now, everyone in Qingshi County is on edge. When I was in Qingshi County, he used to bully me all the time. My uncle was imprisoned because of him, alas. My dear, that clown Li Mingliang won't last long. I will certainly take care of him for you and avenge you. But for now, you must let me indulge. Oh, you are so wicked." Soon, the room was filled with the sounds of heavy breathing and soft moans. In Xindong Township, Qingshi County, Guangzhou City, Xindong Province. "Uncle, what's wrong?" Li Mingliang asked a nearby elder as he squeezed through the crowd. "Someone has died. Liu Guodong, the deputy director of the grain administration, hanged himself in the dormitory." "Suicide? How could that be?" Liu Guodong was taken aback. Just 3 days ago, he had met with Liu Guodong, who cheerfully invited him to his home for his daughter Nyunyo's 3rd birthday, brimming with excitement. There was no way he could have seemed like someone on the brink of suicide. Li Mingliang recalled the item Liu Guodong had handed him a few days prior, his heart racing with an ominous premonition. Liu Guodong might have been murdered. Within the police cordon, Ma Huiming, the deputy secretary of the Guangzhou City Discipline Inspection Commission and head of the special task force investigating corruption within the grain system of Qingshi County, wore a grim expression as he listened intently to a report from Hu Dehai, the head of the Qingshi County Public Security Bureau, regarding the scene. Secretary Ma, The deceased time of death was around 3 a.m. last night, approximately 5 hours ago. Based on the initial investigation, it is preliminarily determined to be a suicide. Hu Dahai, a portly man with a prominent beer belly, resembled a heavily pregnant woman. As he reported, he habitually reached into his pocket for a pack of cigarettes. Just as he touched them, he suddenly recalled something and withdrew his hand empty, offering an awkward smile to Ma Huiming while trying to cover up his embarrassment. "I'm out of cigarettes. Have one of mine," Ma Huiming remarked, retrieving a pack of inexpensive Ganzhou Bridge cigarettes from his pocket and offering one to Hu Dahai, who promptly produced a gold-plated lighter to light it for him. Ma Huiming, keen-eyed, immediately recognized the lighter as a luxurious foreign Porsche model, quite expensive and beyond the reach of ordinary people. In a teasing tone, he remarked to Hu Dahai, "Wow, that lighter is quite nice. Not cheap, I presume." As Hu Dahai was about to light his own cigarette, he fumbled, singeing his face slightly, causing him to wince in pain. "How careless. How'd I not consider that? Blast it. There are plenty of people using fancier things than me. You just didn't see them." Ma Huiming's face darkened, and he fell silent. The municipal disciplinary inspection team's presence in Qingshi County had lasted over half a month, with slow progress in the investigation. Just when they had finally unearthed the lead, the key witness had committed suicide out of fear of punishment. Strange occurrences often conceal deeper plots. How peculiar that this suicide occurred at such a time. What conspiracy lurked behind it? Everyone possesses a sixth sense. Ma Huiming had a nagging feeling that Liu Guodong's suicide was far from the simple act it appeared to be. Li Mingliang and the crowd had been observing Ma Huiming intently. Their minds seemed to connect as they simultaneously looked up, locking eyes. Li Mingliang saw Ma Huiming gesture as if to make a phone call, then quietly extricated himself from the crowd. Ma Huiming instantly recognized the young man in the crowd signaling to him. He was Li Mingliang, the deputy director of the Qingshi County Government Office, responsible for liaising with the investigative team. "Hello, is this Comrade Mingliang?" In the county government's single dormitory, Li Mingliang, who had been distracted all day, picked up his ringing phone after 2 rings and pressed the answer button. "This is Li Mingliang. May I ask who is speaking?" "Hello, I am Ma Huiming, Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Our team will be working late tonight and may get hungry. Could you bring us a few boxes of instant noodles?" Ma Huiming's words carried an underlying meaning. "Of course, Secretary Ma, I will bring them right over," Li Mingliang replied eagerly. Half an hour later, carrying 2 boxes of instant noodles, Li Mingliang hurried into the temporary office of the Special Task Force at the Qingshi Guest House. Upon entering, Ma Huiming, who had been waiting, quickly closed the door, warmly invited him to sit on the sofa, and then turned to pour him a cup of tea. The Qingshi Guest House was previously a recuperation center for workers, located not far from the County Party Committee and government. After careful consideration, Ma Huiming had chosen it as the task force's base. "Comrade Mingliang, thank you for your hard work. Please set the noodles aside and come to my office." Ma Huiming spoke with a gentle demeanor, and Li Mingliang was encountering such an unpretentious leader for the first time, which instilled in him a sense of trust and fondness towards Ma Huiming. "Thank you, Secretary Ma." Li Mingliang followed Ma Huiming into his office. Ma poured a cup of tea for Li and, once he was seated, spoke candidly. "Comrade Mingliang, there are no outsiders here. Feel free to speak your mind." "Secretary Ma, last night my fellow townsman Liu Guodong came to my dormitory to ask me to deliver this package to the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Team. After he left, I examined its contents and was taken aback. I intended to inquire about it with him the next day, but to my surprise, he committed suicide that very night." "Secretary Ma, Liu Guodong has a wife and children. He doesn't strike me as someone who would take his own life out of guilt. Please investigate the truth and clear Liu Guodong's name." As he spoke, Li Mingliang retrieved a black plastic bag from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Ma Huiming. Ma opened the bag and began to inspect its contents with utmost seriousness. As he examined the materials, the tension in his brow gradually relaxed, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Inside the bag were 11 ledgers detailing the embezzlement of grain by Wang Jihong, the director of the Xindong Grain Management Office, along with a list of illicit profit-sharing. It was indeed a fortuitous discovery. Chapter 2. There are good people in Xindong County. There are indeed good people in Xindong County. Since Ma Huiming and his investigative team had established their presence in Qingshi County, they faced numerous obstacles. However, Li Mingliang's actions significantly improved Ma Huiming's impression of the county. Excitedly, he stood up and firmly grasped Li Mingliang's hand, saying, "Comrade Mingliang, I am immensely grateful to you. Your timely provision of evidence will undoubtedly aid us in uncovering the truth. We shall ensure that no innocent person is wronged, nor shall any miscreant escape justice. I urge you to maintain confidentiality regarding this matter and to prioritize your safety." Ma Huiming's instincts told him that the situation in Qingshi County was perilous, and he needed to protect Li Mingliang from becoming the next Liu Guodong. Li Mingliang was touched and repeatedly expressed, "Secretary Ma, I appreciate your concern. I will be careful." Little did Li Mingliang realize that the materials he had just handed to Ma Huiming would thoroughly unveil the corruption lurking within Qingshi County, even influencing the future of Zhang Chengze, the provincial governor of Xindong. Zhang Chengze would become the highest-ranking official in the history of Xindong province to be brought down. "Damn it, if I'm going down, I'll make sure you don't see tomorrow's sun either," Wang Jihong said malevolently. Wang Jihong, the director of the Xindong Grain Management Office, had received an urgent call from Pan Wenmei, the head of the Qingshi County Grain Bureau, asking him to come to the office immediately. Pan's tone was frantic, sending a shiver down Wang Jihong's spine. Upon entering the office, Pan abruptly slammed a stack of documents onto Wang Jihong's desk, furiously declaring, "You haven't cleaned up your own mess. Don't drag me down with you. I give you until the end of today to tidy up your affairs. After dedicating my life to the revolution, I won't let you ruin my retirement by sending me to the sewing machine." Wang Jihong was taken aback and quickly bent down to pick up the scattered materials. As he examined them closely, his heart sank. It turned out that Liu Guodong had been secretly gathering evidence of Wang Jihong's embezzlement of grain. The ledgers meticulously recorded years of illicit grain sales and profit-sharing evidence. "Director, I never anticipated Liu Guodong would betray us. Rest assured, I'll silence him when I return," Wang Jihong hastily replied. "Make sure you do it cleanly and leave no traces," Pan Wenmei advised. That afternoon, when Pan received the materials Liu Guodong had submitted, he felt a pang of alarm. He calmly stated to Liu Guodong, "This is outrageous. I never imagined Wang Jihong was a parasite. Such corruption cannot be tolerated in our grain system. Your evidence is excellent. I will promptly submit it to the county's Disciplinary Inspection Committee for review. Comrade Guodong, on behalf of the Grain Bureau's leadership, I thank you." With that, he firmly shook Liu Guodong's hand, making Liu believe that submitting the materials to the bureau chief was one of the wisest decisions he had ever made. As Liu Guodong left the bureau chief's office, the sun shone brightly outside, mirroring his elated mood. However, as soon as Liu Guodong stepped out, Pan Wenmei smirked at his retreating figure, secretly cursing. "You want to report? Go to hell." He then picked up his phone and dialed Wang Jihong. Upon returning to the grain management office, Wang Jihong called his cousin Wang Biao. Wang Biao had been imprisoned for robbery a decade ago and had only been released 2 years prior. He often engaged in extortion and had a few henchmen, one of whom was Liu Kuei, a burly man who had been Wang Biao's cellmate. They were sworn brothers, both known for their ruthlessness. In recent years, Wang Biao had made a fortune through his cousin Wang Jihong by embezzling grain, and Liu Kuei had also enjoyed the spoils. Thus, Wang Jihong's first thought was to contact his cousin Wang Biao. Wang Biao was at the Huatai Hotel Spa Center in the county, being pampered by a scantily clad beauty. "Boss, you just came the other day. Why are you back so soon?" The beauty's voice was sweet and inviting. "Sweetheart, if you make me comfortable, I'll be happy to support your business. You know I treat you well. Don't you think you should reciprocate?" Wang Biao grinned mischievously. "Boss, you always take everything. What more do you want?" The beauty whispered enticingly, her fragrance filling Wang Biao's senses, causing a reaction. He flipped her over, and soon the room was filled with sounds that would make anyone blush. When the phone rang, Wang Biao cursed under his breath. Who the hell is calling now? Can't they wait? Despite his annoyance, he reluctantly answered the call. Seeing it was Wang Jihong, he immediately straightened up, pushing the beauty aside with a smile. "Brother, what's up? It's urgent. Come to my office." Wang Jihong's tone was devoid of its usual calmness, tinged with urgency. Wang Biao, sensing the gravity of the situation, swiftly dressed. The beauty, confused, complained, "Boss, you just got me all worked up. Can't you stay a little longer?" Wang Biao brusquely pushed her away, saying, "I have business to attend to. Don't bother me." Without looking back, he exited the room and rode his motorcycle, roaring towards Xindong. Wang Jihong was pacing anxiously in his office like a cat on a hot tin roof. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of the office door echoed. "Come in." Wang Jihong presumed it was Wang Biao. "Brother, what's the matter at this late hour?" Wang Biao asked, removing his helmet. Wang Jihong, like a thief, peered outside to ensure no one was around before hastily locking the office door, speaking in a hurried whisper, "Biaozi, we're in big trouble. Liu Guodong has gathered evidence of our grain embezzlement and submitted it to Pan Wenmei this afternoon. If it weren't for my good relationship with Director Pan, I might not have made it back." "What? He's asking for death." Wang Biao's anger flared, and a murderous glint flashed in his eyes, sending chills down one's spine. "Biaozi, there's no time to waste. We must ensure Liu Guodong is silenced forever." In the dimly lit office, Wang Jihong's grim visage flickered ominously in the interplay of light and shadow, evoking a sense of dread that sent shivers down one's spine. "Brother, what shall we do?" Wang Biao surmised Wang Jihong's intentions, awaiting his final directive. "There are only the dead who will forever keep silent in this world," Wang Jihong declared with ferocity. Wang Jihong had initially believed that by eliminating Liu Guodong and shifting all blame onto him, he could navigate the scrutiny of the municipal disciplinary inspection team. However, he was taken aback to discover that Liu Guodong had concealed the internal ledger of their years of grain embezzlement and the distribution list of profits. Now that Liu Guodong was deceased, that evidence, akin to a ticking time bomb, must not fall into the hands of the task force. That very night, a fire erupted at Liu Guodong's residence. His wife managed to escape the inferno, clutching their 5-year-old daughter, yet the contents of their home were reduced to ashes. Fortunately, his wife was a light sleeper. As the house blazed, she was able to flee with the child. Alas, she has lost both her husband and her home. Such a tragic fate. Chapter 3. A dark and windy night of murder that night. The sky was shrouded in darkness, as if a storm were imminent. Wang Jihong and Wang Biao had been whispering in the office for quite some time, plotting how to discreetly eliminate Liu Guodong. Liu Guodong was on the night shift, and Wang Biao suggested, "Here are the keys to the duty room. When he falls asleep, sneak in and strangle him with a rope. Then hang him to make it appear as if he committed suicide. I will handle the police side of things, so you can proceed with confidence." Wang Jihong's eyes darted around as he encouraged Wang Biao. "Liu Guodong is a veteran. He is quite formidable. I fear I cannot handle him alone and will need assistance." Liu Guodong was tall and agile. Wang Biao recalled witnessing him effortlessly carry 2 bags of grain at once, sprinting up to the granary. Standing at less than 1.7 meters himself, Wang Biao believed his slight stature would render him no match for Liu Guodong, fearing that a single kick could send him flying. He worried that his plan would backfire, potentially costing him his life. "What do you suggest?" Wang Jihong was all talk, lacking the courage to act. He was apprehensive that Wang Biao might indeed call upon him for help, so he preemptively expressed his concerns. "No worries, I'll summon Liu Kuei." Wang Biao immediately thought of a suitable candidate. Is he dependable? The fewer who know about this critical matter, the better. Wang Jihong was anxious about unforeseen complications. "Do you still doubt Liu Kuei?" "Trust me, he is absolutely reliable," Wang Biao assured, patting his chest with conviction. In the duty room of the grain depot, Liu Guodong had retired early, though he was not truly asleep. His mind was preoccupied with the matter of reporting Wang Jihong. Upon reflection, he felt that Pan Wenmei had agreed too readily. He had heard whispers about the relationship between Pan Wenmei and Wang Jihong. After all, Wang Jihong was promoted by Pan Wenmei herself. Given Pan Wenmei's character, how could she have been so agreeable? A chill of apprehension crept up Liu Guodong's spine. Was he being overly naive? Recalling his encounter with Wang Jihong in the cafeteria that evening, he remembered the murderous glint in Wang Jihong's eyes, as if he wished to see him torn to shreds. This only heightened Liu Guodong's unease. He sensed that something ominous was afoot that night. At 12:30 a.m., Liu Guodong began to feel drowsy, but a faint noise outside abruptly roused him. Alert and cautious, he listened intently to the sounds outside. He then heard someone fiddling with the door lock. Who could be coming to the duty room at this hour? Could it be Wang Jihong? What could he possibly want? Liu Guodong's mind was racing as he cautiously rose to his feet. He stealthily approached the door and grasped a long stick. At the moment he opened the door, he encountered a masked man who was brandishing a noose and creeping ominously towards the bed. Almost immediately, another figure stealthily entered behind him. Sensing that the situation was dire, Liu Guodong swiftly darted out of the duty room, hastily closing the door behind him, and dashed back to his dormitory. From beneath his bed, he retrieved a black package and fled with all his might. "Brother Biao, he has escaped." Liu Kuei and Wang Biao rushed into the duty room, only to find Liu Guodong's bed empty. They caught sight of a shadow fleeing Liu Guodong's room, unmistakably his silhouette. After him, Wang Biao and Liu Kuei sprinted in pursuit. As Liu Guodong ran, he began to piece together the unfolding events. In this urgent predicament, whom could he trust? Where could he seek refuge? The new Eastern Township Grain Management Office was situated on the outskirts of Qingshi County, a mere 3 kilometers from the county government. With long strides, Liu Guodong sprinted towards the Qingshi County People's Government. Upon reaching its entrance, he suddenly thought of Li Mingliang. Liu Guodong, a fellow townsman of Li Mingliang, was well aware of his character. He was fiercely righteous and despised evil. Time was of the essence. There was no room for hesitation. So he made a beeline for Li Mingliang's dormitory. Wang Biao and Liu Kuei, upon witnessing Liu Guodong enter the government's single dormitory, feared being discovered and dared not advance further. They concealed themselves in the shadows outside, their eyes fixated on the room Liu Guodong had entered. Knock, knock, knock. Li Mingliang, lost in slumber, was jolted awake by the unexpected knocking on his door. He sprang from his bed, startled, and heard Liu Guodong's voice, deliberately lowered. Mingliang, are you there? Open the door quickly. Realizing that Liu Guodong's late-night visit must be urgent, Li Mingliang hastily got up to open the door. As soon as the door cracked open, Liu Guodong slipped inside, cautiously peering outside to ensure no one was following. Once satisfied, he quickly locked the door and drew the curtains. Mingliang, I have an urgent matter to discuss, Liu Guodong panted, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead as he gasped for breath, clearly having run a great distance. What is it? Li Mingliang, startled by Liu Guodong's frantic demeanor, was puzzled by his sudden anxiety. Take this. It is of utmost importance. You must safeguard it well and, at an appropriate moment, hand it over to the organization. I entrust this to you. Liu Guodong thought to himself that the 2 pursuers had not followed. He had evaded them and felt a slight sense of relief, contemplating whether to seek asylum at the police station. Li Mingliang grasped Liu Guodong's arm. Concern etched on his face. Guodong, what has happened? Please tell me. Mingliang, there is no time. Keep this safe. It must not fall into the wrong hands. I must leave. With that, he bolted from the room, quickly vanishing into the veil of night. Li Mingliang gazed after Liu Guodong's retreating figure, deep in thought. After Liu Guodong descended the stairs and ensured no one was around, he proceeded forward with a sense of ease. Suddenly, a rope ensnared his neck, and Wang Biao and Liu Kuei relentlessly tightened it from both sides. Liu Guodong struggled momentarily before his arms fell limp, motionless. Following Liu Guodong's departure, Li Mingliang scrutinized the contents of the package with trepidation, his heart racing, unable to find rest throughout the night. As if fate had conspired against him, that very night, Liu Guodong's home caught fire. Upon arriving at work, Li Mingliang overheard colleagues discussing the incident, causing his heart to tighten. The timing of the fire at Liu Guodong's residence seemed too coincidental. Although Li Mingliang wanted to believe it was merely an accidental blaze, he harbored doubts. Could it be that those involved intended to destroy evidence by setting the fire? The sudden demise of Liu Guodong sent a chill down his spine. A month prior, the Ganzhou City Commission for Discipline Inspection received a tip-off regarding significant discrepancies in the grain production and sales figures in Qingshi County. After deliberation, the Municipal Party Committee decided to dispatch a special task force to conduct a covert investigation into the grain corruption case in Qingshi County. Chapter 4. Li Mingliang almost met his end as the deputy director of the Qingshi County Government Office. Li Mingliang was appointed as the liaison for the task force, tasked with coordinating services for the city's disciplinary inspection staff. The mysterious death of Liu Guodong and the inexplicable fire heightened Li Mingliang's sense of urgency. Although he had promptly handed over the evidence to Ma Huiming, he sensed that those involved were not to be trifled with and would not simply relent. At 8 o'clock in the evening, burdened with worry, Li Mingliang returned to his dormitory only to find the door ajar. He distinctly remembered closing it when he left. Stealthily approaching, he flipped on the room's light, only to be taken aback by the chaos that lay before him. Clothes were strewn across the floor, and his suitcase lay open and overturned. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he turned and fled. 2 masked men burst from the dormitory, pursuing Li Mingliang with glinting daggers in hand. Tall and athletic, with a history as a long-distance champion during his university days, Li Mingliang possessed both speed and endurance. Yet, the 2 assailants, skilled in their own right, clung to him tenaciously. Convinced that the city's disciplinary inspection task force was his only sanctuary, Li Mingliang raced toward the Qingshi guest house, quickly bursting through its doors. The masked men, seeing him enter the guest house, hesitated to follow and instead concealed themselves behind a large tree across the street, their frustration palpable as they watched the entrance. Secretary Ma, someone is trying to kill me, Li Mingliang exclaimed as he burst into the meeting where the task force was discussing the case, startling everyone present. Ma Huiming, realizing the urgency of the situation, swiftly rose and peered through the curtain, confirming the presence of the unwelcome visitors outside. "Comrade Mingliang, what has transpired?" Ma Huiming inquired with evident concern. "Secretary Ma, it appears that those two individuals were searching for something in my dormitory, likely the evidence I intended to deliver to you," Li Mingliang stated, steadying his nerves. "Indeed, it is quite possible, Comrade Mingliang. The investigation into the case has made significant progress, and it is during such critical moments that desperate individuals may resort to reckless actions. You shall remain here for the time being," Ma Huiming replied with a profound gaze. Breathless, Li Mingliang sank onto the sofa, gulping down a bottle of mineral water handed to him by a staff member, taking considerable time to regain his composure. He then looked up at the lean, silver-haired Ma Huiming and urgently declared, "Secretary Ma, I suspect that the fire at Liu Guodong's residence was deliberately set by those people. Your analysis is quite astute. Next, we must unearth the puppet master behind this," Ma Huiming responded resolutely. Deputy Chief of the Special Investigation Team, Fu Wenbin, was in charge of the Liu Guodong case. The fire at Liu Guodong's home had piqued his senses, prompting him to discuss Li Mingliang's personal safety with Ma Huiming earlier in the day. Fu Wenbin, a man who could not tolerate incompetence, slammed his thigh in frustration upon hearing Li Mingliang's words and exclaimed, "These individuals are utterly audacious. Comrade Wenbin, please remain calm. Their audacity is merely a fleeting phase. We must first stabilize our position. Li Mingliang will temporarily reside at the guest house, and I believe they will not dare to cause any disturbances," Ma Huiming reassured, pulling back the curtains once more to find the two individuals had vanished. "I have already reported the progress of this case to Secretary Fong. The Municipal Party Committee has secured additional support for us. Tomorrow, colleagues from the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team will arrive in Qingshi County to take over the investigation into Liu Guodong's suicide case," Ma Huiming continued. The Secretary Fong mentioned by Ma Huiming is Fong Baiqing, the Secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Before the Special Investigation Team from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission arrived in Qingshi County, Secretary Fong entrusted Ma Huiming with a letter detailing the corruption issues within the forestry and mining sectors of Qingshi County, earnestly advising him, "Qingshi County is a major agricultural county blessed with abundant forest and mineral resources. Despite its natural advantages, its economic and social development lags significantly behind surrounding counties, primarily due to rampant corruption. The criminal activities of embezzlers have severely hindered the county's progress. During your visit to Qingshi County, you must seize the opportunity to expose these corrupt individuals and restore a clear sky for Qingshi County. Rest assured, Secretary Fong, I shall do everything in my power to ensure the case in Qingshi County is handled effectively." Ma Huiming felt the weight of his responsibilities pressing heavily upon him, yet he remained resolutely confident. On the surface, the Ganzhou Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission's Special Investigation Team entered Qingshi County under the pretense of investigating grain-related corruption, but in reality, it was a comprehensive examination of the local political landscape. Upon their arrival, the atmosphere among Qingshi County officials turned tense, with leaders at all levels appearing more reserved. Recently, business at high-end restaurants, clubs, and bathhouses in Qingshi County had dwindled significantly. The Special Investigation Team organized covert visits, but uncovered no irregularities. After the Special Investigation Team took up residence, they reviewed the financial records of various departments such as the Grain Bureau, Forestry Bureau, and Natural Resources Bureau. The individuals responsible for bookkeeping were evidently seasoned professionals. Even the specialized auditors from the investigation team found it challenging to uncover discrepancies. Occasionally, they discovered minor issues. But upon verifying with the relevant departments, those departments always managed to produce supplementary materials to exonerate themselves. Drawing from past experiences, the team adjusted their investigative approach, opting to engage with a broader array of officials and the populace to seek additional leads. However, the investigators felt a pervasive sense of being shadowed, as if the cadres and citizens they encountered had been forewarned, leading to an atmosphere of reticence. After nearly a month of fruitless efforts in Qingshi County, the investigation team's progress was exceedingly sluggish, and they were in urgent need of a pivotal breakthrough. As the inquiry deepened, Ma Huiming began to sense an intangible web ensnaring the political landscape of Qingshi County, intricately linking various vested interests that tightly controlled the county's lifeblood. This realization dawned on him that the situation in Qingshi County was even more convoluted than he had previously imagined. To dismantle the insidious forces lurking within the county's political sphere, mere intervention from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission would prove insufficient. It was imperative to cultivate a local force capable of confronting corruption and malfeasance. The county's discipline inspection secretary, Liu Guodong, was an elderly man approaching retirement, known for his complacency and tendency to play the role of a conciliator. His lackadaisical attitude contributed to the inefficacy of the county's supervisory powers, thereby enabling the brazen audacity of corrupt officials. Secretary Fang Baiqing of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission had long harbored dissatisfaction with Liu Guodong and was contemplating how to recommend a capable and courageous young official to replace him, someone who would be willing to confront the nefarious forces undermining Qingshi County's development. Chapter 5. The corrupted nexus of Qingshi's political sphere. Su Guohao, the county magistrate of Qingshi, was a local native with a rather rudimentary command of Mandarin and a domineering demeanor. In public forums, he frequently favored speaking in the Qingshi dialect, leaving many new officials puzzled and unable to comprehend. Li Mingliang, hailing from a neighboring county, was relatively adept at understanding Su's dialect upon his arrival. However, when he spoke in Mandarin, he faced reprimand from Su. Shaoli, you must learn to speak Qingshi dialect. Do you understand? Su was typically stern, his demeanor exuding an unspoken authority that instilled fear among the county's leaders and officials. Naturally, Li Mingliang felt uneasy when reprimanded by the magistrate. Consequently, he dedicated himself to mastering the Qingshi dialect to facilitate his work, and now he spoke it fluently, leading those unaware of his background to mistakenly believe he was a local. Li Mingliang was currently residing at the Qingshi guest house, where, as per usual protocol, the municipal discipline inspection team needed to coordinate with the Qingshi County government. Given the urgency of the situation, Ma Huiming resolved to communicate directly with County Magistrate Su Guohao, and thus he dialed Su's number. At this moment, Su Guohao was reveling in the Chang'e Resort, located at the intersection of Qingshi County and the neighboring Guangnan province. In the expansive outdoor swimming pool, he was flanked by two alluring beauties, engaged in a passionate display reminiscent of playful water nymphs. Suddenly, his mobile phone rang. Yuan Jingli, the secretary to the county mayor, noticed it was a call from Ma Huiming and hurriedly approached the pool, respectfully exclaiming, "County Mayor Su, your phone is ringing." It's Deputy Secretary Ma Huiming from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Why is Ma calling me all of a sudden? Su Guohao thought irritably. His spirits dampened at the interruption. Reluctantly, he emerged from the pool, picked up the phone, and swiftly retreated to the changing room, shutting the door behind him before answering. "Hello, Secretary Ma," he greeted, wiping the water from his face and body with a pristine towel, his Mandarin far from flawless. "Hello, County Mayor Su, this is Ma Huiming. I have something important to inform you. Comrade Li Mingliang from your government office is involved in an investigation by our special task force and is currently being housed at the Qingshi Reception Center," Ma stated firmly, yet with an air of politeness and respect. Su Guohao was taken aback by this revelation. Why had Li Mingliang suddenly come under the scrutiny of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission? What could his purpose be? A flurry of thoughts raced through Su's mind as he pondered how much Li knew about his affairs, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. "Secretary Ma, I have no doubt that Comrade Li will cooperate with the investigation. However, considering his youth, placing him at the Qingshi Reception Center might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings." Su attempted to probe Ma Huiming for the underlying reason behind Li's accommodation there. "There is no need for concern, County Mayor. The innocent need not fear. As long as Comrade Li has done nothing wrong, it matters not where he is. It's getting late, you should rest. And I won't take up more of your time," Ma Huiming replied, aware that Su Guohao was a seasoned player in the political arena and that it was unnecessary to elaborate further while the situation remained unclear. After hanging up, Su fell into a contemplative silence. The delightful mood he had enjoyed moments ago evaporated. He quickly dialed the number of Hu Dehai, the county police chief. Hu Dehai possessed 2 mobile phones, and Su had called the number they used for private communication. The distinctive ringtone stirred Hu from his deep slumber, and he promptly answered. His tone respectful. "Hello, County Mayor Su, how may I assist you? What is your subordinate doing?" "Li Mingliang is being held at the Qingshi Reception Center by the task force, and no one has reported this to me," Su Guohao inquired sternly, his tone laced with authority. Hu Dehai found himself at a loss, utterly bewildered by the scathing reprimand delivered by Su Guohao. Even through the telephone, he could sense the formidable aura that made it difficult to breathe. The corpulent Hu Dehai, resembling a bloated pig, clutched his phone, hunching his back and drawing in his stomach as he respectfully said, "Su, County Chief Su, please do not be anxious. I will inquire immediately and call you back shortly." The captain of the county's criminal investigation team, Zhang Chengze, had just informed him that their informant at the Qingshi guest house reported that Li Mingliang had suddenly rushed into the establishment, seemingly pursued by 2 individuals. Though the precise reasons remained unclear. "Investigate. You better not sleep until you uncover the truth, and do it quickly, Hu Dahai urged anxiously. Understood, I shall proceed at once. Zhang Jian replied with utmost deference. In the changing room, Su Guohao paced irritably. 5 minutes later, Hu Dahai's call came through, and Su hastily pressed the answer button. County Chief Su, my men have discovered that Li Mingliang unexpectedly entered the Qingshi guest house, seemingly under threat of assassination. However, the specifics are still unclear. I've dispatched operatives to ascertain the details. Hu Dahai reported cautiously, fearful of disappointing Su Guohao. Make sure to clarify the situation promptly and report any developments immediately, Su instructed. Given Hu Dahai's loyalty and diligent service, Su refrained from further reprimanding him. Yes, County Chief Su. My team has been monitoring the area around the Qingshi guest house. They will alert me at the slightest indication of trouble. Qingshi County is as secure as a fortress. The special investigation team will uncover nothing, rest assured. Hu Dahai continued, eager to demonstrate his competence. What foolishness! Do you truly believe it wise to have your men surveilling the Qingshi guest house? Are the members of the special investigation team as dim-witted as you? This is tantamount to announcing to them that something is amiss in Qingshi County. Withdraw your men immediately. All of them. Su Guohao, exasperated by Hu Dahai's ill-conceived actions, scolded him with incredulity. Oh, yes, I will withdraw them at once. Hu Dahai wiped the sweat from his brow, hurriedly responding, anxious not to offend Su Guohao further. Holding the phone, Hu Dahai awaited Su Guohao to terminate the call. Once the line went dead, he finally dared to set the phone down, exhaling a sigh of relief. In the room, the air conditioning hummed, creating a chilly atmosphere. Hu Dahai tossed the phone onto the nightstand, the sudden cold making him shiver, which dissipated much of his drowsiness. He tossed and turned for a while before finally drifting into a restless sleep, only to find himself being chased by Li Mingliang, cornered at the edge of a cliff. In a moment of desperation, Hu Dahai leaped into the abyss. Hu Dahai jolted awake, startled. Damn it, if you won't let me have peace, I shall not grant you any either, he cursed, turning to see that the night had grown cold, leaving him devoid of any remaining desire to sleep. Chapter 6. Indirect conversations in the late night. The night was cool as water, and Li Mingliang lay in the bed of the Qingshi guest house. Staring blankly at the moon outside the window, his mind swirling with recent events, making it difficult for him to fall asleep. Knock, knock, knock. At such a late hour. Who could possibly be seeking him? Li Mingliang heard someone knocking at the door and quickly rose to answer it. Standing outside was none other than Ma Huiming, the Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Comrade Mingliang, I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. May I come in to have a word with you? Ma Huiming said courteously. The Deputy Secretary's request for a conversation was certainly something Li Mingliang welcomed. Besides, he had been unable to sleep and had long wished to speak with Ma Huiming, albeit he was concerned that the leader might be too busy. Of course, Secretary Ma. Please come in, Li Mingliang responded, aware that prominent figures like Ma Huiming were typically very occupied. His late-night visit surely indicated the importance of the matter at hand, and he quickly ushered him inside. Thank you. Ma Huiming nodded and stepped into the room. Ma Huiming was acutely aware of the dynamics at play. Su Guohao, the county head of Qingshi, was a locally nurtured leader who had spent many years navigating the political landscape of Qingshi County. He had personally promoted many of the county's officials, who treated him with utmost respect and obedience. Su Guohao was known for his assertive working style and wielded significant influence in Qingshi County, even overshadowing the county party secretary, Tang Qiwen. In his demeanor, Su Guohao often maintained a sense of authority, emphasizing ceremonial protocols. As the saying goes, what is done at the top is emulated below, leading the heads of various units in Qingshi County to adopt a similar airs of superiority, creating a stark hierarchical divide between the leaders and ordinary officials. Li Mingliang had spent 2.5 years in the government office under Su Guohao's watchful eye. Su Guohao had a fiery temperament and high expectations. Any sign of dissatisfaction would result in severe reprimands, making life quite difficult for the staff in the government office. Over the past 2 years, Li Mingliang had learned to navigate these challenges with caution. Though serving as the deputy director of the county government office, Li Mingliang was not part of Su Guohao's inner circle, often feeling like a mouse caught in a windbag, squeezed from both sides. From their interactions, it was clear that this young man had a strong sense of justice and a fierce aversion to wrongdoing, marking him as a potential asset. Despite his 2 years in the government office, Li Mingliang found himself often overlooked by county leaders, with few opportunities to engage with those of higher rank. Whenever senior leaders visited, he was typically relegated to menial tasks, instinctively feeling a deep-seated reverence towards those far above him in rank. which led to feelings of nervousness and constraint in their presence. Li Mingliang's room was modest, furnished with only a single chair. Eager not to appear negligent, he swiftly retrieved the chair behind him and placed it respectfully before Ma Huiming, inviting him to sit. He then hastily prepared a cup of tea and presented it with utmost reverence. Li Mingliang sat at the edge of the bed, occupying only a small portion of the surface, his back straight and hands resting on his knees, his demeanor serious, resembling a student poised to receive instruction. Ma Huiming observed Li Mingliang with approval, impressed by the young man's quick wit and eagerness. "Comrade Mingliang, this evening we are merely engaging in casual conversation. There is no need for you to be so reserved," smiled Ma Huiming. Ma Huiming, the Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, held a rank equivalent to that of a county party secretary or county mayor, all being at the same administrative level. Yet, unlike the local leaders, he exuded no air of authority. Instead, he radiated warmth and approachability, akin to that of an elder brother or a respected elder. This demeanor eased the tension in Li Mingliang's heart somewhat. Dressed in a pair of faded, worn pajamas, Ma Huiming spoke with a gentle and amiable tone, which made Li Mingliang feel exceptionally at ease. Unconsciously, he adjusted his posture for greater comfort. "Comrade Mingliang, where is your hometown, and how many years have you been working?" Ma Huiming inquired, as if they were engaging in a friendly chat. His tone and demeanor allowed Li Mingliang to relax. "My hometown is Qingshi County in Guangzhou City. I took the Provincial Civil Service examination and have been working in Qingshi County for 2 years, primarily in the government office. I was just appointed Deputy Director of the government office this June," Li Mingliang replied. At the age of 26, he possessed striking features, with an air of youthful vigor and a maturity that far exceeded his peers. Ma Huiming nodded thoughtfully and continued, "Qingshi County is right next to Qingshi County, so it's not far from home. I've heard you are a graduate of Linjiang Normal University, an outstanding student who writes exceptionally well, frequently publishing articles in key national, provincial, and municipal publications. Truly commendable for someone so young." "Thank you for your kind words, Secretary Ma," Li Mingliang said, feeling a bit bashful as he scratched his head, noticing that the pleasantries had reached their conclusion. Ma Huiming gradually steered the conversation towards the main topic. "You and Liu Guodong are fellow townsmen and seem to have a close relationship. His willingness to risk danger by providing you with materials shows a significant level of trust. Can you reflect on any discussions he may have had with you regarding the Grain Management Bureau?" "Yes, we are indeed from the same hometown, and several of us often gather for meals. Liu Guodong is quite a remarkable person, and I maintain a good relationship with him. His wife is from Qingshi County, and they have a 3-year-old daughter," Li Mingliang said, sensing Ma Huiming's intent and responding candidly. "Before he handed me the materials, he invited me to his home the day after tomorrow to celebrate his daughter's birthday. So, it stands to reason that Liu Guodong could not have committed suicide." Ma Huiming mused thoughtfully. Li Mingliang reflected carefully, ensuring he overlooked nothing, and replied with unwavering confidence, "Based on my understanding of Liu Guodong, he would absolutely never take such an action." Having extensive experience in handling cases, Ma Huiming possessed a keen insight. Li Mingliang's earnest tone, determined gaze, and the righteousness emanating from his brow led Ma Huiming to perceive him as a person with a pure heart. Having worked in Qingshi County for 2 years, you must possess considerable insight into the local situation. Could you share your observations regarding the leadership in Qingshi County, particularly about the government office and our county mayor Su? I am particularly interested in any issues related to corruption and other unlawful activities among the officials." Ma Huiming, as the Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, naturally steered the conversation toward the political landscape of Qingshi County. "To be candid, Secretary Ma, Qingshi County indeed grapples with numerous issues," he remarked. "Have you never seen a pig run if you haven't eaten pork?" Li Mingliang has not idled away his time in the government office these past 2 years. The problems within the Qingshi political sphere are abundant and easily uncovered. The reception expenses in our government office are grossly inflated, with certain officials exploiting public receptions for personal gain and engaging in corrupt practices, Li Mingliang stated, clearing his throat. "Many leaders in the county are operating businesses in violation of regulations, particularly those at or above the level of section chief. They leverage their positions to secure dividends from enterprises, amassing substantial profits. I've identified several individuals involved." Li Mingliang narrowed his eyes, continuing, "The citizens of Qingshi County are impoverished. Yet many leaders possess considerable wealth, owning multiple properties and vehicles. Numerous individuals have several properties in the city. A cursory investigation by the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission would reveal that many influential officials in the county are fabulously wealthy. With a disdainful scoff, he added, Qingshi County is rife with corruption, as leaders at various levels exploit their positions to sell collective assets at undervalued rates, appropriating state-owned assets and communal interests. Numerous officials have constructed lavish villas in the heart of the county, acquiring land without personal financial outlay. Fearless, Li Mingliang continued. There are significant issues within the Qingshi County police system, marked by inaction. The county is plagued by rampant organized crime, with gambling and drug-related offenses proliferating, leaving the populace in dire straits. His concern for the common people was evident as he spoke with deep apprehension. There are numerous problems within the grain management offices of the various towns. Many engage in self-dealing and pilfering stored grain. During a recent meal with a fellow villager, he recounted how someone in his father-in-law's village, employed at the grain management office, feeds dozens of fat pigs with pristine white rice. After sharing so much, Li Mingliang rose to take a hearty sip from his teacup before returning to his seat. In the political realm of Qingshi County, a deplorable trend has emerged. Many leaders maintain a facade of propriety at home while indulging in affairs outside. According to a villager, several leaders at the section chief level engage in extramarital relationships. The most absurd tale I heard involved a township party secretary who brought his mistress's mother to dinner in the town, where village officials vied to toast him, unabashedly reminding them to first toast the mother-in-law. Li Mingliang expressed his disdain for such behavior with a dismissive curl of his lip. Is it truly possible that such outrageous occurrences exist? What an utter lack of shame. Ma Huiming, having encountered countless corrupt officials, found this particular incident shocking. When the upper echelons are corrupt, the lower ranks follow suit. The audacity of a township party secretary to act so brazenly reveals the political ecosystem of Qingshi County in stark relief. Please, continue. Ma Huiming felt he was gaining invaluable insights. Over the past few years, Qingshi County has engaged in a multitude of image projects. The entrance to the Citizens Park alone reportedly cost $100 million. The roads in the county are repeatedly excavated each year, with the same hands profiting from the endeavor. The nation's assets have not been allocated to the needs of the common people, resulting in a lamentable waste, a thought that deeply pains Li Mingliang. Qingshi County, a significant mining region, paradoxically faces continual losses despite the substantial extraction of minerals each year. The Qingshi County Mining Group has been in the red for years, now struggling to pay workers' wages and currently undergoing asset restructuring, poised to announce bankruptcy. Li Mingliang sighed heavily. In Qingshi County, it is exceedingly challenging for the citizens to engage with government departments. The doors are difficult to enter, words are hard to hear, matters are tough to resolve, and faces are often unwelcoming. It is rumored that in certain villages, without offering some benefit to the village officials, residents cannot even obtain a stamp. Coming from a rural background, Li Mingliang harbors a deep disdain for corrupt officials who exploit farmers, expressing his indignation fervently. In the presence of Ma Huiming, the deputy secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, most individuals would utter innocuous platitudes to maintain appearances. However, Li Mingliang possesses a fierce aversion to injustice. He disapproves of the political ecosystem in Qingshi County, where bureaucratism prevails and officials are disconnected from the populace. Oh, what about your county chief, Su? Ma Huiming inquired with interest. County Chief Su has high expectations in his work and can sometimes be rather impatient. Aside from that, I am not particularly informed. Li Mingliang pondered before replying earnestly. Are you not familiar with matters beyond your county chief's work? Ma Huiming pressed further. Not really. My daily routine revolves around the office and my dormitory, and I rarely engage in personal conversations with colleagues. Those who frequently accompany County Chief Su are typically the director of the government office, Tan Xiuhua, the county chief's secretary, Yuan Jingli, and the driver. They would know him better, Li Mingliang noted, clarifying that he is not among Su Guahao's inner circle, as Su is quite guarded and typically does not disclose his secrets to unrelated individuals. Do you know your colleagues in the government office, such as Director Tan Xiuhua? Ma Huiming, a veteran in discipline inspection, began to grasp Su Guahao's cautious nature from Li Mingliang's comments. To comprehend an official's character through their own words can often be quite elusive, yet examining those around them may reveal significant insights. Director Tan possesses considerable work capability, yet his temperament leaves much to be desired. Working alongside him can be rather arduous. Moreover, his demeanor towards superiors and ordinary officials is markedly different. Tan Xiuhua is a quintessential sycophant, displaying two faces, one for his superiors and another for his subordinates. He has not hesitated to make things difficult for me, Li Mingliang stated, already conveying his sentiments with notable restraint. Secretary Ma, having shared so much, I must emphasize that the Qingshi County Discipline Inspection Commission is utterly ineffective, existing in name only. In nearly a decade, not a single deputy-level official has been investigated. At most, they check on leave requests and attendance. Li Mingliang candidly divulged all he knew. Ma Huiming listened intently, his expression grave and brow furrowed. He was aware of issues in Qingshi County, but had not realized the extent of the problems. It seemed that this conversation with Li Mingliang was indeed timely. Unbeknownst to them, their dialogue had stretched nearly an hour, and Ma Huiming glanced at his watch, noting it was already midnight. As the hour grew late, with a multitude of tasks awaiting him the following day, Li Mingliang expounded upon his thoughts in a single breath, leaving Ma Huiming with a tangled web of ideas to organize and strategize for the next steps of the task force. Rising from his seat, Ma Huiming prepared to take his leave. Well, it's getting late. You should rest early, he advised. Li Mingliang watched Ma Huiming depart, his heart a tumult of emotions. Lying in bed and gazing at the ceiling, his mind replayed the day's events repeatedly. He realized he had unwittingly become embroiled in a struggle far more intricate than he had initially anticipated. Meanwhile, in a villa on the outskirts of Qingshi County, Su Guohao stood by the window, gazing at the distant, flickering lights of the county town, a tempest brewing within him. The cigarette clenched in his hand had burned down to the knob, almost scorching his fingers, yet he remained oblivious to the danger. How ruthless you are. I shall not be merciful in return, Su Guohao thought to himself. Acutely aware of the vast implications of his involvement in Qingshi County and the consequences of drawing attention to himself, as the task force tightened its grip, he understood the necessity of sacrificing what must be sacrificed, preserving his own position above all else. He needed to urgently instruct his subordinates to clean up their messes to avoid being caught by Ma Huiming and his team. Chapter 8. The thief's guilt and hasty retreat. The night was still deep, eerily silent. Within Qingshi County, a grand drama was unfolding. At the Qingshi guest house, members of the city's discipline inspection task force were organizing the detention and examination of Wang Jihong, implicated in the grain smuggling case from Xindong Township. The task force office was brightly lit. Comrade Wenbin, take a team to the grain depot in Xindong Township to detain Wang Jihong for questioning. Comrade Dajing, you head to Wang Jihong's residence, Ma Huiming instructed with a serious expression, concerned about potential oversights in handling Wang Jihong's case. He had strategically assigned 2 teams to approach both his home and office simultaneously. However, Ma Huiming failed to anticipate that while the discipline inspection team acted swiftly, Wang Jihong was even swifter. Simultaneously, the light in the office of the director of the Qingshi County Grain Bureau remained aglow, though the curtains were tightly drawn. An eerie plume of smoke seeped through the cracks of the window. In a parallel world, at this very moment, Director Pan Wenmei of the Qingshi County Grain Bureau crouched beside a pile of ledgers, a roaring brazier before him. In the sweltering heat of July, the air conditioning unit struggled to its lowest setting, humming and exhaling clouds of vapor. Pan Wenmei's white shirt was drenched in sweat, clinging to his corpulent frame, revealing rolls of excess flesh. Perhaps overwhelmed by the sheer volume of ledgers, he found it impossible to incinerate them whole, resorting instead to tearing them into pages and tossing them into the fire, a painstakingly slow process. Pan Wenmei cursed under his breath. Why must this paper be so well made? Couldn't it be a bit more fraudulent? At this pace, when will I ever finish burning it? He was drenched in sweat, anxiety etched across his brow. Pan Wenmei had been squatting beside the fire pit for a full 20 minutes, his feet now numb. He attempted to reach for the ledger that lay just out of his grasp, but stumbled and nearly plunged his face into the flames. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick. He managed to steady himself with his hands, narrowly avoiding disfigurement. Startled, Pan Wenmei disregarded the dirt beneath him and sat down, stretching his legs out before him. He began to feed sheets of paper into the fire, a scene reminiscent of preparing to burn joss paper for the afterlife. After toiling for quite some time, his face and hands bore the marks of black soot, and with the incessant sweat trickling down, he occasionally wiped his brow, leaving his visage both grimy and damp, resembling a coal burner. At last, only one ledger remained, yet the flames had dwindled, leaving more than half unconsumed. Anxiously, he leaned closer to the fire pit, rifling through the remaining ledger, which caused the flames to surge up, singeing the tip of his nose. The pain made him exclaim and topple to the side. He gingerly touched his nose, feeling as if it had been roasted, grimacing in agony. Damn it, that hurts. Exhausted, overheated, and in pain, Pan Wenmei sprawled on the office floor, the overhead light glaring painfully into his eyes, compelling him to shield them with his hand. Outside the Qingshi guest house at 2 a.m., Wang Biao and Lu Kuei had waited in the shadows for several hours, yet Li Mingliang had not emerged. Reluctantly, they returned to the grain management office in Xindong Township. Wang Jihong had been anxiously waiting for news there, unable to sleep, his eyes bloodshot. Finally, at 3 a.m., weariness overcame him, and he slumped onto the office desk, falling into a deep slumber. Suddenly, a loud knocking jolted him from a nightmarish dream. He shivered as his limbs went numb, struggling to stand and answer the door, but found himself immobilized. "Brother, it's us. Open the door quickly." Wang Biao, fatigued from running all night, felt as though his feet were leaden, nearly unable to maintain his balance. After a few minutes of waiting with no sign of Wang Jihong, impatience crept into his voice. Coming. My feet are numb." "Just a moment." Wang Jihong hobbled to the door, finally managing to open it. Wang Biao and Liu Guodong entered heavily, and Wang Jihong peered outside nervously to ensure no one had followed them. He hastily shut and locked the door. "How did it go? Did you find him?" Wang Jihong inquired eagerly. "Don't even mention it." Li Mingliang dashed into the Qingshi guest house, and Liu Guodong and I waited outside for hours, yet he never came out. Wang Biao lamented. "What? Why didn't you say so earlier? A simple phone call would have sufficed. Why were you two foolishly waiting outside the guest house? Did anyone see you?" Wang Jihong was taken aback by Wang Biao's words, unable to restrain his frustration. "Weren't you the one who forbade us from calling you outside? You said you feared being overheard. I initially intended to return sooner, but I worried that Li Mingliang might slip out while we were away." Wang Biao toiled for half a day, only to endure a scolding from Wang Jihong, which left him feeling quite indignant. He retorted defiantly, "Fool." The moment he entered the Qingshi guest house, it signified that the item was undoubtedly in his possession and had already been handed over to the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Team's Special Task Force. "And you two have squandered several hours outside." Wang Jihong, filled with despair, felt a chill creeping down his spine. "It's over. This could spell disaster. Brother, what shall we do?" Wang Biao, entirely unprepared for the gravity of the situation, was momentarily at a loss. "What can we do? Perhaps in another 2 hours. The special task force from the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection will arrive to apprehend us." Wang Jihong slumped despondently onto a stool, his face ashen, contemplating the years of hard work he had invested, only to face the prospect of being sent to labor at a sewing machine. "No, I refuse to accept this," he exclaimed. "Let us flee. We must disperse and escape. Biaozi, hurry up and gather your things. The sooner the better." Wang Jihong grasped Wang Biao's hand, trembling uncontrollably from panic. Observing the gravity of Wang Jihong's expression and his trembling grip, Wang Biao finally comprehended the seriousness of the predicament and stammered, "All right. We shall run at once." After Wang Biao and Liu Guodong departed, Wang Jihong retrieved the ready-to-go luggage and the 500,000 yuan in cash already packed in a suitcase from the cabinet. He stumbled towards his brand-new Santana sedan, which he had purchased just the previous week and had yet to register. This moment was fortuitously opportune. He slammed the accelerator and vanished into the night like a gust of wind. At the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Team's base, two Passats silently exited the guest house premises. Upon arriving at the Xindong Township Grain Management Office, as the Passats came to a halt, Fu Wenbin led the charge, leaping from the vehicle and sprinting towards Wang Jihong's dormitory. Chapter 9. The Arrest Operation. Every second counts. Fu Wenbin approached and lightly knocked on the door. There was no response. Pressing his ear against the door, he heard only silence from within. An ominous premonition gripped Fu Wenbin as he stepped back, charged forward, and forcefully burst open the door. The room was in disarray, completely unoccupied. "This is bad. Wang Jihong has fled." Yu Danian, leading another group of personnel, also arrived at Wang Jihong's villa in the outskirts of Qingshi City, only to find it deserted as well. Upon receiving reports from the two team leaders, Ma Huiming spoke gravely, immediately notified the Qingshi County Public Security Bureau to initiate the arrest of Wang Jihong and other implicated individuals, with Wang Jihong evading capture. The case of grain theft at the Xindong Township Grain Management Office had become exceedingly complicated. Since the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Team had entered Qingshi County, Ma Huiming had felt perpetually one step behind. After a moment of contemplation, Ma Huiming promptly reported to the Secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, Fang Baiqing. Fang Baiqing immediately contacted the Director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Xiang Rue. Xiang Rue swiftly arranged for the initiation of border control and wanted procedures against Wang Jihong. Dispatching Zhang Yi, the captain of the first team of the Municipal Criminal Investigation Division, to support the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Team and directly take over the Liu Guodong suicide case. Zhang Yi and his companions arrived with remarkable speed. Just a few hours later, They settled into the Qingshi guest house and formed a joint investigation team with the Special Case Group of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. They promptly convened a meeting to analyze the case concerning Liu Guodong's suicide and his subsequent flight from justice. During the analysis session, Fu Wenbin, the director of the First Supervision and Inspection Office of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission and deputy leader of the Special Case Group, provided a detailed account of the Xindong grain theft case and the circumstances surrounding Liu Guodong's suspected murder. Chen Haonan, the director of the Technical Department of the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team, asserted the necessity of dispatching personnel to the scene of Liu Guodong's death to uncover any clues that might suggest foul play. Zhang Yi, the captain of the 1st Brigade of the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team, stated that he would immediately arrange for personnel to monitor all entrances and exits of Guangzhou City, while also notifying the Provincial Public Security Department for assistance. An hour later, the Provincial Public Security Department received a notification from Guangnan Province, indicating that a suspect, presumed to be Wang Jihong, along with his vehicle, had been intercepted by the police in Qingshi County, Guangzhou City. Upon hearing this, Ma Huiming exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Indeed, it's him." Shortly thereafter, Chen Haonan reported to Ma Huiming regarding the investigation results from the scene of Liu Guodong's death. The marks on the rope used for hanging did not correspond with another set of strangulation marks. Although the crime scene had been severely compromised, a thorough examination led to the discovery of a belt in a corner. Currently, the forensic team was conducting an autopsy on the body, and the belt had been sent to the Guangzhou Criminal Investigation Team for specialized testing. Chen Haonan expressed his gratitude, stating, "You have worked diligently. Please inform me as soon as the test results are available." With the assistance of the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team, the Special Case Group of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission experienced a remarkable turn of fortune, successfully apprehending Wang Jihong and making significant progress in the investigation of Liu Guodong's cause of death. Ma Huiming felt a considerable weight lifted from his heart. At 10:10 a.m., Zhang Yi, the captain of the 1st Brigade of the Guangzhou Criminal Investigation Team, set out for the Public Security Bureau of Qingshi County, Guangzhou City, intending to escort Wang Jihong back to the Qingshi County guest house. 20 minutes prior, Zhang Jian, the captain of the Qingshi County Criminal Investigation Team, had already taken a shortcut to the Guangzhou City Public Security Bureau, arriving 30 minutes ahead of Zhang Yi and taking Wang Jihong into custody. When Zhang Yi and his team arrived at the Guangzhou City Public Security Bureau, they found themselves at a loss. "Hello, I am Zhang Yi, captain of the 1st Brigade of the Guangzhou Criminal Investigation Team. I am here on official business to take custody of the suspect Wang Jihong involved in the grain theft case from Qingshi County. Here are my credentials. I kindly ask for your cooperation." "Thank you." Zhang Yi politely addressed Yang Hu, the deputy director of the Guangzhou City Public Security Bureau, who was responsible for holding Wang Jihong. Yang Hu feigned surprise as he replied, "The suspect has already been taken away by your officers from Qingshi County." "What? Taken away? Who authorized them to do so?" Zhang Yi's heart sank with unease, realizing the gravity of the situation. Zhang Yi's eyes flickered as he excused himself to the restroom, where he promptly dialed Ma Huiming's number. "Hello, Secretary Ma. Wang Jihong has been taken away by the police from Qingshi County. The situation appears suspicious, and I sense something amiss. Please find a way to intercept Wang Jihong and prevent the Qingshi County police from detaining him." "Understood, we will act immediately." Ma Huiming, sensing the urgency, wasted no time and arranged for personnel to wait at the highway junction between Qingshi County and Guangnan Province to intercept any vehicle transporting Wang Jihong. After hanging up, Zhang Yi returned to Qingshi County, only to receive a call from his old classmate from the police academy, Deputy Director of the Qingshi County Public Security Bureau, Peng Jiqiang. "Zhang Yi, just now, a colleague from our criminal investigation team, Wang Gang, informed me that the fugitive Wang Jihong has been taken away by team leader Zhang Jian. I thought you should know." "Thank you, Jiqiang. Any idea where they might be taking him?" Zhang Yi inquired urgently. "He is likely headed to the Qingshi County Detention Center. The warden, Fan Shijuan, has close ties with Zhang Jian," Peng Jiqiang replied knowingly. "All right, got it." A surge of relief washed over Zhang Yi, and he quickly called Ma Huiming again. "Secretary Ma, Wang Jihong is likely being sent to the Qingshi County Detention Center. Please arrange for someone to check there immediately." "Understood." Fearing that time was of the essence, Ma Huiming personally led the task force, racing towards the detention center. Upon arrival, they spotted a police car, with Wang Jihong visibly seated in the back. They swiftly approached to block the vehicle. Ma Huiming leaped out, brandishing his work ID, standing resolutely in front of the police car, and called out loudly, "Stop!" Zhang Jian, gripping the steering wheel, abruptly pressed the clutch and brake, recalling Hu Dahai's instructions, and nervously stated, "I'm sorry, Secretary Ma. According to protocol, the suspect must first be detained at the detention center. Please step aside." With unwavering determination, Ma Huiming replied sternly, "Wang Jihong is a suspect in the grain corruption case. According to relevant regulations, the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Task Force has the authority to take him for investigation. I ask for your cooperation. Immediately stop the vehicle." Secretary Ma, while it is true that Wang Jihong is a suspect, he can still be interrogated at the detention center. There are directives from above, indicating that Wang Jihong may have other issues that necessitate his detention. Zhang Jian attempted to reason. Before he could finish, Ma Huiming interrupted, "Who do you mean by above?" "I will call him right now." Zhang Jian found himself at a loss for words. He certainly could not disclose that it was Hu Dahai's order. Ultimately, he conceded, turning off the engine and parking the car, watching helplessly as the task force led Wang Jihong away. After they left, Zhang Jian reluctantly dialed Hu Dahai's number. "Director Hu." Just now, Secretary Ma Huiming forcibly took Wang Jihong away. Upon hearing Zhang Jian's words, Hu Dahai could not contain his rising voice. "What? They took him away by force? How audacious of them to act so brazenly on my turf." Chapter 10. A heart turned to ashes at the entrance of the Qingshi County Detention Center. A confrontation erupted between the Special Investigation Team from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission and the local police department. Wang Jihong felt a profound emptiness. As if his heart had turned to ashes, his gaze was vacant, and his legs felt as though they were laden with lead, rendering him unable to move. Ultimately, he was half-dragged, half-lifted into the vehicle by the members of the investigation team. Upon entering the car, a pungent odor reminiscent of excrement and urine assaulted the senses, prompting the staff to exchange furtive glances at Wang Jihong's lower region, sharing a wry smile. The driver, detecting the foul stench, promptly rolled down all the windows. As the vehicle commenced its journey, a refreshing breeze swept in, allowing the previously suffocated occupants to finally take a breath, turning their faces toward the open windows. The black Passat belonging to the investigation team sped along the road leading to Qingshi County, with Ma Huiming seated in the passenger seat, his demeanor grave as he strategized on how to extract information from Wang Jihong. Meanwhile, Wang Jihong, trembling under the oppressive presence of Ma Huiming, felt a mix of embarrassment and discomfort as his damp, clingy trousers adhered uncomfortably to him. His thoughts spiraled chaotically. This was the end. Glancing outside, he watched the trees blur past, the county town drawing ever closer. Sweat beaded on his palms as he pondered the stark difference between being taken away by the municipal investigation team versus the local police. If it were the police, perhaps there would be room for negotiation, but with the investigation team, he feared he might soon crumble under the pressure. No, he must endure. As the Passat pulled into the Qingshi reception center, Ma Huiming promptly assigned Fu Wenbin and Zhang Yi, who had just returned, to interrogate Wang Jihong. Fu Wenbin planned to take Wang directly to the interrogation room on the second floor. In a timid voice, Wang Jihong pleaded, "Leader, may I take a shower and change my trousers first?" Fu Wenbin, a seasoned veteran of the discipline inspection for decades, had witnessed countless scenarios. Standing 2 meters away, he caught a whiff of the foul odor and, wrinkling his brow, nodded in acquiescence. Once inside the bathroom, Wang Jihong surveyed his surroundings. Guards stood watch outside, and the windows were secured with anti-theft bars. Escape was impossible. Contemplating his crimes, he feared the investigation team might uncover the truth, leading him to a dead end. Thoughts of suicide crossed his mind, but he recoiled at the idea of death. Sighing, he resolved to take things one step at a time. The bathroom door could not be locked, as the investigation team would not allow it. After a brief rinse, knocks echoed from outside, prompting him to sigh once more. He donned a set of pajamas provided by the investigation team. His head hung low as he stepped out. In the interrogation room, Zhang Ye's piercing gaze fixed intently on Wang Jihong, who was the first to break the silence. "Did you send someone to kill Liu Guodong?" he demanded. "No, that's not true. Wasn't he at a suicide?" Wang Jihong hastily attempted to dissociate himself from the accusation. "Suicide? How do you know it was a suicide?" Zhang Ye's eyes seemed to penetrate Wang Jihong's very soul, sending chills down his spine. "Everyone says so." The guilty Wang Jihong, unable to meet Zhang Ye's gaze, attempted to mask the turmoil in his eyes. "I shall ask you once more, did you order Liu Guodong's assassination?" Wang Jihong's furtive movements had already betrayed him, and Zhang Yi, seasoned in such matters, grew increasingly confident in his suspicions. "No." Wang Jihong continued to deny culpability. "Wang Jihong, I must inform you that by voluntarily confessing, you may still have a chance for leniency, should you remain obstinate. However, the consequences will be severe." Zhang Ye's voice was sharp, rising with intensity. Wang Jihong, an astute individual, comprehended that admitting to murder would lead to a death sentence. Resolutely he thought, "No matter what you say, I shall not confess." He feigned indifference, adopting the demeanor of a pig unperturbed by boiling water, and from that point on, no matter what Zhang Yi and Fu Wenbin queried, he remained silent. Wang Jihong's lack of cooperation led the interrogation to a stalemate. Observing Wang Jihong's obstinacy, Fu Wenbin remained unruffled, sipping his tea before stating with a bemused smile, "Wang Jihong, considering you are already here, do you truly believe that our special task force lacks any evidence against you?" Evidence. That wretched Li Mingliang indeed provided them with incriminating proof. The charge of embezzlement was inescapable, and Wang Jihong's eyes darted as his expression softened. Fu Wenbin, keenly attuned to the nuances of Wang Jihong's countenance, decided to intensify the pressure. On November 20th, Wang Jihong, the director of the Grain Management Office in Xindong Township, embezzled 3,000 jin of grain. On November 25th, he pilfered an additional 5,000 jin. Fu Wenbin produced a photocopy of the ledger that Liu Guodong had entrusted to Li Mingliang and began to read aloud. With an impassive expression, Fu Wenbin recited the details, prompting Wang Jihong to lift his head, revealing a look of shock and dread. Fu Wenbin lowered the document, regarding Wang Jihong with a mocking gaze, inquiring playfully, "Shall I continue reading?" The evidence was irrefutable, compelling Wang Jihong to acknowledge his guilt in the embezzlement of grain. He pondered to himself, "At worst, I will serve time. As long as I evade the death penalty, I shall endure. No need to read further. I confess." The previously arrogant Wang Jihong hung his head, dejectedly admitting his crimes. "Wang Jihong, you must speak the truth. Since your appointment as the director of the Grain Management Office over 2 years ago, you have embezzled 500,000 jin of grain. I refuse to believe you could have accomplished this without accomplices. Who are your associates?" Fu Wenbin slammed his hand on the table, his voice booming. I hired workers." Wang Jihong's gaze wandered, his mind racing as he sought every means to avoid implicating Wang Biao and Liu Kuei. "Fu Wenbin, do not fabricate tales. Which workers? What worker could witness you moving such quantities of grain and remain oblivious? Unless they are your accomplices, name them," Fu Wenbin demanded, his tone icy. Fu Wenbin pressed on relentlessly, causing Wang Jihong to break out in a cold sweat. He raised his hand to wipe his brow, hesitating to continue. He glanced at the recorder beside him and meekly requested, "Esteemed leader, may I trouble you for a glass of water?" "Pour him some water." Fu Wenbin, having encountered numerous corrupt officials, dismissed Wang Jihong's feeble ploy with a silent derision, thinking to himself, "Let us see how long you can maintain this charade." The recorder filled a glass of water for Wang Jihong, who took it and gulped it down in one go. "Ah, I was indeed parched." Wang Jihong exhaled deeply. "Now that you've quenched your thirst, speak up," Fu Wenbin urged. "It was 5 temporary workers from our grain management office. They were all involved," Wang Jihong said. Casting a furtive glance at Fu Wenbin, his mind racing with uncertainty, would he believe this? "Wang Jihong, it seems you are truly oblivious to the gravity of your situation. Do you really think we are unaware of everything?" Fu Wenbin chuckled derisively at Wang Jihong's self-satisfied cunning. Chapter 11. Stubborn resistance. Fu Wenbin's words startled Wang Jihong. How much did they actually know? Doubt seized Wang Jihong, leaving him speechless. "To be frank, we at the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team have scrutinized your social networks. Your little schemes cannot remain concealed. It would be wiser to come clean." Fu Wenbin, though not fully informed, intentionally made this statement to provoke Wang Jihong. Yet, Wang Jihong was no fool. He shifted his gaze, refusing to be baited, and fell silent. "So, you wish to stubbornly resist, do you?" Fu Wenbin, feeling a surge of irritation at Wang Jihong's defiance, raised his voice an octave. "Good thing you didn't fall for it." Wang Jihong silently congratulated himself. "Did you hear that?" Fu Wenbin slammed the table in anger. Meanwhile, Ma Huiming, who had been listening from the adjacent room, sensed a shift in Fu Wenbin's demeanor. Frowning, he looked at his watch. Noon. Ma Huiming approached the interrogation room and knocked on the door. The recorder rose to open it, and Ma Huiming called inside. "Comrades Wenbin and Zhang Yi, it's time for lunch. We'll resume after eating." Fu Wenbin and Ma Huiming shared an unspoken understanding. They both knew Ma Huiming's summons was not merely for a meal. Exchanging a glance with Zhang Yi, Fu Wenbin stood and instructed the recorder. "Let Xiao Xia come in to oversee. We shall take our leave for lunch." Wang Jihong, having not eaten since the previous night, felt his stomach growl at the mention of food, his eyes sparkling with hunger as he watched the 3 depart the interrogation room. Soon after, a tall, expressionless investigator from the Special Task Force, Wang Ji, entered and sat down beside Wang Jihong, arms crossed, silent. "Excuse me, when might I have the opportunity to eat?" Wang Jihong inquired, attempting to curry favor with Wang Ji. Before Wang Ji entered, Ma Huiming had already informed him not to engage in conversation with Wang Jihong and to deny any of his requests. When Wang Jihong spoke to him, he feigned deafness, ignoring him entirely. "Comrade, could I have some water?" Wang Jihong continued. Wang Ji remained unresponsive, treating Wang Jihong as if he were merely a specter. Observing Wang Ji's indifference, Wang Jihong realized that the special investigation team was intent on making things difficult for him. He silently vowed, "You underestimate me too much. I can endure days and nights without food or drink." Determined to withstand the pressure from the special investigation team, Wang Jihong settled into his seat, closing his eyes to rest. The interrogation room was enveloped in silence, and as Wang Jihong waited with his eyes shut, the urge to urinate gradually intensified. An hour later, he felt exhausted, hungry, thirsty, and desperate for relief. "Hey, comrade! Comrade!" Wang Jihong called out to Wang Ji, his earlier composure evaporating. Wang Ji paid him no mind, also resting his eyes. Frustrated, Wang Jihong cursed inwardly. "Where are those 3 bastards? Hurry up and finish the interrogation so I can rest. My backside is getting numb." Another 20 minutes passed, and Wang Jihong's urgency grew unbearable. "Comrade, I need to use the restroom," he anxiously implored Wang Ji. Wang Ji remained unmoved. Infuriated, Wang Jihong began to protest. "This is abuse. You can't treat me like this. Can't you hear me? I need to go." His face flushed with the strain. He pressed his legs together, fidgeting incessantly as the pressure mounted. Meanwhile, Ma Huiming summoned Fu Wenbin and Zhang Yi, and the 3 walked side by side. Ma Huiming patted Fu Wenbin on the shoulder and remarked, half smiling, "Interrogations shouldn't be rushed. Let us have a meal first." They headed straight for the cafeteria. Just before entering, Chen Haonan, the head of the technical department of the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team, hurried back from outside, clutching a stack of documents. Approaching them with excitement, he waved the papers and exclaimed, "Secretary Ma, the autopsy report and the belt analysis report have arrived." With many eyes around, Ma Huiming glanced left and right, signaling Chen Haonan to hold his tongue for the moment. Understanding the cue, Chen Haonan followed Ma Huiming into the cafeteria, beaming with anticipation. Inside, members of the Special Investigation Team and the Criminal Investigation Team gathered for a meal, including Li Mingliang. The cafeteria bustled with personnel from the Qingshi Hotel, creating a lively atmosphere. After filling their plates, Ma Huiming, Zhang Yi, Fu Wenbin, and Chen Haonan retreated to a small private room to dine and converse. Placing his tray on the table, Chen Haonan pulled out the stack of documents from his pocket and whispered, "Secretary Ma, the autopsy report and the belt analysis are in. It confirms that the assailant used the belt to strangle the victim and staged it as a suicide. Unfortunately, we couldn't extract any fingerprints from the belt, so the evidence remains insufficient. We are currently conducting further technical investigations at the crime scene." "Good, just as I suspected." Ma Huiming nodded with satisfaction. The phone suddenly rang with a series of beeps, startling Zhang Yi. He retrieved his mobile device from his pocket. Noticing that it was a call from his classmate at the police academy, Deputy Director Peng Jiqiang of the Qingshi County Public Security Bureau, he promptly pressed the answer button. "Zhang Yi, there is something I need to discuss with you. Is it convenient for you to talk?" Peng Jiqiang inquired cautiously. Zhang Yi glanced at the individuals seated at the dining table, activated the speakerphone, and nodded, saying, "It's convenient." "What is it? Please go ahead." One of Wang Jihong's cousins, named Wang Biao, was released from prison 10 years ago after serving time for robbery, came Peng Jiqiang's subdued voice from the phone. Since his release, Wang Biao has been aimlessly drifting, lacking formal employment. I suspect his financial struggles have driven him to petty crimes. I have apprehended him several times for theft. However, in the past 2 years, he seems to have found some lucrative business. He has become quite affluent, frequently visiting casinos and entertainment venues. I've heard he is quite generous with his friends, and now has 5 or 6 followers, gaining a bit of notoriety in Qingshi County, Peng Jiqiang continued. Some witnesses have seen Wang Biao often visiting the grain management office in Xindong Township to meet Wang Jihong. The owner of a small shop outside the grain management office reported seeing Wang Biao accompanied by a tall man on the day of the murder. You should inquire with that shop owner for more information. Peng Jiqiang, wary of complications, hurriedly concluded the call. In the private room, the others fell into deep contemplation, pondering that Wang Biao might indeed be a key figure in the grain theft case involving Wang Jihong. "Secretary Ma, we have retrieved a footprint from the crime scene of Liu Guodong's death." Chen Haonan's voice shattered the silence. "Comrade Haonan, after you finish your meal, Promptly conduct a technical comparison of this footprint to ascertain the physical characteristics of its owner. Additionally, intensify the search at the scene to see if we can extract any fingerprint information. Ma Huiming exclaimed, his eyes brightening with the news. Understood. Chen Haonan nodded, bowing his head to hastily fill his mouth with food. A fox will reveal its tail eventually. Chapter 12. The discovery of new clues. As long as the height and weight of the footprint match Wang Biao, Comrade Zhang Yi, I suggest you lead a team to apprehend him immediately, Fu Wenbin remarked, taking a sip of soup to clear his throat. No. First I will take my team to inquire at the small shop outside the grain management office in Xindong Township to find that shop owner. We must gather evidence first. Zhang Yi shook his head resolutely. Knock, knock, knock. As the discussion regarding the case continued in the private room, a sudden knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Come in, Ma Huiming called out. Li Mingliang gently pushed the door open, feeling the gaze of the four city leaders upon him, which made him somewhat anxious. He steeled himself and said, Secretary Ma, I have some information I would like to share with you. Comrade Mingliang, please come in and take a seat. Share your thoughts with us. Ma Huiming, having a favorable impression of Li Mingliang, smiled and gestured to an empty chair beside him, inviting him to sit. Ma Huiming's warm smile put Li Mingliang at ease as he entered the private room, casually closing the door behind him and taking a seat beside Ma. After settling in, Li took a deep breath and, with resolute eyes, addressed Ma Shujian. Secretary Ma, the two individuals who pursued me that day likely left numerous traces in my dormitory. I recommend that you arrange for someone to investigate. There may be new discoveries waiting to be made. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up upon hearing Li Mingliang's words. His gaze intensely focused on him. Comrade Mingliang, your timing is impeccable. With fervor, Zhang Yi snatched the keys and swiftly finished the last few bites of his meal before placing the plate aside and dashing out, commanding, Lu Kai, Huang Jie, Zheng Jianyu. Come with me now. Zhang Ye's decisive and energetic demeanor left Li Mingliang astonished, his eyes following Zhang's charismatic departure, his mouth agape in admiration. Zhang Yi turned back to see Li Mingliang's endearing expression and couldn't help but chuckle. He re-entered the room, gave Li a hearty pat on the shoulder, and cheerfully inquired, almost forgot, where do you live? I reside in the county government's single dormitory, room 203. Here's the key, Li Mingliang replied, retrieving a key from his pocket to hand to Zhang Yi. However, Zhang Yi did not take the key. Instead, he patted Li's shoulder again and said, let us go together. You'll guide us. Oh, all right, together. Li Mingliang felt a surge of surprise at Zhang Ye's sudden invitation. Nevertheless, the prospect of contributing to the special investigation team filled him with exhilaration, a mix of nervousness and excitement illuminating his face. Nodding in agreement, the two exited the private room in succession. Soon after, Zhang Yi and the four men hopped into a police vehicle, which sped out of the Qingshi guest house. Throughout the journey, Li Mingliang continuously replayed the harrowing scene of the assailants chasing him, striving to provide more detailed clues for the impending investigation. The Qingshi guest house was in close proximity to the county government dormitory. Within 5 minutes, the Passat arrived. Zhang Yi was the first to disembark, and Li Mingliang hurriedly followed, his long legs carrying him swiftly up the stairs. He opened the dormitory door but hesitated to enter, standing at the threshold to await Zhang Yi and the others. Comrade Mingliang, well done. You know how to preserve the scene, Zhang Yi praised as he approached the door. Not at all. I've just seen it done that way on television, Li Mingliang replied bashfully, scratching his head. People leave their mark, just as geese leave their calls. Especially when it concerns two large men. Captain Zhang, there's a footprint here, Lu Kai exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a print on the floor. Could it be Comrade Mingliang's? Zhang Yi inquired cautiously. No, it doesn't match his shoes. The imprint is different, Lu Kai replied confidently. Captain Zhang, there's another footprint here, and it differs from the last. Huang Jie indicated a print in front of the cabinet. Good, keep searching, Zhang Yi commanded. Zhang Yi meticulously directed the on-site investigation. Captain Zhang, there's a fingerprint on this counter. Jianyu also made a discovery. After a thorough examination, they found several footprints and fingerprints in Li Mingliang's room. Zhang Yi promptly instructed Huang Jie to drive the collected evidence to the city's Criminal Investigation Division for technical comparison. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi asked Huang Jie to continue investigating in Li Mingliang's dormitory. Zhang Yi, accompanied by Lu Kai and Li Mingliang, proceeded to the grain management office in Xindong Township, where they sought out the owner of a small shop outside the office. The shopkeeper, a man in his 60s, noticed a police car parked at the entrance and watched with curiosity as 3 men, 2 of whom were in uniform, hurriedly entered. Good day, sir. We are from the Criminal Investigation Division of the Ganzhou Public Security Bureau. Here is my identification. We would like to ask you a few questions. Zhang Yi politely offered the shopkeeper a cigarette and ignited it for him before introducing himself. Oh, a deputy director named Peng from the county police visited me this morning. Why are you here again? The straightforward shopkeeper spoke candidly. The deputy director Peng is my classmate from police academy. He sent me to gather information regarding a significant case. We need to take a statement and record the conversation, so I kindly ask for your cooperation. Zhang Yi explained as he placed a voice recorder on the counter and pressed the record button. All right. The shopkeeper nodded in agreement, displaying the qualities of a good citizen. Do you happen to know Wang Biao, the cousin of Wang Jihong, the director of the grain management office? Zhang Yi inquired while recording. As Lu Kai began to take notes. Of course I know him. Wang Biao, everyone calls him Biao Gu. He's quite famous around here. He often comes to buy cigarettes and seems to have plenty of money, always purchasing several packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, the shopkeeper recalled. Does he usually come alone during the day or at night, or does he bring someone along? Zhang Yi leisurely asked, taking a puff from his cigarette. That varies. He comes both day and night. Whenever he visits, he usually brings along a very tall man, the shopkeeper replied thoughtfully. Do you know Liu Guodong, the deputy director of the grain management office? Zhang Yi asked, exhaling a puff of smoke and shaking off the ash. Of course I know him. He's a good man. Often helps the elderly with their grain deliveries, very amiable. It's unfortunate that good people don't live long. He committed suicide at the grain office. So many police officers showed up, such a tragedy. The shopkeeper expressed his sorrow over Liu Guodong's fate. Unlike their director Wang Jihong, who always looks down on us common folk. The shopkeeper scoffed. The public knows well who is good and who is bad. Whenever the farmers come to deliver grain, Wang Jihong always finds fault with them, even when they're under the sun. It's disgraceful, he added disdainfully. Moreover, Wang Jihong is a rather malevolent individual, treating his subordinates with disdain. The temporary workers in the department often find themselves subjected to his harsh reprimands, the vitriol of which is audible even from my quarters. At this juncture, the boss's demeanor shifted to one of profound contempt. Chapter 13. Guilt-ridden and restless on the night of Liu Guodong's suicide. Did Wang Biao visit the grain depot? Zhang Yi inquired about his foremost concern. He did come, indeed. Around 9 that evening, Wang Biao rode over on his motorcycle, stopping by my place beforehand to purchase a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. The boss's memory remained remarkably sharp. Did anyone else visit the grain depot that night? Did you hear any unusual sounds? Zhang Yi pressed on. I cannot say. I closed the shop and retired upstairs to sleep, so I was unaware, the boss responded thoughtfully. Thank you, boss. Here is my phone number. Should you recall anything or come across other valuable leads, please do not hesitate to call me, Zhang Yi said, tearing off a sheet of paper on which he inscribed his name and number, handing it to the shopkeeper. The boss accepted the paper, glanced at it, and placed it into the drawer of the counter. As the Special Investigation Team from the Municipal Disciplinary Committee and the Qingshi County Criminal Investigation Unit worked tirelessly to uncover the truth behind the grain embezzlement case and the death of Liu Guodong, a sense of unease began to ripple through Qingshi County. Pan Wenmei, the director of the Qingshi County Grain Bureau and a close associate of Hu Dahai, the county's police chief with considerable power overseeing hundreds of law enforcement officers, felt the weight of his culpability. In his state of trepidation, he sought to ingratiate himself with Hu Dahai, hoping to safeguard his own corrupt dealings. Over the years, Pan Wenmei had amassed considerable wealth in his role, frequently leveraging their shared moments playing mahjong to intentionally lose money to Hu Dahai, thereby ensuring the latter's goodwill. However, with the arrival of the Special Investigation Team to scrutinize the grain corruption case, Pan Wenmei found himself in a state of disquiet, particularly after the suicide of Liu Guodong. He sensed impending calamity and promptly divulged to Hu Dahai the bribes offered by Wang Jihong, requesting a meeting to caution Wang against indiscretion. Recently, with the Municipal Disciplinary Committee and the Criminal Investigation Unit present in Qingshi County, Su Guohao, wary of unforeseen complications, instructed the flamboyant Hu Dahai to exercise restraint. Hu Dahai, wary of defying Su Guohao's orders, altered his previously ostentatious behavior, adhering to a more disciplined routine of timely attendance at work, maintaining a straightforward existence between the office and home, and adopting a more congenial demeanor, resembling a dutiful public servant. Zheng Jian, the captain of the Qingshi County Criminal Investigation Team and a trusted confidant of Hu Dahai, was promptly informed by Yang Hu, his classmate from the police academy and the deputy director of the police bureau in Guangnan Province's Xing County, upon Wang Jihong's arrest. Zheng Jian perceived the gravity of the situation immediately. Without hesitation, he promptly dialed Hu Dahai's number. At that moment, Hu Dahai was seated on the sofa in his office, enjoying a cup of tea. Suddenly, the mobile phone on his desk began to ring urgently. He quickly rose to answer the call, and upon seeing Zhang Jian's number, he hastily pressed the answer button. Hello, Director Hu. Wang Jihong has just been apprehended by the Public Security Bureau of Qingshi County in Guangnan Province. Zhang Jian's anxious voice resonated from the other end of the line. Good, you must find a way to bring Wang Jihong back to the county detention center immediately. Be swift. Do not let him fall into the hands of the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Team's Special Task Force. Hu Dahai thought quickly and commanded. After hanging up, he immediately dialed Pan Wenmei's number. Hello, Lao Pan. Wang Jihong has been captured by the Public Security Bureau of Qingshi County in Guangnan Province. My people are on their way to bring him back to the county detention center. Pan Wenmei, feeling restless these past few days and having had a poor night's sleep, perked up at Hu Dahai's words. Thank you, Director Hu. Please arrange for me to see Wang Jihong immediately. Thus unfolded the scene where the Qingshi County Public Security Bureau arrived to take Wang Jihong away half an hour earlier than the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team. Unfortunately, the Special Task Force moved faster than Hu Dahai had anticipated, directly taking Wang Jihong from Zhang Jian's custody and transporting him to the Qingshi Reception Center. Consequently, Hu Dahai's plans to arrange a meeting between Pan Wenmei and Wang Jihong fell through. Meanwhile, Hu Dahai believed that his scheme to intercept Wang Jihong from the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team had gone unnoticed by County Mayor Su Guohao. Unexpectedly, he was summoned to the mayor's office, where the door was closed, and he was met with a barrage of scolding. Are you trying to court disaster? Do you realize you are playing with fire? By attempting to seize someone the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team intends to take, are you not blatantly indicating that we have internal issues? Mayor, it was Pan Wenmei who sought my assistance, and I was merely concerned for his safety, Hu Dahai retorted, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Pan Wenmei, he is on the brink of ruin. Why are you aiding him? Su Guohao, shorter in stature than Hu Dahai, lifted his chin to bring his face closer to Hu Dahai's, which bore a look of indignation. Let me tell you, the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Team's Special Task Force is currently monitoring Qingshi County. Use your wits. Do not act without my orders. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Su Guohao rarely displayed such anger towards Hu Dahai, and as Hu Dahai reflected on the years he had devoted to serving Su Guohao, a sense of grievance washed over him at the abrupt change in Su's demeanor. Noticing Hu Dahai's tense expression and perceived reluctance, Su Guohao softened his tone and appealed to their camaraderie. Ah, Lao Hu, I was a bit hasty earlier. Do not take it to heart. We are in this together. I would never betray you. Upon careful contemplation, it becomes evident that the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Team's primary objective is to investigate the corruption within our county's grain system. This indicates that the city must have possessed certain intelligence prior to the team's arrival. Thus, it is inconceivable that they would depart empty-handed. Su Guohao and Hu Dahai began to analyze the stakes involved. Moreover, Wang Jihong, in his audacity, has even caused a fatality. Not even the Celestial Masters could rescue him now. Should he encounter misfortune, it is certain that Pan Wenmei would be unable to shield himself. Are you willing to jeopardize your own future for Pan Wenmei? Su Guohao scrutinized Hu Dahai with a penetrating gaze. Following Su Guohao's analysis, Hu Dahai finally grasped the intricacies of the situation, dispelling his earlier grievances, and anxiously inquired, County Chief, I was mistaken. What should I do now? What should you do? Naturally, it is to ensure your own safety. If Pan Wenmei were to be captured by the inspection team, do you think he would refrain from implicating us? Consider carefully. He possesses a wealth of knowledge. Su Guohao narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of malice lurking within. So, what do you imply? Hu Dahai pressed further. Eradicate the root of the problem. You must promptly find someone to eliminate Pan Wenmei, ensuring it is executed as cleanly as possible. He must not fall into the hands of the inspection team, nor should there be any incriminating evidence left behind. Su Guohao finally articulated his innermost thoughts. Hu Dahai, while aware of Su Guohao's ruthlessness, was taken aback by the severity of his intentions, instilling an indescribable fear towards the leader he had followed for several years. Old Hu, hesitation in decisive moments leads to chaos. Do not waver. Execute my instructions immediately. Su Guohao, growing impatient with Hu Dahai's continued objections, commanded decisively. Chapter 14. The confrontation at the county standing committee meeting while Hu Dahai was secretly devising a flawless plan to eliminate Pan Wenmei. County Party Secretary Tang Chengze was also strategizing to leverage the presence of the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Team in Qingshi County, aiming to enhance his own influence within the county while Su Guohao and his associates were on the defensive. On the evening that Wang Jihong was brought to the Qingshi County Reception Center, Tang Chengze convened a standing committee meeting. As per tradition, county standing committee meetings typically see members enter the conference room in order of their rank and seniority, with the highest-ranking official, the county party secretary, usually being the last to arrive. However, the situation in Qingshi County was slightly different. It was customary for County Chief Su Guohao to be the last to enter the meeting room. Although Tang Chiwen held a nominally higher position than Su Guohao, the latter, having been promoted locally and possessing substantial experience and influence, often garnered the loyalty of many local leaders who tended to align with Su Guohao. Initially, Tang Chiwen would express his displeasure, occasionally reprimanding disobedient officials, only to find Su Guohao consistently stepping in to defend them. Subsequently, Su Guohao would often ally with other standing committee members, placing Tang Chiwen in a difficult position during meetings. Over time, Tang Chiwen learned to temper his ambitions, reaching a tacit understanding with Su Guohao. On this particular day, as committee members gradually took their seats, they found themselves waiting for an extended period without the arrival of Tang Chiwen, while Su Guohao had already settled into his seat. As Su Guohao took his seat, Tang Chiwen entered the room. He surveyed the gathering with a sweeping glance before settling into the innermost position at the oval table, his face radiating warmth. The attendees noted that Tang Chiwen appeared quite different today. Now that comrades have all arrived, let us commence the meeting, Tang Chiwen announced after clearing his throat. The initial topics of discussion were mundane affairs, lacking any particular significance, and were swiftly approved by the standing committee members. Su Guohao, however, seemed rather despondent, barely lifting his eyelids as Tang Chiwen presented each agenda item. As per custom, the committee members would glance at Su Guohao's expression before expressing their agreement. A nod from him would elicit unanimous support from the others. Tang Chiwen observed this dynamic with a silent smirk, finally broaching the last agenda item. Comrades, let us now discuss the final topic. He lifted a thermos cup and took a gentle sip of tea. It appeared that this last item was merely a brief meeting. At that moment, Liu Guodong, the county's discipline inspection secretary, covertly glanced at his watch. It was 8 p.m., time to return home for a bath and a good night's sleep. Comrades, our county's finance bureau chief, Xie Tian, was diagnosed with late-stage liver cancer last month and is currently receiving treatment in the capital. He has submitted his resignation from the position of finance bureau chief to the county committee. We cannot leave the finance bureau without a chief for long. So I propose we promptly recommend a suitable candidate for the role. The unexpected nomination for the finance bureau chief swiftly captured the attention of the committee members, who had been somewhat disengaged. The position of finance bureau chief is one of significant authority in the county, overseeing the financial resources. Su Guohao privately mused that the new chief must be someone from his own circle. After a moment of contemplation, he cleared his throat, eager to speak. But before he could, Deputy Secretary of the County Committee, Zhang Kai, interjected. Secretary Tang, before taking on the role of Director of the County Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Sun Zhenwang worked within the county finance system for 10 years, amassing considerable experience in finance, and he is quite capable of assuming the position of Finance Bureau Chief. Su Guohao shot a surprised glance at Zhang Kai, thinking to himself, how is it that this usually reticent individual has suddenly found the courage to speak up today? Observing Tang Chiwen's approving gaze, Su Guohao felt a pang of unease. Could it be that these two had conspired beforehand? With a dismissive curl of his lips, Su Guohao thought, humph, Xindong County is my domain. I will not allow these clowns to disrupt the order. As soon as Zhang Kai finished speaking, Su Guohao promptly countered. Sun Zhenwang has only served as the County Supply and Marketing Cooperative Director for 2 years. His qualifications are still insufficient. The work of the Finance Bureau is of utmost importance. We must approach the selection process with caution. After voicing his concerns, he surveyed the other members with a serious expression, hinting at a warning. However, Tang Chiwen was not inclined to indulge Su Guohao today. He quickly replied, County Chief Su is being overly cautious. I have reviewed Sun Zhenwang's resume. He is a distinguished graduate of Linjiang University of Finance and Economics, with ample experience in financial work. Since he assumed the role of Director of the County Supply and Marketing Cooperative, the cooperative has consistently achieved excellent ratings in the comprehensive evaluations of county-level units for 2 consecutive years, clearly demonstrating Comrade Sun Zhenwang's formidable work capabilities. When selecting leaders, it is imperative that we prioritize individuals who possess both virtue and talent. Comrade Sun Zhenwang has worked within the county's financial system for many years, continuously receiving honors as an advanced individual at the national, provincial, municipal, and county levels. His political acumen is exceptional, and I believe Comrade Sun Zhenwang is most suitable for this position. Upon hearing Tang Chiwen's remarks, Su Guohao's expression soured, and he inwardly mused, Tang Chiwen, that old fox, must have taken leave of his senses today. Does he truly believe I am a feeble cat just because the tiger remains silent? Su Guohao glanced at the county committee's deputy secretary and secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission, Zhou Shuixin, signaling him to refute Tang Qiwen's assertions. To his astonishment, Zhou Shuixin feigned ignorance of Su Guohao's intent and deliberately lowered his head. Frustrated by Zhou Shuixin's indifference, Su Guohao's ire flared, cursing inwardly. Zhou Shuixin, you fool, do you no longer wish to maintain your position? Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaomei, a member of the county committee and minister of propaganda, unexpectedly echoed Tang Qiwen's sentiments. Secretary Tang's words hold significant merit. The selection and appointment of officials must indeed prioritize both virtue and talent, with virtue taking precedence. Comrade Sun Zhenwang is diligent and responsible, possesses strong professional abilities, and enjoys a solid foundation among the populace. The evaluation of him by the cadre and the masses is exceedingly high. Such a comrade deserves our utmost support. Su Guohao squinted at Zhang Xiaomei, perplexed by her sudden assertiveness, which was uncharacteristic of her usual demeanor. Following Zhang Xiaomei's endorsement, Zhang Guangxiao, a member of the county committee and minister of United Front Work, also concurred with Tang Qiwen's proposal. However, Executive Vice County Mayor Zhang Guangmei and Vice Mayor Qiu Zhengtai expressed their dissent, citing reasons such as a lack of experience. Observing that the majority had already sided with him, Tang Qiwen felt assured of victory and proposed, since there are differing opinions, let us proceed to a vote. Those in favor of Comrade Sun Zhenwang assuming the role of County Finance Director, please raise your hands. County Party Secretary Tang Qiwen was the first to raise his hand, followed closely by Deputy Secretary Zhang Kai, Minister of Propaganda Zhang Xiaomei, Minister of United Front Work Zhang Guangxiao, and Organization Minister Feng Jianqun, all of whom promptly raised their hands in agreement. County Discipline Inspection Commission Secretary Liu Guodong glanced around, casting a furtive glance at Su Guohao, hesitated momentarily, and eventually raised his hand as well. The Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission being aligned with the county committee meant that if he were to oppose alone, he would isolate himself. County People's Congress Chairman Xiong Jinyong, County Political Consultative Conference Chairman Wan Limin, and County Armed Forces Political Commissar Cheng Lushan also raised their hands in affirmation. Seeing that the number of supporters had surpassed half, Su Guohao reluctantly raised his hand. Executive Vice County Mayor Zhang Guangmei and Vice Mayor Qiu Zhengtai, noticing that their superior Su Guohao had acquiesced, also raised their hands in agreement. Thus, the decision for Sun Zhenwang to serve as the director of the Qingshi County Finance Bureau unexpectedly passed in accordance with County Party Secretary Tang Qiwen's wishes. Chapter 15. Evidence is conclusive, confidence abounds. A resounding victory. At tonight's standing committee meeting, Tang Qiwen finally had a moment to revel in his triumph. As the meeting concluded, without waiting for Su Guohao to rise, Tang Qiwen assertively exited first. It had always been Su Guohao who departed ahead. Today, however, the leader made the first move. Su Guohao, witnessing Tang Qiwen's triumphant demeanor, felt a surge of irritation, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he gazed at Tang Qiwen's retreating figure. Unfazed by Su Guohao's sentiments, Tang Qiwen summoned Organization Minister Feng Jianqun to accompany him, intending to discuss Comrade Sun Zhenwang's cadre evaluation work in his office post-meeting. For the past 2 years, Tang Qiwen had been firmly suppressed by Su Guohao. Now, with the special investigation team stationed in Qingshi County, it was evident that this year's scrutiny was markedly different from previous perfunctory inspections. The atmosphere suggested a serious endeavor, one that promised genuine repercussions. Tang Qiwen eagerly hoped for the investigation team to uncover more corrupt officials, as this would fortify his influence in Qingshi County. The more culprits exposed, the stronger his voice would become. Power, when not utilized, becomes obsolete. Seizing the opportunity while the special investigation team had Su Guohao preoccupied, Tang Qiwen was keen to elevate his own allies. Having grasped a few key vulnerabilities of several standing committee members, he subtly maneuvered the discussion regarding Sun Zhenwang's appointment as the head of the County Finance Bureau, ensuring it would pass smoothly. People are inherently drawn to advantage and averse to harm. Thus, the standing committee would naturally lean towards whoever appeared more formidable. This evening, Tang Qiwen had narrowly secured a victory against the cunning Su Guohao, yet the path to completely outmaneuver him remained arduous. After the meeting, Su Guohao patted the shoulder of Deputy Secretary of the County Committee and Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission, Zhou Shuixin, casting him a menacing glance. Zhou Shuixin, understanding the unspoken warning, paled and hurriedly followed Su Guohao's lead. Exiting the County Committee's office building with a grim countenance, Su Guohao was met by his driver, Xie Xiaofeng, who promptly opened the rear door, awaiting his entry. Zhou Shuixin trailed closely, resembling a sycophant, and as Su Guohao approached the vehicle, he quickly interjected, "County Chief, I have some work to discuss with you. May I know when it would be convenient? I am tired. Any matters can be addressed in my office tomorrow." Su Guohao replied, devoid of expression, Understood. Please rest well. I shall report to you during office hours tomorrow." Zhou Shuixin nodded deferentially, respectfully closing the car door behind Su Guohao and watching as the vehicle departed. From a distance, Zheng Xiaomei observed the scene with a disdainful sneer before turning away and exiting the building. Xie Xiaofeng had been Su Guohao's driver for a decade. With a relationship closer than that with Hu Dahai, he could discern Su Guohao's true intentions from a mere word or glance. Having just witnessed Su Guohao's displeasure and Zhou Shuixin's obsequious approach, it was evident that the latter had incurred Su Guohao's ire and was seeking to make amends. Su Guohao was not one to tolerate disrespect lightly. Zhou Shuixin would need to demonstrate genuine sincerity to appease him. In the Qingshi County Committee, a standing committee meeting was convened, while the special investigation team was ablaze with activity. At 6 p.m., in the interrogation room of the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Team, Wang Jihong had not consumed a morsel, despite having been granted permission to use the restroom once since entering the interrogation room. The staff member Wang Ji had not offered him even half a glass of water. Wang Jihong, tormented by thirst, seized the opportunity in the restroom to turn on the tap and gulp down copious amounts of tap water, now feeling his stomach swollen with it. Having gone without food for a day and a night, hunger had begun to gnaw at him, causing his vision to shimmer with green light. His mind incessantly dwelling on the large buns he had once scorned. Particularly vivid in his memory were the plump, steaming meat buns from the shop diagonally across from the new Dongxiang Grain Management Office. He had come to understand that the members of the Special Investigation Team were deliberately withholding food, believing it would force him to speak. He would endure. He could withstand this. In a small dining room of the Qingstone guest house, Chun Haonan held a stack of test reports, exuberantly reporting to Ma Huiming about the footprint found at Liu Guodong's death scene and the footprints and fingerprints extracted from Li Mingliang's dormitory. Secretary Ma. The fingerprints taken from Li Mingliang's room belonged to two individuals, one named Wang Biao and the other Liu Kui, both of whom are former inmates. Chun Haonan explained. The footprint from Liu Guodong's death scene matches one extracted from Li Mingliang's dormitory. The physical characteristics of the footprint correspond with Wang Biao's height and weight. He indicated the photographs of the footprints. Additionally, another footprint from Li Mingliang's dormitory aligns with Liu Kui's height and weight. He pointed to the other footprint. Ma Huiming expressed great satisfaction with the results, nodding approvingly. Comrade Haonan, the efficiency of your technical department is truly commendable. Turning to Zhang Yi, who was quietly dining, she said, Zhang Yi, please share the findings from the investigation at the small shop outside the new Dongxiang Grain Management Office. Zhang Yi was unfazed, promptly retrieving a voice recorder and pressing the play button. Ma Huiming, Chun Haonan, and Fu Wenbin listened intently to the dialogue between Zhang Yi and the shop owner, their faces lighting up with smiles by the end. Zhang Yi, well done. This solidifies the chain of evidence. Fu Wenbin clapped Zhang Yi on the shoulder, jubilantly stating, Comrade Zhang Yi, tonight's interrogation of Wang Jihong will be conducted by Comrade Wenbin. I trust you will arrange for the apprehension of Wang Biao and Liu Kui. Ma Huiming said with a cheerful smile. Understood. Zhang Yi was equally eager, already devising a plan for the apprehension of Wang Biao and Liu Kui. After dinner, Fu Wenbin, accompanied by Special Investigation Team members Xia Qingfeng and Jiang Gan, entered the interrogation room. Fu Wenbin took the lead, with Xia Qingfeng assisting and Jiang Gan taking notes. Upon seeing Fu Wenbin finally arrive, Wang Jihong quickly protested, Leader, you must have all had dinner by now, but I haven't even had breakfast. I'm experiencing low blood sugar and can barely sit steady. If I faint, it will be a hassle for you to take me to the hospital. Wang Jihong. It would be in your best interest to cooperate sincerely and promptly answer our questions. Once you have done so, you may indulge in your meal and rest. Fu Wenbin feigned a loud belch, inciting a noticeable displeasure on Wang Jihong's face. Have you come to a decision, Wang Jihong? Who exactly are your accomplices in the illicit grain trade? Fu Wenbin's gaze was piercing, fixed intently on Wang Jihong. Wang Jihong continued to obfuscate. Those 5 temporary workers at the grain depot. Armed with evidence, Fu Wenbin's casual revelations sent shivers down Wang Jihong's spine. Let me be candid, Wang Jihong. Your cousin Wang Biao and Liu Kui are implicated in the murder of Liu Guodong. Our city's criminal investigation team has already mobilized personnel to apprehend Wang Biao and Liu Kui, and I believe it won't be long before they are captured. Fu Wenbin chuckled coldly. Do not be obstinate. Confess quickly to secure a chance for leniency. Fu Wenbin's confidence was palpable, though his voice remained calm. The authority behind his words was undeniable. Chapter 16. With solid evidence comes confidence. Fu Wenbin's pronouncements indeed sent a wave of dread through Wang Jihong. However, Wang Jihong was a formidable adversary. He inhaled deeply, contemplating that Wang Biao and Liu Guodong had likely fled, and the police might not be able to apprehend them. As long as they remained at large, he had no cause for alarm. After all, a dead pig fears not boiling water. After a long day of exertion, Fu Wenbin too felt fatigued. From his interactions with Wang Jihong throughout the day, it was evident that Wang was exceptionally stubborn. If he chose silence, then perhaps it was best to leave him to himself for the time being. Oh, you refuse to speak, do you? Very well. I am also weary and will be leaving to rest, he declared. Xia Qingfeng, Jianggan, please escort him back to his quarters. Fu Wenbin rose, gathered his materials, and exited, internally musing that he had far more pressing matters awaiting his attention in the office. Spending time in a futile standoff with Wang Jihong was a waste of precious time. Comrade, I haven't had dinner yet. Upon Fu Wenbin's departure, Jianggan pulled Wang Jihong to his feet, signaling for him to move outside. Wang Jihong was still preoccupied with thoughts of his dinner. Ignoring him, Jianggan led Wang Jihong towards Xia Qingfeng, who coldly shot him a glance before disregarding his protests. Are you trying to starve me? Xia Qingfeng remained unyielding, directly escorting Wang Jihong to the holding room. Exhausted, weary, and famished, Wang Jihong collapsed onto the bed in the holding room, clutching his abdomen, resigned to endure the night in discomfort. Strangely, despite his fatigue, he found sleep elusive. His mind racing with thoughts on how to counter the special investigation team's scrutiny, his thoughts spiraling until he lost track of time. Eventually, after a fitful slumber, Jianggan returned to rouse him, dragging him back to the interrogation room for further questioning. Wang Jihong, thoroughly exhausted and weakened, found it difficult to muster the strength to walk. Xia Qingfeng prepared a bowl of instant noodles for him, and Wang Jihong devoured it voraciously, resembling a famished beast, finishing off the entire bowl in under 5 minutes, leaving not a drop of broth behind. Wang Jihong, having savored his instant noodles, gently caressed his belly, pondering, how could such deliciousness exist in this world? In the past, indulging in lavish feasts daily, he had squandered countless delicacies, truly oblivious to the fortune he possessed. Wang Jihong, you've satisfied your appetite. It's time to answer some questions, I assentiate? Mocked Xia Qingfeng. Undeterred by their taunts, Wang Jihong bowed his head, closed his eyes in a meditative state, and continued to feign unconsciousness. Observing Wang Jihong's defiance, Xia Qingfeng, intent on teasing him further, sent him back to his dormitory. Just 10 minutes into his rest, as Wang Jihong was on the verge of slumber, Wang Ji arrived to rouse him. This relentless cycle continued 4 or 5 times throughout the night, leaving Wang Jihong on the brink of collapse. Yet, facing a dire predicament, he gritted his teeth, resolute in his silence. Fu Wenbin, having encountered countless corrupt officials over the decades, was taken aback by the formidable tenacity of Wang Jihong, whose indomitable spirit even earned the respect of the seasoned discipline inspector. While Wang Jihong persisted in his resistance, Zhang Yi was tirelessly orchestrating the apprehension of Wang Biao and Liu Guodong. Leading his team directly to Wang Biao's residence in the county, they found it deserted. Undeterred by the encroaching night, they swiftly proceeded to Wang Biao's ancestral home in Banjiao village, Qingshi County, but still encountered no trace of him. Inside the Santana police vehicle of the Criminal Investigation Unit, several officers were at a loss. Captain Zhang, the suspect has fled. What should we do? Zhang Yi remained silent for a moment, contemplating, before dialing his former classmate, Peng Jiqiang, the deputy director of the Qingshi County Public Security Bureau. Hello, Chengze. I need your assistance with something. Peng Jiqiang, known for his integrity, often found himself at odds with the county's police chief, Hu Dahai, who held a disdain for him. This discord resulted in Hu Dahai conspiring with other deputy leaders to marginalize and vex Peng Jiqiang. Though capable, Peng Jiqiang was relegated to menial tasks. A modest and helpful individual with a strong personal charisma, he maintained good relationships within the Qingshi County police system. Recently, during a leadership meeting at the County Police Bureau, he had been subtly ridiculed by Hu Dahai, leaving him discontented as he sat in his office, smoking in silence. Just then, the crisp sound of his mobile phone rang out. Upon checking the caller ID, he saw it was Zhang Yi, promptly answering, "Hello, Zhang Yi." Zhang Yi briefed Peng Jiqiang on Wang Biao's escape and sought his help in apprehending him. A decade prior, during a gold shop robbery in Qingshi County, Peng Jiqiang had solved the case in merely 14 hours, leading to Wang Biao's capture, for which he received municipal commendation. After his release from prison, Wang Biao had not mended his ways, frequently engaging in petty theft, and Peng Jiqiang had apprehended him on several occasions. Subsequently, Wang Biao colluded with his cousin Wang Jihong to embark on a lucrative grain smuggling enterprise, quickly amassing wealth. Wang Biao is quite cunning. After acquiring wealth, he has enlisted a group of thugs through small favors, engaging in illegal activities such as extortion and protection rackets. Over the past 2 years, Peng Jiqiang has been quietly observing Wang Biao, becoming well acquainted with his personal circumstances and social connections. Wang Biao's household is sparse, consisting solely of an elderly mother. He is devoid of a wife or children, spending his days indulging in gambling and debauchery. On the phone, Peng Jiqiang apprised Zhang Yi of Wang Biao's situation. However, he has a very close sworn brother named Liu Guodong. Liu Guodong has a mistress, Ma Yanfang, who runs a massage parlor beneath a large locust tree in the old street of the county. You should head over there and gather some information, Zhang Yi suggested, flicking ash from his cigarette. Thanks, old classmate. I'll take a team there right away. The intelligence provided by Peng Jiqiang was crucial. Zhang Yi did not dare to delay. He immediately drove back to Qingshi County from Banqiao village, heading straight for the old street. In Qingshi County, the old street is known for its large locust tree. The locals are familiar with what it means to gather beneath this tree. After 9 p.m., the shops along the old street gradually close their doors. However, beneath the locust tree, several establishments flaunting massage services illuminate their pink lights. Outside each shop, a few women clad in revealing attire, heavily made up, either stand or sit. As men pass by, these women entice them with flirtatious smiles and various alluring gestures, often leading men into the small shops. Although these establishments are ostensibly massage parlors, they are, in reality, dens of vice. Curiously, despite frequent nationwide crackdowns on such establishments, the massage parlors beneath the old street's locust tree have persisted for many years, seldom encountering police intervention. Upon arriving at the old street, Zhang Yi and his team parked their police vehicle in a discreet corner outside. Chapter 17. Waiting in ambush with nowhere to flee, the four of them cautiously concealed themselves in the shadows, observing the situation beneath the locust tree. Indeed, several massage parlors were aglow with pink lights. Outside one establishment named Lily Massage, 3 alluring women stood. Among them was a woman appearing to be in her 30s. Tall and voluptuous, with large waves of hair, heavily made up. She wore a shimmering silver-gray low-cut, ultra-short dress and stiletto heels that added an additional 10 centimeters to her height. Zhang Yi instantly recognized her as Ma Yanfang. She seemed to be waiting for someone. Captain Zhang, do you think Liu Guodong will show up tonight? One of the team members inquired. It's hard to say. Let's keep watching. Waiting in ambush is a game of patience. No one knows when the rabbit will appear. Zhang Yi and his companions crouched in their dark corner, intently monitoring the activities within the Fangfang massage parlor. July brought sweltering heat, and the old street, situated by the river, was particularly plagued by mosquitoes at night. Mosquitoes incessantly circled around Zhang Yi, Liu Kai, Huang Jie, and Zheng Jianyu, occasionally landing to bite them. The four dared not make any abrupt movements to shoo them away, resulting in numerous itchy welts blossoming on their faces, necks, hands, and feet. At 11:30, Liu Kai, growing somewhat impatient, gently scratched at the welts on his hand and murmured, Captain Zhang, it's quite late now. I doubt Liu Guodong will show up. Sure, look. Zhang Yi suddenly exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a tall figure beneath the large locust tree, signaling for silence. It was indeed Liu Guodong. Liu Guodong, ever vigilant and possessing exceptional counter-surveillance skills, walked closely alongside the walls of the nearby shops, glancing around periodically. He paused some distance from the locust tree, observing keenly until he ascertained there was no danger before hastening into Fangfang's massage parlor. The proprietress, Ma Yanfang, a strikingly attractive 32-year-old with an enviable figure, had been conducting her business under the locust tree for several years, accompanied by 3 young women. Typically, individuals like Ma Yanfang, engaged in such pursuits, would seek a local protector. Otherwise, local thugs would frequently cause disturbances, and the earnings of the young women would barely cover protection fees. A few years prior, Liu Guodong had visited the establishment with his subordinates, displaying generous spending while his underlings treated him with utmost deference. Recognizing his commanding presence, Ma Yanfang aimed to secure Liu Guodong as her protector, employing every charm at her disposal to entice him. Like a hero ensnared by a damsel, Liu Guodong soon found himself enchanted by Ma Yanfang's allure. Upon entering the massage parlor, Liu Guodong exchanged a knowing glance with Ma Yanfang standing at the entrance, then made his way to the innermost room on the 2nd floor. Understanding his intent, Ma Yanfang instructed the other girls to keep a watchful eye before adjusting her hair, and swaying her figure as she followed Liu Guodong upstairs. The small room was awash in a seductive pink glow. With the heat of the night, Liu Guodong promptly switched on the air conditioning. Shedding his shirt and trousers to recline in just his underwear, hands clasped beneath his head, legs crossed, awaiting Ma Yanfang's arrival. Soon, Ma Yanfang entered, her 10-centimeter heels clicking on the floor. The silver-gray, low-cut, ultra-short dress clung to her form impeccably, revealing hints of her alluring figure. Every curve was accentuated without a trace of excess. This worldly woman possessed an astute understanding of male psychology, moving with a serpentine grace. Liu Guodong watched, entranced, swallowing hard as his breath quickened, unable to suppress a low exclamation. Enchantress. Ma Yanfang relished the art of allure, halting about a meter from the bed. Her voice dripping with feigned innocence. Guodong, it has been a while since you last visited. I thought perhaps some little enchantress had lured you away. Liu Guodong's gaze, laden with desire, remained fixed upon Ma Yanfang. Unable to contain himself any longer, he sprang up, enveloping her in an embrace, his voice low and filled with yearning. My soul has indeed been ensnared by you, this little enchantress. I'm afraid. Be gentle, you're hurting me. Ma Yanfang gasped. Her fair and slender hand lightly struck Liu Guodong's chest. You little temptress, soon I shall make you feel even more pain, Liu Guodong declared, proceeding to explore Ma Yanfang's body. The sounds in the small room were enough to make one blush, and just as the two were preparing for an intimate encounter, Zhang Yi kicked open the door and rushed in. Police, don't move, Zhang Yi shouted. Startled, Ma Yanfang quickly wrapped herself in the blanket. Liu Guodong, furious at having his plans interrupted, initially assumed it was just some local policeman who had no sense. He thought, how dare they target me, those ungrateful wretches. Get dressed. Zhang Yi barked, aiming his gun at Liu Guodong. Liu Guodong glanced at the four unfamiliar officers, recognizing from their precise Mandarin that they were not local. A sense of dread washed over him. He muttered to himself, this is bad. I'm in deep trouble. Quickly put on your clothes. The sight of Liu Guodong in the nude was quite shocking, and Zhang Yi felt uneasy, urging him to dress. Liu Guodong, flustered and confused, slowly turned over and retrieved his clothes from the nightstand, putting them on piece by piece. Gathering his courage, he asked, which police station are you from? We're from the criminal investigation team of Guangzhou City. You know what crime you've committed, so put your hands out. Zhang Yi replied coldly. Faced with the ominous barrel of the gun, Liu Guodong dared not resist and obediently extended his hands. Subsequently, Huang Jie and Liu Kai worked together to handcuff Liu Guodong. As they led him out of the massage parlor, the women in the surrounding shops gasped in shock, watching in terror as Ma Yanfang's lover was taken away by the police. Trembling, Ma Yanfang hastily dressed and stumbled downstairs, anxiously watching as Liu Guodong was escorted into the police car. After regaining her composure, she quickly ran into a small room on the first floor, picked up her phone, and dialed the number of her regular customer, Officer Zhang Kunlai from the Xiqing police station. Hello, Brother Zhang, it's Fangzi. Zhang Kunlai, who was playing mahjong and enjoying a lucky streak that evening, was momentarily distracted by Ma Yanfang's call. He recalled her alluring presence in bed and found his thoughts wandering. Fangzi, are you missing me? He teased as he stood up from the mahjong table and locked himself in the restroom. Brother Zhang, there's been an incident. A few police officers just came to my shop and took Liu Guodong away. They seemed to be from the municipal criminal investigation team. Could you please help me find out what's going on? Over the years, Liu Guodong had treated Ma Yanfang well, and she held genuine feelings for him. Her mind raced with ways to get him out, willing to spend money if necessary. What? All right, I'll inquire. Zhang Kunlai had a casual relationship with Liu Guodong, but he had often enjoyed Ma Yanfang's hospitality. Most importantly, Zhang Kunlai is a trusted confidant of Zhang Jian, the captain of the criminal investigation team in Qingshi County. Given the significance of this matter, he naturally felt compelled to alert Zhang Jian. Chapter 18. Irrefutable evidence upon receiving a call from Zhang Kunlai. Zhang Jian promptly informed Hu Dahai, who immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. After contemplating at home, Hu Dahai concluded that Wang Jihong would inevitably crack under pressure. Once Wang Jihong confessed, it would surely spell trouble for Pan Wenmei. With this realization, Hu Dahai suddenly acknowledged the cunning of Su Guohao, who had already devised a plan to sever ties with Pan Wenmei. Indeed, it was time to eliminate the considerable nuisance that Pan Wenmei posed. After bringing Liu Guodong back to the Qingshi guest house, Zhang Yi commenced the interrogation. As he entered the interrogation room, he presented Liu Guodong with the footprints extracted from Li Mingliang's dormitory, which matched Liu Guodong's height and weight, along with fingerprints that were technically confirmed to belong to him. Liu Guodong, a brutish man lacking guile, felt the weight of his misdeeds bearing down upon him. Faced with such solid evidence, he readily confessed. spilling the beans about his involvement with Wang Biao in the illicit grain trade orchestrated by Wang Jihong, the strangulation of Liu Guodong, the fabrication of a suicide ruse, and the pursuit of Li Mingliang. Where's Wang Biao now? Zhang Yi inquired, pinching the bridge of his weary nose. Wang Biao is currently hiding in a village near the Jingshan Industrial Park in the Luqiao district of Panshan City, Guangnan Province. I'm not sure which house specifically. Liu Kuei divulged without reservation, providing the police with Wang Biao's exact location. Armed with this information, Zhang Yi and his team wasted no time and set off for the village adjacent to the Jingshan Industrial Park, intent on apprehending Wang Biao. Inside the police car, apart from the driver, Zhang Jianyu, the rest of the team had endured a long night and were dozing off. Captain Zhang, Wei arrived. After approximately 4 hours of sleep, Zhang Yi and his companions awoke just before noon, their stomachs growling with hunger. Huang Jia, unable to bear the pangs of hunger, suggested, Captain Zhang, shall we find a place to eat first? There seems to be a restaurant over there. Zhang Yi glanced outside. The village's layout was intricate, and their police vehicle stood out prominently. If Wang Biao spotted them and became suspicious, it could lead to complications. He quickly instructed Zhang Jianyu, drive a bit further away and find a concealed spot to park the car. We'll go in and order first. Understood, Captain Zhang. Zhang Jianyu scanned the surroundings and noticed a recycling station 200 meters away. The yard was spacious, housing several vehicles, and tall trees outside the fence would adequately obscure the police car. Without hesitation, he drove over. As he hurriedly parked and prepared to join Zhang Yi for a meal, he spotted a man in the distance who bore a striking resemblance to Wang Biao. Instantly alert, he stealthily approached from behind, inching closer. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Yi and his companions entered the urban village and made their way into a quaint little restaurant, intending to dine while discreetly observing the surroundings. Zhang, is that Wang Biao? As they settled into their seats, Liu Kai suddenly whispered, pointing at a man outside. Zhang Yi focused his gaze and spotted a portly man adorned with a large gold chain approaching the restaurant. It was indeed Wang Biao. It's him. Zhang Yi signaled Liu Kai and Huang Jia to lower their heads hastily. Wang Biao initially intended to enter the restaurant for a meal, but upon reaching the entrance and noticing a few individuals seated inside who resembled plainclothes policemen, a jolt of fear coursed through him. Realizing the impending danger, Wang Biao turned to flee, but his short legs and corpulent frame hindered his escape. Observing Wang Biao's attempt to run, Zhang Yi and his companions dashed outside, joining forces with Zhang Jianyu to subdue Wang Biao, pinning him to the ground before swiftly cuffing him. What have I done? On what grounds are you arresting me? Wang Biao, firmly restrained, continued to shout defiantly. Wang Biao, calm down. You know very well what you've done. Zhang Yi sternly reprimanded the struggling Wang Biao. Conceding to the futility of escape, Wang Biao's heart sank, and he thought, it's over. Zhang Yi, pleasantly surprised by the ease of the capture, quickly dialed Ma Huiming. Secretary Ma, we have apprehended Wang Biao. Upon receiving the news, Ma Huiming expressed relief, his face breaking into a smile as he responded, excellent work. Comrade Zhang Yi, thank you for your efforts. At the Qingstone guest house, Wang Jihong had endured a sleepless night, barely able to keep his eyes open. This night was not only arduous for him. The special investigation team, including Zhang Yi from the Municipal Criminal Investigation Unit, had also been awake throughout. Everyone was fatigued, and Wang Jihong's stubbornness was particularly exasperating. At 8:30 a.m., after only 2 hours of sleep, Wang Jihong was summoned once more. Wang Ji stood outside the room where Wang Jihong was detained, calling out loudly, Wang Jihong, rise and shine. Wang Jihong, can you hear me? Wang Jihong. Wang Jihong slept soundly, oblivious to the commotion. Wang Ji had no choice but to approach Wang Jihong's bed, lean down, and shout directly in his ear, Wang Jihong, wake up. Just then, Wang Jihong was trapped in a nightmare, envisioning his own execution. Wang Ji's voice pierced through. Coinciding with the moment, a bullet metaphorically pierced his head in the dream. Startled, he screamed, ah, and bolted upright from his bed, dazed and disoriented, unable to distinguish between reality and the remnants of his nightmare. It took him a while to regain his senses, his hair and body drenched in cold sweat. Wang Jihong, come with me. Wang Ji coldly regarded the bedraggled Wang Jihong, urging him forward. Again? Didn't Tiwi just speak? I've told you everything I know. I beseech you. Let me go? On this night, Wang Jihong was utterly exhausted. After finally drifting into slumber, he was abruptly roused by Wang Ji, igniting a surge of frustration within him. Wang Jihong, rise swiftly. Whatever you have to say, convey it to the deputy director later. Why unleash your ire upon me? Wang Jihong bore the weight of a homicide charge, a criminal of the gravest nature, and Wang Ji harbored no sympathy for him. Wang Ji berated Wang Jihong, who, with no alternative, dragged his weary body, begrudgingly returning to the interrogation room. In the interrogation room of the Qingshi Hotel, Fu Wenbin lifted a thermos cup, blew gently over the tea, and took a delicate sip, exuding an air of elegance and relaxation. Wang Jihong, seated opposite him, sensed a stark difference in Fu's demeanor compared to previous interrogations, an ominous feeling bubbling within him, causing his expression to involuntarily tighten. Last night, Liu Guodong was apprehended. He has confessed everything. Your stubbornness is futile, Fu Wenbin remarked scornfully. Wang Jihong, even if you remain silent, we can ascertain your orchestration of Wang Biao and Liu Guodong in the murder of Liu Guodong. He took another sip of tea, speaking derisively. Crucially, according to legal stipulations, instigating murder renders you a principal offender. Surely, you are aware of the consequences that accompany such a crime? Fu Wenbin set down his cup, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Jihong, his tone icy. Have they truly been caught so swiftly? Could they be deceitfully toying with me? Wang Jihong pondered, his heart rife with uncertainty, hesitating to speak. Chapter 19. Respectful attitude in reporting meritorious acts. Noticing Wang Jihong's continued denial, Fu Wenbin smirked coldly. You truly are a stubborn duck. Wang Ji, bring him in. Fu Wenbin rose, opening the door and calling out. Witnessing the seriousness in Fu Wenbin's demeanor, Wang Jihong was instantly gripped by fear, his hands and feet turning cold as he fixated on the entrance. 5 minutes later, the door behind Fu Wenbin swung open, and Wang Ji escorted Liu Guodong to a halt at the threshold. Wang Jihong and Liu Guodong locked eyes, both momentarily taken aback. Liu Guodong attempted to speak to Wang Jihong, only to be swiftly silenced by Wang Ji. Seeing the moment was ripe, Fu Wenbin stood and closed the door, regarding Wang Jihong with a semblance of a smile. This time, Wang Jihong's psychological defenses crumbled entirely, leading him to begin confessing candidly. In the holding room, Wang Jihong felt the heaviness of despair. He understood that taking a life demanded a life in return. I do not wish to die. I cannot die, he cried out. Someone. I wish to meet your superior. I have crucial information to convey. I wish to report. With death looming, Wang Jihong sought to expose Pan Wenmei, desperately grasping at this final lifeline to redeem himself. Fu Wenbin soon arrived at Wang Jihong's chamber. Once confident and arrogant, Wang Jihong now found himself stripped of that bravado. While Fu Wenbin's earlier agitation had transformed into an air of ease and composure. Greetings, leader. Wang Jihong bowed deeply as he entered the interrogation room, addressing Fu Wenbin, who occupied the interrogation seat. Wang Jihong suddenly exhibited an air of utmost deference, leaving Fu Wenbin somewhat taken aback. Hesitantly, he remarked, Please, take a seat. I hear you have some crucial matters to discuss with us? After Wang Jihong cautiously settled into his chair, Fu Wenbin promptly inquired, If I were to report something, would it lead to a reduction in my sentence? Wang Jihong asked eagerly. Fu Wenbin pondered for a moment before responding earnestly, If the report is substantiated, it constitutes a display of merit and can certainly serve as grounds for a sentence reduction during the trial. The prospect of being recognized for his report brought a flicker of hope to Wang Jihong's heart. Terrified of death, he placed all his remaining hopes for survival upon this act of reporting. Wang Jihong then proceeded to divulge every detail he knew with remarkable candor. I wish to report the head of the County Grain Bureau, Pan Wenmei. He is the most notorious parasite in the Xindong County grain system. Pan Wenmei exploits his position for personal gain, engaging in bribery and embezzlement, favoring relatives, and improperly meddling in project contracts. He seized the opportunity presented by the construction of grain storage facilities in the 18 towns of Xindong County to accept bribes from contractors, amassing considerable wealth. The phrases flowed effortlessly from Wang Jihong's lips. Had Fu Wenbin not been familiar with his character, he might have mistakenly perceived him as a virtuous and incorruptible official, filled with righteous indignation. Wang Jihong, do you possess any evidence for your claims? Fu Wenbin asked earnestly. Indeed, I do, responded Wang Jihong as he recounted his memories. 2 years ago, when the head of the grain management office in Xindong Township retired, many believed Liu Guodong was the rightful successor. At that time, I was keen to secure the position myself, so I presented Pan Wenmei with a sum of 60,000 yuan, and he swiftly facilitated my appointment as the head of the Xindong Township Grain Management Office. Wang Jihong nervously glanced at Fu Wenbin's expression before continuing. Pan Wenmei is quite avaricious. During festivals, I would regularly present him with gifts. Over the course of 2 years, I bestowed upon him a total of 200,000 yuan. Wang Jihong continued. Last year, the grain storage project for the 18 towns in Xindong County was put out for public bidding. I had seen the project budget in Pan Wenmei's office, which was initially estimated at 35 million yuan. Subsequently, Pan Wenmei manipulated the process to ensure that his brother-in-law, Liao Hongkai, from Hongxing Construction Company, won the bid. Ultimately, after project completion, the final settlement amounted to 45 million yuan, exceeding the budget by 10 million. Wang Jihong's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression animated. After the storage facility was completed, Liao Hongkai came to the grain management office with the project acceptance form, seeking my signature. The figures on the acceptance statement were drastically inconsistent with the budget. Wang Jihong's fervor intensified as he spoke. At that time, I hesitated to sign, discreetly calling other heads of grain management offices to inquire about the situation. They informed me that anyone refusing to sign would be summoned to Pan Wenmei's office for a team meeting. Wang Jihong exclaimed with righteous indignation. How could I dare to offend Pan Wenmei? Reluctantly, I signed. Wang Jihong sighed deeply. Pan Wenmei's brother-in-law, Liao Hongkai, possesses an exceedingly unscrupulous nature. The quality of our grain storage facility is truly abysmal. The hardened ground raises clouds of dust, even if a mere brick is dropped. Wang Jihong continued. The other directors of the grain management offices expressed their concerns, stating that Liao Hongcai's Hongxing Construction Company, Limited had undertaken numerous projects in Qingshi County, employing substandard cement that did not meet regulations. Moreover, I suspect there is insufficient cement used for the hardened ground of the grain storage facility. Otherwise, why would it be so soft? Wang Jihong's throat felt parched, and his voice was hoarse. Furthermore, when the construction of our grain storage facility was halfway completed, I visited the site and was utterly astonished. I discovered that each wall column of the facility was constructed using thin iron wire, with not a single rebar inside, and some even utilized bamboo. The actions of Pan Wenmei and Liao Hongkai are so egregious that even a corrupt official like Wang Jihong cannot tolerate them, highlighting their sheer malevolence. Good heavens! Such a warehouse might collapse under the relentless downpour of continuous rain over a fortnight. Wang Jihong lamented, as if a newfound conscience had awakened within him. Ever since the storage facility was completed, I have never dared to ascend to the second floor, fearing that the floorboards may be too flimsy and lead to a fall. Wang Jihong mimicked the motion of falling. Additionally, I am aware that the directors of the grain management offices in 5 towns, Shizhen, Wulong Town, Zhaixia Township, and Baimao Township, acquired their positions through Pan Wenmei. Wang Jihong asserted with a serious expression, his hands gripping his trousers. It has become a customary practice for the directors of the 18 grain management offices in Qingshi County to present gifts to Pan Wenmei during festivals. Should any director fail to comply or offer insufficient gifts, Pan Wenmei would find ways to make life difficult for them, instilling fear to compel them into submission. I too have been forced to continually present gifts to Pan Wenmei. Wang Jihong portrayed himself as particularly innocent. Chapter 20. Ruthless and calculating. Using others as tools at the Qingshi Reception Center, there is a dedicated procurement officer named Pan Dafu, who is precisely 56 years old this year. Due to contracting polio in his youth, he walks with a slight limp, and the staff affectionately refer to him as Lame Pan. However, what remains unknown to everyone is that he is a distant relative of Pan Wenmei. By virtue of their lineage, Pan Dafu is obliged to address the 12 years his junior Pan Wenmei as uncle. Pan Dafu lost his father at an early age and, burdened by his own disability, never managed to marry. At the age of 32, he adopted an abandoned infant, naming her Pan Huahua. From then on, the duo relied on one another for companionship. The industrious Pan Dafu struggled to raise his daughter through farming. Pan Huahua was bright and excelled academically, but as she grew, the expenses for her education began to overwhelm Pan Dafu. One year during the Spring Festival, when Pan Wenmei was still a deputy-level leader, he returned to the village for the celebrations. Knowing that Pan Wenmei held a position of authority, Pan Dafu implored him, "Uncle, now that Huahua is older and about to enter university, the meager income from farming is insufficient to support her education. Could you perhaps think of a way to assist me in finding some work?" At that time, the ancestral hall was adorned with dozens of tables, and Pan Wenmei, as the only deputy-level leader of the entire clan and of higher lineage, naturally occupied the seat of honor. Pan Dafu, in the presence of the entire family, implored Pan Wenmei for assistance. After imbibing a few more drinks and in high spirits, he thumped his chest and declared, "Dafu, we are family. Raising children alone is no easy task for you, and I shall certainly lend my support." True to his word, Pan Wenmei facilitated a connection for Pan Dafu, securing him a position as a procurement officer at the Qingshi guest house after the new year. The manager of the guest house had a favorable relationship with Pan Wenmei. Upon meeting Pan Dafu and observing his limp, The manager felt a twinge of regret. Yet, out of respect for Pan Wenmei, he reluctantly decided to retain Pan Dafu. Pan Dafu, known for his diligence and integrity, expressed gratitude and completed his tasks both efficiently and effectively. Over the years, he garnered the affection of his colleagues at the Qingshi guest house. For over a decade, he sustained his daughter's university education on his modest salary. Last year, Pan Dafu sought Pan Wenmei's assistance once more, this time to arrange employment for his daughter, Pan Huahua. Considering Pan Dafu's unwavering gratitude over the years, Pan Wenmei resolved to extend his goodwill further, securing a position for Pan Huahua at the Qingshi County Grain Bureau. Thus, Pan Huahua embarked on her formal career. It is fair to say that for both Pan Dafu and his daughter, Pan Huahua, Pan Wenmei was their benefactor. However, Pan Wenmei was not a paragon of virtue. His assistance to Pan Dafu was predicated on the hope that one day they would reciprocate. Presently, Pan Wenmei believed the time had come for Pan Dafu to repay him. Ever since Wang Jihong entered the Qingshi guest house, he had become privy to numerous secrets of Pan Wenmei, leaving Pan Wenmei in a state of agitation. After much contemplation, he devised a method to ensure Wang remained silent, returning to the moment before Wang Jihong fully disclosed his knowledge. In the office of the director of the Qingshi County Grain Bureau, Pan Wenmei firmly locked the office door. He retrieved an infrequently used mobile phone and dialed Pan Dafu, the vegetable delivery worker at the guest house. "Hello, Dafu. I am currently facing a rather troublesome predicament and feel utterly cornered. After much deliberation, I believe you are my only hope. Uncle, your troubles are my troubles. Please, speak freely." Pan Dafu replied earnestly. It's not easy to discuss. I fear that once I reveal my predicament, you may hesitate to assist. Pan Wenmei intentionally piqued Pan Dafu's curiosity. "Uncle, we are kin, and over the years, your care for Huahua and me has surpassed that of a blood relative. No matter the challenge, I shall stand by you resolutely." Pan Dafu, a man of gratitude and loyalty, reassured him. "Dafu, I need you to help me eliminate someone." After hanging up the phone, Pan Dafu's mind was awash with confusion. He never anticipated that Pan Wenmei would ask him to commit murder against Wang Jihong. Although he was well aware that it was an act against moral principles, he succumbed to the emotional coercion exerted by Pan Wenmei and ultimately acquiesced to her unreasonable request. Pan Dafu had been employed at the Qingshi guest house for 11 years. After patiently awaiting his daughter's graduation from university and her entry into the workforce, he was on the cusp of retirement, ready to enjoy a life of leisure when an unexpected turn of events altered the course of his life. For the past few days, Li Mingliang had been residing at the Qingshi guest house, often meandering through the courtyard during the day when there was little to occupy him. One day, as he was idly wandering, he encountered Pan Dafu, the vegetable delivery worker who had just returned from an errand. Being a man of courtesy, Li Mingliang greeted him politely, saying, "Hello, uncle." Pan Dafu, burdened by his own thoughts, walked past him while acknowledging the greeting with a slight nod. Typically warm and affable, Pan Dafu had been consistently cordial towards Li Mingliang, but today his demeanor was overshadowed by a cloud of gloom, which struck Li Mingliang as peculiar. In a flustered haste, Pan Dafu inadvertently dropped a packet from his clothing, oblivious to its fall. Li Mingliang, noticing the mishap, quickly picked it up. He intended to return it to Pan Dafu, but upon a casual glance at the contents, he was taken aback. It was a packet of rodenticide. A wave of curiosity washed over him. The guest house appeared to be well maintained, so how could there be mice? He called out to Pan Dafu, "Uncle, you've dropped something." Caught off guard, and feeling guilty despite not being a habitual wrongdoer, Pan Dafu was startled by Li Mingliang's call. He glanced at him in a state of disarray, silently accepting the packet of rat poison before hastily retreating to the kitchen. Li Mingliang found Pan Dafu's unusual behavior baffling. Yet he brushed it aside until a comment from the cafeteria lady ignited his suspicions. At 6 in the evening, while dining in the cafeteria, Li Mingliang, seated near the serving lady, overheard her conversing with another staff member. "That old Pan, what is he up to? He actually insisted on helping me serve water to that person confined in the room. He was limping, and I worried he might spill it, so I refused. To my surprise, he got angry." The lady's words, combined with the earlier incident involving the packet of rat poison, led the ever-watchful Li Mingliang to entertain a troubling hypothesis. As he continued his meal, his unease grew, prompting him to sneak into the small storage room of the guest house kitchen after dinner. Peering through the slats of the door, he covertly observed the activities within, eager to discern what Pan Dafu might be scheming. By 7 o'clock, the kitchen staff were bustling in and out, attending to various tasks. By 8, they began to trickle out, one by one, concluding their shifts. In the dim light, the delivery worker Pan Dafu feigned cleaning the floor, lingering until he was the last to leave the kitchen. Li Mingliang, peering through the crack of the door in a small storage room, observed Pan Dafu's every move, growing increasingly suspicious of his peculiar behavior. After Pan Dafu finished his shift, Li Mingliang remained in the storage room, quietly waiting for 10 minutes. Suddenly, the kitchen lights flickered back on, and a limping figure entered. Chapter 21. Keen senses mark another achievement in the obscurity. Li Mingliang discerned Pan Dafu stealthily extracting a packet from his possession, which appeared to contain the deadly rodenticide. With trembling hands, Pan Dafu poured a small amount of powder into a kettle of hot water. Li Mingliang was taken aback. The seemingly innocuous Pan Dafu was plotting to poison someone? Following this, Pan Dafu secured the remaining poison with tongs, capped the kettle, gently shook it, and then limped out of the kitchen towards the room where Wang Jihong was detained. Li Mingliang discreetly trailed him upstairs. Upon witnessing Pan Dafu reach room 201 and successfully hand off the kettle to the guard, Wang Ji, he held his breath and swiftly concealed himself in a nearby guest room. Once Pan Dafu departed, he cautiously emerged and knocked urgently on the door of room 201. Seizing the kettle, in a hushed tone, he warned Wang Ji, "This water contains rodenticide. It is unsafe to drink." Wang Ji was taken aback. The ramifications of a poisoning incident reaching the special case team were severe. He promptly dialed Ma Huiming, Secretary Ma. A procurement officer just delivered a kettle of water to the Qingshi guest house, and it contains rodenticide. Ma Huiming was astounded by the revelation. He immediately summoned Fu Wenbin and Yu Danian. The three hastily made their way to the entrance of room 201. Li Mingliang succinctly recounted the events surrounding Pan Dafu's poisoning attempt. "Apprehend Pan Dafu immediately," Ma Huiming commanded without hesitation. Next, the group rushed into the kitchen of the Qingshi guest house, where the lights were still on. They found Pan Dafu collapsed on the floor, frothing at the mouth, motionless, with a packet of rodenticide beside him. "This is dire. He has attempted suicide," Yu Danian exclaimed. Fu Wenbin appeared flustered as well. Ma Huiming's brow furrowed in concern. Yet, Li Mingliang remained remarkably composed. He stepped forward, checked Pan Dafu's pulse, and anxiously informed Ma Huiming, "He still has a heartbeat. We must get him to the hospital immediately." Li Mingliang swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed for an ambulance. Pan Dafu was soon transported to the Qingshi County People's Hospital for emergency treatment. The incident of attempted poisoning and subsequent suicide cast a shadow over the municipal disciplinary inspection team. That night, Ma Huiming reported the situation to the city's disciplinary committee, requesting assistance. The Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection promptly contacted the Municipal Public Security Bureau, which dispatched Captain Zhang Yi of the 1st Criminal Investigation Team and Director Chun Haonan of the Technical Department to rush to Qingshi County overnight to intervene in the investigation. Ma Huiming was acutely aware that the intended victim of Pan Dafu's malice was Wang Jihong, confined in room 201. Had it not been for Li Mingliang's timely discovery, Wang Jihong would have met her demise, plunging the investigation into the grain corruption case in Qingshi County into a state of disarray. Li Mingliang was indeed a stroke of fortune. Ma Huiming silently credited Li Mingliang for yet another commendable act. At 11 o'clock that night, Li Mingliang lay on the bed in a guest room at the Qingshi guest house, his gaze fixed vacantly on the ceiling. Moments earlier, he had overheard Wang Ji mention that Pan Dafu was in critical condition at the hospital, leaving him with a profound sense of unease. He pondered, why would Pan Dafu resort to poisoning? And why contemplate suicide? Reflecting on the tumultuous events of the past few days, he realized that the investigation team was drawing ever closer to the truth, prompting Pan Dafu to act out of desperation. It seemed that it would not be long before all would be revealed. This thought offered him a modicum of solace. Simultaneously, the heart of Liu Guodong's widow, Wang Li, was a tumult of confusion. While sifting through the remnants of their burned home earlier that day, she stumbled upon Liu Guodong's phone directory. The name Li Mingliang appeared prominently on the first page. Liu Guodong often dined with Li Mingliang, and Wang Li had accompanied them on several occasions. Li Mingliang had always struck her as kind-hearted and courteous, often insisting on footing the bill. Now, with Liu Guodong unjustly deceased, Wang Li found herself bereft of someone to confide in. Her attempts to gather information thwarted. Clutching the directory, she thought of Li Mingliang, the deputy director of the government office. She believed he would possess valuable insights and, being an upright man, would be inclined to assist her. Thus, she dialed his number. Beep, beep, beep. The phone Li Mingliang had placed on the bedside table began to ring. He picked it up and noticed it was an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed the answer button. "Hello? Is this Comrade Mingliang?" A woman's voice resonated from the other end, a voice Li Mingliang found eerily familiar. "Yes, This is Li Mingliang. He thought to himself, trying to discern the caller's identity. This is Wang Li. I wish to discuss something with you. Is this a convenient time? Wang Li. Li Mingliang exclaimed, taken aback. He had not anticipated receiving a call from Liu Guodong's wife. Oh, certainly. Sister-in-law, what can I do for you? Understanding Wang Li's plight, having lost her husband, raising children alone, and enduring the loss of their home, Li Mingliang felt a deep sympathy for her circumstances. Comrade Mingliang, my husband Guodong was murdered. Our house was also set ablaze. We are wronged, grievously wronged. Sister-in-law, the leaders of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Committee's inspection team are already aware of these circumstances. I am confident they will seek justice for you. Please accept my condolences. Li Mingliang is currently trapped in the Qingshi guest house, wishing to assist Wang Li and her daughter through their difficulties, but is unable to break free. Thank you, Comrade Mingliang. I would like to ask you for a favor. Wang Li's voice sounded exceedingly weary and sorrowful. Please feel free to express anything. As long as it is within my capacity to assist, I shall make every effort. Li Mingliang felt a deep sense of discomfort at Wang Li's current plight. Our Guodong was close to you. Do you know who exactly killed him and why? Liu Guodong and Wang Li shared a very good relationship. After Liu Guodong's demise, Wang Li was devastated and silently vowed to avenge him. Sister-in-law, I cannot disclose specific details until the investigation is thoroughly completed. I believe the Municipal Discipline Inspection Committee's inspection team will soon uncover the truth and provide you with a satisfactory explanation. Li Mingliang was 100% certain that Liu Guodong was murdered at the behest of Wang Jihong, incited by Wang Biao and Liu Kuei. He was also sure that Liu Guodong's house was conspired to be burned down by Wang Jihong, Wang Biao, and Liu Kuei. Liu Guodong was a fellow townsman of Li Mingliang, and their relationship was relatively close. Emotionally, Li Mingliang felt deep sympathy for Wang Li's suffering. However, rationally, he knew he must adhere to confidentiality regulations. Before the Municipal Discipline Inspection Committee's inspection team formally announces the investigation results, he cannot disclose any details of the case to anyone. Comrade Mingliang, I know the truth even without your words. The one responsible for our Guodong's death is Wang Jihong. Even if he were to be subjected to 1,000 tortures, it would not alleviate my hatred. Wang Li exclaimed passionately. Sister-in-law, regardless of who it is, anyone who violates the law will ultimately face severe punishment. You simply need to be patient and await the downfall of the evildoers. Li Mingliang understood Wang Li's deep-seated hatred for Wang Jihong, but he could only say so much. Yes, you are absolutely right. The court will sentence Wang Jihong to death. He should await his execution, Wang Li said through gritted teeth. Chapter 22. Drawing the attention of the Discipline Inspection Secretary. Targeted actions shine brightly. Fang Baiqing, the secretary of the Ganyu City Discipline Inspection Committee, had consistently paid close attention to the progress of the special task force dispatched to Qingshi County. From the current situation, Fang Baiqing believed that the inspection team was still too passive in their work, and the pace was too slow. This could lead to unforeseen complications and give rise to new issues. Following the poisoning incident involving Pan Dafu, Fang Baiqing could no longer remain idle. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. After much deliberation, Fang Baiqing decided to recruit a local cadre from Qingshi County to join the inspection team's efforts. This would help avoid detours and effectively advance the task force's work. The next day, Fang Baiqing made a spontaneous decision to visit Qingshi County to inspect the work of the special task force assigned by the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission regarding the grain corruption case. Fang Baiqing is a person who places great emphasis on efficiency in his work, eschewing any unnecessary formalities. Prior to his departure, he did not inform the office or the Qingshi County Discipline Inspection Commission, nor did he notify the municipal inspection team in advance. Instead, he proceeded directly to the Qingshi guest house. At that moment, Ma Huiming, the deputy secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission and head of the Special Task Force, received a call from the Municipal Commission's office just 15 minutes before Fang's arrival. Hello, Secretary Ma. Secretary Fang is about to arrive at the Qingshi guest house. Please be aware. Ma Huiming was taken aback, thinking to himself, what a sudden visit. Something must be afoot. After hanging up, he quickly instructed Zhang Chengze, the head of the general office, to notify all members of the special task force to prepare for the inspection by Secretary Fang Baiqing. At 10:30 a.m., an Audi A6 carrying Fang Baiqing, the secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission of Ganzhou City, slowly entered the premises of the Qingshi guest house. Ma Huiming, Fu Wenbin, Yu Danian, Zhang Yi, and others were all lined up at the entrance, waiting. Upon exiting the vehicle, Fang Baiqing surveyed the surroundings, taking note of the environment of the guest house. Although it was located in the bustling city center, the guest house, having been converted from a staff sanatorium, offered a spacious layout, complete facilities, lush greenery, and a tranquil atmosphere. He nodded in satisfaction. Fang Baiqing then turned to Ma Huiming and others. Ma Huiming stepped forward and warmly greeted. "Welcome, Secretary Fang. We are honored by your guidance on our task force's work." Fang Baiqing, like an old friend, patted Ma Huiming on the shoulder and warmly shook hands with Fu Wenbin, Yu Danian, Zhang Yi, and the others, expressing, "Comrades, your hard work is appreciated." The staff members of the inspection team promptly replied, "It is no trouble at all." Subsequently, Ma Huiming guided Fang Baiqing through the various offices of the municipal inspection team, taking a brief tour. During this time, Fang Baiqing inquired meticulously about the work progress of each office's personnel. The staff members, invigorated, earnestly presented the tasks and advancements they were responsible for. Following this, they proceeded to the conference room, where Fang Baiqing listened to Ma Huiming's report on recent work. Having worked alongside Ma Huiming for many years, Fang Baiqing held a high regard for his character and professional abilities. Ma Huiming, with clarity of thought and without the need for notes, eloquently conveyed the report. Fang Baiqing listened with a smile, nodding frequently, offering sincere evaluations of the Special Task Force's efforts in the grain corruption case, while also identifying certain issues and providing constructive feedback. What the attendees did not expect was, Fang Baiqing cast a sweeping gaze around the conference room before breaking into a smile and inquiring, "Which one of you is Comrade Li Mingliang?" This unexpected query left the assembly in a state of bewilderment. Why would the secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, Fang Baiqing, seek out an individual entirely unrelated to the Special Task Force? Li Mingliang was merely a modest deputy director of the Qingshi County Government Office, temporarily residing at the Qingshi Guest House. Such an occurrence was indeed peculiar. As soon as Fang Baiqing spoke, Ma Huiming discerned his intention. He leaned towards Zhang Chengze, the head of the office, and whispered, "Please fetch Li Mingliang." At that moment, Li Mingliang was in his guest room at the Qingshi Guest House, meticulously organizing notes regarding the recent developments and nuances of the food corruption case in Qingshi County. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Upon answering, he heard Zhang Chengze's anxious voice on the other end. "Hello, Comrade Mingliang. You are to come to the conference room immediately. Secretary Fang wishes to see you." Understood. I shall be there shortly," Li Mingliang responded, puzzled about the reason for Fang Baiqing's summons. He promptly rose and made his way outside. Upon reaching the door, he paused to retrieve his notebook before hastening towards the conference room. In less than 2 minutes, he arrived in haste. Before entering, he took a moment to steady his breath, smoothing his attire and hair. With renewed confidence, he stepped through the door. Fang Baiqing had been awaiting Li Mingliang's arrival, occasionally glancing towards the entrance while conversing with Ma Huiming, discreetly observing Li Mingliang's every move. When Li Mingliang confidently strode into the room, Fang Baiqing's spirits lifted. He noted Li Mingliang's fair complexion, tall stature, and impressive demeanor. Most importantly, the young man's gaze was resolute, and his steps were steady, revealing no signs of intimidation in the presence of a high-ranking official like Fang Baiqing. There was an air of poise and composure about Li Mingliang that belied his years. Fang Baiqing silently approved, thinking to himself, "What a commendable young man." Upon entering the conference room, Ma Huiming gestured for Li Mingliang to take a seat diagonally opposite Fang Baiqing. Although Li Mingliang was not a member of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission's task force, it was surprising that Fang Baiqing openly sought his insights and suggestions regarding the operations of the Commission's task force stationed in Qingshi County to address food corruption. Opportunities, indeed, are often afforded to those who are prepared. During his days at the Qingshi Guest House, Li Mingliang had not squandered his time. Under the varied gazes of the attendees, he stood ready. Li Mingliang swiftly opened his notebook, his thoughts clear and his voice resonant, articulating his perspectives on the work of the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Team's special project. "Secretary Fang, the current investigative direction of the special project is indeed appropriate. However, as the adversary operates in the shadows while we are in the light, our team often finds itself in a passive position." Li Mingliang's remarks were succinct yet substantive, his analysis remarkably astute. Notably, for every problem he identified, he proposed a feasible solution. Fu Wenbin was taken aback by this seemingly unassuming young man, who shone brilliantly at a crucial moment. Even Ma Huiming, who prided himself on his thoroughness, secretly applauded Li Mingliang. Fang Baiqing was equally astonished. In recent days, when Ma Huiming reported to Fang Baiqing via phone, he frequently mentioned Li Mingliang. In Fang Baiqing's mind, Li Mingliang was indeed a perceptive young talent. He had not anticipated that Li Mingliang would exceed his expectations. In comparison, Li Mingliang outshone the key trainees of the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Committee, who were of the same age. Fang Baiqing felt that today was truly rewarding, further solidifying his intention to include Li Mingliang in the special project team. Chapter 23. The eye for talent approaching promotion. Throughout Li Mingliang's report, Fang Baiqing wore a beaming smile. Ma Huiming discreetly observed the changing expressions of Fang Baiqing. Inwardly amused, Secretary Fang is like a mother-in-law admiring her son-in-law, growing fonder with every glance. After Li Mingliang concluded his report, Fang Baiqing nodded with a smile and declared, "Comrade Mingliang, you are indeed a promising young talent. Our Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Committee's special project team requires the addition of a local cadre like you, energetic, capable, and well-acquainted with the circumstances of Qingshi County." This statement sent ripples of surprise among all present. Each person pondered various thoughts. Joining the special project team? How does one join? Will he be seconded here? Does Secretary Fang intend to promote Li Mingliang? This young man is quite fortunate. Is Li Mingliang somehow related to Secretary Fang? He truly is impressive, having caught Secretary Fang's eye. Fang Baiqing's words were not frivolous. Ma Huiming, having worked alongside Fang Baiqing for many years, understood him well. He discreetly glanced at the composed Li Mingliang, silently rejoicing for him. This is not merely a work inspection. It is evidently a cadre assessment. At noon, Secretary Fang Baiqing and the leadership of the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Committee's special project team in Qingshi County shared a simple working meal together in the cafeteria. In the small private room, Ma Huiming, Fu Wenbin, Yu Danian, and others accompanied Fang Baiqing for the meal, with Li Mingliang among them. The Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Committee has regulations that prohibit leadership cadres from consuming alcohol during workdays. At the table, Ma Huiming signaled to Li Mingliang to offer tea instead of wine, expressing respect towards Secretary Fang Baiqing. Li Mingliang, displaying great dexterity, respectfully poured tea for Fang Baiqing and then stood up, proceeding to the right side of Fang Baiqing. With both hands holding the teacup, he bent slightly to present the tea to Secretary Fang. He spoke candidly, "Secretary Fang, I sincerely appreciate your taking the time from your busy schedule today to guide the work of the Special Task Force. As a grassroots official from Qingshi County, I am grateful for your concern and care for the cadres and people of our county. Today, I offer you this cup of tea in lieu of wine." Such words resonated well with Fang Baiqing, who found Li Mingliang to be particularly eloquent. Promptly, he lifted his teacup, smiling warmly at Li Mingliang, and remarked, "Comrade Mingliang, I have heard from Comrade Huiming that your assistance to our special task force has been substantial. Young individuals like you are scarce. You must strive diligently and learn extensively, for you have great potential ahead." "Thank you, Secretary Fang," Li Mingliang replied, tilting his head back to drink the tea in one gulp. Fang Baiqing also took a generous sip of his tea. After lunch, Fang Baiqing hurried back to the Discipline Inspection Commission of Guangzhou City to preside over work matters. Before his departure, he called Ma Huiming into his office for a private conversation. "Secretary Ma, this Li Mingliang is indeed remarkable. He possesses great insight. What is most commendable is his perceptiveness towards work, along with his clear thought process. To be frank, I intend to promote Li Mingliang to the position of Director of the 3rd Supervision and Inspection Office of our city's Discipline Inspection Commission, and subsequently assign him to your task force to assist you. What do you think?" Ma Huiming had an inkling of Fang Baiqing's intentions regarding Li Mingliang and was not surprised. Having spent some time with Li Mingliang, he was highly satisfied with his various performances. Ma Huiming had a keen eye for talent and was confident that Li Mingliang was a loyal and reliable individual, capable of great contributions. In fact, his thoughts aligned closely with those of Fang Baiqing. Both acknowledged that the Special Task Force often found itself in a passive position primarily due to a lack of cadres familiar with the local conditions of Qingshi County. Ma Huiming believed that with Li Mingliang's addition, the task force's efforts would advance significantly. "Secretary Fang, your discerning eye has identified a gem. I concur with your assessment and hope that Comrade Li Mingliang can join our team swiftly, as we are in urgent need of personnel." Ma Huiming's eagerness amused Fang Baiqing, who chuckled and shook his head in amusement, saying, "Comrade Huiming, you are rather impatient, aren't you?" "Oh, Secretary Fang, we truly are short-staffed. Could you possibly assign a few more individuals to us?" Ma Huiming boldly suggested. "Comrade Huiming, the city is also facing a manpower shortage. You all should overcome this challenge." The two exchanged a knowing smile, followed by hearty laughter. That afternoon, upon returning to the city's Discipline Inspection Commission, Fang Baiqing immediately instructed the office to notify the members of the Commission's Standing Committee to convene at 7 p.m. in the small conference room. During the meeting of the Standing Committee, upon the strong recommendation of Fang Baiqing, the standing committee members unanimously voted to appoint Li Mingliang, the deputy director of the Xindong County Government Office, as the director of the 3rd Supervision and Inspection Room of the Guangzhou City Discipline Inspection Commission. This decision by the Guangzhou City Discipline Inspection Commission came as quite a surprise. The news circulated rapidly within the commission, leaving many officials puzzled about the identity of the relatively obscure Li Mingliang. Speculation arose regarding his formidable background. After all, it was unusual for the secretary of the City Discipline Inspection Commission, Fang Baiqing, to personally visit Xindong County to assess him and swiftly elevate him from his position. The role of the director of the 3rd Supervision and Inspection Room, though merely a standard departmental post, is critical for direct case handling and wields substantial power. Many young officials within the commission watched eagerly, hoping to assume this influential position, yet none anticipated that it would be claimed by the unassuming Li Mingliang. The next day, Fang Baiqing arrived early at the office of Fang Borui, the secretary of the Guangzhou City Committee, to report on the work of the Special Task Force dispatched to investigate corruption in grain management in Qingshi County. With a serious demeanor, Fang Baiqing informed Fang Borui, Secretary Borui, the political ecosystem in Xindong County is rather intricate. Since the task force's arrival, we have witnessed 2 consecutive homicides. Personally, I believe we should select some outstanding local officials from Xindong County to bolster the team. Comrade Baiqing, I concur with your assessment. Do you have any suitable candidates in mind? Fang Borui expressed his strong trust in Fang Baiqing and was eager to consider his suggestions. Indeed, there is a candidate named Li Mingliang, the deputy director of the Xindong County Government Office. His political background is impeccable, and he possesses exceptional work capabilities. Fang Baiqing directly recommended Li Mingliang to Fang Borui and informed him of the decision made during the previous evening's standing committee meeting regarding Li's appointment as the director of the 3rd Supervision and Inspection Room. Secretary, speed is of the essence in our endeavors. I recommend that the city committee expedite the approval of the appointment of Comrade Li Mingliang. Fang Baiqing's words resonated with Fang Borui. He was acutely aware that Mayor Li Yongqiang of Guangzhou City had always been Fang Borui's staunch adversary, and he understood the intricate connections between Li Yongqiang and Xindong County. While promoting a minor director of the inspection room might not raise immediate alarms for Li Yongqiang, prolonged exposure could lead to suspicions regarding the motives of the Discipline Inspection Commission. Should that happen, it would become increasingly challenging to later introduce suitable individuals into the Special Task Force. That afternoon, the Guangzhou City Committee convened a standing committee meeting. The proceedings unfolded smoothly, with several routine agenda items proposed by Deputy Secretary Yuan Songbai receiving affirmation from the attending committee members. As the meeting approached its final agenda item, Fang Baiqing proposed the appointment of Li Mingliang as the director of the 3rd Supervision and Inspection Room of the City Discipline Inspection Commission. The standing committee members present did not pay particular attention to a mere head of the Supervision and Inspection Office, unanimously passing the decision. Chapter 24. There is no threat, and it is welcomed. Liu Guodong, the secretary of the Xindong County Discipline Inspection Commission, typically resembled an old monk indifferent to worldly affairs. His habitual inaction as the secretary was well known. However, he possessed a keen sense of information. The appointment of Li Mingliang, the deputy director of the Xindong County Government Office, as the head of the 3rd Supervision and Inspection Office of the Guangzhou City Discipline Inspection Commission was news that even County Mayor Su Guohao had yet to receive. Liu Guodong, however, was already aware. He pondered to himself, why would Secretary Fang Baiqing promote Li Mingliang? Was it to find a fearless newcomer to charge into the fray? What a clever strategy. Liu Guodong astutely perceived Fang Baiqing's intentions. He optimistically concluded that at his age, with little hope for advancement, he would soon retreat to his secondary role. A brash newcomer like Li Mingliang, even if he were to rise further, posed no threat to Liu's identity and status. He smiled with satisfaction, muttering to himself, I shall sit back and observe the tigers fight, securely perched on my fishing platform. Li Mingliang had been with the Special Investigation Team for several days. Friends and relatives of Wang Jihong, the director of the Xindong Township Grain Management Office, had begun to spread rumors that Li Mingliang not only provided crucial evidence regarding the grain corruption case to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Team, but also actively offered suggestions to the investigation team. In a small county like Qingshi, leaders and officials within the system often had strong connections. The leaders and officials across various units were either related or had established friendships. During this period, the grain system in Xindong County was rife with apprehension. Those leaders, officials, and their families who harbored guilt and feared being implicated were all deeply unsettled. Good news seldom leaves home, but bad news travels far. The informants aimed to portray Li Mingliang as a scapegoat, ensuring his inability to thrive in Qingshi County. They intentionally downplayed the gravity of the situation and distorted the facts, seeking to incite hatred among the leaders, officials, and their families to obfuscate the truth, deflect attention, and ultimately protect themselves. Li Mingliang's proactive exposure of wrongdoing was twisted by those with ulterior motives into a narrative suggesting that he was merely trying to impress Deputy Secretary Ma Huiming of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission through malicious denunciation of others, attempting to secure a promotion at the expense of others. This misrepresentation transformed Li Mingliang into a figure viewed by many in the Xindong County political arena as an unscrupulous opportunist seeking advancement and a traitor to Xindong County. The innocent shall remain untainted. When Ma Huiming informed Li Mingliang of his appointment as the head of the 3rd Supervision and Inspection Office of the Guangzhou City Discipline Inspection Commission, Li was taken aback. Yet he did not indulge in self-satisfaction and maintained a composed demeanor. At the Qingshi guest house, few were privy to this news. Before the formal appointment documents were issued, Li Mingliang remained humble, cautious, and composed. What should one do? The leaders of the project team were utterly oblivious to Li Mingliang's promotion. That evening, Li Mingliang earnestly contemplated the essential considerations for effectively fulfilling his role as the director of the Supervision and Inspection Office. He recalled the abundance of valuable internal documents in his office prior to the issuance of the appointment notice to the Qingshi County Government Office. He resolved to return to the office to organize his belongings. At 8 a.m., the courtyard of the Qingshi County government was sparsely populated. For the past 2 years, Li Mingliang had maintained the commendable habit of arriving half an hour early. In the courtyard, he strode forward confidently, encountering the head of the security team, Xie Kebang. Xie Kebang, the cousin of Xie Daxiao, the director of the grain management office in Qingshi Township, had been informed by Xie Daxiao that Li Mingliang was responsible for Wang Jihong's predicament. Without a shred of doubt, Xie Kebang concocted a narrative that portrayed Li Mingliang as a nefarious villain. Li Mingliang was typically courteous, greeting security personnel and cleaning staff with warmth. And today was no exception. "Good morning, Team Leader Xie," he exclaimed cheerfully. Xie Kebang cast a peculiar glance at Li Mingliang, but offered no response. Once Li Mingliang had walked away, Xie Kebang spat disdainfully behind him, muttering, "Bah, traitor." Oblivious to the comment, Li Mingliang continued his stride towards his office, retrieved his keys, and unlocked the door, only to discover that his desk, filing cabinet, and computer were conspicuously absent. Instead, there were a few sofas, a coffee table, and a water cabinet. How peculiar, Li Mingliang mused, momentarily questioning whether he had entered the wrong room. Stepping back, he surveyed his surroundings, bewildered. This is my office. How strange. Perplexed, he glanced at the sign above the door, which boldly proclaimed, "Reception room." How could this be a reception room? Where's my office? Li Mingliang stood at the doorway, lost in thought. After a brief moment, he spotted Xiao Wenfang, the head of the Secretary Division, approaching. She had already noticed Li Mingliang's awkward predicament, but made no move to offer assistance or even a greeting. With an air of indifference, she clicked her high heels as she sauntered to the secretary's office, producing her keys to unlock the door. "Excuse me, Xiao. May I inquire where my desk and computer have been relocated?" Li Mingliang stepped forward politely. "Director Tan had someone move them the day before yesterday," Xiao Wenfang replied flatly, entering the office without a hint of emotion. "And where have they been moved to?" Li Mingliang, anxious about the potential loss of his important documents, pressed. "That office," Xiao Wenfang said impatiently, gesturing towards a small office adjacent to the restroom. Upon seeing it, Li Mingliang was left both amused and dismayed. This modest office, once a mere storeroom, boasts only a single window, and the air stagnates within its constricted confines, barely accommodating a solitary desk. Li Mingliang, astute as he is, perceives the deliberate targeting aimed at him. The sweltering heat of July intensifies the discomfort. With the office door left unlocked, Li Mingliang pushes it open, only to be assailed by a noxious blend of stale air and unpleasant odors wafting in from the adjacent restroom. Most troubling of all, the file cabinet is conspicuously absent. Upon rummaging through his desk, he uncovers but a scant few useful documents, while the substantial stack of materials once housed in the cabinet has vanished. After a moment's contemplation, Li Mingliang resolves to copy the files stored on his computer. However, upon attempting to power it on, he discovers that the small room lacks electricity. How then? Is he to extract the contents from his computer? Unwilling to waste time, he promptly seeks out Xue Tao, the head of the comprehensive division, requesting assistance to relocate his office computer to a functioning office. After all, Li Mingliang is the deputy director of the government office, a position that commands respect, and moreover, Shui Tao is both his subordinate and a fellow townsman. Although Shui Tao has recently heard some unsettling rumors, he does not subscribe to the notion that Li Mingliang is the type to resort to unscrupulous methods for advancement. Contemplating briefly, he respectfully informs Li Mingliang, Director Li, there is a vacant office next to the small conference room on the second floor, equipped with both internet and electricity. We can temporarily relocate the computer there. Excellent. Please fetch the key. Li Mingliang replies, feeling quite satisfied as he begins to pack his belongings. Tan Xiuhua, the director of the Qingshi County government office, has a cousin, Zhang Xiaohua, who serves as the director of the grain management office in Mongshan Town. Like Wang Jihong, Zhang Xiaohua possesses a dubious reputation. During a drinking session with Tan Xiuhua the previous afternoon, Zhang Xiaohua indulged in gossip, incessantly disparaging Li Mingliang. Tan Xiuhua, already harboring disdain for Li Mingliang, found a kindred spirit in Zhang Xiaohua, and together they conspired over drinks, devising schemes to undermine Li Mingliang. Unbeknownst to them, the very individual they deemed easily manipulable would ultimately emerge as a formidable force beyond their reckoning. The forces of righteousness shall prevail, and all their dark and sordid machinations will evaporate into nothingness. Chapter 25. The persecution of the buffoon Tan Xiuhua, the director of the Qingshi County government office, is known for his penchant for petty advantages. Following Li Mingliang's ascension to the role of deputy director, he neither engaged in the customary gifting to curry favor nor grasped the insidious hints cast by Tan Xiuhua to entangle him in his schemes. Consequently, Tan Xiuhua found himself in a position where he had to constantly guard against Li Mingliang whenever he wished to engage in nefarious dealings. Tan Xiuhua has long sought an opportune moment to exclude Li Mingliang from the government office, fearing that his presence in the deputy director role would prove obstructive. Yesterday afternoon, seizing the opportunity while Li Mingliang was absent, Tan Xiuhua orchestrated the complete clearing of his office, carelessly disposing of Li Mingliang's belongings as if they were mere refuse. This petty behavior was intended to vex Li Mingliang, to show him the consequences of his presence. Unexpectedly, Shui Tao dared to step forward to assist Li Mingliang. Tan Xiuhua mentally noted this in her mind. As Shui Tao searched for the keys, Tan Xiuhua approached the door of the comprehensive office, casting a dark, sidelong glance at Shui Tao, inwardly cursing, Shui Tao, you brainless fool. Sensing an unspoken tension, Shui Tao abruptly looked up and met Tan Xiuhua's unfriendly gaze, causing his heart to race and sweat to bead on his forehead. Nevertheless, Shui Tao was determined to continue aiding Li Mingliang. He quickly lowered his head, feigning ignorance, and continued his search for the keys. Soon, he found them and unlocked the door to the office next to the upstairs conference room. Li Mingliang and Shui Tao each carried a component, one with the main unit, the other with the monitor, as they ascended the stairs in single file. In the corridor, Li Mingliang encountered Secretary Yuan Jingli of County Chief Su Guohao. Yuan Jingli cast a disdainful glance at Li Mingliang and, veiling his criticism, remarked to Shui Tao, who followed closely behind, the government office is not a marketplace. With so many leaders working upstairs, can't you wait until after hours to move things? Shui Tao's face flushed with embarrassment. He dared not retort, lowering his head as he quickened his pace up the staircase. Li Mingliang, however, merely scoffed, maintaining his forward gaze as he continued walking. Having spent 2 years in the government office, Li Mingliang was well aware of Yuan Jingli's character, a close confidant of County Chief Su Guohao, adept at ingratiating himself with superiors while belittling others, and exceedingly cunning. In June of the previous year, Li Mingliang, having completed a year in his role as a provincially appointed selected student, was due for a promotion according to custom. Most of his peers from the same cohort had already been elevated. To his astonishment, Yuan Jingli, leveraging his connection with County Chief Su Guohao, usurped the promotion quota designated for Li Mingliang, simultaneously assuming the role of deputy director of the county government office, effectively sidelining Li Mingliang. Undeterred, Li Mingliang continued to work diligently. In June of this year, the city issued another promotion quota for deputy-level officials. Given that Li Mingliang was already a year behind his peers, he was naturally entitled to advancement. Yet, Yuan Jingli colluded with Tan Xiuhua to suppress Li Mingliang, deliberately omitting him from nominations, as they resented his lack of sycophancy. Fortunately, the minister of the county party committee's organization department, Feng Jianchun, recognized the oversight regarding Li Mingliang's lack of nominations over 2 consecutive years and, in his capacity, directly nominated him. Ultimately, Li Mingliang was promoted to deputy director of the Qingshi County government office. Since his ascension, Tan Xiuhua and Yuan Jingli have covertly conspired to undermine Li Mingliang. ensuring that he was excluded from any significant accomplishments within his role. They often assigned him menial tasks, expecting him to be frustrated and distressed. However, to their surprise, Li Mingliang accepted these duties with calm resolve. Li Mingliang not only arrives at work punctually every day, but also organizes his tasks with remarkable efficiency. Xue Tao admires this aspect of Li Mingliang the most, his composure and unflappability, executing even the most menial tasks with elegance. This, however, has irked Tan Xiuhua, who begins to create obstacles for Li Mingliang in an attempt to force him to resign from the government office. The staff within the agency are adept at reading the room. Those colleagues who usually maintain a cordial relationship with Li Mingliang hesitate to speak up in his defense upon witnessing Tan Xiuhua's deliberate harassment. Only Xue Tao, his fellow townsman, offer silent support. Some individuals even begin to distance themselves from Li Mingliang, making his time at the government office increasingly challenging. Now, as Li Mingliang prepares for his promotion, he remains unfazed by the petty antics of Tan Xiuhua and Yuan Jingli. Soon, while setting up his computer and transferring files, he asks Xue Tao to help retrieve his documents from his filing cabinet. After a lengthy search, Xue Tao discovers that the entire cabinet has been relocated to the secretary's office, fortunately still containing its contents. As Xue Tao picks up the files to leave, Qiu Wenfang, the head of the secretary's office, immediately intervenes. "Director Xue, what are you doing with our documents?" Unperturbed, Xue Tao replies, "This filing cabinet belongs to Director Li's office. Why has it ended up in your secretary's office?" Qiu Wenfang, a bit embarrassed, explains, "Director Tan instructed us to discard everything from Director Li's office. We were short on cabinet space, so I had them moved. Regardless of your actions, Director Li has asked me to retrieve his documents," Xue Tao retorts, unwilling to engage in further debate, and turns to leave with the files. Upon reaching the upper floor, he finds that Li Mingliang has also finished copying his materials. Xue Tao respectfully presents the documents to Li Mingliang. As Li Mingliang inspects the files, he discovers several pending approval documents mixed in. He inquires, "Are these the approval documents I am meant to handle?" Traditionally, documents approved by the county chief are distributed by the secretary's office to the relevant leaders for implementation. Li Mingliang initially assumes these are files assigned to him by Su Guohao. Realizing the error, Xue Tao quickly pulls out the documents, awkwardly stating, "Director Li, these files are meant for Director Xiao. I must have grabbed the wrong ones." "Oh," Li Mingliang says, taking the documents from Xue Tao and scrutinizing them closely. The county chief's directive reads, "Please ensure relevant responsible comrades implement this." Upon further inspection, he finds that they pertain to the tasks he normally oversees. A cold smile creeps across his face as he muses, "I have only been away for a few days, and Tan Xiuhua has hastily reassigned my responsibilities to Xiao Hongdong. It seems he is determined to prevent my return to the government office." Xue Tao discreetly cast a glance at Li Mingliang, observing his calm demeanor, which betrayed no signs of distress. She inwardly admired him, thinking, "Director Li certainly possesses the qualities of a capable leader, unflappable in the face of adversity, his emotions concealed." 10 minutes later, having organized his documents, Li Mingliang prepared to greet Tan Xiuhua in his office before returning to the Qingshi guest house. Unexpectedly, Tan Xiuhua called him first, brusquely stating, "Li Mingliang, come here." Until the formal appointment documents for Li Mingliang as the director of the 3rd Supervisory Inspection Room of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission were finalized, Tan Xiuhua remained his direct superior, and Li Mingliang had to show him respect. He descended the stairs at a leisurely pace, his long strides carrying him into Tan Xiuhua's office, where he politely inquired, "Director Tan, do you need something from me?" Chapter 26. A dramatic transformation. Tan Xiuhua harbored a profound disdain for Li Mingliang's air of superiority. With a fierce expression, he exclaimed, "What on earth have you done? The Special Investigation Team from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission has stationed itself at the Qingshi guest house, and you are responsible for coordinating their services. Why is there such an exorbitant list of Maotai liquor and Zhonghua cigarettes from the guest house? Do you think the members of the Special Investigation Team would indulge in these?" He forcefully hurled a stack of bills at Li Mingliang's face. The sharp metal clip gleamed ominously, poised to inflict harm. Fortunately, Li Mingliang reacted swiftly, tilting his head to evade the projectile. The bills clattered to the ground, the sound jarring. Tan Xiuhua sought to exploit the situation. Incensed that Li Mingliang dared to dodge his onslaught, he leapt from his chair, slamming his hand on the table with a resounding bang, glaring menacingly at Li Mingliang. However, Li Mingliang was not one to cower. He calmly picked up the discarded bills and meticulously scrutinized each entry. Before long, he identified the discrepancies. "Director Tan, These Maotai liquors and Zhonghua cigarettes were not consumed during the period the special investigation team was stationed here. Look at this line. All the dates precede the team's arrival. The government office frequently hosted receptions at the Qingshi guest house. Based on the dates, these expenses likely occurred between April and May. I have a detailed reception list in my drawer. Would you like me to fetch it? Li Mingliang spoke with unshakable composure, presenting his case with clarity and evidence. Unfazed by Tan Xiuhua's provocations, he stood firm. Tan Xiuhua shot a sidelong glance at Li Mingliang, inwardly cursing. Damn it. He's as stubborn as a rock in a dung pit. Yet, Li Mingliang paid no mind to Tan Xiuhua's thoughts, silently mocking. What is done is done, and what isn't is not. I have nothing to hide. Let him bring forth whatever accusations he wishes. Tan Xiuhua had initially intended to frame Li Mingliang for the improper reimbursement of high-end liquor and cigarettes, hoping to leverage this to oust him from the government office. However, he was taken aback by how easily Li Mingliang uncovered the truth, armed with evidence to support his claims. Tan Xiuhua could not help but harbor resentment. Wang Liandi, the accountant at the Qingstone guest house, was utterly incompetent, achieving far less than her failures suggest. With a grim expression, he waved his hand dismissively at Li Mingliang, saying, That's enough, you may leave. Seeing Tan Xiuhua at a loss and visibly agitated, Li Mingliang sauntered out of the office. After Li Mingliang's departure, Tan Xiuhua furrowed his brow and retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Just as he lit one, there came a gentle knock on the door. It was Qiu Wenfang, the head of the secretarial division, who said softly, Director Tan, there is a document from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission for your review. Tan Xiuhua casually accepted the document, only to be taken aback. The notice was regarding the appointment of Li Mingliang as the director of the 3rd Supervision and Inspection Office of the Guangzhou City Discipline Inspection Commission. Thinking he had misread, he blinked and scrutinized it twice more. Ultimately, he confirmed he had not erred. Stunned, he sat in his chair, speechless, his expression inscrutable. Qiu Wenfang observed him for several moments, noting his pallor, and could not suppress a smirk. Old dog. You thought Li Mingliang lacked connections and often bullied him. Now look. He has been promoted to the city's Discipline Inspection Commission. You will soon feel the repercussions. After standing for a while, Qiu Wenfang, eager to leave, sensed Tan Xiuhua's discomfort and quickly excused herself. You may go now. Tan Xiuhua, known for his petty and malicious demeanor, often barked orders at his subordinates. Qiu Wenfang, having endured much under his command, was more than ready to exit. As soon as he spoke, she felt a wave of relief and hurriedly made her way out, remembering to close the door gently behind her. In the office of the government office director, Tan Xiuhua held the appointment document, his gaze fixating on the glaring name Li Mingliang. Reflecting on their recently strained relationship, he felt a twinge of headache. However, being a seasoned veteran in the realm of bureaucracy for over 2 decades, he was well versed in the art of self-preservation. Taking several deep puffs of his cigarette, he extinguished the butt forcefully in the ashtray, steadying himself. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to personally deliver the appointment document to Li Mingliang, seizing the opportunity to mend their relationship. Rising from his seat, he adjusted his attire and trousers, then strode to Li Mingliang's office, wearing a smile and adopting a cordial tone. Comrade Mingliang, are you busy? Upon returning to his office, Li Mingliang meticulously inspected his drawer, ensuring no documents were overlooked, and was preparing to head back to the Qingstone guest house. Suddenly, Tan Xiuhua entered with a congenial demeanor, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Director Tan, is there something else you need? Li Mingliang remained vigilant, speaking in a tone that was both courteous and detached. Having interacted with Tan Xiuhua for over 2 years, he was acutely aware of Tan's treacherous nature. Tan, with a beaming smile plastered on his face, aroused suspicion in Mingliang's mind that he was up to some nefarious scheme. Tan was also cognizant of Mingliang's lack of affection towards him. In an effort to ease the tension, he earnestly said, Comrade Mingliang, I sincerely apologize for my earlier impatience. I misjudged you, and I hope you won't hold it against me. The expression on Tan's face was remarkably fitting, brimming with regret and concern, a stark contrast to his previously menacing demeanor. Mingliang observed Tan's exaggerated performance with a cold gaze, internally remarking, such a swift change of face surely indicates ulterior motives. Nonetheless, Tan paid no heed to Mingliang's thoughts. He briskly approached Mingliang, pulling a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one with a smile before taking one for himself. After all, who isn't adept at playing along in social situations? Mingliang politely accepted the cigarette, quickly retrieving a lighter from his drawer, intending to ignite Tan's smoke. However, Tan was quicker, producing a lighter of his own. insisting on lighting Mingliang's cigarette without allowing him to decline. Cigarettes are often regarded as a man's finest social tool, and as they both took a puff, the atmosphere between them became significantly more congenial. Director Tan, we are all here for work. This is a trivial matter and not worth dwelling upon. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face, Mingliang remarked. With Tan extending the olive branch, it would seem rather ungracious for Mingliang not to reciprocate. Comrade Mingliang, we are both civil servants devoted to serving the people. It is entirely normal to have minor disagreements at work. Your understanding reassures me, Tan Xiuhua said with a warm smile, patting Mingliang on the shoulder, resembling an elder imparting wisdom to a younger counterpart. Director Tan, you are overthinking it, Mingliang replied, exhaling a puff of smoke with a faint smile. Comrade Mingliang, I truly value talent, Tan stated earnestly. You are indeed a promising individual. The only flaw is your youth and lack of experience, which can lead to a somewhat narrow perspective on issues. Tan shifted the conversation, feigning gravity as he continued. That's why I have always aimed to challenge you over these past 2 years, to refine your character. Now, you have not disappointed me. You are maturing remarkably fast. Tan's heartfelt words elicited a struggle within Mingliang to maintain a straight face. Thinking to himself, does he take me for a 3-year-old? Such self-aggrandizement. He mused. If one were to peel away his thick skin, would it not rival the thickness of a city wall? Comrade Mingliang, I have always believed that a talented young man like you will eventually seize the opportunity to showcase his capabilities. Tan became increasingly animated. While Mingliang discreetly raised his hand to check the time, 10:10 a.m. Li Mingliang regarded time as precious and felt a tinge of impatience while standing here idly with Tan Xiuhua. I truly envy you, so young, he remarked. I, on the other hand, have aged and have few opportunities left. Comrade Mingliang, when you rise to prominence in the future, do remember this old leader of yours. Tan Xiuhua spoke with fervor, but Mingliang, wishing to avoid any further delay, politely replied, how could I forget? I shall always cherish your care and support. After saying this, he discreetly glanced at his watch, his anxiety mounting, wishing Tan Xiuhua would cease his incessant chatter. Comrade Mingliang, you are indeed talented. The city leadership holds you in high regard. This is the appointment document from the City Discipline Inspection Commission. Your swift promotion is quite rare across the province. Tan Xiuhua continued. You flatter me, Director Tan. Li Mingliang's smile waned, and he became more reserved, suppressing the urge to check his watch again. Tan Xiuhua had already noticed Mingliang's frequent glances at his watch, which irked him. He thought to himself, not a significant position, yet he carries himself with such airs. So what if he has been appointed as the director of the inspection department at my level? What is so remarkable about that? Their conversation faltered, and Li Mingliang felt a growing disdain for Tan Xiuhua's duplicitous nature. He believed that spending more time conversing with Tan Xiuhua was a waste. A weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. Ill intentions abound. Subsequently, Tan Xiuhua discreetly scrutinized Li Mingliang, confident in his seniority, and decided to impart some wisdom. Saying with hidden meaning, Comrade Mingliang, you are still young, and the road ahead is long. One must prioritize the bigger picture. Seize this opportunity and excel with your potential. Boundless prospects await you. Tan Xiuhua took a drag from his cigarette and spoke as if from experience. Inwardly, Li Mingliang scoffed. What qualifies you to lecture me on the bigger picture? What exactly does your big picture entail? However, he maintained a stoic expression. Everyone knows how to converse with the right tone. I too have navigated the political arena for several years, he thought. Thank you, Director Tan, for your concern. I shall work diligently and never betray the trust of the party and the government. Pleased by Li Mingliang's respectful demeanor, Tan Xiuhua felt quite satisfied. Believing he had deftly maneuvered this naive young man, he exhaled a thick cloud of smoke and cast a self-satisfied glance at Li Mingliang. Unfortunately, Mingliang had not taken Tan Xiuhua's words to heart. He was merely keeping pace with the conversation as a matter of courtesy. As the saying goes, those who walk different paths do not form alliances. Tan Xiuhua's long-winded, empty rhetoric fell on deaf ears, for Li Mingliang was acutely aware that, as a party cadre, his foremost duty was to diligently perform his responsibilities. He was still young and capable. He exuded an air of confidence, firmly believing that he would undoubtedly advance further on the strength of his own abilities in the future. However, if, as Tan Xiuhua suggested, one merely works diligently for the sake of promotion, then the very premise of such a notion is fundamentally flawed. The conversation between Tan Xiuhua and Li Mingliang was relatively harmonious. Li Mingliang politely bid farewell to Tan Xiuhua. Additionally, with County Chief Su Guohao absent from the office, Li Mingliang was required to report to Su Guohao today, after which he could return directly to the Qingshi guest house. Just as Li Mingliang exited the gates of the Qingshi County government, news of his appointment as the director of the 3rd Supervision and Inspection Office of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission spread swiftly throughout the government offices. In the office of the government's secretariat, staff member Huang Na was quietly gossiping with another female colleague, saying, "I told you I was right. Li Mingliang is nothing but a complete opportunist. He has ingratiated himself with the leaders of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission by reporting on our county's officials to secure his chance at promotion." Huang Na rolled her eyes and continued, "Humph, I never would have imagined he could be such a person, looking all proper on the outside, yet so vile." The other female colleague indignantly chimed in. Nearby, Qiu Wenfeng, who was busy drafting materials, seemed to have guessed the subject of their conversation and shot Huang Na a knowing glance, though she remained silent. The news of Li Mingliang's promotion circulated rapidly. Within an hour, officials from various units within the Qingshi County government began to chatter amongst themselves. Opinions about Li Mingliang were divided. Some envied his rise to prominence with the municipal leadership, while others speculated that he must have influential relatives. Some harbored resentment toward him for being disloyal, while others remained indifferent, not understanding the fuss. A few believed in Li Mingliang's character and refrained from spreading malicious rumors about him. Who among them could refrain from discussing others, and who could escape being discussed in turn? The world of officialdom is rife with individuals who present one facade in public and another in private. 10 minutes after leaving the county government complex, Li Mingliang returned to the Qingshi guest house, intending to analyze documents while awaiting further directives from the municipal committee. This morning, Ma Huiming received 2 notifications from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. One was a forwarded notice regarding the appointment of Comrade Li Mingliang, and the other outlined the assignment of Li Mingliang, the director of the 3rd Supervision and Inspection Office of the Guangzhou City Discipline Inspection Commission, to assist Ma Huiming in the investigation of a corruption case involving grain in Qingshi County. Ma Huiming expressed his delight to Fu Wenbin, saying, "At last, Li Mingliang can officially join our special investigation team. Time waits for no one." As soon as Li Mingliang stepped into the Qingshi guest house, he received a call from Zhang Chengze, the head of the comprehensive department of the investigation team. "Hello, Director Li. Please come to the 2nd floor conference room immediately for the case investigation progress meeting." Li Mingliang remains unaware that he has been appointed as a member of the task force. He ponders, "Am I qualified to attend the promotion meeting?" After a brief moment of confusion, he realizes the reason behind the invitation, and a smile involuntarily graces his lips. He quickly secures his briefcase, filled with documents, and hastens to the conference room on the 2nd floor. Inside the conference room, Ma Huiming occupies the center seat at the oval table. To his side sit Fu Wenbin, the deputy leader of the task force and director of the 1st Supervision and Inspection Office of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, and Shen Haonan, the head of the technical department of the Municipal Criminal Investigation Brigade. 8 staff members, including Wang Ji, are arranged on either side, engaged in the proceedings. As Li Mingliang gently pushes open the door and tiptoes into the room, he surveys the surroundings before choosing to take a seat at the far end of the right side of the oval table. Zhang Chengze, the head of the comprehensive division, notices Li Mingliang's arrival and promptly rises to pull out a chair next to Fu Wenbin, gesturing for Li Mingliang to take a seat. After a moment of hesitation, and upon receiving a subtle nod from Ma Huiming, Li Mingliang decides against further reluctance and sits down beside Fu Wenbin. Chapter 28. The underworld within the investigation team. At this moment, Fu Wenbin begins to report on the progress of the investigation into the poisoning case of Pan Dafu. He explains that Pan's condition is dire. Although he has been barely resuscitated, his organs have suffered significant deterioration, making it unlikely for him to speak for at least another week. Without Pan's ability to communicate, the task force is unable to extract valuable information from him. Ma Huiming, with a grave expression, inquires, "Have we determined who orchestrated the attempt on Wang Jihong's life?" Fu Wenbin has an inkling of an answer but refrains from disclosing it due to insufficient evidence. He shakes his head, expressing his helplessness. "We are still searching for this mastermind." Li Mingliang listens intently, already formulating his thoughts regarding the investigation. After Fu Wenbin concludes his report, Ma Huiming turns to Li Mingliang and asks for his perspective on the next steps for the task force. Most attendees remain unaware that Li Mingliang has been appointed as the director of the 3rd Supervision and Inspection Office of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission and assigned to the task force. Having entered the meeting midway, Li Mingliang's warm reception from Zhang Chengze raises speculation among the others. Is it because Secretary Fang Baiqing values Li Mingliang that Ma Huiming also holds him in high regard? Unaware of the opinions others hold about him, Li Mingliang contemplates for a few seconds before clearing his throat and articulating, Secretary Ma, I believe we should focus our efforts on the primary issues surrounding the investigation into the grain corruption case. The poison directed at Wang Jihong indicates that our task force is nearing the truth, and some individuals are beginning to panic, resorting to desperate measures. Furthermore, the corruption within the Qingshi County grain system appears to be not merely an isolated incident, but rather indicative of widespread, systemic corruption. We merely need to intensify our efforts in breaking through Wang Jihong's defenses. By tearing open a rift here, we shall unearth the roots of corruption, believing that those concealed in the shadows will soon emerge into the light. Li Mingliang has expressed this sentiment with remarkable tact. He is acutely aware of the substantial influence that one's environment wields over an individual. The issues surrounding Wang Jihong have unveiled a grave lapse in the management and oversight of leadership personnel in Qingshi County. According to Li Mingliang's conjecture, it is highly probable that none of the directors of the grain management offices across the 18 townships of Qingshi County are untainted. Ma Huiming shares a similar perspective with Li Mingliang. He nodded in agreement and stated, Comrades, I concur with Comrade Mingliang's viewpoint. The primary aim of this brief meeting is to remind everyone not to lose composure. We must concentrate our efforts on the investigation of the corruption cases related to grain. As for any criminal matters involved, the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team will handle those. Time is of the essence. We must expedite our progress, conduct thorough investigations, and promptly compile our files to produce high-quality reports. Our goal is to deliver a satisfactory response to Secretary Bai Cheng of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission and Secretary Bo Rue of the Municipal Party Committee as soon as possible. Following his concluding remarks, Ma Huiming picked up 2 notifications from the table and announced loudly the decisions regarding the appointment and selection of Comrade Li Mingliang by the Municipal Party Committee and the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. The attendees were taken aback, casting envious glances towards Li Mingliang. Notably, among them were 5 young individuals, Wang Ji, Xia Qingfeng, Leng Yun, Jiao Hongdao, and Wan Guiliang, who were all key candidates for nurturing by the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. In the past, these individuals had actively volunteered to join the special task force addressing the grain corruption case in Qingshi County, aiming to gain experience at the grassroots level and enhance their credentials. The position of Director of the Supervision and Inspection Office of the Guangzhou City Discipline Inspection Commission had remained vacant for quite some time, and young officials above the subsection level were keenly eyeing it. Little did they expect that Li Mingliang would emerge as a contender. The 5 young individuals felt a tinge of discontent. After the meeting, Zhang Chengze, the head of the Comprehensive Office of the Special Task Force, promptly escorted Li Mingliang to the office prepared for him. Li Mingliang shared an office with Fu Wenbin, the deputy head of the task force and the director of the First Inspection Office of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Li Mingliang's desk was positioned directly opposite Fu Wenbin's. Fu Wenbin, a third-level researcher enjoying the privileges of a deputy department-level position, held a higher status than Li Mingliang in both experience and rank. As Li Mingliang arrived, he felt somewhat disoriented in the new work environment. Fu Wenbin, known for his amiable demeanor and approachability, expressed considerable regard for Li Mingliang, having praised him multiple times before Ma Huiming. If Ma Huiming is the discerning mentor for Li Mingliang, then Fu Wenbin is the elder who extends a helping hand to guide him. Li Mingliang entered Fu Wenbin's office. The opportunities for communication between the 2 individuals were plentiful. Fu Wenbin would, both intentionally and inadvertently, guide Li Mingliang on the intricacies of their work. This was crucial for Li Mingliang to swiftly acclimate himself to the work environment of the Municipal Disciplinary Committee's task force, to grasp the regulations clearly, and to grow rapidly. Upon entering the office, Li Mingliang promptly set aside his materials, hurriedly boiled a kettle of water, and nimbly prepared a pot of green tea. With utmost respect, he poured a cup for Fu Wenbin. He then retrieved a stack of documents from his own belongings, from which he extracted several forms and presented them to Fu Wenbin with a serious expression, stating, Team Leader Fu, these are some documents I brought over from the government office this morning. These forms contain the grain data statistics submitted by the Qingshi County Grain Bureau to the government office over the past 3 years. Please take a look and see if there are any discrepancies with the statistics you received from the Municipal Grain Bureau. Falsification of statistics is a common tactic employed by many local departments to appease higher authorities during evaluations. Furthermore, it cannot be ruled out that certain key sensitive data may involve intricate conflicts of interest. The internal data of various departments could very well differ significantly from the figures held by the upper echelons. Li Mingliang possessed a keen sensitivity to data. On one occasion, when the Qingshi County Government Office requested data from all county units, He was responsible for the statistics and consolidation. Astonishingly, at the last moment, the County Grain Bureau updated all previously submitted data. Being meticulous, Li Mingliang had retained copies of the earlier data for future reference, which proved fortuitous. Fu Wenbin took the report, donned his reading glasses, and scrutinized it. Gradually, his brow furrowed in concern. He pointed to a set of figures from last year's statistical report and remarked to Li Mingliang, "This set of data is completely at odds with what we have. The discrepancy in the county's grain purchase and inventory figures is over 100,000 tons." Li Mingliang, perplexed, inquired, "Did the Municipal Grain Bureau not notice any issues with Qingshi County's grain data?" Fu Wenbin chuckled slyly and replied, "Of course they are aware, but without evidence. They have sent us from the Municipal Disciplinary Committee to investigate." Li Mingliang understood immediately, nodding in agreement. Team Leader Fu, "Look, these data can be further delineated down to the grain management offices in each township. We can extrapolate based on the population and arable land area of each township. If any grain management office in Qingshi County presents data that defies logic, we can essentially ascertain that there is something amiss there." Chapter 29. Greed without bounds. During the previous interrogation of Wang Jihong, he had divulged numerous issues. However, the session was abruptly halted due to Wang Jihong experiencing severe abdominal pain. Subsequently, accompanied by personnel from the task force, he was taken to the Qingshi County People's Hospital for treatment. Following a thorough examination, Wang Jihong was diagnosed with mild, uncomplicated appendicitis. Fortunately, there were no complications such as pus formation, necrosis, or perforation, and conservative treatment with medication was sufficient. However, the physician recommended hospitalization. Given that Wang Jihong was a suspect in a serious criminal case, the special task force coordinated with the county hospital and decided to assign 3 robust young individuals to guard him in a specialized ward, ensuring their presence around the clock. After 3 days of treatment, Wang Jihong's condition improved and stabilized. Fu Wenbin intended to have Wang Jihong clarify certain unresolved issues. Consequently, he temporarily brought Wang Jihong back to the Qingshi guest house. However, Fu Wenbin was unexpectedly delayed due to urgent matters, temporarily placing Wang Jihong in room 201 of the guest house. This provided an opportunity for Pan Dafu, the food delivery worker at the guest house, who nearly succeeded in poisoning Wang Jihong with a toxic substance. Sensing danger, Wang Jihong immediately requested to return to the county hospital for further treatment, postponing the interrogation once again. Today, Wang Jihong was finally discharged. At 3 p.m., Li Mingliang decided to interrogate Wang Jihong alongside Fu Wenbin. After a few days in the hospital, Wang Jihong's mindset had shifted, and he was now reluctant to speak in the interrogation room. Li Mingliang, not one to indulge him, spoke sharply, "Wang Jihong, whether you choose to speak or not, your situation is already as clear as day. Think carefully. Every day you remain silent, the person who wishes to harm you grows more resolute. Aren't you afraid that he might take his frustration out on your family? He lurks in the shadows, capable of actions you cannot foresee at any moment. It would be wiser for you to confess now, allowing us to apprehend that individual and at least ensure the safety of your family." Li Mingliang's words illuminated Wang Jihong's mind, prompting him to finally divulge everything. He revealed that Pan Wenmei had 5 siblings, all of whom he had arranged to work within the grain system. As Wang Jihong spoke, a sense of indignation stirred within him, as he secretly thought, "Damn it. Perhaps it is you, Pan Wenmei, who intends to kill me. Why should you, Pan Wenmei, wield such unchecked power? The Grain Bureau does not belong to you." This time, he resolved to drag Pan Wenmei down with him, ensuring his entire family would face hardship. Furthermore, Wang Jihong learned that Pan Wenmei had taken 3 wives. The first had borne him a daughter who was currently in high school, while the second and third each had a child out of wedlock. Pan Wenmei enjoyed a life of abundance with so many wives and children, leaving Wang Jihong astonished and contemplating the financial burden such a lifestyle entailed. Indeed, as the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Deep down, Wang Jihong envied Pan Wenmei, wishing he too could take multiple wives. Yet he lamented that he lacked the means to do so, being constrained by a singular formidable spouse at home. Wang Jihong spoke until her throat was parched. Succumbing to a dry cough, her face flushed crimson. Li Mingliang hastily beckoned the recorder to pour a generous cup of warm water for her. Wang Jihong took the water and, in one breath, gulped it down. Perhaps finding the water exceedingly delightful, she couldn't help but sigh. Ah. After finishing the water, she wiped her mouth and, with a beaming expression, expressed her gratitude to Li Mingliang, saying, "Thank you, leader." Li Mingliang nodded in acknowledgement and continued his inquiry. "Do you possess any substantial evidence?" Indeed, I have evidence. Wang Jihong promptly responded to Li Mingliang's question. Over the past 2 years, I have meticulously recorded all the gifts and money I presented to Pan Wenmei. The ledger is tucked away beneath the beams in the kitchen of my old house. Wang Jihong was no fool. She had left herself a safeguard. Where's your old house? Li Mingliang's eyes sparkled with curiosity. My hometown is in the new house group of Shansha Village, Days Township, Fengwang Town, Qingshi County. Once you arrive there, simply inquire with anyone, and they will guide you. The key to the door is concealed beneath the bluestone slab at the entrance. Having divulged all she needed to say, Wang Jihong felt a wave of relief wash over her. Very well, do you have any other evidence? Li Mingliang pressed further. None, truly none. Wang Jihong shook her head. All right, you may go and rest for now, Li Mingliang said warmly, offering her a smile. Thank you, leader. Wang Jihong replied as Wang Jijun entered to escort her out. As she reached the doorway, she deeply bowed to both Li Mingliang and Fu Wenbin. Li Mingliang nodded in response. After the interrogation, Li Mingliang and Fu Wenbin personally led a team to Wang Jihong's hometown in search of the ledger. By 9:30 a.m., 2 Passats sped away from the Qingshi guest house, heading directly to Wang Jihong's residence. The distance from Fengwang Town, Days Township, Shansha Village to the county seat was 40 kilometers, and the roads were treacherous, prompting the driver to proceed with caution. Li Mingliang, burdened with numerous thoughts and having endured a restless night, stifled a yawn as drowsiness overcame him. He promptly reclined his seat and, within 2 minutes, fell into a deep slumber. Director Li, we have arrived. The driver gently roused him as the Passat approached the intersection leading to the new house group in Shansha Village. After napping for several minutes, Li Mingliang emerged from the vehicle, invigorated and alert. Observing his surroundings, he was captivated by the picturesque landscape, nestled between mountains and streams, with the air remarkably fresh. In the distance, he spotted 3 or 4 farmers laboring in the fields, while 2 yellow cattle grazed by the roadside. Li Mingliang stopped an elderly farmer carrying a load of manure and politely inquired, "Excuse me, sir, could you please point me to Wang Jihong's old house?" Wang Jihong. Ah, Honggu. His house is right over there. See that large persimmon tree? That is his home. The old farmer gestured towards a mud brick house with a courtyard behind him. Li Mingliang gazed upon the unpretentious farmhouse and the simple villagers, struggling to fathom how such an innocent environment could produce a person as avaricious and devoid of moral principles as Wang Jihong. Wang Jihong, a true child of the countryside, understood the immense value of each grain, fully aware of the hard work that goes into each morsel of food. How could he, in turn, oppress the farmers delivering grain to the supply depot? Is this not a betrayal of his roots? Moreover, why would he shamelessly pilfer and sell the grains that the farmers had diligently entrusted to the state? Does he not experience a pang of conscience? With a heavy heart, Li Mingliang approached the entrance of Wang Jihong's home, lifting the large stone slab at the threshold, and indeed discovered a key. He took the key, unlocked the door, and pushed open the gate to Wang Jihong's courtyard. The small yard was overrun with weeds. Li Mingliang proceeded directly into the cramped kitchen, where an inconspicuous basket hung from the rafters. Fu Wenbin reached up to retrieve the basket and found a cookie box inside. Upon opening it, he was delighted to uncover several ledgers. Li Mingliang examined them closely, confirming that these were compelling pieces of evidence of Wang Jihong's bribery of the county's grain bureau director. Pan Wenmei. Chapter 30. One person ascends. All rise. Qingshi County, a significant agricultural hub in Xindong Province, boasts a population of 700,000 and ranks among the top 10 in annual grain production within the province. In this county, where industry remains underdeveloped, the Grain Bureau serves as a formidable authority. As the director of the Bureau, Pan Wenmei stands as a highly influential figure among the heads of various county units. In the political landscape of Qingshi County, Pan Wenmei regards those beneath him with disdain, walking through the county with an air of superiority. Pan Wenmei typically maintains a grand demeanor, being chauffeured in the Bureau's official vehicle and attended to by young staff members. It is widely known among the staff at the Grain Bureau that Pan Wenmei is insatiably greedy. All household expenses are meticulously maneuvered to be reimbursed by the Bureau, even down to his toothbrush, which is sourced from a designated supermarket. Since ascending to the position of Grain Bureau Director, he has kept 2 mistresses and fathered 2 illegitimate children. Xie Daxiao, the deputy director of the grain supply station in Qingshi Township, has gone to great lengths to curry favor with Pan Wenmei in hopes of being promoted to director himself, even sending his wife, Wei Shufan, to care for Pan Wenmei's mistresses during their postpartum confinement. The diapers, formula, and baby supplies for Pan Wenmei's illegitimate children were all generously provided by Wei Shufan. who would freely take them from the designated supermarket at the grain bureau. In appreciation of Xie Daxiao's filial piety, Pan Wenmei not only readily promoted him to director of the Xindong Township Grain Supply Station, but also arranged for Xie Daxiao's wife to secure a formal position at the grain bureau under the guise of recruitment. The couple, in return, showed utmost respect and deference to Pan Wenmei. In April of this year, when Pan Wenmei's wife suffered a miscarriage, it was once again Wei Shufan who assisted in her recovery. The bond between the Xie couple and Pan Wenmei's family transcended that of mere acquaintances, resembling that of family itself. In recent days, an eerie atmosphere has enveloped the grain bureau of Qingshi County. A sudden rumor has swept through the county. Wang Jihong, the head of the grain management office in Xindong Township, has been arrested, and it appears that Pan Wenmei, the director of the county's grain bureau, cannot escape culpability and may soon face downfall as well. As the saying goes, when one ascends, the others follow suit. Within the bureau, Pan Wenmei has arranged for 7 or 8 relatives to occupy positions there, aside from Pan Dahua, the diligent daughter of Pan Dafeng. The rest of these individuals are akin to nobility, strutting through the office with impunity. Some of Pan Wenmei's relatives possess alarmingly low educational qualifications. Having forged high school diplomas to gain entry into the grain bureau, they struggle to comprehend even the simplest documents, rendering them mere ornaments in their roles. A few seldom set foot in the office, while those who do merely go through the motions, sipping tea and perusing newspapers, with little actual work accomplished. Despite their lack of tangible contributions, they often presume to critique and issue orders to the diligent cadre within the bureau. Their salaries and benefits remain unaffected, and in fact, some receive more than their ordinary counterparts. A handful of officials within the bureau excel at flattering Director Pan Wenmei. Some, with sharper wits, have mastered the art of indirect flattery, occasionally bestowing gifts upon Pan's relatives and incessantly extolling their virtues in the workplace. It has become evident that Pan Wenmei favors those who flatter him, with recent promotions bestowed upon those adept in sycophancy. Over time, the morale among the county's grain officials has plummeted, silence reigns within the bureau, and a spirit of complacency prevails. In these recent days, rumors of Pan Wenmei's impending downfall circulate fervently throughout Qingshi County, creating a palpable unrest within the grain bureau. While the surface appears calm, with officials adhering to their routines, a current of anxiety simmers beneath, as most secretly yearn for Pan Wenmei's swift apprehension. Some officials even speculate, should Pan be arrested, they must find a secluded corner to set off a firecracker in jubilant celebration. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Simultaneously, Pan Wenmei's confidants and relatives, including the township officials who have bestowed gifts upon him, are fraught with anxiety. The couple, Xie Daxiao and Wei Shufan, have found these days particularly challenging. Wei Shufan languishes at home, sighing in despair, while Xie Daxiao appears utterly distracted. At 6:30 a.m., Wei Shufan, having slept poorly the previous night, still feels groggy but cannot shake off the need to rise. She sluggishly prepares breakfast, acutely aware that times have changed. Glancing at the clock, she notices it is 7 o'clock a.m. Urgently, she calls out to Xie Daxiao to hasten his breakfast and prepare for work at the grain management office, lest he be caught tardy by the city's disciplinary inspection team. Old Xie, get up. You'll be late, she implores, nudging him insistently. Ugh, it's too noisy. Let me sleep a little longer. Xie Daxiao protests, having drifted into slumber around 4 a.m. after a night of restless thoughts. He is utterly exhausted. Oh, come on. Get up. You're going to be late. Aren't you afraid of being checked? It takes 50 minutes to drive to the township. Hurry up. She urges him again. Wishfn, seeing Shi D11 languishing in bed, spoke with irritation. Who is checking on me? Half awake, Shi D11, upon hearing the mention of an inquiry into his affairs, felt an involuntary surge of guilt. Startled, he turned abruptly, resulting in a loud thud as he fell from the bed. Ouch! My back! He exclaimed, clutching his waist as pain coursed through him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and he cried out in agony. Oh dear, are you all right? Wishfn gasped in shock, quickly bending down to assist him, yet found herself unable to lift him. Standing at 1.78 meters with a hefty build, Shi D11 was a stark contrast to the slender Wishfn, who stood at only 1.55 meters. Despite her utmost effort, she could not budge him, and seeing the severity of his condition, she had no choice but to call for an ambulance. Early that morning, Shi D11 was carried on a stretcher by doctors and nurses into the ambulance. The blaring siren of the vehicle echoed sharply throughout the community. Curious neighbors gathered to witness the commotion, only to find that it was none other than the husband of the notoriously difficult and petty Wishfn. their faces reflecting a mixture of schadenfreude. At 9:30 a.m., in the office of the County Grain Bureau Chief, PNWNMI, disheveled and unkempt, with bloodshot eyes and a muddled mind, found himself in a state of distress. Since J.H. had checked into the QNGSH hotel, PNWNMI had been on edge, fearing that his own misdeeds might be exposed. As a prominent figure in QNGSH County, he was once close friends with HDHI, a bond forged in mutual respect and camaraderie. In times of trouble, it was only natural for him to seek HDHI's assistance in uncovering the happenings within the hotel. HDHI, ever willing, periodically shared snippets of information with PNWNMI. Li Ku, who was selling grain alongside J.H., has been arrested. It seems that the city's criminal investigation team has gone to Guangdong province to apprehend J.H.'s cousin, Bio. In this moment of peril, HDHI appeared to be PNWNMI's lifeline, leading to an increasing trust in his confidant. Chapter 31. A frantic escape and a mysterious accident. Suddenly, the luxurious phone on the desk in the Grain Bureau Chief's office rang, displaying an unfamiliar landline number. Who could be calling me at this hour? PNWNMI answered weakly. Hello, who is this? Hello, J.H. has implicated you. The special investigation team is on their way to arrest you. You must leave QNGSH County immediately, came the unmistakable voice of HDHI. Hello, HJ. PNWNMI attempted to inquire further, but HDHI had already hung up. The special investigation team was coming for him? This was dire. Panic-stricken, PNWNMI broke into a cold sweat as his mind raced, quickly reaching a decision. He sprang to his feet, opening the safe behind him, retrieving an empty briefcase, and hastily stuffing its contents inside before dashing downstairs. At such a critical juncture, PNWNMI felt he could trust no one. He dared not alert the driver, hastily exiting the Grain Bureau. At the entrance, he hailed a three-wheeled motorcycle, speeding towards the outskirts of the county where his villa awaited. Upon his arrival, Pan Wenmei bypassed any greeting for his wife, making a beeline for the Audi A6 parked in the yard. With a swift turn of the key, the engine roared to life, and he accelerated out onto the road. After departing from his home, Pan Wenmei followed the county road for approximately 8 kilometers, preparing to merge onto the provincial highway, aiming to flee to Guangdong province before formulating a plan to escape abroad. Throughout the journey, he was consumed by troubling thoughts, oblivious to the Dongfeng heavy truck that persistently trailed closely behind him. The truck made several attempts to ram into his vehicle, but was thwarted by pedestrians or other cars along the roadside. A fleeting glance in the rearview mirror revealed the Dongfeng truck dangerously close, its speed alarming. In an effort to shake off the pursuing vehicle, Pan Wenmei signaled to the right, intending to allow the truck to pass. To his dismay, the truck mirrored his move, maintaining its pursuit. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Pan Wenmei pressed the accelerator, striving to distance himself from the heavy truck. However, the truck driver, fearing the escape of Pan Wenmei, also floored the gas, hurtling toward him. With a thunderous crash, Pan Wenmei's Audi A6 was violently slammed against the stone wall beside the road. The impact was so severe that the front of the Audi was grotesquely mangled, and Pan Wenmei, trapped within, was crushed beyond recognition, meeting an instant demise. After obtaining the bribery ledger hidden by Wang Jihong in his hometown, Li Mingliang promptly returned to the Qingshi guest house, eager to report to Ma Huiming. Comrade Wenbin, the evidence is irrefutable. You must immediately take measures to detain Pan Wenmei for investigation to prevent further complications. Based on previous experiences, Ma Huiming sensed that many eyes in Qingshi County were fixed upon the special investigation team's every move. In the realm of martial arts, speed is paramount. Without a moment's hesitation, Ma Huiming resolved to act swiftly, yet regrettably, his decision came a fraction too late. Half an hour after Pan Wenmei left the Grain Bureau, Li Mingliang and his team finally arrived. As the black Passat pulled up at the entrance, the security guard, upon recognizing the official vehicle, asked no questions and promptly pressed the button for the electric gate. The gate opened slowly, allowing the Passat to advance into the courtyard of the Grain Bureau. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Li Mingliang was the first to disembark, followed closely by the other personnel. Eschewing the elevator, they hurried up the stairs to the director's office on the second floor. Knocking on the office door, Li Mingliang received no response. Not here. A sense of unease washed over him as he swiftly turned the doorknob, discovering the room empty. The safe in Pan Wenmei's office stood ajar, devoid of any contents. This is dire. He has fled. Li Mingliang rushed next door, instructing the office to call Pan Wenmei. Apologies, the number you have dialed is currently turned off, echoed a mechanical female voice on the other end of the line. Come, let us go take a look. Pan Wenmei's phone had also shut down, further solidifying Li Mingliang's suspicion that she had fled. Hastily, Li Mingliang rushed downstairs, where he spotted a security guard engrossed in watching television within the security room. Li Mingliang promptly approached and inquired, "Comrade, might I ask if Director Pan reported to work today?" "Indeed, he did. He hurriedly left alone just a short while ago," the guard replied. Noticing the words Special Case Team emblazoned on Li Mingliang's badge, the guard's thoughts raced to the recent rampant rumors. Silently thinking that what was destined to happen had indeed arrived. "Do you know what vehicle he took?" Li Mingliang asked anxiously. "I saw him flag down a three-wheeled motorcycle at the entrance," the guard responded. Being a relative of the previous director, he had often endured insults from Pan Wenmei over trivial matters since her arrival. He secretly hoped for her swift capture. Li Mingliang cast a glance at the street in front of the county grain bureau, finding it bustling with three-wheeled motorcycles. With Pan Wenmei's departure, she had slipped into the vast expanse of the world, leaving no trace of her whereabouts. Just then, Li Mingliang's phone rang. "Director Li, Pan Wenmei is not at home." "Director Li, she is not at her second wife's place." "Director Li, she is not at her third wife's residence either." The other three teams had also come up empty-handed at Pan Wenmei's home and those of her two mistresses. Li Mingliang stood at the entrance of the grain bureau, staring vacantly at the bustling thoroughfare, consumed by frustration over missing Pan Wenmei, when suddenly, Zhang Ye's call came through. "Director Li, my classmate from the police academy, Peng Jiqiang, just informed me that Pan Wenmei was involved in an accident at the intersection connecting Qingshi County to the Provincial road and has died." "What? Dead? Was there anything on her person? Are you at the scene?" Li Mingliang recalled the open safe, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. "I've notified Chun Haonan to head over. Peng Jiqiang should be at the scene now." Zhang Yi was escorting Wang Biao from Guangnan Province to Handong Province and would not return anytime soon. When Chun Haonan arrived at the accident scene in haste, the offending Dongfeng heavy truck had already departed, and the severely deformed Audi 6 was towed away, leaving only scattered fragments of automobiles behind. Chun Haonan surveyed the area and noted the absence of surveillance cameras, pondering suspiciously, how could the traffic police of Qingshi County have cleared the scene so swiftly? Peng Jiqiang, who had arrived at the scene before Chun Haonan, approached him and shook his head in greeting, leaning in to whisper. The individual was lost on the spot. By the time I arrived, the captain of the county's traffic police, Wu Yuzhu, was already managing the scene. Before the body was taken by the funeral home, I carefully examined the situation inside Pan Wenmei's vehicle. There was nothing on her person or within the car. Chun Haonan glanced at the captain of the traffic police brigade, Wu Yuzhu, who was directing the scene's cleanup from a distance, and quietly inquired, "Is it possible that there is no mobile phone?" "None." Peng Jiqiang shook his head in response. Chapter 32. The ugly face of malice. Having worked in criminal investigation technology for several decades, Chun Haonan's instincts told him that Pan Wenmei's death was not merely an unfortunate consequence of a car accident. Regrettably, the scene yielded no valuable clues. Sighing deeply, he dialed Li Mingliang's number. "Hello, Director Li. There's no need for you to come here. The vehicle and the body have been removed, and there are no surveillance cameras nearby. There is no pertinent information available. I am heading to the Xindong County morgue to examine Pan Wenmei's body." "Understood," Li Mingliang replied, his brow furrowed in concern. Upon arriving at the Xindong County morgue, Chun Haonan meticulously examined Pan Wenmei's remains and confirmed the cause of death to be a car accident. That afternoon, the county's traffic police brigade reported the investigation results to the city's disciplinary inspection team. The driver of the Dongfeng heavy truck had confessed, admitting to having played mahjong all night and falling asleep at the wheel, leading to the unfortunate collision with Pan Wenmei's Audi 6. The driver is currently detained at the Xindong County Detention Center. "Fatigue driving?" Li Mingliang murmured, echoing the traffic police's conclusion, yet his mind was rife with doubts. At 7 p.m., in a small meeting room of the Xindong County guest house, Ma Huiming, Li Mingliang, Zhang Yi, and Chun Haonan convened to discuss the circumstances surrounding Pan Wenmei's tragic accident. Drawing upon their years of investigative experience, they unanimously sensed that the incident bore an air of peculiar mystery. Why did it happen at this moment, not earlier or later? "It's all too strange," Li Mingliang remarked, squinting as he delved into deep contemplation. "When I arrived at the scene, the Xindong County Traffic Police had already cleared away the vehicle and the body, leaving no clues behind," Chun Haonan said, his brow knitted in concern. "Did they really remove everything so quickly? The efficiency of the Xindong County Traffic Police is rather alarming," Li Mingliang retorted with a hint of sarcasm. This afternoon, I retrieved Pan Wenmei's phone call logs from the Qingshi County Telecommunications Company. Before her escape, she received a call from a public telephone booth, Zhang Yi stated, holding a call log and pointing to the most recent entry. Is it possible to trace who made the call? Ma Huiming inquired. Unfortunately, we cannot. There are no surveillance cameras near that phone booth, Zhang Yi replied, shaking his head. Could there be a breach within our ranks, resulting in a leak about the operation? Li Mingliang expressed his apprehensions. It's hard to say. We must enhance our confidentiality measures and remain vigilant towards those around us. Ma Huiming inhaled deeply from his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke, his words laden with significance. Meanwhile, Xie Daxiao had strained his back that morning and was rushed to the Qingshi County People's Hospital for emergency treatment. The attending physician was a remarkably young and attractive woman named Fang Xiaoya. As Wei Shufan observed the youthful doctor, she immediately harbored doubts regarding Fang Xiaoya's medical expertise. Fang Xiaoya first assessed Xie Daxiao's condition and, noticing his expression of agony, suspected a lumbar spine injury. She proceeded to issue an order for Wei Shufan to take Xie Daxiao for an X-ray, a routine procedure to eliminate potential diagnoses. To her astonishment, Wei Shufan's brows furrowed in indignation as she pointed an accusatory finger at Fang Xiaoya, exclaiming, "Do you even know how to practice medicine? You come in here demanding an X-ray. You must be hoping to have us undergo more tests for your commission." Despite her youthful appearance, Fang Xiaoya was a master's student from the prestigious Nanhua Medical University, boasting an exemplary academic record and a year of invaluable internship experience at Nanhua Hospital, where her medical skills were commendable. Coming from a well-off family, she enjoyed a life of comfort since childhood. Although her family had arranged a position for her at the People's Hospital of Handong Province, Fang Xiaoya chose to work in the small, obscure Qingshi County to hone her skills and strive to enhance the healthcare resources of the area. Her exceptional medical expertise and noble character earned her great respect at the Qingshi County People's Hospital. Wei Shufan's remarks ignited the ire of a nearby nurse, Su Lulu, who retorted, "Madam, Dr. Fang is our hospital's finest surgeon. Requesting an X-ray is merely standard practice. What business is it of yours to criticize? You truly have the audacity to speak such words." In the past, Wei Shufan had been subservient and accommodating while tending to the postpartum needs of Pan Wenmei's wives, displaying an exceedingly agreeable demeanor. However, in public, particularly in front of those she deemed powerless, she revealed a different side of herself, acerbic and overbearing. "You doubt Dr. Fang's capabilities? If that is the case, I suggest you seek another physician for your husband." Su Lulu, unable to contain her frustration, stood up for Fang Xiaoya. "Enough, Lulu. Please refrain from further comments." Fang Xiaoya gently gestured for Su Lulu to be silent. "Madam, your husband appears to be in considerable pain, which cannot be delayed. I still recommend taking him for an X-ray. However, if you lack faith in my medical skills, we can promptly summon the most experienced surgeon in our hospital, Dr. Zhang, to examine your husband." "What do you say?" "I want Dr. Zhang to attend to my husband immediately," Wei Shufan declared haughtily. Su Lulu, unable to bear the situation any longer, angrily turned to fetch the chief surgeon, Dr. Zhang Dongji. As she walked away, she spotted Dr. Zhang standing at the end of the corridor, his expression serious, having witnessed the entire incident. "Dr. Zhang, the patient's family insists on your examination," Su Lulu said, her heart racing with trepidation, fearing Dr. Zhang's usual stern demeanor. "Very well, I shall go and take a look," he replied. Zhang Dongji's expression and tone remained unchanged. Su Lulu cast a furtive glance at him, unable to discern any shift in his emotions. Wei Shufan, acquainted with Zhang Dongji, was aware that his wife, Liao Juanru, held the esteemed position of chairwoman of the county labor union, and that his brother, Zhang Dongliang, served as the deputy director of the county's organizational department. The Zhang family was well regarded in Qingshi County. Before Zhang Dongji approached Wei Shufan, she had already donned a fawning smile. She altered her previously sharp and acerbic demeanor, respectfully addressing him. "Hello, Dr. Zhang. Could you please examine my husband? He has hurt his back." Zhang Dongji's face remained impassive as he began to palpate Xie Daxiao's back, conducting an examination. Xiaoya meticulously observed Zhang Dongji's method of patient assessment, internally acknowledging the expertise of the seasoned physician. After his examination, Zhang Dongji preliminarily diagnosed a lumbar injury and emphasized the urgency of the condition, instructing Wei Shufan, "You should take your husband for an X-ray." "Oh, very well, we shall go at once." Wei Shufan accepted the examination form that Xiaoya silently offered and hurriedly pushed Xie Daxiao away. Chapter 33. The Fall of the Powerful and the Disillusionment of the Small. Su Lulu watched in astonishment as the woman's demeanor shifted dramatically. "Thank you, Dr. Zhang. The patient's family is quite cooperative with your recommendations. Would you be able to take on this patient? Wei Shufan, harboring distrust toward Xiaoya, was met with no sign of irritation or resentment from her. Xiaoya gracefully replied, "Of course." Zhang Dongji readily agreed. Wei Shufan took Xie Daxiao for an X-ray, which confirmed the diagnosis of a lumbar injury necessitating hospitalization. Consequently, Xie Daxiao was assigned to a surgical ward. This morning, Pan Wenmei had been tragically killed in a car accident, her body reduced to a gruesome state. The patient in the adjacent bed, a cadre from the Qingshi County Grain Bureau, received this shocking news from visiting colleagues that evening. Alas, this is truly. The Bedreddin Grain Bureau official glanced over at Xie Daxiao and his wife, a knowing expression on his face. Upon hearing the news, the couple felt as though they had been struck by lightning, their bodies frozen in disbelief. Pan Wenmei was dead. Within them stirred a mixture of bitterness and disillusionment over the fall of their ally, coupled with a sense of relief that their attempts to bribe Pan Wenmei and provide her with servile assistance to secure promotions and illicit job arrangements would remain undiscovered. If one wishes to keep a secret, one must not act. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Jihong, the new director of the Grain Management Office in Xindong Township, had already implicated Xie Daxiao. Under the directive of Ma Huiming, Li Mingliang, the leader of the first action team from the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection, had commenced a covert investigation into the directors of the grain management offices across 18 townships in Qingshi County. Currently, Li Mingliang has amassed a considerable amount of incriminating evidence against Xie Daxiao, the director of the grain management office in Xindong Township, who is closely associated with Pan Wenmei. 5 days later, at 9 a.m., today marks the day of Xie Daxiao's discharge from the hospital. Li Mingliang, accompanied by 2 staff members, abruptly entered Xie Daxiao's hospital room. At that moment, Xie Daxiao was standing in front of his bed, carefully moving his limbs while wearing a waist support belt around his waist. His wife, Wei Shufan, had already completed the discharge procedures and was packing their belongings. Suddenly, several stern-faced men in white coats and black trousers entered the room, capturing everyone's attention. Xie Daxiao, we are officials from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission's Special Investigation Team. You are suspected of serious violations of discipline and law. The investigation team has decided to implement detention measures against you. Please come with us, Li Mingliang stated, his expression impassive, with an identification badge hanging from his chest. Li Mingliang's words struck like a thunderclap, causing Xie Daxiao to lose his balance and collapse. The 2 investigation team members who had positioned themselves beside him swiftly supported him, half dragging and half lifting him out of the hospital room. On what grounds are you arresting him? Wei Shufan exclaimed, rushing forward to grasp the arm of one of the officials in a frantic attempt to impede their actions. Wei Shufan, release him at once. Do not obstruct our work. Li Mingliang admonished her sharply, his gaze piercing as if he could see through her very soul. Wei Shufan had gained employment at the Grain Bureau by assisting Pan Wenmei's various wives during their confinement. Feeling guilty, she instinctively loosened her grip. With a beseeching demeanor, she handed over Xie Daxiao's clothing and medications to Li Mingliang, pleading, "Please, this leader, my husband has a spinal injury and needs rest. Kindly ensure he has his medications." "Rest assured, we will take care of his health," Li Mingliang assured her. Wei Shufan stood outside the ward, tears streaming down her face, anxiously watching as the investigation team took her husband away. This poignant scene was witnessed by a group of doctors and nurses who happened to be on their rounds, including Fang Xiaoya, Su Lulu, and Zhang Dongji. Fang Xiaoya felt a twinge of surprise, while Su Lulu reveled in the misfortune. Zhang Dongji remained unaffected. Fang Xiaoya, however, found Li Mingliang particularly attractive and could not help but steal glances at him. It must be said that Li Mingliang epitomized Fang Xiaoya's aesthetic preferences. Unable to resist, she looked again, her ears gradually turning red. Fearing detection, she quickly diverted her gaze to conceal her embarrassment. Years later, Fang Xiaoya and Li Mingliang strolled hand in hand beneath the setting sun. Reflecting on their past encounter, she candidly confessed to Li Mingliang, "I liked you from the very first glance." Fate cannot be thwarted. After the crowd had dispersed, the doctors resumed their routine rounds. As the crowd passed by Wei Shufan, many cast disdainful glances, and not a single soul approached her to offer solace. Following his detention for investigation, Xie Daxiao promptly confessed to all his criminal activities. The mere charge of illicit grain trading was sufficient to condemn him to 5 years of hard labor. Alongside Xie Daxiao were 12 grain management directors, 2 deputy directors from the County Grain Bureau for section chiefs, and 3 ordinary officials, all of whom faced severe disciplinary violations and legal infractions, resulting in the confiscation of their illicit gains and subsequent imprisonment. Concurrently, The Municipal Disciplinary Committee's Special Task Force reported to the Xindong County Committee regarding Pan Wenmei's improper appointment of confidants and relatives within the grain system. In light of these developments, Tang Chiwen, the county party secretary, convened a standing committee meeting to deliberate on the handling of those who had unlawfully infiltrated the Xindong County grain system. In the county committee conference room, the members of the standing committee entered gradually, with County Mayor Su Guohao notably arriving late, seemingly intent on outdoing Tang Chiwen by being the last to enter. In the county secretary's office, Tang Chiwen's secretary, Huang Haiyang, gently knocked and entered to report, "Secretary Tang, all other committee members are present. Only Mayor Su is missing." Tang Chiwen glanced at his watch, 3:50 p.m. He leisurely took a sip of tea, calmly instructing Huang Haiyang, "Please call Mayor Su's secretary and ascertain how much longer he will be delayed. I shall proceed once he arrives." This time, Tang Chiwen was determined not to indulge Su Guohao. He was curious to see how long Su would prolong the wait. At that moment, Su Guohao remained in the county mayor's office, sipping tea. Upon receiving Huang Haiyang's call, Su's secretary, Yuan Jingli, promptly knocked and entered to report, "Mayor, Secretary Tang's secretary just inquired about your arrival. Has Secretary Tang arrived?" Su Guohao asked, taking a sip of tea and casting a sidelong glance. "Not yet," Yuan Jingli replied. Sensing the sudden intensity in Su's gaze and fearing he might have faltered in some regard. "Humph, I have pressing matters to attend to. I will go later," Su Guohao retorted brusquely. 5 minutes later, Yuan Jingli returned to report that Tang Chiwen's secretary had called again, inquiring how many more minutes Su would require. Su Guohao, now irate, scolded Yuan Jingli, "Are you blind? Can't you see I'm busy? Tell them to wait." 5 minutes later, Yuan Jingli, with trepidation, re-entered to report once more. Su Guohao glanced at his watch, for 10 p.m. Frowning, he mused, "Surely, I cannot continue to waste time like this. Very well. I shall go, let Tang Chiwen, that old fox, have his moment of triumph." In the small conference room of the county committee, the standing committee members exchanged perplexed glances, bewildered by the prolonged absence of their two leaders. Executive Vice County Chief Zhang Guangmei and Vice County Chief Chiu Zhengtai exchanged a discreet glance, both turning their attention toward the entrance of the conference room. The door creaked open, revealing Su Guohua, his countenance shadowed with displeasure. Chiu Zhengtai promptly rose and graciously pulled out the chair positioned at the far left of the oval table, respectfully inviting Su Guohua to take his seat. Before settling down, Su Guohua surveyed the assembly of standing committee members. His expression was grave, his gaze commanding, emanating an aura more formidable than usual. However, the committee members remained largely unresponsive, calmly occupying their seats as they awaited the arrival of Tang Chiwen. Upon Su Guohua's seating, Tang Chiwen entered with a radiant smile, his demeanor warm and inviting, refreshing the atmosphere among the members like a gentle spring breeze. He approached the innermost chair at the oval table, glanced at the visibly perturbed Su Guohua, offered a nod, and then sat down, clearing his throat to announce, "Comrades, let us commence the meeting." Today's standing committee meeting bore no extraordinary matters, merely routine affairs. Tang Chiwen systematically presented each item, and the members unanimously voted in agreement. Having once experienced a setback, Su Guohua sensed that Tang Chiwen might orchestrate something today. His eyes darting around the room, maintaining a vigilant posture. "Now, we shall discuss the final agenda item," Tang Chiwen stated, having spoken at length and now taking a substantial sip from his thermos before setting it down and continuing at a measured pace. County Discipline Inspection Secretary Liu Guodong, having reviewed the feedback from the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Task Force, anticipated Tang Chiwen's forthcoming remarks, acknowledging that the moment had indeed arrived. Liu Guodong discreetly glanced at County Chief Su Guohua across the table, noticing his intense focus on Tang Chiwen, his expression tinged with anxiety. In contrast, Tang Chiwen appeared composed and assured, resembling a seasoned angler at ease. For reasons unknown, Liu Guodong suddenly found that the formidable and ruthless Su Guohua was not as intimidating as he once seemed. Today, the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Task Force has reported to our Qingshi County Party Committee regarding the former director of the Qingshi County Grain Bureau, Pan Wenmei, who improperly arranged for his confidants and relatives to be placed within the grain system, Tang Chiwen announced, clearing his throat. According to the task force investigation, Pan Wenmei, under the guise of recruitment, unlawfully positioned 4 direct relatives, 3 in-laws, 1 confidant, and 1 female college student from his clan into the County Grain Bureau. Currently, all these individuals hold formal employment status. Tang Chiwen held the materials in both hands, methodically reading aloud. Per Qingshi County's regulations on the hiring of personnel, Recruitment must be conducted transparently, targeting candidates who meet the requisite qualifications in terms of education, specialization, age, health, and political standing. Adjusting his glasses perched on his nose, he continued, among the relatives and confidants arranged by Pan Wenmei, aside from one female college student who meets the job requirements, for lack the necessary educational qualifications. 3 did not meet the age criteria, and 1 failed to satisfy health standards. As he reached this point, Tang Chiwen elevated his voice slightly, emphasizing, Pan Wenmei went to great lengths to secure positions for these unqualified relatives and confidants within the Grain Bureau, one after another. They assisted 4 individuals in fabricating false academic credentials, altered the ages in the files of 3 individuals, and forged a health certificate for 1 person. Tang Chiwen calmly recited the materials, casting a sweeping glance over the seated committee members, and stated, the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Team requires us, the Qingshi County Committee, to rectify this issue. Does anyone have any viable solutions? Tang Chiwen inquired. I believe our county committee should directly dismiss all the officials who entered the Grain Bureau through unlawful means. The deputy secretary of the county committee, Zhang Kai, asserted solemnly. No sooner had Zhang Kai finished speaking than Su Guohao immediately narrowed his eyes at him, his expression darkening as he thought. Dismiss them outright? What a ludicrous notion. Su Guohao was a true son of the countryside. One person's rise could uplift the entire clan. Since Su Guohao assumed leadership above the level of a section chief, many of his direct and collateral relatives had been placed into various county positions. He never anticipated that with Pan Wenmei's downfall, even his relatives would suffer repercussions. A sense of sorrow for the fallen fox lingered in his heart. The executive vice county mayor, Zhang Guangmei, was akin to a parasite nestled within Su Guohao's thoughts. Having been closely observing Su Guohao's expression, he noticed that as soon as Zhang Kai suggested dismissing Pan Wenmei's relatives and confidants, Su Guohao's expression soured considerably. Zhang Guangmei, adept at deciphering Su Guohao's sentiments, quickly countered, I disagree with Secretary Zhang's opinion. Oh, why does County Mayor Zhang disagree? The organization minister, Feng Jianchun, inquired with a half-smile. Zhang Guangmei, emboldened by Su Guohao's backing, typically dismissed Feng Jianchun's authority, realizing that Feng Jianchun dared to challenge him. Zhang Guangmei's expression turned hostile as he asserted, while these individuals may have entered the system through irregular channels, dismissing officials is no trifling matter. The procedures are cumbersome, and it would jeopardize the stability of our county's cadre, potentially inciting mass petitions. Unfazed by Zhang Guangmei's hostile demeanor, Feng Jianchun calmly replied, County Mayor Zhang is overly concerned. There are stringent regulations regarding officials who entered the system through irregular channels. Their status is illegal. Feng Jianchun met Zhang Guangmei's gaze directly, their eyes locked in a silent battle. With a forthright demeanor and piercing gaze, Feng Jianchun's intensity made Zhang Guangmei avert his eyes in discomfort. Not only must the county committee dismiss them according to relevant regulations, but we must also hold them accountable for the legal ramifications of their fraudulent academic credentials, ages, and health certificates. Feng Jianchun articulated his points with clarity, leaving Zhang Guangmei speechless. The Minister of Propaganda, Zheng Xiaomei, discreetly observed the confrontation between Feng Jianchun and Zhang Guangmei. Seeing Zhang Guangmei falter, she decided to stoke the flames further and quickly chimed in. Minister Feng makes an excellent point. As long as the dismissal is reasonable and lawful, our county committee can stand firm against any disturbances. Vice County Mayor Qiu Jingtai, sensing that Feng Jianchun and Zheng Xiaomei were straying further from the main issue, grew anxious and hastily interjected. Minister Feng, Minister Zhang, we should extend a measure of tolerance towards our officials. These individuals are family providers, burdened with both elderly dependents and young children. To dismiss them would be akin to compelling them to endure the harsh winds of despair. Minister of United Front Work, Zheng Guangxiao, vehemently disagreed with Deputy County Mayor Qiu Jingtai's assertions. Furrowing his brow, he retorted, County Mayor Qiu, the foundation of caring for our officials must rest on strict oversight. Our county committee must first enforce rigorous management of officials before we can discuss benevolence. We must impose stringent regulations on those who have entered the system through connections or falsified identities. Allowing such officials to remain in their positions not only undermines unity among the cadre, but also disheartens those who diligently toil for the cause. That would be a true dereliction of duty to both the party and the public. Zheng Guangxiao's words were forceful, silencing any opposition thereafter. Chapter 35. The fence-sitters swayed both ways at the oval table in the conference room. Tang Chiwen and Su Guohao quietly observed the verbal sparring among their colleagues. Those in favor of dismissal and those opposed formed 2 camps, with the proponents currently holding the upper hand. Tang Chiwen occasionally cast a furtive glance at Su Guahao, noting his increasingly grim demeanor, as if shadows were about to spill from his face. Let us pause for a moment. Today we engage in democratic discussion. Now, I invite those in favor of dismissal to raise their hands. Upon uttering these words, County Party Secretary Tang Chiwen was the first to lift his hand. Subsequently, Deputy Secretary Zhang Kai, Organization Minister Feng Jianchun, Publicity Minister Zheng Xiaomei, and Minister Zhang Guangxiao swiftly followed suit. Disciplinary Committee Secretary Liu Guodong hesitated momentarily before slowly raising his hand. Deputy Secretary and Political and Legal Affairs Committee Secretary Zhou Shuixin inhaled deeply, deliberately avoiding Su Guahao's gaze, and also raised his hand. Seeing the overwhelming support for dismissal, Qingshi County People's Congress Chairman Xiong Jinyong, CPPCC Chairman Wan Limin, and Armed Forces Political Commissar Cheng Lushan all raised their hands as well. In stark contrast, Qingshi County Mayor Su Guahao, Executive Deputy Mayor Zhang Guangmei, and Deputy Mayor Qiu Zhengtai exchanged glances, their expressions dark, refraining from expressing their stance. Very well, the majority supports dismissal. The minority shall yield to the majority. Comrade Jianchun, please expedite the implementation of the dismissal process for the relevant personnel. This meeting is adjourned. Tang Chiwen concluded the standing committee meeting with great satisfaction, rising first and departing with a beaming smile, followed by the other members according to their ranks and seniority. After Tang Chiwen exited, Su Guahao left with a scowl. His frustration evident, he strode purposefully, casting a piercing glance at Zhou Shuixin, the Deputy Secretary and Political and Legal Affairs Committee Secretary, as he passed by. Zhou Shuixin, startled by Su Guahao's glare, turned pale, his legs trembling involuntarily. Tang Chiwen, walking ahead, seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, suddenly halting. Turning with a smile to Zhou Shuixin and saying, "Comrade Shuixin, I wish to discuss the preparations for this year's legal construction in our county. Please accompany me to my office." County Party Secretary Tang Chiwen deliberately paused to wait for Zhou Shuixin. His gentle smile and sincere tone greatly alleviating the fear and unease brought on by Su Guahao. "Oh good. Secretary Tang, I happen to have our county's preliminary plan for legal construction. I would like you to review it shortly." Zhou Shuixin exhaled softly, smiling as he addressed Tang Chiwen. Vice County Mayor Qiu Zhengtai cast a cold glance at the interaction between Zhou Shuixin and Tang Chiwen, inwardly cursing, "Traitor, bah!" Executive Vice County Mayor Zhang Guangmei, ever the opportunist, noticed Su Guahao witnessing the scene and, with a mischievous intent, hurried over to Su Guahao, ingratiatingly stating, "County head, I have some work I wish to report to you. Please come to my office shortly." Su Guahao, ever susceptible to Zhang Guangmei's flattery, visibly relaxed. Subsequently, Zhang Guangmei hastily made his way outside the county committee building, eagerly opening the car door for Su Guahao and bowing respectfully as he assisted him into the vehicle. The Santana car carrying Su Guahao, the county head of Qingshi, exited the county committee courtyard, followed closely by Executive Vice County Mayor Zhang Guangmei's vehicle. After the conclusion of the Qingshi County Committee standing meeting within Secretary Tang Chiwen's office, he entered and promptly took a seat in the main position on the left side of the reception sofa. Following closely behind, Zhou Shuixin, the Deputy Secretary of the Qingshi County Committee and Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee, unceremoniously settled next to Tang Chiwen on his right side. Just as they were seated, Tang Chiwen's secretary, Huang Haiyang, presented 2 steaming cups of fragrant green tea. "Secretary, please enjoy your tea." "Secretary Zhou, please enjoy your tea." Huang Haiyang, a dignified young man, spoke with a respectful demeanor, his smile genuine and his gaze clear. Zhou Shuixin discreetly assessed him, reflecting, indeed, like attracts like. Secretary Tang's secretary exudes righteousness, far superior to Su Guahao's slick and scheming aide. Sensing the aroma of the tea, Tang Chiwen felt invigorated and politely urged Zhou Shuixin, "Comrade Shuixin, this is the Qingming tea harvested from the ancient tea trees on Xianren Mountain, renowned for its limited quantity and exquisite flavor. Do give it a try." Zhou Shuixin, who had transferred from Yunshi County in Guangzhou City this January as the Deputy Secretary of the County Committee and Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee, had been advised by predecessors before arriving at Qingshi County. In Qingshi County, County Head Su Guahao calls the shots. The County Secretary is but a quail too timid to speak in his presence. To thrive here, one must align closely with County Head Su, naturally timid and easily intimidated. Zhou Shuixin had heard of Su Guahao's formidable reputation. Thus, upon his arrival in Qingshi County, he bypassed Secretary Tang Chiwen and immediately reported to County Head Su Guahao. Over the past 6 months, Although Zhou Shuixin appeared to maintain a close relationship with Su Guohao, in reality, the trust was lacking. Their rapport remained rather ordinary. In the realm of work, Zhou Shuixin typically heeds Su Guohao's counsel. Yet, when it comes to matters of a more sensitive nature, he slips away like an elusive eel, deliberately choosing not to engage. Zhou frequently visits Su's office to report on work affairs, aware that Su possesses high standards regarding his daily necessities. For a local tea brand of little renown, Su would never deign to partake. The tea served in the county mayor's office consists solely of exquisite varieties costing thousands per small box. Over the past 6 months, Zhou has basked in Su's favor, indulging in the finest teas from across the nation, thus developing a discerning palate. Tang Qiwen gazes at Zhou with eager anticipation, feeling the warmth of hospitality. Zhou delicately sips the tea, finding it devoid of the expected bitterness, instead revealing a refreshing and transcendent flavor. He cannot help but exclaim, "Ah, delightful tea. Haha, comrade Shuixin. Isn't this tea splendid?" Do not underestimate our local Qingstone tea. The Xianren Mountain tea from Qingstone County has a storied reputation in history. It is a pity that it remains obscured, lacking proper promotion and development. Secretary, this tea is indeed remarkable. It rivals those high-end teas that are popular in the market. Zhou nearly let slip a careless remark, feeling embarrassed as he scratched the back of his head. Tang Qiwen, with a knowing smile, glanced at Zhou, fully aware of the latter's unspoken thoughts, internally acknowledging, "Who among us is infallible? As long as one has not committed a fundamental error, the ability to amend one's ways signifies a good comrade." Zhou's alignment with Tang Qiwen owes much to the special investigation team dispatched by the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Since their arrival in Qingstone County, the team has rigorously pursued accountability among leaders and officials, instilling a sense of deterrence and pressure among the county's leadership. Zhou, being timid, recognizes that he and Su are not of the same ilk and fears becoming entangled in any repercussions, worried that should he be caught, he might end up facing severe consequences. Chapter 36. A lesson in discipline. Tang Qiwen had long perceived the discord between Zhou Shuixin and Su Guohao, thus seizing the opportunity to draw Zhou closer. After savoring a generous portion of tea, Zhou retrieved a proposal for the legal construction of Qingstone County from his briefcase, meticulously briefing Tang on this year's preliminary plan for legal development. Secretary Tang, this initiative is a key task assigned by the city for the latter half of the year, with our county's Political and Legal Affairs Committee at the helm. This is the preliminary proposal for your review. Zhou respectfully presented the document to Tang, who accepted it with a smile and began to scrutinize it intently. "Oh, this is commendable. Your proposal is detailed with many innovative measures. Very well, let us implement this plan," Tang replied with approval. "Thank you for your affirmation, Secretary. I will promptly arrange for its execution." Zhou brimmed with enthusiasm, in stark contrast to the harmonious atmosphere in Secretary Tang's office. The mood in County Mayor Su Guohao's office was stifling. Zhang Guangmei was embellishing tales to malign Zhou Shuixin. "County Mayor, did you see? This Zhou Shuixin is nothing but a traitor. Just now, you did not witness the sycophantic demeanor of Zhou Shuixin towards Tang Qiwen. It truly infuriates me to the extent that I feel compelled to confront him." Zhang Guangmei sipped on the finest tea, casting a furtive glance at Su Guohua's countenance, which was marred by a somber expression. A weathercock swayed by the wind need not be heeded. Su Guohua remarked nonchalantly after taking a sip of tea. "County head, you must not be complacent." Zhang Guangmei feigned concern as she spoke. "Just a few days ago, I personally observed Zhou Shuixin surreptitiously entering Tang Qiwen's office with a briefcase. My fear lies in the possibility that he has become too close to Tang Qiwen, which could pose detriment to us." Zhang Guangmei typically harbored no grievances against Zhou Shuixin. This time, her animosity stemmed solely from her disdain for Zhou Shuixin's penny-pinching nature, as he failed to present any valuable gifts to Su Guohua while easily ingratiating himself with him. In the past, when Zhang Guangmei served as the party secretary of Qingshi County's West Town, she spared no expense to earn Su Guohua's trust and secure her promotion, once bestowing him with a sum of 100,000 yuan in cash and 5 gold bars weighing 300 grams each. Coupled with the luxurious gifts she had presented over the years, her total expenditure exceeded 1.5 million yuan. Zhang Guangmei's words indeed instilled a sense of unease in Su Guohua, a flicker of barely perceptible malice flashing in his eyes. With a kung fu teacup in hand, Su Guohua's gaze shifted unpredictably, his mind replaying the events of the past 2 standing committee meetings. And he silently lamented. It is not only this weathercock Zhou Shuixin, but also the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, Liu Guodong, the chairman of the People's Congress, Xiong Jinyong, the chairman of the Political Consultative Conference, Li Mingliang, and the political commissar of the armed forces, Cheng Lushan. These individuals are adept at straddling the fence. The recent committee meetings fell victim to their alignment with Tang Chiwen, enabling his schemes to flourish. This cannot continue. I must swiftly admonish these individuals to prevent Tang Chiwen from becoming increasingly audacious. Guangmei, in your opinion, how should we deal with the traitors? Su Guohua planned to make an example of Zhou Shuixin. The investigation into the corruption case within the Xindong County grain system reached a conclusion following the unexpected death of Pan Wenmei, the head of the Xindong County Grain Bureau, and the apprehension of numerous corrupt officials. Wang Jihong, the former head of the Xindong County New East Township Grain Management Office, along with his cousin Wang Biao and Wang Biao's sworn brother Liu Guodong, were transferred to the Xindong County Prosecutor's Office by the Special Investigation Team on charges of intentional homicide. Ultimately, the three faced the severest penalties. The principal offenders Wang Jihong and Wang Biao were sentenced to death, while the accomplice Liu Guodong received a life sentence. Pan Dafeng, who attempted to poison but suffered severe health repercussions from an overdose of rodenticide, was hospitalized and lost his ability to work. He was subsequently sentenced to 3 years in prison, with a 2-year reprieve. Shortly thereafter, the Discipline Inspection Commission of Guangzhou City withdrew its special investigation team from Xindong County. The findings of the investigation into the systemic corruption within the Xindong County grain system were made public. The incident has sparked a tremendous response in society, becoming a popular topic of conversation among the citizens of Guangzhou City during their leisure hours. Li Mingliang is acutely aware that the systemic corruption scandal within the grain sector of Qingshi County is merely the tip of the iceberg, revealing the decayed political ecology of the local bureaucratic environment. Li Mingliang has returned to work at the Guangzhou City Commission for Discipline Inspection, accompanying the Special Task Force. The working environment at the city level is markedly different from that at the county level, and initially, Li Mingliang found himself somewhat out of his element. Firstly, although the rent for the talent apartment he occupies is relatively affordable, it is situated quite a distance from the municipal party committee building in the city center. After relocating to the city, Li Mingliang must commute by bus every day, spending an hour on the journey back and forth. Coupled with his diligent work ethic, often requiring him to work overtime, he finds himself racing to catch the last bus from the party compound nearly every evening. Secondly, the working hours differ. The city starts half an hour later than the county and concludes half an hour later as well. Fortunately, the canteen provides meals on weekdays, offering both lunch and dinner options. Li Mingliang values his time, subsisting on merely 2 meals a day and sleeping only 5 hours each night. Nevertheless, he remains invigorated and mentally agile, dedicating nearly all his time outside of work and life to self-improvement and study. After a month, Li Mingliang's article titled In-Depth Reflection on Grassroots Integrity Governance, published in the Guangzhou Daily, caught the attention of Fang Borui, the secretary of the Guangzhou Municipal Committee. Fang Borui has a habit of reading the daily edition of the Guangzhou Daily to gauge public sentiment. Upon reading Li Mingliang's work, he found the report profoundly insightful, with unique viewpoints and sophisticated writing techniques. Curiosity piqued, Fang Borui wondered what kind of individual could produce such an outstanding piece of writing. Upon further examination, he noted the author's name, Li Mingliang, from the Guangzhou City Commission for Discipline Inspection. Li Mingliang? How many Li Mingliangs are there in the commission? Could it be the Li Mingliang who was recently promoted? Coincidentally, that very day, Fang Baiqing, the secretary of the City Commission for Discipline Inspection, was in Fang Borui's office for a work report. Seemingly casually, Fang Borui inquired, "The author of In-Depth Reflection on Grassroots Integrity Governance is named Li Mingliang. Is that the same Li Mingliang who was promoted from Qingshi County?" Fang Baiqing took the newspaper, glanced at it, and smiled broadly, responding with pride, "Indeed. It is Li Mingliang. I must say, I never realized this young man had such talent." Hearing this, Fang Borui felt a surge of joy and generously praised Fang Baiqing, saying, "Comrade Baiqing, it seems you have finally discovered a true gem." To which Fang Baiqing humbly replied, "Secretary Borui, you flatter me. The youth must still hone their skills." Fang Borui praised his own discernment, which brought immense joy to Fang Baiqing, though he maintained a facade of humility. In Chapter 37, titled The Young Bull's Sword, Chi Soars Like a Rainbow, Fang Baiqing remarked, "Secretary Borui, since you were so intrigued by Comrade Mingliang's writings, why not read another of his articles?" With that, he retrieved a report from his briefcase. Upon receiving it, Fang Borui was astonished to find the title read, An Analysis Report on the Current Political Ecological Environment of Qingshi County. After decades in politics, this was the first time he encountered such a bold report. The document not only provided a comprehensive and precise analysis of Qingshi County's political ecological environment, but also proposed feasible solutions to the identified issues. After perusing the report, Fang Borui was profoundly shocked and exclaimed, "Comrade Beijing, this Li Mingliang is indeed a remarkable talent." In fact, within the report, Li Mingliang incisively articulated the stark reality of the subpar political ecological environment, suggesting the establishment of a supervisory group from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission to initiate a 6-month special campaign aimed at rectifying the conduct of leadership in Qingshi County. His proposal resonated deeply with both Fang Beijing and Fang Borui, encapsulating their innermost aspirations. Naturally, his recommendations would be embraced. In truth, it was not only Qingshi County that faced political ecological challenges. The entire Guangzhou city was also grappling with issues. In recent years, Mayor Li Mingliang, emboldened by his robust background, frequently opposed Secretary Fang Borui, leaving Fang with a persistent sense of frustration. Despite Fang's numerous attempts to alter this passive situation, the outcomes had been far from satisfactory. However, this time, Fang Borui would not only adopt Li Mingliang's advice, but also transform him into a sharp sword, piercing the hearts of the corrupt. 3 days later, during a standing committee meeting of the Municipal Party Committee, Secretary Fang Beijing proposed deploying a supervisory group to Qingshi County for a 6-month special campaign against misconduct. On that day, Mayor Li Mingliang was attending a training session at the Provincial Party School in Xindong and thus did not participate, significantly reducing the resistance from his side. Nevertheless, Fang Beijing's proposal faced opposition from Executive Vice Mayor Liu Guodong and Vice Mayor Zhang Chengze. Fortunately, Secretary Fang Beijing, Deputy Secretary Yuan Songbai, and Minister of Organization Zhou Hufang argued cogently in favor of the initiative. Ultimately, Secretary Fang Borui expressed his support for the deployment of the supervisory group, prompting other committee members to likewise express their approval. Subsequently, the Guangzhou Municipal Committee selected elite personnel from various governmental departments to form a formidable supervisory group tasked with the special campaign against misconduct in Qingshi County. Initially, Fang Beijing intended for Deputy Secretary Ma Huiming, who had previously conducted investigations into grain corruption cases in Qingshi County and was well acquainted with its circumstances, to lead the supervisory group. However, not long ago, Ma Huiming, overwhelmed by exhaustion, fell gravely ill and required hospitalization and recuperation. Consequently, the position of the inspection team leader became temporarily vacant. Many individuals within the Guangzhou City Discipline Inspection Commission are now eyeing this role. As Secretary Fang Borui of the Municipal Committee places significant emphasis on the special action aimed at promoting integrity and discipline in Qingshi County, it is evident to all that this presents a valuable opportunity to achieve swift results and gain advancement. Nonetheless, some individuals harbor fears of being selected, primarily due to the complex circumstances surrounding Qingshi County, apprehensive that they may inadvertently provoke undesirable individuals, thereby endangering themselves and their families. At 10 a.m., in the Municipal Secretary's office, Secretary Fang Beijing is reporting to Fang Borui on the progress of the inspection team dispatched to Qingshi County for promoting integrity and discipline among leading officials. Secretary Borui, the candidates for the inspection team have been largely determined, but Comrade Huiming's sudden illness has left the team leader position vacant. For the moment, I am uncertain whom to recommend. Earlier that morning at 9 a.m., Fang Beijing had a discussion with Deputy Secretary Liang Tian, who oversees daily operations at the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, seeking his opinion on the candidate for the inspection team leader. Liang Tian circled around the topic without mentioning himself. Fang Beijing understood well that Liang Tian was a master of caution, always seeking stability. Entrusting Liang Tian with this leadership role would likely lead to subpar outcomes. A few members of the standing committee at the Guangzhou City Discipline Inspection Commission expressed interest in the position. However, Fang Beijing felt these individuals lacked sufficient familiarity with the intricacies of Qingshi County. In simpler terms, they were unaware of the adversaries they might face. Should they proceed and encounter complications, the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission would bear the burden of responsibility. Comrade Fu Wenbin, the director of the First Supervision Office of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, what do you think of him? Fang Borui inquired, his gaze thoughtful and penetrating. Comrade Wenbin possesses commendable qualifications, yet he is approaching retirement this second half of the year. Fang Beijing replied with a sense of resignation. Comrade Beijing, when we undertake our work, we should be bolder and more expansive in our approach. I believe Comrade Li Mingliang is quite suitable, though young. Do not forget that he is the architect of this initiative. No one in our municipal committee is more fitting to lead this inspection team. Victory lies with the brave when the narrow path converges. Fang Borui held a favorable view of Li Mingliang's capabilities, particularly appreciating his fearless spirit. Furthermore, should the wrong individual be chosen for the role of inspection team leader, and if they were to approach the task with timidity, it would squander the rare opportunity Secretary Borui had fought hard to secure for reshaping the political landscape of Guangzhou City. Comrade Li Mingliang is too young and lacks sufficient credentials. Fang Baiqing expressed his concerns. Comrade Baiqing, what are our standards for selecting cadre? Competence in both virtue and talent, with virtue taking precedence. Indeed, although Li Mingliang is young, he is politically loyal and reliable, and possesses remarkable abilities. Most importantly, he is both courageous and strategic, unafraid to take risks and act decisively, qualities that are often lacking among many of our older leadership cadres. What Fang Borui seeks is a formidable sword, one that is unrefined, unshackled by conventional thinking, and retains its cutting edge. Secretary Borui, I wholeheartedly agree with your perspective. However, I am concerned that Li Mingliang's lack of experience and rank may hinder his authority in the field, Fang Baiqing expressed. His concerns are not without merit. After all, Li Mingliang is merely a department-level official. How could those of equal or higher rank in the county take him seriously? Haha, Comrade Baiqing. At times, you can be rather inflexible, Fang Borui replied. You will lead the inspection team personally to Xindong County to convene a mobilization meeting. Comrade Li Mingliang will oversee the daily operations of the inspection team. Upon his arrival in Xindong County, he will represent our Guangzhou Municipal Committee. What leader in Xindong County would dare to disregard him? Secretary Borui indeed has a solution, Fang Baiqing exclaimed, slapping his thigh in delight. The following day, the Guangzhou Municipal Committee issued a notice regarding the deployment of a special inspection team to Xindong County. The team would be led by Fang Baiqing, the secretary of the Guangzhou Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, with Li Mingliang serving as the deputy leader, responsible for managing the daily affairs of the team. Fu Wenbin, the director of the First Supervision and Inspection Office of the Guangzhou Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, would assist Li Mingliang in these duties. Thus commenced a dramatic struggle. Chapter 38. Elevating 1. Toppling Mini-Secretary Fang Borui of the Guangzhou Municipal Committee finalized the leadership appointments for the inspection team in Xindong County. This news quickly ignited a flurry of discussions within the Guangzhou Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. The leadership cadre expressed their thoughts on Fang Borui's decision. Why has he chosen Li Mingliang as deputy leader? What credentials does he have? In the women's restroom of the Discipline Inspection Commission, two female officials whispered to each other. One of the women displayed a disdainful expression as she spoke. Why him? It's all about connections. Unlike us, who have toiled for a lifetime, he gets to leap ahead after just a few years. Exactly. We have numerous outstanding young officials in our commission. Why should Li Mingliang ascend on the backs of others' hard work? The other woman scoffed, coughing slightly. They were unaware that Du Lijuan, a member of the Guangzhou Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, had just emerged from a stall. She had evidently overheard their grievances and deliberately made a noise to interrupt their conversation. The sudden appearance of Du Lijuan startled the two women, who turned pale and greeted her. Good day, Comrade Du. Du Lijuan exuded an air of authority without anger, her gaze serving as a warning to the two gossiping officials. Startled, the two individuals fled like rabbits. As Du Lijuan washed her hands, she fell into contemplation. What background does Li Mingliang possess that has garnered him such favor from the municipal party secretary, Fang Borui? Fang Borui even paved the way for him. This rapid promotion and employment of personnel indeed deviates from conventional practices. Elevating one often leads to the downfall of many. Fang Borui's favoritism towards Li Mingliang could undoubtedly dishearten a portion of the cadre. If Li Mingliang were merely a fade, lacking genuine competence, the multitude of onlookers would surely provoke a farce, undermining the authority of the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Commission. Li Mingliang, you must deliver results. Otherwise, time remains the sole arbiter of truth. Du Lijuan refrained from voicing her opinions on the leader's decisions, choosing instead to adopt a passive stance like the majority. In recent days, Fu Wenbin, the director of the First Supervision and Inspection Office of Guangzhou City, had also perceived a shift in the sentiments of several young cadres within the department. As someone with experience, he understood the thoughts of the youth well. Thus, he endeavored to soothe the young cadres during casual conversations over meals in the cafeteria and after work, aiming to stabilize the disciplinary inspection team. Wang Ji, the deputy director of the First Supervision and Inspection Office, felt increasingly discontented during this period. Wang Ji, having risen through the ranks of the city's Disciplinary Inspection Commission, had served as the deputy director for 2 years. due to his commendable qualifications, strong work ethic, and outstanding performance. He had received excellent annual evaluations for 3 consecutive years and was honored with a third-class merit by the Municipal Committee. Initially, the younger members of the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Commission regarded Wang Zhi as a paragon of learning. Wang Zhi himself believed he was the most qualified to be promoted to the director of the 3rd Supervision and Inspection Office. To his astonishment, Li Mingliang had outpaced him. What vexed Wang Zhi the most was the excessive favoritism displayed by Secretary Fang Borui and the Secretary of the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Commission, Fang Baiqing, towards Li Mingliang, constantly providing him with opportunities and promotions. Now, they had allowed Li Mingliang to bypass several leaders within the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Commission who were his seniors. Assuming the role of deputy leader in charge of daily operations for the inspection team dispatched to Qingshi County. Was this not farcical? The more Wang Zhi pondered, the more unbalanced he felt. Just then, he encountered Li Mingliang in the hallway. Li Mingliang greeted him warmly. Director Wang, hello? Wang Zhi responded with a forced smile. Turning away, his expression soured instantly. To Wang Zhi, Li Mingliang's enthusiasm appeared as a boastful display of a petty individual's triumph. Discontent surged within him as he muttered, damn it. What are you, Li Mingliang? Just someone who took the back door to leadership? I shall see how capable you truly are. Once in Qingshi County, I will ensure you face humiliation. In truth, Li Mingliang was also quite astonished by the party committee's decision. He felt that his rank was insufficient and his experience still lacking. However, Fang Baiqing engaged in a conversation with Li Mingliang yesterday, continuously encouraging him to cast aside any lingering concerns. Upon arriving in Qingshi County, he must unleash his full potential and work resolutely. Li Mingliang felt immense gratitude towards Secretary Fang Borui of the Municipal Committee and Secretary Fang Baiqing of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission for their recognition of his capabilities. He silently vowed to work diligently and produce tangible results, determined not to betray the trust that Secretary Borui and Secretary Baiqing had placed in him. On the other side, after receiving the Municipal Committee's notification regarding the dispatch of a leading cadre for the Rectification and Discipline Inspection Task Force, County Party Secretary Tang Chiwen was filled with joy. He had long anticipated that Secretary Fang Borui would not neglect Qingshi County. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, he gazed at the evergreen pine tree in the courtyard. A fierce flame ignited within him. He murmured to himself, the tides are turning for Qingshi County. Meanwhile, in the office of the county mayor, Su Guohao grasped a glaring notification from the municipal committee regarding the dispatched inspection team, his expression exceedingly grim. Su Guohao felt a complex mix of emotions. Typically composed, he could not refrain from exclaiming in front of County Public Security Bureau Chief Hu Dahai, damn it. This is akin to a lazy woman's stinky and lengthy foot binding. What kind of wind has blown in from the city? This is never-ending. Just as the special investigation team leaves, the inspection team arrives. They are fixated on us in Qingshi County. Hu Dahai was equally infuriated. During the tenure of the special investigation team in Qingshi County, Su Guohao had enforced strict measures, allowing no leeway. Hu Dahai, accustomed to a carefree lifestyle, was troubled by the multitude of individuals beneath him eager for quick gains. If he were to tighten his grip and abstain from all activities, what would that mean for everyone else? He worried that once the inspection team settled in Qingshi County, they would scrutinize everything, and the people under his command would not withstand such investigations. If something were to be uncovered, it would spell trouble for him. The more Hu Dahai contemplated, the more agitated he became. He reached for a pack of cigarettes, but, upon noticing Su Guohao's dark expression, refrained from indulging. Frustrated, he lifted a cup of fine tea from the coffee table and drank it all in one gulp. Su Guohao shared his vexation among his subordinates in Qingshi County, who was without fault. He feared that pulling up a radish might bring out the mud. He needed to think deeply and prepare adequately for the inspection team's arrival. Mayor, the deputy leader overseeing the daily operations of this inspection team is Li Mingliang, who was promoted from the government office. Should we not greet him and perhaps offer a gift? Surely, he would extend us some courtesy in return. Hu Dahai was adept at using monetary incentives and alluring charms to pacify officials. Once they were ensnared, he would employ certain tactics and retain evidence, compelling these officials to comply with his will. To date, there had been few individuals he wished to cultivate who had eluded his grasp. Chapter 39. The Gathering Storm. Do not act rashly. Do you think Secretary Fang Borui and Secretary Fang Baiqing of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission are fools? Su Guohai reprimanded Hu Dahai, who had once again begun to overestimate his own cleverness. They have so many high-ranking and experienced leaders at their disposal. Yet they choose to send a mere youth like Li Mingliang to our Qingshi County. Have you ever contemplated why this is the case? Su Guohai tapped the table, his gaze dark and penetrating. Why? Hu Dahai was perplexed. That is precisely why I say you possess the intellect of a pig. Su Guohai scolded, exasperated. Li Mingliang lacks connections, yet he is young and full of vigor. As the saying goes, those without shoes fear not the barefoot. When the time comes, Li Mingliang will undoubtedly strive to uncover issues to report back to the municipal committee. If you offer him bribes, won't you be placing yourself in the line of fire? Su Guohai's expression turned grave as he cautioned. I tell you, during the period when the inspection team is stationed here, you must ensure that your subordinates understand the gravity of the situation and keep a low profile. Hu Dahai scoffed inwardly. As expected, Su Guohai wants me to cower in submission. Though he feigned respect and obedience to Su Guohai, in truth, he was determined to maintain his own way. After all, his subordinates thrived through dubious means. How could they easily relent? Moreover, Hu Dahai believed Su Guohai was overly timid and had exaggerated the significance of Li Mingliang. He secretly mused, just a small fry like Li Mingliang? What is there to fear? Humph. If he does not know his place, I will ensure he enters standing and exits lying down. Li Mingliang was a true son of the soil, hailing from the humble Dashi village in Xindong Township, Guangzhou City. The village party secretary, Li Kaishan, had a son named Li Mingliang, who 2 years prior had successfully passed the civil service examination for the Discipline Inspection Commission of Guangzhou City. Earlier this year, he was transferred to the publicity department of the commission, currently serving as an ordinary staff member. Li Kaishan, with a pronounced sense of vanity, boasted to all who would listen, "My son Li Mingliang is particularly exceptional. At such a young age, he has been recognized for his abilities and transferred to work at the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission." In reality, Li Kaishan's mother's cousin was Liu Guodong, a member of the Standing Committee of the Discipline Inspection Commission. Li Kaishan was adept at cultivating relationships, and knowing the connections he had, he made it a point to bring gifts of local specialties to Liu Guodong's home each year during the New Year festivities. With his eloquence, Li Kaishan often delighted Liu Guodong. Last year, during the Spring Festival, Li Kaishan seized the opportunity to request Liu Guodong's assistance in securing a position for his son Li Mingliang at the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Liu Guodong was obliging and indeed facilitated Li Mingliang's transfer. For a rural family, successfully nurturing a child to become a civil servant at the county level was a source of immense pride. Li Kaishan had every right to boast about his accomplishments. In the village, there are indeed individuals who harbor a disdain for Li Kaishan. Whenever Li Kaishan boasts, these folks inevitably juxtapose his son, Li Mingliang, with Li Weiman's son, Li Mingliang. On one occasion, while Li Kaishan was enjoying drinks at a villager's home, he became emboldened after several rounds and began to brag, "My son, Mingliang, has been academically gifted since childhood. He has always been exceptionally sensible, never running around like other children, solely focused on his studies. Not only does he excel academically, but now that he has entered the workforce, he also performs remarkably well. Wherever he goes, the leaders appreciate him." At the table, a man who typically found himself at odds with Li Kaishan could no longer contain himself. He was irked by Li Kaishan's smug demeanor and retorted loudly, "Li Mingliang is the best scholar among the youth in our village. He consistently ranked first while studying at Qingshi County High School. Humph. And what of being first? He is now assigned to that godforsaken place in Qingshi County. What is so impressive about that? My son, who has emerged from the city, holds at least a departmental leadership position in the county. Li Mingliang is nothing." Li Kaishan, having indulged in a few more drinks, let his vanity take over. Speaking without restraint, "You know nothing. Li Mingliang is now the deputy director of the government office in Qingshi County, a vice departmental leader. What about your son's rank?" The man replied defiantly, "What about my son's rank? My son will surpass Li Mingliang by countless levels in the future. What kind of talent can emerge from someone like Li Weiman? What good is it for Li Mingliang to bury himself in books? His lack of understanding of social intricacies means no leader will favor him. I foresee his life remaining stagnant." Fueled by alcohol, Li Kaishan could no longer hold his tongue, blurting out, "You shouldn't be so adamant. Let me tell you, in today's world, true ability matters. Those who merely flatter are of no use." The host, sensing the tension between the two, quickly intervened, pouring drinks for both men and urging them to enjoy their beverages amicably. Out of respect for their host, they refrained from escalating the conflict. After the meal, both returned home, somewhat inebriated. Once Li Kaishan lay down in bed, he received a phone call from his son, Li Mingliang. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Mingliang shifted the conversation, saying, "Dad, Li Mingliang has been promoted. He is now the director of the 3rd Supervision and Inspection Office of our city's Discipline Inspection Commission, at the departmental level." "What? What did you say? Li Kaishan, thinking he had misheard, asked anxiously. I said Li Mingliang has been promoted. He is now the director of the 3rd Supervision and Inspection Office of the city's Discipline Inspection Commission. Li Honyang reiterated, raising his voice. What sheer luck has Li Mingliang stumbled upon? The news stunned Li Kaishan, instantly sobering him up. Dad, is there a familial connection between Li Mingliang's family and that of the city's party secretary, Fang Borui? Li Honyang was eager to discern the true nature of Li Mingliang. In his mind, he had already concocted a plan. Since Li Mingliang had the formidable backing of the municipal party secretary, Fang Borui, he was destined for a prosperous future. By aligning himself closely with Li Mingliang, Li Honyang believed his own career path would be secure. How could someone like Li Weimin, who was so impoverished, possibly be related to the municipal secretary? Li Kaishan could hardly fathom that the bookish Li Mingliang, whom he held in disdain, had risen through the ranks so swiftly. Now serving as a superior to his own son, Li Kaishan had always believed his son to be the most accomplished in the village, but now, with the unexpected emergence of Li Mingliang, he felt a twinge of discomfort. He recalled the words he had spoken at the dinner table that evening and felt as though he had been soundly slapped in the face, his cheeks burning with embarrassment. Words once spoken are like water spilled. Li Kaishan was now tasting the bitter consequences of his indiscretion. Father, Secretary Fang holds Li Mingliang in high regard. He has appointed him as the deputy leader of the municipal party's special supervisory team for Qingshi County, responsible for overseeing daily operations, Li Honyang continued, his tone brimming with excitement. Li Kaishan's emotions were tumultuous, while Li Honyang rambled on. Do you understand what this entails, father? It means that Li Mingliang represents the Ganzhou Municipal Committee. When he goes to Qingshi County, even the county party secretary and mayor must show him respect. The weight of Li Honyang's words sent a shiver down Li Kaishan's spine, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. Chapter 40. The calculated intentions of father and son. Li Kaishan, being astute, quickly grasped how his family should navigate their relationship with Li Mingliang's family. Although Li Mingliang did not reside at home frequently, his parents were still there. By consistently paying visits and cultivating goodwill, they could strengthen familial ties. He also advised his son to leverage their shared village connection. How could they not win over Li Mingliang? It must be said that both Li Kaishan and his son were remarkably proactive. They set out to establish rapport with Li Mingliang and his parents. The day following the municipal committee's dispatch of the supervisory team to Qingshi County, Li Honyang meticulously calculated Li Mingliang's schedule. He intentionally intercepted him at the base of the municipal building, greeting him with, "Director Li, good morning." "Oh, hello," replied Li Mingliang. There were many young people at the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, and since Li Mingliang had not been there long, he was unfamiliar with many of their names. "Director Li, do you remember me? We are from the same village. I am Li Honyang." "From the same village? Li Honyang, what is your father's name?" Li Mingliang's memory was sharp. He quickly searched his mind for which household Li Honyang belonged to in the village. Despite being from the same village, their homes were situated at opposite ends, amidst over 200 households. Li Honyang had grown up studying in the county town, while Li Mingliang had attended the village primary school and rural middle school. During high school, Li Mingliang had been enrolled in the prestigious class at Yunshi High School. Yunshi Middle School stands as the finest educational institution in Yunshi County. Meanwhile, Li Honyang is a year senior to Li Mingliang and is enrolled in Yunshi Second Middle School. During his academic years, Li Honyang's performance was mediocre, and he did not fare well in his first attempt at the college entrance examination. After a year of restudying, he managed to secure admission to the relatively less prestigious Ganzhou Normal College. Fortunately, Li Honyang possessed a clear ambition. Upon entering university, he commenced preparations for civil service examinations. Upon graduation, he successfully became a civil servant in the Yunshi County Discipline Inspection Commission. Although this position pales in comparison to the provincial examination placement achieved by Li Mingliang, it remains commendable when compared to his contemporaries. Despite both having originated from the same locale, the two individuals had virtually no interaction as they approached their late 20s. The sudden emergence of Li Honyang indeed felt foreign to Li Mingliang. Li Honyang inherited the commendable traits of his father, Li Kaishan, particularly in the art of networking. He had diligently prepared and initiated a seemingly casual, yet intentional rapport with Li Mingliang. "My father is the village secretary, Li Kaishan," Li Honyang proclaimed with a beaming smile. "Oh, so you are from the secretary's family. Honyang, are you now in the publicity department?" Although Li Mingliang had not intentionally memorized the positions and names of every official in the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, his sharp memory allowed him to recognize which department an individual belonged to upon first meeting. "Indeed, I was just transferred from the county this year," Li Hongyang stated. Director Li, as we are from the same village, I hope you will look after me in the future. He spoke directly and without preamble. Looking after one another is unnecessary. Since we are from the same village, we can naturally support each other, Li Mingliang replied. However, we must keep our interactions within the bounds of propriety and regulations. Li Hongyang, however, harbored a different perspective, believing that with Li Mingliang's connection to the municipal party secretary, Fang Borui, it would be exceedingly convenient to seek his assistance in the future. Thus, he resolved to firmly align himself with Li Mingliang. The municipal committee had issued a notification regarding the dispatch of a supervisory inspection team, which was set to arrive in Qingshi County the following Monday. Today was Friday, and Li Mingliang was busily engaged in preparations. His work methodology was systematic and highly efficient. As the end of the workday approached, he had nearly completed all necessary arrangements. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw that it was a call from his mother, Wu Sifeng. Li Mingliang's heart sank. Such an early call could only signify trouble at home. He hurriedly pressed the answer button, his voice laced with concern. Hello, Mom. What is the matter? Liangzi, something has happened at home. Came Wu Sifeng's voice, tinged with tears. What happened? Li Mingliang's heart raced. Your father was cutting fish grass and accidentally fell off the high bank by the roadside. There is a large rock down there. I, too, found him only after hearing your father cry out in pain. Wu Sifeng could not contain her tears. Ah, is it serious? Li Mingliang exclaimed, startled and anxious. It should be quite serious. He cannot stand up, and I cannot carry him. Wu Sifeng lamented. Your father is bleeding profusely from his foot. What should we do? In her panic, she was at a loss and could only think of calling Li Mingliang. Mom, please remain calm. What is your current location? Li Mingliang's heart raced as he took a deep breath, forcing himself to compose. We are at the high bank beside our fish pond. There isn't a soul around. Your father is so heavy, I cannot lift him. Wu Sifeng gazed at her husband Li Weiman's foot, which was oozing blood, her heart aching as if pierced by needles. Mom, don't panic. I will call Uncle San and have him bring some people to help. Li Mingliang hurriedly reassured Wu Sifeng. Oh, all right. He promptly called his third uncle, Li Yukai, and then dialed the emergency number, 120, for the hospital in his hometown of Guangzhou City's Qingshi County. Li Mingliang was in a frenzy, calling his mother every few minutes. He made 5 calls, 3 of which went unanswered. He was uncertain whether his uncle had taken people to carry his father home or if the ambulance had arrived. Li Mingliang's thoughts drifted to his elderly father, who had toiled in the fields for decades, enduring hardships to support his education. After finally gaining admission to university and securing a job, his father still labored tirelessly. Moreover, Qingshi County lay over 200 kilometers from the city, leaving Li Mingliang with a heavy heart as he could not be by his parents' side to fulfill his filial duties. In truth, Li Mingliang had an older sister, but she was already married and had settled several kilometers away in another town, making it impossible for her to rush back immediately. At that moment, Li Mingliang wished fervently to sprout wings and fly home to care for his father. He quickly gathered his belongings, dashed to the municipal building, hailed a taxi, and made his way to the bus station. Just in time, he boarded a bus bound for Qingshi County. An hour later, with the help of bystanders, Li Mingliang's father was finally transported to the Qingshi County People's Hospital. After examination, the doctor confirmed fractures and a mild concussion, necessitating hospitalization. Throughout this ordeal, Li Mingliang incessantly called Wu Sifeng until Li Weiman's examination was completed, his wounds bandaged, and he was placed on an 4-drip, assuring that his life was no longer in jeopardy. Only then did Li Mingliang feel a wave of relief wash over him. Upon Li Weiman's arrival at the Qingshi County People's Hospital, Li Kaishan, the village secretary of Dashu Village in Xindong Township, received the news. He slapped his forehead, hopped into his Santana, and sped off towards the hospital. The doctor examined Li Weiman's condition and promptly treated the wound on his leg. He then instructed Li Mingliang's mother, Wu Sifeng, to pay a deposit of 2,000 yuan. Wu Sifeng had arrived at the hospital in haste, following the 120 ambulance, and only carried 1,000 yuan with her. Having forgotten her savings book, cautiously, she addressed the bald doctor, saying, Doctor, I do not have enough money. I only possess 1,000 yuan. May I pay that for now? The bald doctor glanced at her with impatience, hastily wrote several orders, and coldly replied, First, pay the fee, then take him for an X-ray, an electrocardiogram, and some blood tests before returning. Wu Sifeng, frail and not well educated, clutched her money and identification tightly as she hurried to the payment window, emptying her pockets to pay the 1,000 yuan. Subsequently, she pushed her husband, Li Weiman, in a hospital bed, running up and down to complete the required examinations. Unfamiliar with the hospital's layout, She asked everyone she encountered for directions to the various departments for tests and labs. After much effort, she finally completed all the examinations and cautiously pushed Li Weimin back to the emergency room. The bald doctor examined the test results with an impassive expression, issued several more orders, and told Wu Sifeng, "You need to pay again and then take it to the nurse's station on the 4th floor." "Pay again? I just paid 1,000 yuan. Wu Sifeng questioned, bewildered. The bald doctor merely glanced at her, offered no response, and turned to attend to other patients. Holding the orders, Wu Sifeng stood there for a moment, wanting to inquire further, but the bald doctor ignored her completely, fearing for her husband's condition. She reluctantly turned and anxiously walked back to the payment window, handing over the orders and her identification. A cashier, meticulously made up, coldly stated, "The deposit is 1,000 yuan. But I already paid 1,000 yuan. This is just a payment slip for the examinations." Wu Sifeng felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as she realized she had no more money. That was for the examination fee. An additional 1,000 yuan deposit is required for hospitalization. Without the deposit, you cannot proceed with the admission. The cashier replied impatiently, "Please, just help me process it. My husband is waiting for treatment." Wu Sifeng pleaded desperately. Without the hospitalization, she could not claim insurance, and the delay would jeopardize Li Weimin's treatment. Alone, she was at a loss for how to retrieve more money, nearly in tears. The hospital had a strict policy that 2,000 yuan must be deposited before any admission procedures could be processed. The cashier, accustomed to seeing many like Wu Sifeng, watched her anxiously pacing outside the window, remaining silent. Feeling helpless, Wu Sifeng prepared to pull out her phone to call her daughter for assistance. Just then, Li Kaishan, the village secretary of Dashu village in Xindong Township, hurried into the payment hall to visit Li Weimin. He caught sight of Wu Sifeng, who was anxiously wiping her tears outside the window, and hurried over, expressing his concern. "Sister Weimin, I heard something happened to Weimin. Is he all right? His leg is fractured, and he has a concussion. He needs to be hospitalized." Li Kaishan was not typically warm towards the villagers. Wu Sifeng was not well acquainted with him, making it difficult for her to ask for financial assistance for the hospitalization procedures. At that moment, however, the cashier inside the window noticed Li Kaishan's concerned expression towards Wu Sifeng. Observing his well-tailored trousers and shirt, he appeared to embody the essence of a small businessman, prompting the cashier to exclaim loudly, "Auntie, you are short 1,000 yuan. Why not borrow it from someone? Hurry, don't delay the patient's treatment." The cashier's words enlightened Wu Sifeng. Embarrassed, she turned to Li Kaishan and said, "Secretary, I didn't bring enough money. I am short 1,000 yuan and can't complete the hospitalization procedures. Could you possibly lend me 1,000 yuan? I'll repay you as soon as I return." "Oh, I came specifically to see Weimin after hearing about his accident. You needn't worry about the money. Just get the procedures done." Without hesitation, Li Kaishan pulled out a bulging wallet and generously handed 3,000 yuan to Wu Sifeng. Seeing such a large sum, Wu Sifeng quickly declined, saying, "I don't need this much. I just need to borrow 1,000. "Nonsense, Sister Weimin. Medical treatment incurs expenses. Take this. We are all family. There's no need to discuss borrowing." With this, Wu Sifeng felt unable to refuse. Promptly, the resourceful Li Kaishan enthusiastically assisted her in completing the hospitalization procedures, even helping to transport Li Weimin to the 4th floor nursing station, busily attending to various matters. Li Kaishan's warm assistance deeply touched Wu Sifeng. When Li Mingliang arrived at Qingshi County People's Hospital, he found his father, Li Weimin, already in a cast, with bandages wrapped around his head, peacefully asleep while receiving an IV drip. Li Mingliang hurriedly entered the ward, seeing his mother, Wu Sifeng, carefully using a towel to wipe the blood from Li Weimin's face and body. A beautifully arranged fruit basket sat on the bedside table. Li Weimin, with his head wrapped in bandages and his leg in a cast, appeared gravely injured. His heart sank, and he rushed forward, trembling as he softly called out, "Mom. Dad is all right, isn't he? Liangzi, you're back." Seeing her son return, Wu Sifeng couldn't hold back her tears. As she wiped her eyes, she reassured Li Mingliang, "Your father has a broken leg and a mild concussion. The doctor said he just needs to be observed in the hospital for a while, and he will be fine." Hearing this, Li Mingliang finally felt relief wash over him, exhaling a long breath. "Liangzi, I was so frightened today. I didn't understand anything and almost delayed your father's treatment." Wu Sifeng expressed her self-reproach. "Fortunately, your third uncle helped carry your father home today, and there's also Secretary Kaishan from our village. At that moment, both you and your sister were absent from my side, leaving me utterly perplexed about what to do alone. The village secretary, Li Kaishan, not only lent me money but also busily assisted in managing the situation. He is truly a remarkable individual." Wu Sifeng is profoundly appreciative and intends to remind Li Mingliang to remember this kindness. How did the village secretary, Li Kaishan, become aware of my father's mishap? Li Mingliang felt a tinge of confusion. It was likely that he saw the ambulance enter the village. I am immensely grateful to him. The hospitalization deposit amounts to 2,000, yet I only brought 1,000. The hospital refused to process any paperwork without the full amount, leaving me in a state of desperation. Fortunately, Secretary Kaishan lent me 3,000 yuan. Wu Sifeng, with her innocent disposition, only perceives Li Kaishan's aid as timely assistance. She is entirely oblivious to the fact that Li Kaishan has forcefully appropriated the village's collective forest land and reservoir at a meager price. Furthermore, he frequently hosts village committee receptions at his own restaurant. Over the years, Li Kaishan has acted like a small-scale boss and amassed considerable wealth. His reputation in the village is rather mediocre. The Li Weimin family has never heard of Li Kaishan voluntarily assisting the needy in the village. Li Mingliang, being more astute than Wu Sifeng, recalls how Li Kaishan's son, Li Honyang, suddenly attempted to forge a closer relationship with him today. This leads him to a conjecture. Lost in contemplation, Li Mingliang remained silent. Wu Sifeng, believing Li Mingliang to be ungrateful and lacking understanding, expressed her displeasure saying, Liangzi, your third uncle and Secretary Kaishan have greatly aided our family. We must repay this kindness. Mother, I have taken note of it. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Though Li Mingliang registered this kindness in his heart, he pondered how to reciprocate, for he possessed a sense of fairness. Chapter 42. The profit-driven hospital. At this juncture, Li Mingliang's sister, Li Junfang, entered, carrying a rented folding bed from the hospital. Liangzi, why have you returned? Tomorrow is Saturday. I came to check on father. Li Mingliang quickly took the burden from Li Junfang's hands, his face weary as he spoke. There are minor matters at home. Why did you come back? Won't it affect your work? Wu Sifeng expressed her concern from the side. It won't. Treating father is paramount. Li Mingliang replied succinctly. Liangzi, have you eaten? Li Junfang, who generally dotes on her younger brother, immediately inquired about his well-being upon seeing him. Sister, I'll just grab a bite later. I'm staying here tonight. You should head back and rest. Li Junfang's youngest son is not yet a year old and is still nursing. Li Mingliang, feeling compassion for his little nephew, couldn't bear the thought of having Li Junfang keep vigil. All right, go eat. I'll stay with our parents. As soon as you finish, I'll head back. All right, I'll be back shortly. Li Mingliang set down his luggage and swiftly descended the stairs. Upon reaching the lobby on the ground floor, he encountered a disheveled elderly woman cradling a flushed toddler in her arms. She appeared anxious, running while shouting, "Hurry, help! Doctor! Save my grandson!" A nurse at the entrance quickly approached to assess the child's condition and promptly summoned the on-duty doctor. The doctor raised his hand to touch the child's forehead. "Oh dear, it's burning hot." Upon closer inspection, the doctor exclaimed in shock, "Goodness! The child has already fainted from a high fever." Immediate action was necessary. The doctor instructed the nurse to carry the child into the emergency room for urgent treatment. The elderly lady anxiously followed inside. Li Mingliang, a kind-hearted individual, stood outside the emergency room, worried about the child's welfare, and observed for a while. After a time, a nurse announced, "The child has finally stabilized." The elderly woman, still uneasy, inquired, "Is my grandson all right?" "He is temporarily stable, but his condition is serious. It appears to be pneumonia, and he will require hospitalization," the nurse replied. Assured that the child was out of immediate danger, Li Mingliang turned to the payment window. He presented Li Weimin's invoice and asked the cashier, "Hello, comrade. What is the medical expense for patient Li Weimin in bed 37 on the 4th floor of the outpatient department today? How much is left on the account?" "It's 3,768 yuan. A total of 3,000 yuan has been paid. This relative, you must pay immediately, otherwise. Medications won't be available in a couple of days." The cashier replied without looking up. Li Mingliang calculated the reimbursement ratio in his mind, realizing that the initial expenses were indeed high but expected to decrease subsequently. He felt a bit discontented with the hospital's urgency in demanding payment from the family. Nonetheless, he handed over 2,000 yuan. After settling the payment, he intended to go out for a meal. Unexpectedly, the elderly lady who had brought in the child began to weep in the corridor. Seeing this, Li Mingliang hurried over to inquire about her situation. "Ma'am, is your grandson all right?" The elderly woman looked up at Li Mingliang, recognizing a familiar face, and while wiping her tears responded, "He is fine for now. He has been stabilized." "Then why are you crying?" Li Mingliang asked, intrigued. "The doctor said it's pneumonia, and he needs to be hospitalized. They said I must pay 2,000 yuan, "But I don't have that much money," she sobbed. Hearing this, Li Mingliang furrowed his brow in frustration, internally lamenting. The Qingshi County People's Hospital lacks compassion. He vividly recalled his childhood visits to the same hospital, where many people received treatment before settling their bills. Reflecting on his unpleasant experience at the payment window, he felt that the hospital's service attitude and spirit were sorely lacking. "Don't cry, ma'am. Let me help you inquire about the situation," Li Mingliang offered. Eager to see how the doctors at Qingshi County People's Hospital would handle patients unable to afford the hospitalization deposit. Upon hearing his words, the elderly woman wiped her tears and timidly followed Li Mingliang into the emergency observation room. In the observation room, the young child had emerged from the brink of danger. Lying forlornly on the bed, unattended, with a feeble cry escaping his lips. Upon hearing her grandson's whimper, the elderly lady hurried over to cradle him in her arms. Li Mingliang quickly approached to assess the child's condition, his focus entirely on the infant, oblivious to the unfamiliar man standing behind him, adorned with a duck-billed cap and a backpack slung across his chest. The on-duty physician in the emergency observation room, upon seeing the elderly woman, did not first inquire about the child's ailment, but instead spoke of finances. "Madam, you must first pay the deposit. Your grandson has pneumonia, understand? It is perilous not to admit him. Doctor, 2,000 yuan for a deposit seems rather excessive. This kind lady does not have enough money. Could you perhaps be lenient?" Li Mingliang tentatively inquired. The physician, displaying impatience, shot Li Mingliang an exasperated glance and retorted, "If she does not pay, how can our hospital treat her grandson? If everyone claimed they had no money and lingered here for free care, our hospital is not a charitable institution. We cannot afford such expenses." The doctor's words incensed Li Mingliang, who inwardly grumbled, "Money, money, money. Lives hang in the balance. Yet these individuals are consumed by greed." Nevertheless, he understood that anger would not remedy the situation. Such fury was of no assistance to the elderly woman and her grandchild. Consequently, Li Mingliang rummaged through his pockets and compassionately addressed the elderly lady. "Madam, we cannot afford to delay the treatment for the child. I shall cover the 2,000 yuan deposit. Please, expedite the admission process." "Oh dear, that is too much. We are not related. I cannot accept such a large sum." The elderly woman, disheveled, and the child in her arms clad in worn clothing, signaled their financial hardship. Yet, to Li Mingliang's surprise, the elderly lady, despite her destitution, resolutely refused his assistance, earning his respect for her steadfastness. "Do not worry. Consider this alone to ensure the child's treatment," Li Mingliang said, being mindful of her pride. This is not proper," the elderly woman hesitated. "Madam, we cannot afford to delay the child's care." "Very well, young man, what is your name? Where do you reside?" "My name is Li Mingliang, and I live in Shutu Group, Dashu Village, Xindong Township." "Oh, I have a cousin married in your group. Her husband is Li Yukai. Do you know him?" "Li Yukai? He is my third uncle." "How wonderful. You need not worry. I am Wu Yuzi, and my home is in Jingtu Group, Maple Leaf Village, Xindong Township. Once I sell my pigs at the end of the year, I shall repay you." The elderly lady expressed her gratitude. "Madam, there is no rush. Repay me when you are able," Li Mingliang replied, his stomach growling with hunger, wishing to avoid further conversation. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he enthusiastically assisted the elderly woman was quietly captured in its entirety by a man behind him, adorned with a duckbill cap. This man was none other than a reporter from the urban channel of Xindong Province, who had come to Qingshi County People's Hospital for an undercover investigation following a tip-off from the public. Li Mingliang was blissfully unaware that his small act of kindness would be broadcasted on the urban channel of Xindong Province the following day, garnering immense social attention. Chapter 43, Virtuous Parents. Worry-free Mingliang. Li Mingliang devoted 2 days and nights to caring for Li Weimin at Qingshi County People's Hospital. Li Weimin's condition had stabilized significantly. During this time, Li Kaishan, the village party secretary of Dashu Village in Xindong Township, visited Li Weimin. Having seen the news on the urban channel, he harbored petty suspicions that Li Mingliang had colluded with the reporters to stage a performance. Secretly, he thought, "My son Hongyang is indeed no match for Li Mingliang. Just look at how effortlessly he attracts the attention of the leaders." Li Kaishan was aware that Li Mingliang was attending to Li Weimin in the hospital. In an effort to make himself familiar to Li Mingliang, he brought along a box of milk and a large bag of fruit as he entered Li Weimin's ward. At that moment, Li Mingliang was gently wiping Li Weimin's face. The sudden entrance of Li Kaishan surprised Li Mingliang slightly. A master of theatrics, Li Kaishan inquired with a concerned expression, "Brother Weimin, are you feeling any better?" Li Weimin's spirits had improved somewhat. Wu Sifeng had already informed him of Li Kaishan's substantial support during critical times, and he was genuinely grateful. Seeing Li Kaishan visit him again stirred an emotional response in Li Weimin, prompting him to struggle to sit up. Quick to react, Li Mingliang gently pressed him back down, whispering, "Dad, the doctor said you have a concussion. You need to rest more." Li Kaishan placed the milk and fruit on the bedside table, behaving as if he were a family member, gently advising Li Weimin, "Brother Weimin, you must take care to rest. Don't move around too much. I happened to be in the county for some business and thought I'd stop by to see you." "Oh, is this Li Mingliang?" he exclaimed. "Mingliang, Uncle has watched you grow up. I can hardly believe how much you've matured." Li Kaishan feigned a moment of discovery, displaying the delight of an elder encountering a younger relative. "Hello, Secretary Li. Thank you for your help and concern for my parents," Li Mingliang expressed sincerely, bowing deeply to Li Kaishan. "Oh, there's no need for such formality. Mingliang, you're clearly a promising young man, handsome and considerate," Li Kaishan remarked, patting Li Mingliang on the shoulder with a look of satisfaction. "Secretary Li, thank you for lending my mother 3,000 yuan yesterday. I am returning it to you." Li Mingliang was keen to avoid being indebted to Li Kaishan, quickly producing a stack of cash from his pocket to hand over. "Oh no, there's no need to return it. We are all family." Li Kaishan had a difficult time sending out the money. How could he easily reclaim it? He hastily declined, saying, "Secretary Li, we appreciate your kindness, but I have already started working, and I can afford my father's medical expenses. Brothers must be clear about accounts. You must take this money back." Li Mingliang's resolute demeanor forced the funds back into Li Kaishan's hands. After years of serving as the village secretary, Li Kaishan had grown accustomed to taking advantage of villagers, believing that everyone was like him, blinded by self-interest. Unexpectedly, Li Mingliang displayed integrity, his face radiating righteousness. For a fleeting moment, the clarity and determination in Li Mingliang's gaze rendered Li Kaishan unable to meet his eyes. Reluctantly, Li Kaishan accepted the money, slipping it into his pocket. In truth, the ancestors of Li Weimin and Li Kaishan merely shared a surname and resided in the same village. They were not related. Li Mingliang had a sharp memory. He vividly recalled that during his university days, due to his outstanding academic performance, he was recommended for party membership by his school. During a holiday visit home, he accompanied Li Weimin to seek a political certificate from the village secretary, Li Kaishan. At that time, Li Kaishan was far from the amiable figure he presented today. The father and son made several trips and placed several calls to Li Kaishan, yet never encountered him. Li Kaishan seemed perpetually busy, eventually instructing them over the phone to visit his home. However, upon arrival, they were greeted by Li Kaishan's wife, who informed them that he was not home, denying them entry. After another phone call, Li Kaishan claimed to be at the village committee office. The pair hurried there, only to find no sign of him. As the holiday drew to a close, Li Mingliang's mother, Wu Sifeng, inquired about the situation and learned from several villagers that obtaining a certificate from Li Kaishan required a bribe. Those who arrived empty-handed were unlikely to see Li Kaishan at all. In desperation, Wu Sifeng gathered 2 chickens and a duck, which were meant for the upcoming festival, and instructed Li Weimin and Li Mingliang to take them to Li Kaishan's home for the certificate during the quieter evening hours. Li Mingliang felt a strong aversion to this act of bribery and stubbornly resisted. However, his father imparted a valuable lesson. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. If you disapprove of this behavior, you must cultivate your abilities. In the future, when you are capable, find ways to curb such impropriety. Li Mingliang was awakened by his father's words, obediently carrying the chickens and duck to Li Kaishan's home that evening. Seeing that Li Weimin and his son had finally understood, Li Kaishan's wife happily accepted the offering and called into the house. "Kaishan, Weimin has something to discuss with you." Hearing his wife's cue, Li Kaishan emerged in slippers, a broad smile on his face, warmly inviting Li Mingliang and his father inside for tea. In less than half an hour, the certificate was prepared. This incident left a profound impression in Li Mingliang's heart. Years ago, Li Kaishan's beaming smile and amiable demeanor intertwined with his present self. Li Mingliang couldn't help but exclaim that Li Kaishan was indeed a remarkable talent. "Mingliang, I have heard," Li Kaishan continued, "that you are now the director of the 3rd Supervision and Inspection Room of our Gansu City Discipline Inspection Commission. Our Municipal Secretary Bo Rue and City Discipline Inspection Secretary Bai Chung hold you in high regard. You are destined for great things." Li Kaishan's words left Li Weimin and Wu Sifeng lying in bed, somewhat bewildered. Li Mingliang had merely informed them over the phone that he had been transferred to work at the Gansu City Discipline Inspection Commission. The couple had assumed that the leaders of the City Discipline Inspection Commission recognized Li Mingliang's work abilities and had brought him on board. Wu Sifeng, with her simple thoughts, could not fathom the intricacies behind it all. However, Li Weimin instantly grasped the reason behind Li Kaishan's sudden warmth towards their family and mused to himself, in poverty, no one in the bustling market cares. In wealth, distant relatives come to call. What parent would not feel joy at their child's success? Yet, Li Weimin had an additional layer of contemplation. He resolved to uphold his responsibilities as a parent, regardless of how high Li Mingliang ascends in the future. Both he and Wu Sifeng would never leverage their son's position to gain favors, nor would they ever complicate his path. Simultaneously, Li Kaishan's words solidified Li Mingliang's suspicions, instilling a sense of caution towards Li Kaishan and his son, Li Hongyang. The Weimin family inherently disliked being indebted to others. After Li Kaishan departed, Li Weimin gazed at the exquisite fruit basket and milk on the bedside table, contemplating for a while before turning to Wu Sifeng. Once I am discharged from the hospital, let us bring a few chickens and ducks to visit Secretary Kaishan to express our gratitude for his concern and care. Li Weimin's suggestion was met with enthusiastic agreement from Li Mingliang. At this juncture in his career, every step must be taken with careful deliberation. He understood well that a stable family was his solid foundation. Without that stability, his political journey would surely falter. With wise and understanding parents, Li Mingliang had no worries, allowing him to pursue his endeavors with confidence and boldness. On Sunday afternoon, urged by his parents, Li Mingliang reluctantly departed from the Qingshi County People's Hospital to return to his work responsibilities. The following morning at 9 o'clock, a special inspection team from the City Discipline Inspection Commission, comprising 50 members, led by Secretary Fang Baiqing, made a grand entrance into Qingshi. By 11:30 a.m., the vehicle convoy of the Special Inspection Team dispatched to Qingshi County by the Gansu City Discipline Inspection Commission arrived at the intersection where Qingshi County meets the National Highway. County Party Secretary Tang Qiwang, Organization Minister Feng Jianqun, Discipline Inspection Secretary Liu Guodong, and other members of the county leadership team arrived half an hour early to await their arrival. The lead Audi A6 of the inspection team pulled over, followed by a procession of vehicles. Secretary Fang Baiqing was the first to step out of the Audi A6. The deputy leader of the inspection team, Li Mingliang, along with his counterpart Fu Wenbin, promptly alighted from the vehicle. Tang Qiwen, the secretary of the Qingshi County Committee, stepped forward, extending his hands warmly to shake hands with Fang Baiqing, the secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Fang Baiqing quickly reciprocated, grasping Tang Qiwen's hands with enthusiasm as they exchanged cordial greetings. Secretary Fang, we warmly welcome you to Qingshi County for guidance, Tang Qiwen earnestly expressed. Comrade Qiwen, prior to my arrival in Qingshi County, Secretary Borui tasked our inspection team with ensuring that the special action for the rectification and discipline of leading cadres is conducted with utmost quality and effectiveness. Our time is limited and our tasks are demanding. Thus, we hope that the Qingshi County Committee will provide robust support for our work. Fang Baiqing stated directly, please rest assured, Secretary Borui and Secretary Baiqing, that the Qingshi County Committee will spare no effort in supporting the inspection team's endeavors. Tang Qiwen had long anticipated the arrival of the inspection team and was determined to fully cooperate with their work. Subsequently, Fang Baiqing proceeded to greet each member of the county committee leadership team behind Tang Qiwen. Liu Ri, the secretary of the Qingshi County Discipline Inspection Commission, maintained a standard public reception smile, standing decorously behind Tang Qiwen. Fang Baiqing glanced at him, extending his right hand for a brief handshake before swiftly turning to enter the vehicle. Following this, with police vehicles leading the way, Tang Qiwen's car took the forefront, closely followed by Fang Baiqing's vehicle, as a convoy of over 20 cars sped towards the Qingshi County Committee. As lunchtime approached, Tang Qiwen, aware of Fang Baiqing's preference for simplicity, guided the Municipal Discipline Inspection Secretary and the accompanying leaders for a brief sit in the county committee's reception room before heading directly to the county committee cafeteria. They made their way from the back entrance of the county committee building to the cafeteria. Liu Ri, the secretary of the Qingshi County Discipline Inspection Commission, leisurely followed behind Tang Qiwen, observing the cordial exchange between Fang Baiqing and Tang Qiwen with a cold smile. Thinking to himself, hosting the Municipal Discipline Inspection Secretary in the county committee cafeteria, how clever of you, Tang Qiwen. Liu Ri held a condescending view of Tang Qiwen's seemingly inadequate approach. Having served as the secretary of the Qingshi County Discipline Inspection Commission for many years, he prided himself on his worldly experience. Each time he visited other counties for communication and learning, the county leaders would readily entertain a peer or a superior in the finest hotels within their jurisdictions. Upon entering the large dining hall of the county committee, Liu Ri immediately noticed the exquisite fruit juice placed at the center of the dining table. He scanned the surroundings, failing to catch even a glimpse of Mao Tai. and could not help but think Tang Chiwen's emotional intelligence is significantly inferior to Su Guohao's. No wonder he, as a county committee secretary, is so thoroughly overshadowed by Su Guohao. What a bumpkin. However, the thoughts of the city's disciplinary inspection secretary, Fang Baiqing, were quite the opposite. Tang Chiwen was a person who understood propriety, particularly when Fang Baiqing noticed the several bottles of juice in the center of the table and the array of modest dishes being served. He silently gave a thumbs up to Tang Chiwen in his heart. Excellent. Adhering to the rules, avoiding flattery, and eschewing extravagant waste. Secretary Bo Rue truly did not misjudge this individual. This ordinary lunch, led by Tang Chiwen and the leadership team of Qingshi County, was marked by the replacement of wine with beverages, as they frequently expressed their respect to Fang Baiqing. Simultaneously, the leaders of Qingshi County raised their glasses towards Li Mingliang and Fu Wenbin. As the youngest and least experienced individual at the table, Li Mingliang respectfully toasted to Fang Baiqing, Tang Chiwen, Fu Wenbin, and other leaders. Notably present was Feng Jianxun, the organization minister of Qingshi County. When Li Mingliang was promoted to a deputy section chief, he owed his nomination to Feng Jianxun's personal support. Feng Jianxun had indeed shown great benevolence towards Li Mingliang. Li Mingliang sincerely expressed his profound respect to Feng Jianxun, who, with admiration in his eyes, remarked, "Group leader Li is young and capable. He surely has a bright future ahead." After the simple reception meal concluded, the members of the city's inspection team took a brief respite in the reception room of the Qingshi County Committee. Once the afternoon work hours commenced, the inspection team promptly followed Secretary Tang Chiwen to the number 1 conference room of the county committee. On the podium of the conference room, Secretary Tang Chiwen's nameplate was prominently displayed in the center. To Tang Chiwen's left sat Fang Baiqing, Li Mingliang, and Fu Wenbin in succession. To his right were the Deputy Secretary of the County Committee and Organization Minister Feng Jianxun, along with the Disciplinary Inspection Secretary Liu Guodong. Today, the Qingshi County Committee convened a meeting of the 4 leading bodies of Qingshi County, including heads of various county-level units, towns, and enterprises, to hold a mobilization meeting for the special inspection and rectification work of the leadership cadre dispatched by the Ganzhou Municipal Committee. The meeting was presided over by Secretary Tang Chiwen, while Secretary Fang Baiqing delivered an important speech. Unexpectedly, County Mayor Su Guohao requested leave on the grounds of illness and did not attend the meeting. During the mobilization meeting, Secretary Fang Baiqing, with a serious expression and sharp words, pointed out the prominent issues within the leadership cadre of Qingshi County. Present were Qingshi County's Executive Deputy Mayor Zhang Guangmei, Deputy Mayor Qiu Jingtai, and other leaders who felt a sense of guilt, secretly breaking into a sweat. Tan Xiuhua, the director of the Qingshi County Government Office, keenly observed Li Mingliang seated beside Secretary Fang Baiqing. The mere thought of Li Mingliang knowing a bit about her illicit dealings made her feel a twinge of anxiety. Internally cursing, she thought, "Damn it, Li Mingliang has really struck gold, promoted so quickly. Li Mingliang, you'd better know how to navigate this world. If you dare cause me trouble, I'll ensure you come and go without a trace." Li Mingliang appeared to possess a form of telepathic insight as he surveyed the crowd beneath the podium, his gaze briefly intersecting with the intricate expression of Tan Xiuhua. Following their fleeting exchange of glances, Li Mingliang emotionlessly shifted his attention elsewhere. During the mobilization speech, Fang Baiqing solemnly introduced the leadership team of the inspection group, placing particular emphasis on his deputy, Comrade Li Mingliang, who presides over daily operations. As Fang Baiqing concluded his remarks, the demeanor of the audience toward Li Mingliang noticeably transformed. It became apparent that the secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, Fang Baiqing, was merely present to convene a motivational meeting. The true leader of the inspection group was none other than the young man on stage, Li Mingliang, who had only recently been promoted from the position of deputy director of the Xindong County Government Office just 2 months prior. In Xindong County, the youngest official at the department level is 34 years old, whereas Li Mingliang is merely 26. What is most admirable is Li Mingliang's ability to seize fleeting opportunities, earning the full endorsement of both Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee Fang Borui and Secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission Fang Baiqing. Remarkably, they chose to elevate this youthful newcomer over numerous seasoned leaders within the municipal committee who outrank him. Li Mingliang is indeed a remarkable individual. Although his official rank is modest, none in the audience dared to underestimate him. These attendees were all seasoned veterans in the political arena. Surely they understood that Li Mingliang's presence in Qingshi County represented the authority of the Ganzhou Municipal Committee. Chapter 45. well-prepared and targeted the staff members of the Special Inspection Group assigned by the Guangzhou Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission to oversee the rectification and discipline of leadership in Xindong County predominantly comprised the original team from the Special Task Force addressing corruption within the county's grain system. The inspection group chose to operate from the relatively suitable Xindong guest house. After Fang Baiqing conducted a mobilization meeting for the entire county, he proceeded directly to the Xindong guest house, gathering all 50 members of the inspection group for a brief internal mobilization and deployment meeting. During the meeting, Fang Baiqing emphasized the daily operations of the inspection group and solemnly declared that these responsibilities were entrusted entirely to Deputy Leader Li Mingliang, while Deputy Leader Fu Wenbin was to fully support Li Mingliang's work. The expressions of those present were grave, as they prepared to immediately immerse themselves in the intense inspection efforts. In the conference room, several young individuals cast envious glances at Li Mingliang, who was seated beside Fang Baiqing. However, Wang Ji, the deputy director of the 1st Supervision and Inspection Office of the Guangzhou Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, regarded Li Mingliang with a somewhat complex expression. Following Fang Baiqing's speech, Li Mingliang announced the internal division of responsibilities within the inspection group. The group was divided into 4 inspection teams along with a comprehensive office, which would be overseen by Zhang Chengze, the director of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission's Office of Administrative Affairs. The leader of the 1st inspection team is Wang Ji, the deputy director of the 1st Supervision and Inspection Office, while the leader of the 2nd inspection team is Xiong Lijin, the deputy director of the 2nd Supervision and Inspection Office. The leader of the 3rd inspection team is Tang Yuhua, the deputy director of the 3rd Supervision and Inspection Office of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. The head of the 4th inspection team is Huang Jie, the deputy director of the 4th Supervision and Inspection Office of the same commission. Following the conclusion of the brief meeting, all members of the inspection team swiftly engaged in the rigorous preparations. Secretary Fang Baiqing of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission promptly returned to Guangzhou City. Before his departure, he summoned Li Mingliang and Fu Wenbin to his office for a private conversation. The pairing of the seasoned Fu Wenbin with the youthful Li Mingliang was an unprecedented combination. Fu Wenbin, with decades of experience in the discipline inspection field, possesses a steadfast political stance and rich expertise. Fang Baiqing felt a profound sense of assurance regarding Fu Wenbin. However, he harbored concerns about Li Mingliang's relative youth and inexperience, fearing that he might struggle to maintain authority. Consequently, Fang Baiqing solemnly conveyed to them, Comrade Wenbin, the inspection team's work will be led by Comrade Mingliang. Given your extensive experience, it is imperative that you fully support Mingliang's efforts. He is a fresh engine, and when necessary, your seasoned guidance will help steer the course. Fu Wenbin reassured, rest assured, Secretary Fang, Mingliang and I will work in concert to ensure we accomplish our mission. He was keenly aware of Fang Baiqing's underlying concerns, and, with retirement looming in 3 months, he anticipated remaining with the inspection team to assist Li Mingliang. Fu Wenbin held a deep admiration for Li Mingliang's character and professional capabilities. Even without Fang Baiqing's prompting, he was committed to supporting Li Mingliang wholeheartedly. After all, with retirement approaching, he sought no further advancements in his career, which made certain tasks more manageable. Moreover, despite his youth, Li Mingliang exuded a maturity and composure that surpassed his peers. A person's position naturally radiates an aura commensurate with their role, and Fu Wenbin deemed Fang Baiqing's worries as unwarranted. On Li Mingliang's part, he exhibited remarkable humility and caution, sincerely respecting Fu Wenbin and actively seeking his counsel in their work. This dynamic between the older and younger members formed a harmonious team. After Fang Baiqing's departure, Li Mingliang and Fu Wenbin began organizing the preliminary tasks for the inspection team. The comprehensive office for the inspection team was transformed from a small meeting room at the Qingshi Reception Center. Inside the comprehensive office, 8 individuals busily arranged the workspace. Upon entering, Li Mingliang was warmly greeted by Zhang Chengze, the head of the comprehensive office. Hello, Team Leader Li. Li Mingliang responded courteously, Director Zhang. Will your preparations be completed by tonight? Zhang Chengze respectfully replied. We are currently working on it, and should finish all preparations tonight. Li Mingliang had previously interacted with Zhang Chengze during the grain corruption case in Qingshi County and recognized him as meticulous and diligent, treating colleagues with both enthusiasm and patience. Zhang Chengze, the director of the comprehensive office, is exceptionally competent. Before the inspection team officially commenced its duties, various preparations were necessary, including the installation of computers and printers, the configuration of specialized electronic equipment, the arrangement of the confidential room, archive room, interrogation room, and reception room, as well as the placement of personnel and allocation of resources for the other inspection teams. The comprehensive office is, in fact, the most cluttered and trivial, yet it yields the least visible results. Li Mingliang, who had previously served as the deputy director of the government office and overseeing the comprehensive division, fully understands the challenges faced by Zhang Chengze. Comrade Chengze, your efforts are commendable, Li remarked. Team leader Li, this is merely our duty. It is not burdensome. Zhang Chengze replied, scratching his head in modesty. During the inspection team's tenure, our colleagues Xia Qingfeng and Zhang Gan are at your disposal for any tasks you may require. Zhang Chengze made thorough arrangements, effectively assigning 2 secretaries to Li Mingliang, thus allowing him to focus on the overarching coordination of the inspection team without being bogged down by mundane details. Li Mingliang was quite satisfied with Zhang Chengze's thoughtful arrangements and nodded appreciatively. Subsequently, Zhang Chengze escorted Li Mingliang to the second office adjacent to the comprehensive office, designated as the inspection team leader's office. Fang Baiqing's desk was situated at the back, likely remaining unoccupied for considerable periods. Li Mingliang's desk faced Fang Baiqing's. Afterward, Zhang Chengze guided Li Mingliang to inspect the deputy leader's office and the 4 inspection team offices. At that moment, everyone was bustling with preparations. In the deputy leader's office, Fu Wenbin was intently reviewing materials, donning his reading glasses while seated in a wicker chair. Upon hearing movement at the door, he immediately looked up and, upon seeing Li Mingliang behind Zhang Chengze, broke into a smile. He quickly removed his glasses, rose, and cordially greeted, Team leader Li. My preparations are nearly complete. How are things on your end? I have also finished my tasks. Li Mingliang admired Fu Wenbin's low-key yet efficient approach, and after exchanging pleasantries, they both delved into their work. The Gansu Provincial Committee took the severe corruption issues among the leaders and officials of Qingshi County quite seriously. Li Mingliang resolved to identify a few emblematic cases of corruption, akin to killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, in order to instill a sense of caution within the officialdom of Qingshi County and curb any improper conduct. Li Mingliang's work ethic was not only meticulous and thorough but also infused with the vigor and insight characteristic of youth. Fu Wenbin observed this with quiet admiration, nodding in approval. On the first night of the inspection team's deployment, Li Mingliang worked overtime in the office until 10 p.m. At that moment, Fu Wenbin had just finished his evening routine and was preparing to retire for the night. He went to draw the curtains and happened to notice the light still on in the second-floor office across the way, surmising that Li Mingliang was still working late. Fu Wenbin glanced at the clock. It was still early, and, in any case, he was unable to sleep. He strolled into the office and indeed found Li Mingliang there. A wave of fondness for Li Mingliang surged within him, and he spoke with concern. Team leader Li, one must take one's time with work. Why are you still at it so late? Inside the office, Li Mingliang was lost in thought, holding a letter with a furrowed brow, as if pondering an exceedingly perplexing issue. Fu Wenbin's voice pulled Li Mingliang back to reality, and he looked up, his expression serious. Team leader Fu, I have several letters of complaint that I secretly kept from my time working at the government office. The letters of complaint in Li Mingliang's hands piqued Fu Wenbin's interest. He quickly closed the office door, moved a chair, and sat down in front of Li Mingliang. He then picked up one of the letters, opened the envelope, and drew out the paper. Under the light, the text on the paper was nearly illegible to Fu Wenbin. He held the letter, rose, and went to his office to fetch his reading glasses, intending to scrutinize the contents closely. Where did these letters of complaint come from? Fu Wenbin inquired sternly after donning his glasses. Li Mingliang took a deep breath and recounted. In February of this year, the Xindong County Government Office established a complaint mailbox outside the compound. Per the directives of the Municipal Disciplinary Committee, I was responsible for managing the mailbox. With his long hours, Li Mingliang's eyes were weary. He removed his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose. After the mailbox was set up, we frequently received anonymous letters of complaint. Previously, I would submit these letters to Tan Xiuhua, the director of the Xindong County Government Office, for review. At the mention of Tan Xiuhua, Li Mingliang's brow furrowed slightly. However, one day, I inadvertently discovered he was directly tearing up the letters I had submitted and tossing them into the trash. Li Mingliang said indignantly. Fu Wenbin, seasoned in experience, promptly adjusted his glasses and shifted his posture. He directed the light onto the complaint letter, reading it word by word. Upon finishing the letter, he was greatly astonished. He slammed the table and, with a piercing gaze, declared, a director of a government office brazenly destroys letters of complaint. This is either a gross disregard for the interests of the public or an attempt to conceal some unspeakable secrets. Team leader Fu, Please remain calm and allow me to finish. Li Mingliang reminded him with a smile. Although Fu Wenbin was advanced in years, he remained steadfast in his principles, possessing a deep-seated animosity toward wrongdoing, a quality that resonated with Li Mingliang. As the saying goes, like attracts like. The reason Fu Wenbin was willing to fully cooperate with Li Mingliang's work was primarily due to their shared objectives and aspirations. Li Mingliang paused before continuing. After I realized Tan Xiuhua was unreliable, I began to secretly retain the more significant letters of complaint. I even submitted several letters to the county disciplinary committee's complaint mailbox. However, several months have passed, and not a single issue raised in those complaint letters has been investigated or resolved. Li Mingliang lifted his thermos and took a sip of tea, expressing his disappointment. The Discipline Inspection Commission of Qingshi County is merely a FAAD. Fu Wenbin was quite dissatisfied with the work of the Qingshi County Discipline Inspection Commission. Indeed, there exists a notable negligence in their duties. Li Mingliang squinted as he spoke. This particular complaint letter highlights severe issues. I dare not submit it lightly and have kept it with me. Li Mingliang gestured towards the letter in Fu Wenbin's hand and lowered his voice. Team Leaderly, if the issues outlined in this complaint letter hold true, our inspection team's success hinges upon it. Fu Wenbin exclaimed excitedly. I cannot claim it as our triumph, but it certainly presents an excellent opportunity for our inspection team. Li Mingliang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. I consider myself fortunate to join the special inspection campaign for the rectification and discipline of leadership personnel dispatched by the Municipal Committee to Qingshi County. It is the perfect chance to thoroughly investigate all the issues reflected in these complaint letters. Li Mingliang declared with ambition. Fu Wenbin, observing the spirited young man before him, couldn't help but reminisce about his own youth and gently patted Li Mingliang on the shoulder. Team Leaderly, should the issues in this complaint letter prove true, then these corrupt individuals are exceedingly audacious. It is our duty as discipline inspection cadres to expose these lawbreakers and safeguard the fundamental interests of the party and the people. Fu Wenbin's voice was deep and powerful, his gaze imbued with an unyielding determination. Director Fu, we shall deploy personnel tomorrow to investigate the issues reflected in these complaint letters. Li Mingliang, harboring a deep-seated disdain for corruption, could hardly contain his eagerness. Fu Wenbin gently set down the letter, his eyes glinting with approval and trust as he looked at Li Mingliang. Team Leaderly, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood. Here is the plan. Tomorrow morning, let us convene a brief meeting with the leaders of several inspection teams to discuss our action plan thoroughly. Very well. I shall contemplate where to begin our efforts tonight. Li Mingliang rubbed his hands together excitedly. Team Leaderly, there is no need to rush. It is quite late. You must prioritize your rest, for health is the foundation of our endeavors. Li Mingliang worked with fervor, and Fu Wenbin, a seasoned individual, understood the importance of balancing work and rest. Oh, indeed. It is late, Director Fu. Please, you should rest. Noticing that Li Mingliang had no intention of concluding his work, Fu Wenbin couldn't help but urge him again. The hour is late. Team Leaderly, you must return home and rest. There awaits a plethora of tasks for us tomorrow. Burning the midnight oil is detrimental. Do not jeopardize your health. Fu Wenbin was particularly concerned for his son, Fu Shibua, who currently worked late nights at the Municipal Committee's propaganda department, often laboring over materials. Fu Wenbin felt for his son, knowing that Li Mingliang was of a similar age. Fu Wenbin, upon seeing Li Mingliang, could not help but be reminded of his own son, his tone unconsciously brimming with the concern of an elder for a younger. Very well, I shall take my leave to rest, Li Mingliang said, easing the tension in his sore shoulders and neck as he rose to secure the complaint letter in the safe. Subsequently, Li Mingliang and Fu Wenbin walked side by side out of the office, descending the stairs. The evening breeze caressed them as they chatted amiably, unaware that a pair of eyes lurked in the darkness, fixated upon them. 3 days prior, the Political and Legal Affairs Committee of Qingshi County received a notification from the Political and Legal Affairs Committee of Guangzhou City, summoning the county's chief leaders to the provincial capital for a training session on the construction of legal systems. Upon reading the notice, Zhou Shuixin felt a surge of excitement. This was a splendid opportunity to familiarize himself with the leadership of the provincial legal system. He promptly submitted his name to the office and simultaneously delivered a leave request to the county committee and government. County Party Secretary Tang Chiwen reviewed the leave request and readily approved it. Granted. Upon seeing the request, County Mayor Su Guohao pondered for a moment before also granting his approval. After Secretary Chiu Wenfeng took the leave slip out, Su Guohao swiftly picked up a seldom-used mobile phone and dialed the number of Hu Dahai, the director of the Qingshi County Public Security Bureau. Hello, Dahai. I need you in my office urgently. Hu Dahai owned 2 mobile phones, and the one that rang now had a rather muted tone. As soon as he heard the call, he recognized it was from Su Guohao and quickly retrieved his phone from his pocket, responding with utmost respect. Yes, Mayor. I shall be there shortly. Su Guohao had served as the county mayor for 4 years, nearing the completion of his term. Considerable effort had gone into the renovation of the mayor's office, which was situated in a 2-story building behind the county government's office complex. The building was equipped with access control, requiring a card for entry. The mayor's office was located at the end of a corridor, which was further secured by an iron gate that required a password for access. Typically, anyone wishing to see the mayor had to go through the secretariat. Otherwise, entry was impossible. Chapter 47. The Master Who Predicts Deaths Soonest. Throughout his 4-year tenure, Su Guohao had never received visiting citizens in his office. Those wishing to enter the county government grounds were required to register their names with security personnel, who would then direct them to the reception room for petitions. Su Guohao's transportation was always by official vehicle, with the county's second vehicle routinely parking directly in front of the 2-story building behind the government office. Upon disembarking, Su Guohao would not glance sideways, but proceed directly into the building. This small structure featured 2 iron gates, impervious to even a fly. Citizens hoping to meet the mayor had, aside from appearances on the Qingshi County news broadcast, rarely, if ever, seen Su Guohao in person. Additionally, soundproof panels adorned the interior of his office. Once the doors and windows were closed and the curtains drawn, even the loudest commotion within would remain unheard outside. Su Guohao possesses a strong sense of vigilance. His office is equipped with several pinhole cameras and listening devices, while the monitoring computer resides in a shadowy room adjacent to his office. Those who frequently report their work or share tea with him remain blissfully unaware that every word they utter is being recorded by Su Guohao. Regardless of holidays, he relishes discussing matters within the confines of his office. 10 minutes later, Hu Dahai arrived at County Chief Su Guohao's office. Su, adept at winning people over, maintained a cordial demeanor towards Hu when in good spirits. Dahai, please take a seat and enjoy some tea. Su Guohao personally brewed a pot of Westlake Longjing tea and skillfully poured a cup for Hu Dahai. Chief, what brings you here? Hu Dahai, a portly man, wiped the sweat from his brow, having worked up a lather in the heat. Dahai, what do you think of Zhou Shuixin? Hu Dahai raised the teacup, gently blowing on it, his expression inscrutable. What else is there to say? He is nothing but a weather vane, swaying whichever way the wind blows. Hu Dahai had already heard from Zhang Guangmei about Zhou Shuixin's recent alignment with Tang Qiwen. As soon as Su Guohao spoke, Hu suspected Su's intention to deal with Zhou, inwardly scoffing. If you want to handle him, go ahead. This is not your first rodeo. Haven't you dealt with all those disobedient ones before? Haha, Dahai. You are a leader. After all, you shouldn't speak so indiscreetly. If someone overhears you, it could lead to trouble, Su Guohao half-joked. It matters not. Chief, I am here with you. I shall say what I wish. Hu Dahai feigned a naive demeanor, which Su found endearing. Sigh, Dahai lately. Zhou Shuixin has been opposing me at every turn, and it has indeed become quite the headache. Su Guohao feigned exasperation, rubbing his forehead. Chief, there's no need for you to elaborate. I understand. Over the past 2 years, Hu Dahai had assisted Su Guohao in numerous dubious dealings, and they shared an unspoken understanding. Zhou Shuixin is scheduled to attend a provincial training session on legal construction the day after tomorrow. Isn't your classmate from the police academy in the provincial city? You know what needs to be done. Once it's accomplished, I will recommend you to the city for the position of Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission of Qingshi County. Su Guohao, sincere in his proposition, offered a substantial temptation that instantly invigorated Hu Dahai. Zhou Shuixin, the Deputy Secretary of the Qingshi County Committee and Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission, had been plagued by nightmares recently, feeling an impending sense of doom. Superstitious by nature, he feared misfortune and glanced at the almanac that morning, which advised against travel the following day. Recalling his troubling dreams and Su Guohao's fierce gaze from their last encounter, a chilling realization struck him. Something ominous was afoot. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Shuixin dialed the number of the feng shui master who had previously visited his office. Hello, Master Huang. This is Zhou Shuixin. Do you have time tonight to come to my residence and help me discern my fortune? Secretary Zhou. Yes, I am available. I shall arrive promptly at 8 p.m. Master Huang is indeed punctual. At the appointed hour, he arrived at the suite arranged for Secretary Zhou in the county. Zhou Shuixin had been waiting in the suite, and as soon as the master arrived, he graciously welcomed him inside. Master Huang, please take a seat. Zhou Shuixin brewed a pot of exquisite Biluacan tea and invited Master Huang to sit at the head of the table. Without hesitation, Master Huang settled into the seat to Zhou Shuixin's left, took a gentle sip of tea, and set the cup down. He scrutinized Zhou Shuixin's complexion and furrowed his brow. Your forehead appears dark. What do you mean by that? Zhou Shuixin was startled and inquired with concern. Allow me to consult an oracle for you. Master Huang feigned seriousness as he prepared to divine Zhou Shuixin's fate, casting an intense gaze that left Zhou Shuixin feeling quite apprehensive. Master, what do you see? Zhou Shuixin asked, worry etched on his face. It would be unwise for you to travel far in the coming days, for disaster may befall you. Zhou Shuixin, taken aback, thought to himself, indeed, the master is perceptive. He has discerned the problem at a glance. However, I cannot avoid this journey. The secretary of each county's political and legal committee is expected to attend, and it may also provide an opportunity to network with provincial leaders. Master Huang seemed to sense Zhou Shuixin's dilemma. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with genuine concern. If Secretary Zhou feels compelled to depart, it is not insurmountable. I can perform a ritual to beseech the celestial beings for a talisman of safety, ensuring that misfortunes are transformed into blessings. That would be splendid. Master Huang, can we perform the ritual now? Zhou Shuixin, relieved to find a glimmer of hope, felt elated. Yes, let us commence at once. Master Huang rose, donning a Taoist robe from his bag. He then faced the image of the three pure ones hanging in the living room, leading Zhou Shuixin in a prayerful bow. Master Huang swayed his head and mumbled incantations with fervor before swiftly invoking spells and drawing symbols. Moments later, he crafted a safety talisman for Zhou Shuixin using vermilion. Zhou Shuixin, filled with reverence, bowed 3 times and knelt 9 times before the divine image, gratefully receiving the talisman, his heart now at ease. Believing that all would be well. As planned, Zhou Shuixin set off a day early, with a driver taking him to the train station in Guangzhou City, from where he would board a train to the provincial capital. Upon arriving in the provincial capital, Zhou Shuixin hailed a taxi to the Xindong Grand Hotel, where the provincial cadre training session on legal construction was being held. After completing his registration, he settled into room 1106. Exhausted from his journey, Zhou Shuixin took a quick shower and collapsed into bed. After approximately 3 hours of slumber, he was awakened by hunger. Glancing at the watch on the bedside table, it was 8 p.m. In the dimly lit corridor, Zhou Shuixin felt the pangs of hunger gnawing at him as he realized that dinner time had long passed. He rose from his seat, donned his attire, and made his way to the elevator, emerging outside the Xindong Grand Hotel. With a leisurely spirit, he strolled in search of a quaint little eatery to satisfy his appetite. Oblivious to the predatory gaze that lingered upon him from behind, he ambled forward. Chapter 48. The beautiful deceiver's misstep. After traversing roughly 50 meters, Zhou Shuixin stumbled upon a delightful restaurant specializing in stir-fried dishes. He stepped inside, ordered a dish and a soup, and indulged in a satisfying meal. With a contented burp, he exited the establishment, his spirits high, humming a cheerful tune, completely unaware of the stunning young woman who suddenly dashed out from the side. Caught off guard, Zhou Shuixin was at a loss when she tripped and fell, clutching her foot in agony and exclaiming, "Ouch, that hurts." Not one to embody the virtues of a gentleman, Zhou Shuixin's initial thought was laced with annoyance. Could she be trying to swindle me? "Sir, you bumped into me," the woman on the ground said in a delicate, soft voice, which sent a shiver down Zhou Shuixin's spine. Unable to resist, he glanced down, and to his astonishment, he was captivated. Wow, what a beauty. Absolutely stunning. Zhou Shuixin's gaze roamed over the enchanting figure sprawled on the pavement. Adorned in a revealing low-cut top and exceedingly short shorts, her long hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her skin alabaster, and her features exquisitely defined, presenting a tantalizing silhouette. Particularly striking was her position on the ground, accentuating her curves in a way that left Zhou Shuixin utterly mesmerized. "Ouch, it really hurts," the beauty lamented, her eyes darting to capture Zhou Shuixin's reaction. Sensing his obvious interest, she feigned vulnerability and called out sweetly, "Oh dear, are you all right? Let me help you." Zhou Shuixin extended his hand, and the beauty, with her soft, fair hand, gracefully grasped his arm, seeking support to rise. However, as she stood, she stumbled again, letting out a yelp as she fell back. Quick as a flash, Zhou Shuixin caught her, and whether by design or happenstance, she collapsed into his embrace. Her body was soft, and her skin, remarkably smooth, was laced with an intoxicating fragrance that nearly overwhelmed Zhou Shuixin's senses. In that moment, his heart, which had remained dormant for 2 decades, began to race uncontrollably. And he thought, oh heavens, this could very well be the end of me. The beauty slyly observed his enthralled expression, a smirk playing on her lips as she thought, I was hoping you would take the bait. Watch as I ensnare you. Can you walk? Zhou Shuixin inquired with genuine concern. My foot hurts. Would you be so kind as to assist me for a short distance? She replied, feigning distress. The enchanting voice of the beautiful woman left one wondering whether it had been honed through professional training. It was simply captivating, like a hook that ensnared Zhou Shuixin's heart and lifted it high. Shall I escort you to the hospital? Zhou Shuixin asked, holding the alluring woman close, his heart racing. No need, it's just a slight twist. A bit of medicinal alcohol will suffice. She replied, leaning further into his embrace. Where do you reside? Zhou Shuixin inquired, captivated by her delicate profile, convinced she was some ethereal being who had stolen his very soul. At the Xindong Grand Hotel, she answered sweetly. What a coincidence. I stay there too. Zhou Shuixin exclaimed in delight. Oh, what a coincidence indeed. She chuckled softly, concealing her amusement. Unbeknownst to him, while he believed he had stumbled upon a treasure, a series of clandestine photographs were being taken as they traversed the short distance to the hotel. Sir, could you escort me to my room? My feet ache, and I can hardly stand. She purred as they entered the elevator, leaning against him with a feigned air of vulnerability. The atmosphere had become charged, and Zhou Shuixin's thoughts were consumed by how to gain entry into her room or entice her into his. Certainly, I'll take you to your room, he declared, tightening his hold around her waist. Upon exiting the elevator, he half embraced, half carried her to her door. The lady appeared genuinely unsteady, rummaging through her small bag to produce her room key. In her clumsiness, she stumbled forward into the room. Zhou Shuixin instinctively caught her, an overwhelming surge of desire coursing through him. With remarkable strength, he swept her into his arms and carried her into the room, gently placing her on the bed. The door clicked shut behind them, sealing their solitude. Unable to contain himself any longer, Zhou Shuixin leaned closer, his voice barely above a whisper. My lady, your feet must be sore. Would you like me to massage them? To his surprise, she shyly nodded in agreement. Elated, he began to explore her form, and soon the room was suffused with an intoxicating atmosphere. Just as Zhou Shuixin was lost in the moment, the door burst open with a sharp click. Several uniformed police officers stormed in. Freeze! Police! The lead officer commanded, startling Zhou Shuixin so much that he nearly toppled from the bed. Another officer brandished a camera, directing it at Zhou Shuixin's face. Reacting quickly, he raised his hand to shield his features, but it was a futile gesture, as the unexpected exposure left him utterly vulnerable. The woman, whose name he had never learned, remained composed, silently covering herself with the bedspread, burying her face within it. Hurry and put on your clothes. The lead officer barked at Zhou Shuixin. Zhou Shuixin trembled as he groped for his clothes on the bedside table, exclaiming in desperation, You've got it all wrong. We are not engaging in prostitution. Oh really? The evidence speaks for itself, retorted the leading officer with a sneer. He then turned to the beauty hidden beneath the covers, inquiring, How much did he pay you for your services today? 1,000 yuan, which is the going rate. The woman responded clearly, and the entire encounter was being recorded. Zhou Shuixin found himself at a loss for words. How could you betray me like this? You didn't mention anything about payment earlier. Zhou Shuixin was nearly in tears. I assumed you were aware of the price, so I didn't feel the need to mention it. The beauty asserted boldly. No, please listen to me, officers. I had no idea she was soliciting. I thought we were genuinely interested in each other. This is all a misunderstanding. Zhou Shuixin hastily explained. Genuinely interested? Who would be interested in you? You're neither handsome nor charming, and you're balding. What bad luck it is to have engaged in your business without earning a single cent. The once demure beauty suddenly raised her voice, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhou Shuixin. What is your name? Show me your identification. The officer demanded impatiently. I didn't bring my ID. You're truly mistaken. Officer, may I have a word in private? Chapter 49. A climate of fear. Zhou Shuixin's mind raced as he grasped the leading officer's arm, leaning in to whisper his identity, hoping for leniency. Oh, the officer followed him into the restroom, appearing relaxed as he awaited Zhou Shuixin's revelation. Comrade, I assure you I'm not involved in prostitution. I've been duped by this wretched woman. She lured me in, and I thought it was merely a fleeting romantic encounter. Zhou Shuixin reiterated. Get to the point. The officer replied coldly, fixing Zhou with a stern gaze. I am the secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission of Qingshi County in Guangzhou City. We are all part of the legal system. Consider this a favor and let it go. I'll treat you to a meal later. How does that sound? Zhou Shuixin offered, attempting to ingratiate himself. Humph, Secretary Zhou, to engage in prostitution during a provincial training session on legal governance is truly audacious. The officer did not respond as Zhou Shuixin had hoped. Instead, he raised his voice after hearing the introduction. That night, a shocking report aired on the midnight news in Xindong Province. Zhou, the secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission of Qingshi County in Guangzhou, was caught engaging in prostitution during a provincial training session and apprehended by the law enforcement officers of the Nanwan district. Zhou Shuixin found himself detained in a solitary cell at the police station, filled with trepidation, sensing that his fate was sealed. As he lay on the foul-smelling hard bed, his mind gradually cleared, and the more he pondered, the more it dawned on him. Damn it, I've fallen victim to a scam. Reflecting carefully on whom he might have offended recently, Su Guohao's figure gradually emerged in his mind. Indeed, it must be him. This individual was known for his vengeful nature and ruthless demeanor, and now, it seemed, he had orchestrated this downfall. What a grievous oversight it was. The incident involving Zhou Shuixin, the Deputy Secretary of the Xindong County Party Committee and Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission, engaging in solicitation during a cadre training session on the rule of law, had been extensively reported by vigilant individuals. In no time, it became a topic of casual conversation among the citizens of Xindong Province, resulting in a profoundly detrimental social impact. The Xindong Provincial Committee took the matter seriously, mandating the Gan Prefectural Committee to impose strict measures against Zhou Shuixin and to hold the relevant parties accountable. The Gan Prefectural Committee swiftly responded, instructing the Gan Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission to take severe actions against Zhou Shuixin, while also holding Xindong County Party Secretary Tang Qiwen accountable. The incident stirred considerable commotion within Xindong County. The most incensed was Tang Qiwen, whose university classmate, Wen Haoming, served as the deputy director of the provincial party office. Once the provincial secretary decided to take serious disciplinary action against Zhou Shuixin and pursue accountability for the involved parties, Wen Haoming discreetly called Tang Qiwen. Qiwen, your county's political and legal affairs secretary Zhou Shuixin has gotten into trouble. Did you see the news? Last night, I did see it. Alas, Haoming, the provincial committee will undoubtedly pursue accountability, and as the county party secretary, I cannot evade responsibility. You must help me. Tang Qiwen's sleepless night had left him sounding somewhat fatigued. Qiwen, this matter can be seen as both significant and trivial. There is no need for you to panic. I will contact the Gan Prefectural Committee's office shortly to see if I can put in a good word for you. Wen Haoming, being Tang Qiwen's closest university friend, did not hesitate to extend a helping hand in his time of need. Thank you, Haoming. With Wen Haoming's willingness to assist, Tang Qiwen felt a considerable weight lifted off his shoulders. Qiwen, the emergence of such a scandal in your county has angered the provincial leaders. It is impossible to avoid accountability. You should immediately explain the situation to your municipal leaders and see if you can arrange for a cautionary discussion. Wen Haoming paused before adding this reminder. Understood, Haoming, I am aware. Tang Qiwen responded calmly. After Wen Haoming hung up, Tang Qiwen dialed the phone of Yuan Songbai, the deputy secretary of the Gan Prefectural Committee. Hello, cousin, are you busy right now? Qiwen, what is it? Yuan Songbai had just finished a meeting of the Municipal Standing Committee and stepped into his office. Alas, cousin, I have a matter I would like to ask for your assistance with. Tang Qiwen, typically reluctant to trouble Yuan Songbai, felt somewhat embarrassed to make this request. What exactly is going on? Yuan Songbai, unaware of Zhou Shuixin's predicament, was curious about what could cause his usually reserved cousin to be so anxious. Cousin, Tang Qiwen recounted the entire situation, hoping Yuan Songbai would intercede on his behalf with Municipal Secretary Fang Borui. Qiwen, do not be anxious. I shall promptly report to the Secretary of the Municipal Committee. Secretary Fang is well aware of the unique circumstances in Qingshi County, and I trust he will consider the matter judiciously. The overall demeanor of the leadership in Qingshi County is rather lax, and County Party Secretary Tang Qiwen holds little sway. Even if he wishes to exert control, he finds himself powerless. Yuan Songbai is cognizant of this situation. Recently, Fang Borui, the Secretary of the Municipal Committee of Guangzhou, has privately discussed the necessity of launching a campaign to rectify and uphold discipline throughout the city, with particular emphasis on resolving the long-standing issues plaguing Qingshi County. Yuan Songbai is fully aware of Tang Qiwen's precarious position in Qingshi County, where leadership has frequently encountered inexplicable misfortunes in recent years. Tang Qiwen has endured countless setbacks in silence. Yuan Songbai shares a close rapport with Fang Borui. He has approached Fang in his office to articulate how the Zhou Shuixin incident may unjustly impact Tang Qiwen. Having navigated the complexities of officialdom for over 2 decades, Fang Borui is no stranger to such dynamics. Qingshi County has long been a quagmire, and it is unlikely that anyone else could have endured more than 3 terms in such a role. Nevertheless, Tang Xiuwen has diligently served as the county party secretary for 2 years. Though he may lack significant achievements, his efforts have not gone unnoticed. Fang Borui has resolved to handle the situation with a light touch. Zhou Shuixin's plight is indeed unfortunate, due to the high regard of provincial leadership. The Guangzhou Municipal Committee has directly revoked his party position, placing him under a year-long observation while retaining his rank as a third-level researcher, subsequently transferring him to work in the Qingshi County Political Consultative Conference. At the age of 45, this decision effectively marks the end of Zhou Shuixin's political career. Tang Xiuwen, too, has been implicated and has received a cautionary talk from the Guangzhou Municipal Committee. Since the emergence of news regarding Zhou Shuixin, the atmosphere within Qingshi County's political sphere has become rather peculiar. The members of the Standing Committee share an unspoken understanding and speculate that Zhou Shuixin has fallen victim to a setup orchestrated by a certain leader within the county. Whom might he have offended? The answer is rather evident. Zhou Shuixin previously maintained a close relationship with county head Su Guohao, enjoying a period of tranquility. However, upon recently aligning himself with Tang Xiuwen, he has encountered misfortune. This revelation has sent shivers down the spines of the Standing Committee members, particularly those who had previously been close to Tang Xiuwen, each now on high alert and retreating into silence. The once spirited Tang Xiuwen, who had been eager to embark on ambitious initiatives, is now reeling from the blow. Chapter 50. Avoiding the spotlight and remaining passive. The political landscape in Qingshi County has reverted to its previous state. In the Standing Committee meetings, regardless of the topic of discussion, matters invariably unfold according to Su Guohao's wishes. Over the past few days, Su Guohao, the county head, has been in particularly high spirits, exuding confidence with every step he takes. Wherever he goes, he is met with utmost deference, and even County Party Secretary Tang Xiuwen feigns politeness in his presence. Today, the county of Qingshi convened a mobilization and deployment meeting focused on the advancement of the rule of law throughout the region. Prior notifications were dispatched to all county-level units, townships, enterprises, educational institutions, banks, and insurance companies, summoning their chief executives to attend, totaling over 100 participants. Within the Grand Conference Hall of the Qingshi County government, whispers permeated the air, predominantly centered around the recent scandal involving Zhou Shuixin, the former Deputy Secretary of the County Party Committee and Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission. Seated in close proximity were Huang Haowen, the Director of the county's Education Bureau, and Chun Aijin, the Director of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The county leaders had yet to arrive at the podium when Huang, perplexed, turned to Chun and inquired, "Why is the county mayor presiding over this meeting today? Wasn't it supposed to be led by the Secretary of the County Party Committee? Have you heard the news about Zhou Shuixin's involvement in solicitation? It's utterly ridiculous." The county party secretary was summoned for a cautionary talk and has gone to the municipal party committee today. Haha. Chun Aijin replied with a hint of schadenfreude. The work of advancing the rule of law should inherently fall under the county mayor's purview. What is he doing meddling in our affairs? What an absurdity. Huang expressed with disdain. You fail to comprehend. Whether work is genuinely pursued or not is merely superficial. What truly matters is the representation of power, Chun Aijin declared, raising his fist in a gesture signifying authority. Haha, Director Chen, your vision is commendable. Huang chuckled, winking at Chun Aijin. Comrades, we shall now commence the meeting. I invite Comrade Hu Dahai, the Director of the County Public Security Bureau, to convey the spirit of the relevant meetings and documents regarding the promotion of the rule of law across the province as directed by the provincial and municipal party committees. With a stoic expression, Tao Chuanzhou, the Deputy Secretary of the County Political and Legal Affairs Committee, read from the script. On July 20th, the Provincial Party Committee convened a mobilization and deployment meeting for the advancement of the rule of law across the province. During this meeting, Comrade Zhang Chengze, the provincial governor, issued significant directives for the comprehensive promotion of legal development in Xindong province. Hu Dahai, radiating enthusiasm, fervently completed his reading. After his throat felt dry, he set the script aside, picked up a teacup, stirred the tea with its lid, blew gently on it, and cautiously took a sip. For the first time, Hu Dahai found the tea served at the meeting to be quite pleasant. Now, let us extend a warm round of applause to welcome Comrade Su Guohao, the county mayor. For his important address, Tao Chuanzhou amplified his voice into the microphone. The applause erupted, with the chief executives in their seats clapping fervently, eager to demonstrate their enthusiasm. Fearing their efforts might pale in comparison to others, the conference room resonated with sustained applause, a rare display of unwavering allegiance from the executives towards Su Guohao, who had not felt such fervent compliance in a long time. With a beaming smile, Su Guohao cleared his throat and gestured for silence. The audience intuitively ceased their clapping. He scanned the assembly of executives before speaking in a deep, authoritative tone. Comrades, without rules, there can be no order. It is only through respect that we understand our limits. Today, we find ourselves at the threshold of a new era, where we must perpetually uphold a sense of reverence for the rules. Su Guohao, standing at the podium, passionately articulated the imperative for the leadership in Qingshi County, particularly those in pivotal positions, to embody respect and adhere to regulations. The leaders present were acutely aware of the unspoken truths. To thrive in Qingshi County, one must understand what to revere and which rules to uphold, an understanding that is felt rather than articulated. Hu Dahui, seated at the podium, occasionally cast a hawk-like gaze upon the heads of the various units, inwardly reveling. Following Su Guohao surely brings rewards. I am destined for greatness. Below the podium, Huang Haowen and Chen Aijin engaged in hushed conversation. Chen Aijin, with an air of secrecy, confided to Huang Haowen. Upon Zhou Shuixin's predicament, the county chief promptly proposed at the standing committee meeting that Hu Dahui temporarily assumed the role of secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee, and even submitted a report to the municipal committee. Huang Haowen's eyes sparkled with envy as he remarked, "It's merely a temporary position, but soon the term acting will be dropped." Moreover, the secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee is typically a member of the standing committee. Should Hu Dahui ascend to this role, it would naturally lead to his inclusion in the standing committee. Truly, aligning oneself with the right leadership fosters swift advancement. Both Huang Haowen and Chen Aijin silently resolved to seek opportunities to report their work to County Chief Su Guohao more frequently. The mobilization and deployment meeting for the rule of law construction in Qingshi County was initially set to be presided over by Tang Qiwen. However, Su Guohao dismissed all the proposals previously established by Zhou Shuixin, appointing his trusted aide, Hu Dahui, as the acting secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee. This was a ploy that was evident to all. Hu Dahui, known for his efficiency, presented a comprehensive plan for the rule of law construction in Qingshi County the very next day. While the plan appeared attractive, laden with empty rhetoric, its content was meticulously detailed and easily comprehensible. However, the measures proposed were superficial: posters and slogans, hanging banners, distributing pamphlets, conducting legal education seminars, organizing training sessions on the rule of law, and signing responsibility agreements for the leadership on legal construction, none of which addressed the essence of law enforcement, judicial fairness, or the eradication of organized crime in Qingshi County. Su Guohao was exceedingly pleased with this new proposal. Tang Qiwen, observing the plan, could only sigh in resignation, internally mocking, "Let them bask in their fleeting triumph for a few more days." At the Qingshi County People's Hospital, Chief Physician Fang Xiaoya was making her rounds in the ward. As she meticulously examined the condition of the patient in bed number 1, the patient in bed no. 2 suddenly pointed at the television on the wall and exclaimed, "Wow, how unscrupulous of the Qingshi County People's Hospital. They demand a deposit of 2,000 yuan before they will provide care, insisting that no payment means no treatment. Look, that young man is truly a good person." The patient in bed number 3 gave a thumbs up. Is this person foolish? Why would they give someone they are not related to 2,000 yuan as a deposit, without fearing they might not get it back? A family member of the patient in bed number 1 expressed disapproval. "What foolishness! This is an act of kindness." The patient in bed number 3 hastily retorted. Their exchange caught Fang Xiaoya's attention. She turned to the television and was astonished to discover that the generous young man on screen was none other than the handsome fellow from the Special Task Force who had taken Xia Daxiao away from Xindong County People's Hospital last time. Fang Xiaoya never imagined that the man who made her heart flutter was not only good-looking, but also possessed such admirable character. She gazed at the television image of the righteous and handsome Li Mingliang, her heart racing uncontrollably. She murmured to herself, "So his name is Li Mingliang." Under the same sky, Li Mingliang, in Qingshi County, was unaware that a small act of kindness would lead to a beautiful romance for him. Chapter 51. The expansion of personal desires at 8:30 a.m. within the Xindong County Guest House. The first inspection team of the Special Oversight Group sent by the Municipal Committee to rectify discipline in Xindong County was convening a brief meeting regarding the investigation of a complaint letter. Team leader Li Mingliang sat at the center of the oval table, with Deputy Leader Fu Wenbin to his left. The leaders of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th inspection teams, Wang Ji, Xiong Lijin, Tang Yuhua, and Huang Jie, along with staff members Xia Qingfeng and Zhang Chengze, were gathered around the oval table. Li Mingliang produced a copy of the complaint letter, scanning the room before addressing everyone. Comrades, I have a complaint letter that I would like to share with you all. A complaint letter? Curiosity piqued among the attendees, particularly within Wang Ji, the head of the first inspection team, who had always felt a sense of rivalry with Li Mingliang and was eager to witness his downfall. To his surprise, barely a day into their assignment in Qingshi County, Li Mingliang had already obtained a complaint letter. This left Wang Ji feeling both disgruntled and intrigued. Who could have given the complaint letter to Li Mingliang? Wang Ji's thoughts were unknown to others. Li Mingliang cleared his throat and began to read slowly. I hereby report Huang Haowen, the head of the Qingshi County Education Bureau. He has succumbed to personal desires, disregarding party discipline and national law, exploiting his position for personal gain, unlawfully awarding contracts for the construction of teaching buildings and playgrounds in various primary and secondary schools across the county to his cousin Huang Haoyan, profiting immensely from such actions. As a party cadre, he is morally corrupt and insatiably greedy. Firstly, he has long coerced parents of students throughout the county into purchasing expensive school uniforms and educational materials, earning exorbitant kickbacks. Secondly, he has manipulated the appointment of school principals, the evaluation of teacher qualifications, and the allocation of teaching positions in the county, pressuring numerous educators to offer him bribes. Huang Haowen treats the education system of Qingshi County as a treasure trove for his family's wealth. For an extended period, Huang Haowen has monopolized the management and contracting rights of the cafeterias in various schools within Qingshi County, bestowing these contracts upon friends and relatives while reaping exorbitant profits. Despite his role as an educator, Huang has succumbed to a life of moral decay. Not only has he engaged in improper relationships with multiple female teachers, but he has also fathered an illegitimate child with a married female educator. His audacity knows no bounds, treating the educational system of Qingshi County as his personal domain. Firstly, he manipulates the teacher recruitment process, placing unqualified relatives into the teaching staff. Secondly, he controls admissions, ensuring that the mediocre offspring of friends and relatives, as well as children of officials, gain entry into prestigious schools such as Qingshi Secondary School and the elite classes of Qingshi Experimental Primary School. Huang Haowen, who rose from the ranks of a dedicated teacher to the position of Education Bureau Director, has betrayed the trust of the party and the people, engaging in actions that severely harm the future of Qingshi County's youth. It is hoped that the Qingshi County government will take this matter seriously and promptly eliminate this menace to the community. The whistleblower, a person of integrity. As the audience gathered closely to examine the photocopy of this letter, they discovered it was a printed denunciation, making it impossible to discern the identity of the whistleblower from the handwriting. After reading the letter, Li Mingliang observed that everyone present, aside from group leader Fu Wenbin, was filled with righteous indignation. Xiong Lijin slammed the table and exclaimed, "If this denunciation is true, then Huang Haowen is utterly despicable. Leader Li, we must root out this parasite." Indeed, group leader Fu, let us commence the investigation immediately, Xia Qingfeng eagerly suggested. Everyone, please remain calm. I present this denunciation today to initiate our efforts. It is important to note that the educational system in Qingshi County is not the only one plagued by serious issues. Many departments may harbor similar corrupt elements. We must learn from this and identify exemplary cases within our respective departments to establish the authority of our inspection team. The problems within the Qingshi County Party Committee, government, civil affairs, human resources, and educational systems will temporarily fall under the investigative purview of myself and Group Leader Fu. The division of responsibilities for the first phase of our inspection team is as follows. The first inspection team will be responsible for finance, development and reform, land, construction, tobacco, and transportation departments. The second team will oversee agriculture, animal husbandry, forestry, water resources, poverty alleviation, power supply, tobacco, and industrial sectors. The third team will handle 18 townships. And the fourth team will be in charge of health, family planning, environmental protection, industry, quality supervision, safety monitoring, taxation, finance, and supply and marketing. There are many other units in the county that have not been assigned specific roles in this initial phase. After you depart, if you discover or receive any leads regarding issues in a particular department, you are to claim responsibility for the special rectification actions concerning that department's leadership. Li Mingliang rose early that day, drafting a personnel assignment chart for the inspection team. By planning ahead, he displayed clarity and organization in directing the team members below him. The leaders of the various inspection teams gained a renewed appreciation for Li Mingliang's management capabilities. Comrades, The situation in Qingshi County is far more intricate than you might envision. Our inspection team is determined to ascertain the facts and eradicate corrupt elements amidst this complexity. Our staff must exercise utmost caution during their investigations, ensuring not to alert the snakes in the grass. At the conclusion of the meeting, Li Mingliang diligently advised everyone. Among the 4 leaders of the inspection teams, apart from Wang Zhi, the other 3 wholeheartedly complied with Li Mingliang's directives, firmly etching his words in their minds. Following the brief meeting, the leaders of the 4 inspection teams dispersed to implement the measures. Li Mingliang, Fu Wenbin, Xia Qingfeng, and Jiang Gan remained to continue their discussions. Leader Li, how long have you held on to this complaint letter? Fu Wenbin inquired with a grave expression. For 3 months, Li Mingliang replied, his brow furrowed in concern. Why have you not submitted it? Xia Qingfeng asked with curiosity. Because the situation in Qingshi County is quite complicated, Li Mingliang solemnly responded. Leader Li, are you well acquainted with the educational system in Qingshi County? Fu Wenbin, placing great importance on the issues raised in the complaint letter, was eager to grasp Li Mingliang's genuine perspective, a leader promoted from Qingshi County. To be candid, Fu, prior to leaving Qingshi County, I discreetly investigated the matters reflected in the complaint letter and indeed uncovered some issues. Li Mingliang had anticipated Fu Wenbin's inquiry. Oh, do tell, Fu Wenbin exclaimed, surprised by Li Mingliang's independent inquiries, eagerly awaiting his elaboration. Xue Tao, head of the Comprehensive Division at the Qingshi County Government Office, has a wife who teaches at Yuelong Primary School in Yuelong Town, Qingshi County. Xue Tao is my fellow townsman. Last year, during a visit to their home, I spoke with his wife about the prospects of moving to the city. At that time, she lamented that one must offer money to the leaders to gain entry into the city. However, she was immediately admonished by Xue Tao. Both Xue Tao and his wife earn modest salaries, with their parents being farmers. Xue Tao's mother is in poor health, requiring ongoing medical attention. The couple also needs to raise their child, thus bearing a heavy family burden. In May of this year, Xue Tao suddenly began borrowing money, and I lent him 5,000 yuan. By June, his wife was transferred to Qingshi County First Primary School. Li Mingliang recounted as he reminisced. Indeed, we should visit Xue Tao's home to gather further insights from his wife. Fu Wenbin attentively listened to Li Mingliang, occasionally jotting down notes. I have a basketball friend named Fan Zhuoqing, who currently teaches at Qingshi County Vocational School. Li Mingliang, tall and athletic, plays basketball proficiently and often frequents the county sports center during holidays, befriending a group of fellow enthusiasts. Last winter, I visited him at the vocational school and coincidentally encountered a few boys causing a ruckus in the dormitory, Li Mingliang recalled. I accompanied Fan Zhuoqing to the dormitory for an inspection and discovered that the school had invested over 1 million yuan in newly installed solar water heaters, which had failed to produce hot water for more than half a month post-completion. Students were left to endure cold showers during the frigid winter, prompting a few particularly mischievous individuals to vent their frustrations by arguing with the dormitory supervisor. Li Mingliang furrowed his brow. I inquired of Fan Zhuoqing how the school intended to address this issue, but he informed me that the solar water heaters had been uniformly procured and installed by the county's education bureau. Li Mingliang scoffed in response. The school contacted the construction firm, yet they failed to respond. When reaching out to the manufacturer, it was revealed that only a handful of components for the solar heating system were sourced from them. Consequently, this entire solar water heating system can be classified as a shoddy product. With the heaters failing to deliver hot water, the school sought a repairman who assessed the situation, only to find that the estimated repair costs exceeded those of the installation itself, rendering the school incapable of resolving the dilemma. Li Mingliang expressed his indignation. I propose that we directly visit the school to ascertain the circumstances surrounding this issue. Li Mingliang rapped his fingers on the table. Meanwhile, Fu Wenbin diligently annotated the notes for a vocational school investigation. I had conversed with students and parents outside various schools in Qingshi County, and many students lamented that this year's spring uniforms were both expensive and of poor quality. Li Mingliang continued. Additionally, numerous parents of elementary school students reported that this semester, the school had forcibly required them to purchase a set of supplementary materials, which were priced at more than double that of the market rate. Moreover, students voiced complaints regarding the cafeteria's meals, which were not only costly, but also scant and unpalatable, leaving them frequently unsated. As Li Mingliang articulated these grievances, a look of fury crossed his face. It appears that the education system in Qingshi County is indeed fraught with issues. Team Leader Li, we must meticulously investigate these leads to swiftly grasp the situation, Fu Wenbin asserted with unwavering determination. Team Leader Li, the insights you provided are invaluable, We must formulate a comprehensive investigation plan. Fu Wenbin pondered momentarily, narrowing his eyes. Li Mingliang deliberated briefly before stating, "For now, let's outline our tasks for the upcoming 3 days. First, we need to organize these leads to identify our focal points and direction for the investigation. I will compile the leads post-meeting. Second, we shall split into teams. Comrades Qing Feng and Zhang Gan, you will join me in the field for the investigation. Fu, please coordinate with the personnel from the General Office to assist our inquiry, ensuring the organization of information, data retrieval, and analysis." "Understood, Team Leader Li," Xia Qingfeng responded eagerly. Filled with resolve. "Certainly," Zhang Gan replied promptly. Following the brief meeting, Li Mingliang dedicated 40 minutes to meticulously organizing all the leads. He glanced at his watch. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. Li Mingliang made a copy of the compiled lead materials for Fu Wenbin. After reading, Fu Wenbin secretly nodded, thinking to himself, Li Mingliang truly lives up to the expectations of Secretary Bo Rui and Secretary Bai Cheng, as his foundational skills are remarkably solid. Subsequently, Li Mingliang glanced at his watch, 10:15. Concluding that there was still ample time, he called upon Xia Qingfeng and Zhang Gan, and the three of them boarded a Passat, heading straight for the Qingshi County Vocational School. Upon their arrival at the vocational school, they parked the vehicle in a narrow alley far from the school's entrance. The school had strict access control. After standing outside for a while, they realized that without a school badge, entry was impossible, causing Xia Qingfeng to feel anxious. Li Mingliang, noticing Xia's distress, confidently declared, "Follow my lead. I have a way to get in." "All right, Director Li, we will heed your guidance," Xia Qingfeng responded cheerfully. Thus, Li Mingliang took the lead, and the trio swaggered to the school gate. Li Mingliang addressed the security guard watching television in the security room. "Hello, comrade. I'm here to see my classmate, Teacher Fan Zhuoqing. These two are my friends, also here to see Teacher Fan." The guard glanced at Li Mingliang, noticing his well-tailored attire and dignified demeanor, and without suspicion, allowed him to register the information of the three before granting them entry. Once inside the vocational school, Li Mingliang, well acquainted with the surroundings, headed straight for the boys' dormitory. At this moment, students were in class, leaving the dormitory building nearly empty, save for an elderly man responsible for cleaning. Surveying the dormitory, which was void of students, Li Mingliang approached the elder and politely greeted him. "Good day, sir. Would you care for a cigarette?" He retrieved a pack of Furongwang cigarettes, offered one to the elder, and lit one for himself. After lighting the elder's cigarette with a lighter, he seamlessly engaged him in conversation. "Sir, I am a new teacher at the school. Some students have mentioned that there is no hot water for bathing. Do you happen to know what the issue is?" The elderly cleaner, a humble man employed by the school, eagerly responded upon hearing that Li Mingliang was a teacher. Over 1,000 students reside in these two dormitory buildings. Previously, students used to fetch hot water from the boiler room in bottles for bathing. It's quite a hassle. Why hasn't the school installed water heaters? Li Mingliang feigned surprise, responding, "Oh really? They did install them, didn't they?" "Yes," the elder continued, "last year, the Education Bureau commissioned the installation of a batch of solar water heaters, which reportedly cost over $1 million. Can you believe that?" The cost of the solar heaters was astronomical, equivalent to the elder's wages for 41 years of cleaning, prompting him to exclaim in disbelief, "Well, if the heaters were installed, why are the students still dissatisfied?" Li Mingliang pretended to be puzzled. After the solar water heaters were installed, the students were initially thrilled, lining up to bathe in hot water. However, it turned out that the heaters were faulty, producing only cold water. The students are utterly unable to take hot showers. The elderly man shook his head in dismay. "Why doesn't the school call the installation company to fix it?" Li Mingliang inquired further. "They have, but the contractors refused to come. Eventually, the school had no alternative but to summon a repairman for inspection. The repairman indicated that both the vacuum tube and the sensor were defective, which should have been covered under warranty. The manufacturer ought to have taken responsibility. However, when the school contacted the manufacturer, they discovered that only a fraction of the components for that batch of solar water heaters had been procured from them, absolving the manufacturer of any warranty obligations." As he recounted this, the elderly man's emotions swelled, his eyes widening with indignation. Chapter 53. A shocking revelation of the truth. How could this happen? Li Mingliang asked, puzzled. What else could it be? The Education Bureau spent money, and the contractors, driven by greed, installed a hodgepodge of substandard solar water heaters. The elderly man, fueled by a sense of justice, expressed his thoughts candidly. Is the Education Bureau not concerned? Li Mingliang continued, his gaze icy. Concerned? Those students report their issues to the teachers, who then relay them to the principal. Yet the principal is powerless to act. The teachers escalate the matter to the County Education Bureau, but they show no interest. The problems remain unresolved to this day. These students still have to go to the boiler room to bathe, alas. What can be done? The elderly man took a deep drag from his cigarette, suppressing his anger before continuing. In my view, the owner of that solar installation business is nothing more than a swindler, intent on deceiving the government for funds. He took the money and vanished. The entire exchange between Li Mingliang and the elderly man was stealthily recorded by Xia Qingfeng with a video camera. After their conversation concluded, Li Mingliang nodded in satisfaction at Xia Qingfeng. Subsequently, the three made their way to the school cafeteria. Li Mingliang was aware that the kitchen had a back entrance, and they entered through it. It was now 11 in the morning, the busiest hour for the kitchen. Upon reaching the back door, they spotted a robust woman vociferously reprimanding a vegetable washing worker. "Oh dear, are you out of your mind? You dare toss such a large piece of meat into the garbage bin? This wastefulness will cost you your wages." The vegetable washer retorted defiantly. That piece of rotten meat was already foul when it came out. It was crawling with maggots. If I don't discard it, what am I supposed to do? Am I to pay for every bit of food that goes into this cafeteria? What does the rancid quality of that meat have to do with you? You don't even eat from these communal pots. If the meat is spoiled, can't you slice it thin and fry it? You waste my supplies daily and still have the audacity to argue with me. Do you want me to fire you? The middle-aged woman, her face contorted in anger, stood with her back to Li Mingliang and the others, berating the young vegetable washing worker, who looked as though she might bow her head in submission. Taking advantage of the woman's tirade, Zhang Gan recorded the entire scene in the kitchen with a camera, capturing the dialogue between her and the vegetable washer in crystal clarity. The footage revealed a deplorable state of hygiene. Ingredients were carelessly strewn across the floor, and the vegetable washer was using his feet to clean them. The shelves were cluttered with rejected vegetables from the market and expired meat, alongside dead fish, chickens, ducks, and various animal entrails. The revolting sight was enough to induce nausea. After a while of cursing, the woman sensed an odd look from the workers before she turned around to see Li Mingliang filming. Alarmed, she shouted, "Who are you? Who allowed you in here? No filming allowed." With that, she charged forward, attempting to snatch the camera from Li Mingliang. He, tall and agile, raised the camera high while evading her attempts to push him away, casually stating, "We are parents of students. Your food is spoiled and unsanitary. We will report you to the Education Bureau. Go ahead and report. Do you even know who I am? You think you can extort me? Delete the video and get out." The woman, her face flushed with anger, spat as she spoke, her sharp nails scratching several lines across Li Mingliang's arm. Such bravado. "Do you think you're related to the Education Bureau chief?" Li Mingliang grimaced at the sight of the crimson scratches and the sharp pain. But he gritted his teeth and replied, "I am indeed related to the County Education Bureau chief. To be frank, he is my cousin. Your recording is futile. Hand over the camera." Despite her efforts, the woman was unable to seize the camera and, in a fit of rage, shoved her hefty body against Li Mingliang. He stumbled but was saved from falling by Xia Qingfeng, who stood behind him. The commotion in the cafeteria soon attracted the principal, Kai Zhigan. As Li Mingliang continued to struggle with the woman, Kai Zhigan rushed over with several male teachers and security guards. Upon entering the kitchen, he noticed the commotion caused by a group of unfamiliar men, which raised his suspicions. Kai Zhigan, perceptive as he was, quickly assessed the three individuals before him. Their attire did not resemble that of ordinary people, and Li Mingliang, in particular, exuded an air of authority that suggested he was a high-ranking official. Kai Zhigan's keen instincts recalled an internal notice issued by the Education Bureau the previous day, mandating schools to remain vigilant against the disciplinary inspection team dispatched to Xindong County. A chill ran down his spine as he realized the potential consequences. If these individuals were indeed from the inspection team, any scandal could provoke the ire of Huang Haowen, the county's Education Bureau chief, jeopardizing his position as principal. Kai Zhigan took a few deep breaths to steady himself, his eyes darting as he formulated a plan. He stepped forward, feigning calmness, and inquired, "Stop. Who are you?" "Principal, you're here. Quickly apprehend them. They've recorded footage. Don't let them escape." Upon seeing the principal arrive with a group, the woman felt emboldened, planting her hands firmly on her hips and glaring fiercely at Li Mingliang. As the situation escalated, Li Mingliang, fearing repercussions, stepped forward and declared loudly, "We are from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, stationed here to conduct a special inspection in Qingshi County." He deliberately concealed his identity as the deputy leader of the inspection team. Upon hearing the mention of the inspection team, Kai Zhigan felt a wave of dread wash over him. He thought to himself, "Indeed, it is the inspection team. I must not allow them to take any evidence away. Otherwise, Huang Haowen will certainly make me pay. Having devised a strategy in his mind, he forced a smile that was more painful than tears. Approaching Li Mingliang with a bow, and said respectfully, "Greetings, I am Principal Kai Zhigan. This lady has quite a temper. Today's events are simply a misunderstanding. The cafeteria is rather noisy. Might you please accompany me to my office for some tea? We can discuss this matter at our leisure." "No need," replied Li Mingliang coldly, sensing the principal's ill intentions in his shifty demeanor. "We have work to attend to. We must take our leave." The previously arrogant woman stood in stunned silence as the so-called inspection team briskly exited the cafeteria, showing no regard for the principal. Suddenly aware of the gravity of the situation, she felt a wave of panic. Once Li Mingliang and his companions departed, Kai Zhigan hurried back to his office, shut the door, and dialed the County Education Bureau Director, Huang Haowen. "Hello, Director Huang. There's trouble. Just now, members of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission came and started taking footage everywhere." Kai Zhigan, in a state of urgency, relayed the events to Huang Haowen. Huang Haowen, upon hearing this, erupted in fury, shouting, "Kai Zhigan, you incompetent fool! How did the inspection team gain access? Wasn't a notification sent to you yesterday? How dare you create such a mess for me? Just wait until I deal with you." Huang Haowen's voice thundered through the phone, deafening Kai Zhigan, whose hand trembled as he held the device, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The sheer force of Huang Haowen's voice made Kai Zhigan's ears ring, compelling him to hold the phone away from his ear, his expression one of despair. Huang Haowen's rage stemmed from his own guilty conscience, knowing the inspection team had arrived, sending him into a state of panic. "Director, I truly did not anticipate they would come directly to the school, and they managed to infiltrate without any prior notice. They are exceedingly cunning." Kai Zhigan's voice trembled uncontrollably as he endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, lest he further incite Huang Haowen's ire. "Enough of your nonsense. I have no desire to hear your explanations." Huang Haowen abruptly terminated the call with a resounding click. In a fit of rage, he hurled his phone onto the desk, then paced back and forth in his office, gasping for breath as he sought a strategy to counter the investigation by the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Team. Huang Haowen was genuinely alarmed. His mind was a tumult of confusion, and he could conjure no viable response, flitting about the office like a headless fly. Irritated, Huang Haowen extracted a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, attempting to retrieve one from the box. His hands trembled from anxiety, and after much effort, he finally managed to extract a cigarette. Struggling to light it due to his shaking hands, he eventually succeeded. He incessantly questioned himself, what to do? What to do? He took several deep puffs, exhaling thick clouds of smoke, and gradually regained his composure. Weary, he sank into his chair, contemplating until he devised what he believed to be a clever plan. Immediately, Huang Haowen instructed the office to contact the principals of all primary and secondary schools in the county, insisting that they must remain vigilant and resolute, ensuring that the inspection team could not capture any negative scenes. Should any school encounter issues, the respective principal would face repercussions. Upon receiving the call from the County Education Bureau, the over 50 principals sprang into action like startled birds, hastily locking their school gates and assigning personnel for round-the-clock vigilance, employing every conceivable measure to prevent the inspection team from documenting any unfavorable images. Li Mingliang and his companions exited the vocational school. Xia Qingfeng glanced back at the security guard, who was watching him with an unfriendly gaze, and turned to Li Mingliang, inquiring, "Team Leader Li, which school shall we visit next?" Li Mingliang regarded Xia Qingfeng with an enigmatic smile. With a deeper meaning, he replied, "It matters not which school we visit now." Xia Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, but his quick mind soon unraveled the intricacies of the statement. "Team Leader Li, regardless of the circumstances, we must still take a look," Xia Qingfeng insisted, unwilling to concede. "Very well, let us go take a look." Li Mingliang grinned slyly, intending to impart a lesson to the two. As anticipated by Li Mingliang, the trio strolled through Qingshi County, only to find all schools tightly shut. Every security guard, upon seeing Xia Qingfeng approach to knock, deliberately distanced themselves, resolutely ignoring him. Have they conspired? Xia Qingfeng pondered, feeling indignant after several rebuffs. Isn't this quite normal? In our line of work in discipline inspection, one must think critically and engage in a constant battle of wits against corruption. Li Mingliang remarked calmly to Xia Qingfeng. Xia Qingfeng fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he solemnly addressed Li Mingliang. "Team Leader Li, it is my belief that the County Education Bureau has undoubtedly informed all the schools in the county." "Comrade Qingfeng, your analysis is spot on." Li Mingliang nodded in agreement. "Since the schools are already prepared, even if we enter, we will likely uncover nothing." Xia Qingfeng lamented. What should we do then? Jiang Gan inquired anxiously. Take a moment to think it over, Li Mingliang encouraged Jiang Gan. How about we wait until after school and ask the students and parents at the school gate what they have to say? Jiang Gan pondered for a while, then smacked his forehead, finally coming up with a brilliant idea. Indeed, that is a splendid approach. Xia Qingfeng exclaimed joyfully, clapping his hands. Li Mingliang nodded with a smile. Additionally, we should visit Huang Haowen's hometown to learn about his family situation, Jiang Gan continued, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Your line of thought is entirely correct. Li Mingliang chuckled, appreciating Jiang Gan's perceptiveness. Subsequently, the three of them returned to the Qingshi guest house in their Passat, arriving just in time for lunch. During the meal, Fu Wenbin, Wang Ji, Xiong Lijin, Tang Yuhua, and Huang Jie joined Li Mingliang in a private dining room. As they dined, the six engaged in discussions about work. Wang Ji, Xiong Lijin, Tang Yuhua, and Huang Jie alternately reported to Li Mingliang on their findings from the morning. Li Mingliang listened attentively while organizing his thoughts, quietly planning how to guide the work of each group moving forward. He then briefly shared the discoveries they made at the vocational school that day. Fu Wenbin, having worked in discipline inspection for decades, had encountered all manner of corrupt officials. However, those who extend their corrupt hands towards students and undermine the educational environment are truly despicable. Team Leader Li, what do you plan to do next? Fu Wenbin casually asked after taking a bite of his meal. This afternoon, we will organize the materials in the office, and, just before school lets out, we will visit the gates of various primary and secondary schools, Li Mingliang replied as he took a mouthful of rice. We should also visit Huang Haowen's hometown. It may yield fruitful results, he continued. After lunch, Li Mingliang forewent a nap and began organizing the materials collected that morning in the office. Seeing that Li Mingliang was working without rest, Xia Qingfeng and Jiang Gan voluntarily joined him to put in extra hours. If the deputy leader of the inspection team was not resting during lunch, the younger members of the team followed suit. After the meal, they hurried to their offices to organize the materials. Li Mingliang surveyed the various offices and felt satisfied, believing the atmosphere of diligence within the inspection team was palpable. However, Wang Ji, the leader of the first inspection team, had a different perspective. After finishing his meal, he headed straight to his room and fell asleep immediately. Upon observing their leader succumb to slumber, the members of the first inspection team felt justified in retreating to rest themselves. When they finally roused from their slumber, they found the offices of all other teams brimming with personnel, while their own remained devoid of activity. Wang Ji, witnessing the dedication of the officials who sacrificed their personal respite to labor diligently, felt a pang of dissatisfaction towards Li Mingliang. He curled his lip in disdain and muttered under his breath, "What are they trying to prove? They're not machines, after all. Why the excessive tension? Is there no room left for living? Truly a callous individual." Chapter 55. Swift, simple, and efficient. As the clock approached 4:50 p.m., signaling the imminent end of the school day, three individuals hopped into a Passat, with Xia Qingfeng at the wheel, and made their way directly to Qingshi First High School. Upon nearing the institution, Xia Qingfeng parked the vehicle in an inconspicuous alley. The trio lingered in the car for a moment. Li Mingliang raised his hand to check the time, 5:10 p.m. They then disembarked and entered a nearby noodle shop adjacent to the school gate. One person ordered a bowl of noodles and settled into a cozy spot towards the back. Before long, a throng of high school students flooded into the noodle shop, chattering excitedly as they placed their orders. "Boss, I'd like a large bowl of plain noodles with a braised egg." "Boss, I'll have a medium bowl of soup noodles with a fried egg, please." Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Gan approached one of the students and inquired, "Why not dine in your school's cafeteria?" The students scrutinized Jiang Gan for a moment, noticing his honest demeanor and affable smile, which instantly endeared him to them. With their youthful candor, they responded, "The cafeteria is not only expensive but serves scant portions of unappetizing food that is often unsanitary. There are times when spoiled meat and insects make an appearance, leaving us utterly nauseated. The cafeteria staff lacks hygiene, with filthy fingernails, and they handle the food with their bare hands. The evening meals are merely repurposed leftovers from lunch, supplemented with a scant handful of fresh vegetables. In this heat, we often find ourselves dining with flies." The students had long harbored grievances against their school's cafeteria, each voicing their dissatisfaction like a chorus of chirping birds. Meanwhile, Jiang Gan had discreetly activated his camera, cleverly obscured by his backpack. Despite the clamor of the noodle shop, their voices were captured with crystal clarity. "Dear children, you may not yet realize that the candid truths you are expressing will soon assist you in securing a series of nourishing and affordable meals in a clean cafeteria. By the way, why do your school uniforms appear somewhat different?" Jiang Gan continued, having observed the variations in their attire. This set is last autumn's uniform. While they are wearing the spring edition, a bespectacled boy explained. Don't you think their uniforms are rather unattractive? Both ugly and overpriced. The bespectacled boy added with a disdainful flick of his tongue. Look, his sleeves are frayed, the zipper is completely broken, and even the fabric inside the pockets is torn. The bespectacled boy seized the arm of a nearby classmate, as if he had stumbled upon a new world, and began to enumerate the various small flaws in the school uniforms, as if presenting a fascinating expose on the shortcomings of these garments. And yet, they cost 120 yuan per set. How exorbitant! The bespectacled boy scoffed. With a feigned air of confusion, Zhang Chengze inquired, why do you still purchase such subpar and pricey uniforms? Oh, it's the school's regulations. We simply cannot disregard them. If we fail to pay for the uniforms, the teachers will be quite displeased, and it leaves us with no other choice. The boy gestured to his own uniform from last autumn, which he claimed was of exceptional quality and only cost 80 yuan. A true bargain. How outrageous! Zhang Chengze, resembling a concerned older brother, successfully earned the trust of the bespectacled boy. Sensing that the moment was ripe, Zhang Chengze posed another question. Aside from the textbooks and exercise materials distributed at the beginning of the term, has the school required you to purchase any additional supplementary materials? Yes, we received 2 sets. Each set of materials costs 100 yuan, while I found the same practice materials at Xinhua bookstore for merely 50 yuan. It's outrageous. The bespectacled boy adjusted his glasses, lamenting. Such expensive study materials must be quite effective, then, Zhang Chengze remarked, pretending to be nonchalant as he slurped a mouthful of noodles. Not at all effective. What a waste. The boy frowned in discontent. We already purchased a set of exercises at the beginning of the term, and the teachers usually provide us with past exam papers. The 2 sets distributed later do not align with the exam syllabus, and none of the subject teachers require us to complete them. Those 2 sets have already gathered dust beneath my bed. The boy expressed his dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Li Mingliang quietly listened, sketching a rough outline in his mind regarding the corruption surrounding the school uniforms and supplementary materials in Qingshi County. He glanced at his watch. 5:40 p.m. Time was running short, as the students would soon need to return to class. Thus, he signaled to Zhang Chengze to conclude the inquiries. Understanding the cue, Zhang Chengze discreetly stowed away the camera. The trio wasted no food, consuming every last bite of their meal. As the deputy leader, Li Mingliang took the initiative to settle the bill. Summer Qingfeng and Zhang Chengze exchanged glances, appreciating Li Mingliang's leadership qualities. Shortly thereafter, the 3 exited the noodle shop. Li Mingliang noticed 3 security guards and a supervising teacher stationed at the school gate. He gently nudged Summer Qingfeng and Zhang Chengze, who followed his gaze toward the gate. Each of them wore a serious expression, rigorously inspecting those entering the school. Observing this scene confirmed his suspicions, prompting Li Mingliang to emit a cold laugh. As the gentle summer breeze swayed, Xia Qingfeng glanced over at Li Mingliang, revealing a look of affirmation. Time was of the essence, and the trio swiftly drove back to the Qingstone guest house. At this hour, most were still dining. Fu Wenbin emerged from the cafeteria, and upon spotting Li Mingliang, hurried over to inquire about the afternoon's investigative findings. Li Mingliang, ever cautious, led Fu Wenbin to the office and spoke in hushed tones. Excited by the revelations, Fu Wenbin set down his lunchbox, slapped the table, and grinned widely, exclaiming, "Excellent. Truly remarkable. Team leader Li Ha? Fu group leader, could you bring a team to the major banks, the property registration office, and the traffic management bureau tomorrow to investigate Huang Haowen's assets? Do you have the time?" Li Mingliang said, downing a cup of cold tea from the coffee table in one go. "Absolutely, leave the task to me." Despite being younger than Fu Wenbin, Li Mingliang commanded respect, and Fu Wenbin complied without hesitation, even looking forward to more assignments from him. After all, tracing leads was Fu Wenbin's forte. "Tomorrow, we'll split up. I plan to visit Huang Haowen's hometown, while you can start by retrieving his and his wife's bank statements, property rights, and vehicle records to gauge his financial standing," Li Mingliang suggested with a smile. "Understood." Fu Wenbin nodded in response. Subsequently, Li Mingliang summoned Xia Qingfeng and Zhang Chengze to the office, guiding them in processing the recordings and videos collected that day. "Tasks of the day must be completed today. We should cultivate the habit of tidying up our materials, ensuring we greet the next day with renewed vigor." This seemingly trivial matter was, in fact, a tactical maneuver to seize the initiative. Li Mingliang aimed to instill this swift and efficient approach in his team, thereby positively influencing the members of the inspection team. Both Xia Qingfeng and Zhang Chengze, being young and perceptive, adeptly handled the computers and cameras. They collaborated seamlessly, managing to organize the materials in a mere half hour. Chapter 56. Honest Xue Tao's eager anticipation. Li Mingliang nodded in satisfaction, glancing at his watch, 6:50 p.m. Realizing the time, he promptly instructed Xia Qingfeng to secure the organized materials in the safe. And the three exited the processing room with haste. Filled with enthusiasm, Xia Qingfeng and Jiang Gan eagerly awaited further instructions from Li Mingliang. To them, he was a warm and approachable leader, and they found accompanying him on investigations particularly exhilarating, akin to being in a thrilling film. Xia Qingfeng tentatively asked, team leader Li, are we heading out tonight? Indeed, we are off to the home of Xue Tao, the head of the comprehensive office at the Qingshi County government. I wish to have a word with his wife, Li Mingliang replied decisively. Xia Qingfeng and Jiang Gan exchanged a glance, revealing smiles. Please wait a moment. I will call Xue Tao to inquire if he and his wife are at home. All right. Xia Qingfeng and Jiang Gan replied in unison. Li Mingliang retrieved his phone and dialed Xue Tao's number. Hello, Comrade Xue Tao. Are you at home now? Yes, Director Li. Is there something you need? Li Mingliang. Currently the deputy leader overseeing the daily operations of the city's Discipline Inspection Commission, since Xue Tao's unease. It's nothing much. I merely wish to visit your home for a chat, if it is convenient, Li Mingliang inquired politely. Xue Tao glanced back at his wife, who was busy in the kitchen, and his son, who was engrossed in playing with building blocks on the floor. Of course, it's convenient. Director Li, I will ask my wife to prepare a few more dishes. Please join us for dinner tonight. He responded eagerly. No need to go to such trouble. I have already eaten. I primarily wish to gather some information from you and your wife. I shall arrive shortly, Li Mingliang replied with a smile, reminiscing about Xue Tao's honest demeanor. For Xue Tao, Li Mingliang was not merely a fellow villager, but also a leader of the city's Discipline Inspection Commission. Xue Tao and his wife both led busy lives, one serving as the head of a comprehensive department in the county government office, while the other taught at the first primary school of Qingshi County. Their son, just 3 years of age, was in the mischievous phase of childhood. Both sets of parents were farmers without pensions. Typically, Xue Tao's mother assisted with childcare, while his father worked as a security guard in their community. Unfortunately, Xue Tao's mother suffered from health issues, relying on medication, and the family lived modestly. Fortunately, Xue Tao's integrity and his wife's gentle nature allowed their family to thrive in simplicity and happiness. In contrast, Qingshi County, a remote locale, fell short of Guangzhou City in areas such as healthcare, education, transportation, culture, public facilities, and economic income. County-level officials like Xue Tao aspired to foster good relations with city leaders in hopes of being transferred to higher-level departments. When Li Mingliang was promoted to head the 3rd Supervisory Inspection Office of the city's Discipline Inspection Commission, Xue Tao had contemplated seeking more interaction with him. However, his nature did not lend itself to flattery, and lacking a suitable excuse to approach Li Mingliang, he found himself paralyzed by indecision despite his numerous thoughts. Today, it was rare for Li Mingliang to reach out to him. Regardless of the underlying motive, Xue Tao yearned to use this opportunity to strengthen their connection. After hanging up the phone, he hurriedly instructed his wife and mother to tidy the house. He then dashed outside the community to purchase a large bag of fruit. Panting as he returned home, the family, in a flurry of activity, prepared diligently, eagerly anticipating Li Mingliang's arrival. 50 minutes later, Li Mingliang, Xia Qingfeng, and Jiang Gan arrived at Xue Tao's residence in a Passat. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, Xia Qingfeng eagerly leapt out, rushing towards the nearby convenience store to purchase a box of milk. Li Mingliang observed this seemingly trivial act with quiet admiration. Recognizing Xia Qingfeng as someone well-versed in social niceties, he silently commended him in his heart. Familiar with the surroundings, Li Mingliang guided Xia Qingfeng and Jiang Gan up to the 3rd floor, where they paused at the door and gently knocked. Tap, tap, tap. Coming. Xue Tao answered with a beaming smile, momentarily taken aback upon seeing 2 unfamiliar men behind Li Mingliang. However, he quickly regained his composure and graciously invited the trio inside. Director Li, esteemed guests, please come in, take a seat, and enjoy some tea. Xue Tao courteously ushered them, while his wife emerged from the kitchen, presenting 2 plates of sliced fruit with a warm smile, encouraging them to indulge. Li Mingliang discreetly surveyed Xue Tao's home, a simple 3-bedroom apartment, impeccably clean. At the dining table, an elderly woman with a head of white hair was feeding a small boy of about 3 years old. 3 sets of used dishes indicated that Xue Tao and his wife had already dined. Just as they settled, Xue Tao's father, dressed in security attire, entered the room. Upon noticing the guests, he paused briefly before warmly greeting Li Mingliang. Director Li, please bring your guests to the table for dinner. Hello, Uncle Shui. You're too kind. We have already eaten. Li Mingliang replied with a wave of his hand and a smile. Shui Tao, being the head of the comprehensive section of the government office, demonstrated a commendable level of hospitality. As soon as Li Mingliang finished speaking, Shui Tao promptly stood up to pour tea for Li Mingliang, Xia Qingfeng, and Jiang Gan, respectfully saying, "Directorly, esteemed guests, please enjoy your tea." "Thank you." Li Mingliang took a gentle sip of tea and inquired with concern, "Shui Tao, I heard your mother was unwell. Is she feeling better now?" "Thank you for your concern, Directorly. My mother underwent surgery and is much improved now." "That is wonderful to hear." Li Mingliang discreetly glanced at Shui Tao's mother across the living room. Though she appeared frail, her complexion looked healthy. Shui Tao held a modest position as an ordinary staff member in the Qingshi County government office. He was diligent in his work, leading a simple and frugal life. In the presence of Li Mingliang, the deputy leader of the city's disciplinary inspection team, he remained unflinching, harboring no fears. Xia Qingfeng quietly appraised Shui Tao, noting his clear eyes and earnest demeanor. Upon hearing Li Mingliang express the desire to understand the situation, he remained composed. Thinking to himself, he is evidently a straightforward and honest individual. "Shui Tao, is your wife available to speak with us?" Li Mingliang asked, glancing at Shui Tao's wife, who was busy in the kitchen, feeling slightly hesitant. "Oh, she is available. Wamping, please come here. Team Leader Li has some inquiries for you." Upon hearing Li Mingliang's words, Shui Tao felt somewhat perplexed. Initially, he assumed that Li was seeking information regarding the government office. To his surprise, however, he was there to speak with his wife, leading him to ponder, what could Team Leader Li want with my wife? Could it be concerning that matter? At that moment, Liao Wamping, Shui Tao's wife, heard him call her name, promptly removed her apron, wiped her hands, and hurried out of the kitchen. She pulled out a chair beside Shui Tao and sat down, beaming as she greeted, "Hello, leaders. Please enjoy some fruit. I regret that I have not prepared anything more substantial." "Sister-in-law, you are too kind." Li Mingliang responded with a hearty laugh. "Sister-in-law, we are here tonight as representatives of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, conducting a special inspection team in Qingshi County to gather information from you." "Oh, all right. No problem. We will certainly speak candidly and leave nothing unsaid." Liao Wamping, hailing from a rural background and having worked as a primary school teacher, possessed an innate straightforwardness devoid of the convolutions typical in bureaucratic circles. As the saying goes, those who do not commit wrongful deeds have nothing to fear from midnight knocks. Liao Wamping was confident that neither she nor her husband had engaged in any wrongdoing, thus could withstand the scrutiny of the inspection team. Chapter 57. The Monetization of Power. "Sister-in-law, which school are you currently teaching at?" Li Mingliang began his inquiries, while Xia Qingfeng discreetly activated a recording device. I have moved to the city. In March of this year, I transferred to Qingshi County First Primary School, where I am now the head teacher for the first grade," Liao Wamping replied proudly. "Wow, sister-in-law, that is impressive. This primary school is renowned for its excellent teaching quality in Qingshi County. How did you manage to secure a position in the city? I recall you mentioning last year that to teach in the city, one must offer some indication to the leaders. Is there any truth to that?" Li Mingliang feigned surprise as he inquired. Upon hearing this, Shui Tao became certain that Li Mingliang was indeed probing into the matter of rural teachers offering gifts to gain positions in the city. Although Shui Tao was honest and upright, he was also acutely aware of the complexities of the situation in Qingshi County. He understood that individuals like them, devoid of power and influence, must tread carefully and avoid offending those who wield authority, lest they face dire consequences. Unease began to creep into Shui Tao's mind as he occasionally glanced at Liao Wamping, fearful that she might inadvertently say something inappropriate. To draw Liao Wamping's attention, he poured her a cup of tea and reminded her twice, "Dear, have some tea." To his surprise, Liao Wamping simply waved her hand and replied, "I'm not thirsty. Thank you." Li Mingliang nearly burst into laughter at this scene, finding Liao Wamping to be quite the forthright individual. Sitting beside her, Shui Tao noticed that Liao Wamping had yet to grasp his subtle hints and continued to exchange furtive glances with her. On the Shanj Novel Network, it is regrettable that Liao Wamping, absorbed in contemplation following Li Mingliang's remarks, remained oblivious to Shui Tao's fervent insinuations. After a moment of reflection, Liao sighed and expressed, "Initially, I believed we had little chance of securing a position in the city, as we were unaware of the prevailing customs regarding gift-giving to our superiors. We thought that offering 30,000 yuan would suffice, only to later discover that the amount had escalated to 60,000. Where are we to gather such a sum?" Shui Tao, noting Liao Wamping's candidness, seized the opportunity to clear his throat in an attempt to capture her attention. Li Mingliang, observing Xue Tao's subtle gestures, cast him a sidelong glance, his eyes conveying a mild admonition. Xue Tao, grasping Li Mingliang's implication, felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. Meanwhile, Liao Wanping appeared entirely unaware of her husband's expression, continuing, subsequently, I participated in a city-wide teaching competition and was fortunate enough to secure the first prize. The principal of Qingshi County First Primary School attended my class and deemed my teaching commendable, which led to my transfer there. By the way, Director Li, we still owe you 5,000 yuan, and we shall repay you once our salaries are disbursed next month. Such a straightforward and forthright individual as Liao Wanping is indeed a rarity within the system. Li Mingliang had not anticipated that their conversation would yield fruitful insights so swiftly, and he felt a quiet joy within. Last winter, my mother-in-law underwent surgery, and all the borrowed funds were allocated to her medical expenses. I truly feel ashamed. At this juncture, Liao Wanping's gaze dimmed. Not to worry, there is no rush. You may repay me when your circumstances improve, Li Mingliang hastily interjected, aware of the challenges faced by Xue Tao and his wife in supporting their family. Brother-in-law, would you be so kind as to disclose which Education Bureau leader accepted funds to facilitate your transfer to the city? Li Mingliang's eagerness to hear the anticipated response from Liao Wanping was palpable. Upon hearing Li Mingliang's inquiry regarding such a sensitive matter, Xue Tao interjected, Director Li, we are but ordinary individuals, and we still need to live and work in Qingshi County. It is truly inconvenient for us to disclose the identity of the leader. The inspection team can conduct an in-depth investigation. Li Mingliang understood Xue Tao's predicament. As a modest civil servant with family obligations, it was natural for him to avoid offending anyone in their quest for stability in Qingshi County. Regardless, since Liao Wanping had chosen not to divulge the information, Li Mingliang had alternative means to uncover the identity of the recipient of the gifts. Thus, he responded amicably, since it is inconvenient to share, I shall refrain from pressing further. By the way, have you received your bonuses from last year? Li Mingliang inquired casually. He was aware that Xue Tao was timid and did not wish to compel him into revealing more than he was comfortable with. Alas, we haven't received a single penny. Bonuses for teachers across the county have been overdue for 2 years. This situation has left us educators feeling quite discontented. Despite our repeated visits to the Education Bureau to voice our concerns, the leaders always defer, claiming that the county lacks funds. Liao Wanping shook her head, spreading her hands in resignation, and sighed, Oh, Director Li, please offer your judgment. All the teachers in the county are deprived of bonuses due to the county's financial constraints. Yet, how is it that the officials at the Education Bureau received bonuses for 2 years and 3 months this past April? This situation truly stirs a sense of injustice within us. Whenever the topic of bonuses arose, Liao Wanping's emotions became uncontrollable. After all, teachers are ordinary individuals who also require a means to sustain their lives. Li Mingliang, upon hearing this, could not suppress a frown. In April of this year, all county-level units distributed bonuses, with the county government office providing an amount equivalent to 18 months' wages. Li Mingliang had previously harbored concerns regarding the appropriateness of such a bonus distribution method. In reality, bonuses for officials typically need to be resolved by their respective units. Some units, with ample funding, could afford to distribute substantial bonuses, while those with limited finances offered considerably less. However, the practices of the Education Bureau are indeed inequitable. They have allocated significant bonuses for their internal officials while completely disregarding the rights of grassroots teachers. Such conduct is utterly excessive. The approach of the Xindong County Education Bureau will surely dishearten the teachers. If this persists, distinguished educators will gradually depart, leaving those who remain unable to focus on their teaching. This will inflict tremendous harm upon the educational landscape of Xindong County, yielding no benefits whatsoever. Li Mingliang fell into deep contemplation. Xue Tao's thoughts were also in turmoil. Director Li, please have some tea. Xue Tao poured more tea into Li Mingliang's cup. Oh, thank you. Li Mingliang replied courteously. Xue Tao's emotions were currently quite complex. He had intended to foster a closer relationship with Li Mingliang, but out of fear of offending someone, he hesitated to disclose the name of the recipient of a gift, which inadvertently hindered Li Mingliang's work. He felt a profound sense of helplessness. Xue Tao had racked his brain to find a way to remedy this minor regret, but to no avail. As he was not adept at building connections, after much contemplation, he could not devise a suitable solution. Having worked alongside Xue Tao for 2 years, Li Mingliang had a good understanding of his character. Noticing Xue Tao's troubled expression and his hesitance to speak, Li Mingliang surmised his concerns. He lifted his teacup, took a gentle sip, and with a smile remarked to Xue Tao, "This tea is delightful. If I am not mistaken, it is the handmade tea from Yunshishan that we brought from our hometown, correct?" "Oh, indeed. Your observation is sharp, team leader Li. Our Yunshishan tea is affordable and fragrant. I have been drinking this tea for years. Yes, I too have a fondness for our hometown's Yunshishan tea. And I can tell that this tea is from this year's harvest. Team leader Li, your palate is truly impressive." A few simple exchanges immediately lightened the atmosphere. Xue Tao discerned from Li Mingliang's tone and expression that his demeanor remained consistently warm and approachable. This revelation lightened her mood considerably. In Chapter 58, as Li Mingliang and Xue Tao engaged in casual conversation, Liao Wanping began to formulate a plan. In an ordinary working-class family like Xue Tao's, every source of income held significant importance. To Liao Wanping, Li Mingliang was, after all, a municipal leader. Based on her past experiences, she understood that issues often overlooked at the local level could gain immediate attention if escalated to higher authorities. If the county failed to address the matter of bonuses, she would be compelled to bring it to the city's attention. Summoning her courage, Liao Wanping addressed Li Mingliang. "Director Li, could your inspection team assist us, the grassroots teachers, by inquiring with the county leaders regarding the bonus issue?" Li Mingliang had been subtly observing Liao Wanping's every movement, already suspecting she had something to articulate. He recognized that the role of the inspection team extended beyond merely investigating corrupt officials. Its deeper significance lay in fostering a fundamental transformation in the conduct of leadership, addressing the pressing issues and concerns of the populace, thereby affecting substantial improvements in the political ecology of Qingshi County. The demands of grassroots teachers, represented by Liao Wanping, were both reasonable and justifiable. Li Mingliang had already intended to thoroughly investigate the matter. Patiently, he replied to Liao Wanping, "Teacher Liao, the issue you raised is indeed a concern. Our city's Discipline Inspection Commission will promptly ascertain the facts surrounding the matter and strive to provide a satisfactory response to the teachers of Qingshi County at the earliest opportunity." Li Mingliang's assurance provided Liao Wanping with a sense of reassurance. His steadfast gaze convinced her that he was a leader who truly delivered on his promises and genuinely worked for the benefit of the people. This instilled in her a deeper respect for him, prompting her to sincerely express her gratitude. "Thank you, Director Li." Nearby, Xiaqing Feng, upon hearing Li Mingliang's straightforward response to Liao Wanping, fell into contemplation. Having previously worked under several leaders, he noted that those individuals seldom dared to make such clear commitments in front of the public. Typically, they would dodge direct statements, engage in evasive banter, or play verbal games, avoiding the crux of the matter altogether. Xiaqing Feng was acutely aware that leaders must exercise caution in their expressions before the public, as they represent both the party and the government. If matters are resolved successfully, the populace would naturally express their gratitude. Conversely, failure to fulfill commitments could lead to perceptions of inaction, severely undermining the credibility of the party and government. From Xiaqing Feng's understanding of Li Mingliang, he was certainly not a person prone to impulsive or careless remarks. Observing Li Mingliang closely, he noted his resolute gaze and an expression imbued with integrity. He likely surmised the profound reasons behind Li Mingliang's stance. Perhaps it was a sense of justice, a genuine concern for the people, and an earnest worry for the educational development of Qingshi County. Xiaqing Feng held a quiet respect for Li Mingliang, recognizing him as a courageous and responsible leader. Time was of the essence. Li Mingliang felt that he had posed nearly all the necessary inquiries. He raised his hand to glance at his watch. It was 8 in the evening. Li Mingliang believed that the evening's visit had yielded significant insights. They needed to return early to organize their findings and plan for the following day's work. Thus, Li Mingliang courteously addressed Xue Tao and his wife. "Comrade Xue Tao, dear sister-in-law, we apologize for the disturbance this evening. It is getting late, and we must take our leave. Farewell." Upon finishing his words, Li Mingliang rose, followed by Xiaqing Feng and Jiang Gan, who promptly stood to bid farewell to the Xue couple. After exiting Xue Tao's home, Xiaqing Feng joyfully remarked to Li Mingliang, "Leader Li, our visit tonight was indeed worthwhile. We garnered quite a bit. Indeed, although it did not fully meet my expectations, we certainly achieved something by coming." The inspection team's work had begun on a promising note, and Li Mingliang felt confident about the progress they could make over the next 6 months. As the Passat slowly pulled out of the community, Li Mingliang sat in the car, gazing at the nighttime scenery outside while mentally organizing the next steps of their work plan. Suddenly, a shrill cry pierced the night, capturing Li Mingliang's attention. His eyes widened as he noticed a commotion inside a nearby shop where a fight had erupted. A crowd had gathered around, pointing and whispering. Yet no one dared to intervene. In the face of the law, how could such ruffians run amok? Qingfeng, pull over. It seems there is a situation over there. He swiftly maneuvered the car to the side of the road and engaged the handbrake with a decisive motion. The scene inside the shop was chaotic. And fearing potential collateral damage, he cautiously suggested to Li Mingliang, "Leaderly, perhaps we should call the police first." Li Mingliang was not merely an impulsive youth. He had already dialed the emergency number. "Hello, officer, there is a fight occurring outside Huifu community, and someone is injured." He observed a woman lying on the ground, blood evident on her head. The situation was dire, yet the female officer on the other end of the line responded with impatience. "What is your name?" "My name is Li Mingliang," he replied, furrowing his brow. "What is your ID number?" The officer pressed on. In a matter of life and death. Instead of inquiring about the incident, she focused solely on the caller's identity. Was this not a delay? Suppressing his rising anxiety, Li Mingliang provided his identification number. "How long will it take for the police to arrive?" he inquired, but the officer perceived his question as an affront and retorted with a sharp tone. "How should I know? Officer, several large men are attacking a woman inside the shop, and she is injured. Please hurry." Li Mingliang felt his temper flare due to the officer's dismissive attitude and urgently clarified the gravity of the situation. "Were you involved in the fight?" Li Mingliang's words had reached a critical point, yet the female officer continued to beat around the bush, showing no concern for the safety of the public. "I am just a passerby," Li Mingliang exclaimed, his teeth clenched in frustration. "All right, I understand." With a sharp click, the emergency call to the police was abruptly terminated. Without hesitation, Li Mingliang leaped from his vehicle and rushed towards the burly man who was striking another, shouting, "Stop! Do not hit anyone." His thunderous voice succeeded in halting the assailant's actions. For a few moments, they were taken aback, then they raised their heads, glaring at Li Mingliang with fierce hostility. Chapter 59. Arrogance and oppression of the public. Half an hour earlier, Ma Dazhuang, accompanied by a group of his associates from the Huatai Hotel, was indulging in a barbecue feast. During this time, the five of them consumed 2 entire crates of beer, and Ma Dazhuang was beginning to feel the effects of intoxication. At that moment, he noticed a young and beautiful woman at the adjacent table, dining alone. Instantly, his interest was piqued. Staggering slightly, he approached her, brazenly placing his greasy hand on her shoulder, and leered, "Miss, what's the point of eating alone? Come over to my table. I'll treat you generously." The young woman, named Tan Xiaoyu, was an ordinary resident from a nearby community. After a minor disagreement with her parents, she had stepped out to enjoy some barbecue alone and clear her mind. Already in a foul mood, she was taken aback by the unwanted attention, unable to tolerate it. She forcefully swatted Ma Dazhuang's hand away and retorted, "Get away." Ma Dazhuang was a man with a criminal record, having served multiple sentences. And the 4 security guards he brought along were no strangers to the law either. In the Huatai Hotel, the influential patrons often ignored Ma Dazhuang and his crew. However, how could this young girl dare to publicly insult him? Ma Dazhuang's expression darkened. He slammed his hand on the table and bellowed, "Damn it, you shameless woman. Don't push your luck." Tan Xiaoyu was startled by his aggressive demeanor. Not wishing to invite further trouble, she attempted to leave. But Ma Dazhuang blocked her path and began to manhandle her. Tan Xiaoyu could not endure this. She retaliated with a slap across Ma Dazhuang's face. The sudden sting of pain ignited his fury. He had not anticipated that a seemingly frail woman would dare to fight back. Feeling humiliated in front of his companions, he retaliated without restraint, delivering a powerful slap that sent Tan Xiaoyu sprawling to the ground. The other patrons in the barbecue restaurant, witnessing the scene, hurriedly rose to evade the escalating conflict. Tan Xiaoyu covered her face, her mind buzzing with chaos. Her fiery temper surged uncontrollably, disregarding the disparity in strength between her and her opponents. She hastily picked up an empty wine bottle from the ground and sprang to her feet, attempting to strike Ma Dazhuang on the head. However, Ma Dazhuang reacted swiftly, raising his hand to block her attack, sending the empty bottle flying from her grasp, where it shattered into countless shards upon hitting the ground. The 4 burly onlookers, witnessing Tan Xiaoyu's audacity and daring to strike Ma Dazhuang, rushed forward to join him, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon her. At that moment, Xia Qingfeng, who stood behind Li Mingliang, glanced at Tan Xiaoyu, who lay unconscious on the ground, bloodied and surrounded by shards of broken beer bottles. The severity of her injuries was alarming, prompting him to urgently dial for an ambulance. Simultaneously, Zhang Gan discreetly activated a miniature camera hidden in his clothing, capturing the scene in the barbecue shop with clarity. The 3 maintained composed expressions, undeterred by the chaos around them, which earned them a measure of respect from the imposing Ma Dazhuang. He was a robust man with a bald head and a face marked by strength, adorned with tattoos across his bare arms and back, a large gold chain hanging around his neck. As he turned his head and focused his gaze, he observed Li Mingliang clad in a white shirt, black trousers, and polished leather shoes, complete with a pair of glasses, presenting an air of scholarly demeanor. Behind Li Mingliang stood two slender youths, their fair complexions contrasting sharply with the scene. Ma Dazhuang felt a flicker of suspicion. He was the head of security at Huatai Hotel, the most bustling establishment in Qingshi County, notorious for its entanglements with illicit activities, and owned by Hu Dahai, the head of the local police. Huatai Hotel frequently hosted officials from various ranks. The old adage suggests that one who has never seen a pig run cannot claim to have witnessed a pig. Li Mingliang exuded an unusual aura, indicating that his identity was far from ordinary. Ma Dazhuang could sense that he likely held a position of significance, though his youth gave him pause. Most officials Ma Dazhuang encountered were portly middle-aged men, while someone of Li Mingliang's age typically served as a secretary trailing behind their superiors, such as Yuan Jingli, the secretary to County Chief Su Guohao, who was typically obsequious in the presence of his superiors, yet boasted a haughty demeanor before those he deemed beneath him. Considering this, Ma Dazhuang mused to himself, indeed, this lad resembles a secretary to a leader. I wonder which official he serves. Humph. It takes a certain arrogance to meddle in my affairs. Damn it. You better have some substance to you. Otherwise, I will ensure your demise. Qingshi County, seemingly unremarkable and tucked away in obscurity, harbored an undercurrent of formidable individuals, many of whom Ma Dazhuang could not afford to offend. Ma Dazhuang, wary of provoking the wrong individuals, hastily gestured for his companions to release Tin Xiaoyu, his eyes betraying restraint and hesitation. Subsequently, he sought to probe the background of Li Mingliang, addressing him with a tone laced with hostility. Who are you? Mind your own business. 5 burly men assaulting a defenseless woman is a crime. Do you understand? In the face of Ma Dazhuang's menacing glare, Li Mingliang stood his ground resolutely. Who the hell are you? Ma Dazhuang had no time to entertain Li Mingliang's philosophical musings. He was solely interested in uncovering Li Mingliang's identity to ascertain whether he should include him in the ensuing scuffle. In Qingshi County, with the protection of the police chief Hu Dahai, Ma Dazhuang and his cohorts had indulged in nefarious deeds, treating brawls as a mere routine. Typically, influential figures would turn a blind eye to the ruthless antics of Ma Dazhuang's gang, even if citizens called the police, based on Ma Dazhuang's experience. It would take the local police at least an hour to arrive at the scene. Thus, he felt no trepidation about facing legal repercussions. His only desire was to swiftly ascertain Li Mingliang's identity. Who I am is none of your concern. Li Mingliang raised his hand to check his watch. It was 8:30 p.m. He thought to himself that the police would likely arrive shortly. Not wishing to reveal his special status as a member of the inspection team in this setting, he refrained from disclosing his identity, which led Ma Dazhuang to conclude that he was merely a powerless underling. Ma Dazhuang's expression shifted abruptly, and he pointed an accusing finger at Li Mingliang, shouting, "You meddler! How dare you play the hero? Be careful, or I'll end you." With that, Ma Dazhuang and his 4 muscular companions advanced, cracking their knuckles in eager anticipation of a brutal assault on Li Mingliang. Recognizing the perilous turn of events, Li Mingliang realized that these individuals were desperate and reckless. If he did not reveal his identity soon, he could truly find himself in dire straits. He shouted, "I am Li Mingliang, the deputy leader of the special inspection team dispatched by the Ganzhou Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection to Qingshi County. You better think twice before acting recklessly." Chapter 60. A critical moment of revelation. What leader? Is that a significant title? I don't know. How can someone so young hold such a high position? Upon proclaiming his identity, the 4 muscular men hesitated, clearly intimidated. They were baffled by Li Mingliang's rank, whispering among themselves, wondering if he might be trying to deceive them. Observing their confusion, Ma Dazhuang recalled a prior incident where Tan Xiuhua and Yuan Jingli had been vocally criticizing someone named Li Mingliang during their lavish stay at the Huatai Hotel. Furthermore, he had heard Hu Wangguan, the cousin of Hu Dahai, the hotel manager, remark that they should keep a low profile, as members of the municipal inspection team were currently residing at the Qingshi guest house. The vice leader of the inspection team, Li Mingliang, is indeed a newcomer eager to make his mark, and everything is subject to scrutiny. Should any of you dare dismiss my words, and you find yourselves targeted by the inspection team, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The mere thought of Hu Wangguan's method sent a chill down Ma Dazhuang's spine. He now recognized that the upright young man before him was none other than Li Mingliang. He had no desire to attract Li Mingliang's attention. Thus, Ma Dazhuang turned and barked at his four brothers. Silence. We are leaving. He wished to slip away unnoticed. Unbeknownst to him, Li Mingliang would not let them off so easily. He spread his arms to block the exit and declared sharply, Halt. Someone has already been injured by you. Do you think this matter ends here? The couple who had been crouching behind the counter exchanged worried glances upon hearing Li Mingliang's words. They whispered to each other, This so-called leader is truly fearless. These men are all released from the cells. If they are provoked, we must be wary of the consequences. Indeed, Li Mingliang's words enraged one burly man. To hell with you. I don't care what kind of leader you are. Mind your own business, or I will take you down with us. Li Mingliang towered over this intoxicated brute and responded with a serious demeanor. We have already called the police. They will arrive shortly. And we shall see how this is handled once they are here. You dare call the police? Go to hell. The burly man shouted as he swung a fist the size of a sandbag towards Li Mingliang. Quick as a flash, Li Mingliang sidestepped the attack and shouted, You are breaking the law, and you still wish to resort to violence? Ma Dazhuang's eyes flickered with malice as he glanced at Li Mingliang and restrained his brother's hand, signaling them to remain calm. I advise you to mind your own business and let us go. Let today's events be forgotten. Otherwise, Ma Dazhuang's tone was laden with menace. Otherwise what? In this vast world, you have assaulted someone, and you will certainly bear the medical expenses and damages. Not to mention that you have committed a crime and must face legal consequences. Li Mingliang stood resolutely, his gaze unwavering as he met Ma Dazhuang's eyes. The burly men behind Ma Dazhuang exchanged puzzled looks, unable to comprehend why he was willing to endure such humiliation. The man who had earlier wanted to strike Li Mingliang seethed with frustration, glaring at him with fury. Had Ma Dazhuang not intervened, he would have leapt forward to tear Li Mingliang apart. Brother, let us not be polite. He is just a worthless leader. Let us send him to meet Marx. Another burly man, unable to tolerate the humiliation, clenched his fists audibly. Ma Dazhuang refrained from reprimanding his brothers. Instead, he shot Li Mingliang a provocative glance, clearly conveying his message. Should you meddle further, your fate will be no different from theirs. Li Mingliang stood resolutely at the entrance, showing no sign of retreat. He raised his hand to check his watch. 8:50. 20 minutes had elapsed since the alarm was raised. The West City Police Station was merely a kilometer away, and he calculated that even if the police were delayed, they should have arrived by now. Suddenly, the sound of sirens pierced the air. It was an ambulance. Li Mingliang scoffed inwardly, thinking how the ambulance had arrived even faster than the police. A doctor and two nurses emerged from the ambulance. The physician, clad in a white coat, was Feng Xiaoya, the chief physician of the emergency department at Qingshi County People's Hospital. She rushed into the barbecue restaurant to assess the condition of Tan Xiaoyu, who lay on the ground. After a brief examination, she shouted to the hesitant nurses behind her, Quickly! Suspected intracranial hemorrhage. It's urgent. Get her on a stretcher. Upon hearing this, Ma Dazhuang felt a jolt of fear. Intracranial hemorrhage sounded exceedingly serious. He thought to himself that if Li Mingliang continued to block their way, things could become very troublesome should they be pursued later. He resolved to escape. The two nurses, with Feng Xiaoya's assistance, lifted Tan Xiaoyu onto the stretcher. At that moment, Tan Xiaoyu's parents rushed in, having heard from neighbors that their daughter had been attacked by a group of thugs. They were horrified to see their bloody daughter on the stretcher and cried out in anguish, Xiaoyu, who did this to you? We will make them pay. Their lamentations sent the barbecue shop into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Ma Dazhuang attempted to slip away unnoticed. However, Li Mingliang steadfastly blocked their path, preventing their escape. Panic set in for Ma Dazhuang as he recalled Tan Xiaoyu's parents vowing vengeance, not wanting to be caught in the crossfire. He pushed against Li Mingliang and the figure of Xia Qingfeng standing behind him. The moment he initiated contact, the four men behind him also joined the fray. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, the inspection team, alerted in advance by Jiang Gan, arrived in full force under the leadership of Fu Wenbin. A dozen Passats swarmed the street, disgorging over 40 officers from the Special Task Force. Their overwhelming numbers surrounded the barbecue restaurant. Realizing he had hit a dead end, Ma Dazhuang cursed his misjudgment. He had not anticipated that the situation would escalate to such proportions. Feng Xiaoya crouched beside Tan Xiaoyu, keeping a vigilant eye on the entrance. She quickly spotted Li Mingliang, who stood as a symbol of justice, blocking the path of the 5 burly men attempting to flee. Fearless and with a piercing gaze, he appeared to Feng Xiaoya like a martial arts master from the movies, exuding an undeniable charisma. As reinforcements from the inspection team arrived, Li Mingliang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Let the patient go first. Li Mingliang cast a glance at Tan Xiaoyu on the stretcher. furrowing his brow as he commanded, "Hurry, lift her into the vehicle." Fang Xiaoya, accompanied by 2 nurses, swiftly carried Tan Xiaoyu into the ambulance. Tan Xiaoyu's parents cast resentful glances at Ma Dazhuang and his companions, their tears flowing as they followed onto the ambulance. As the sirens wailed, the members of the inspection team surged into the establishment, apprehending Ma Dazhuang and his associates. Li Mingliang raised his hand to check his watch, 9:10. A cold smile crept across his face as he mused to himself. The response time of the Qingshi County Police is truly astonishing. Chapter 61. Spending money to avert disaster and keeping silent in a fit of anger, Li Mingliang produced his mobile phone and, in front of the gathered crowd, dialed the number of Hu Dahai, the director of the Qingshi County Public Security Bureau. Intentionally, he activated the speakerphone, wishing for the leaders of the inspection team present to witness how Hu Dahai, the deputy secretary of the county's political and legal committee and head of the police, would respond to the undeniable facts. "Hello," came the deep, authoritative voice of Hu Dahai once the call connected. "Hello, Director Hu, this is Li Mingliang, the deputy leader of the discipline inspection team dispatched by the municipal committee to Qingshi County," Li Mingliang stated, his expression devoid of emotion. "Oh, Deputy Leader Li, greetings." "Greetings." Hu Dahai's mind raced, pondering the purpose of Li Mingliang's call at this moment. "Director Hu, there has been a brawl outside the Huifu community tonight involving 5 men injuring a woman. It has been 40 minutes since I reported this incident, yet the police from Qingshi County have yet to arrive. I would like to request an explanation from you, Director Hu, as to why this is the case." Li Mingliang's words were blunt and unyielding. A chill ran down Hu Dahai's spine, realizing that the officers from the West City Police Station had unwittingly crossed paths with Li Mingliang. "Deputy Leader Li, I will head to the scene immediately to coordinate the response." Hu Dahai, a shrewd individual, dared not engage further, fearing that Li Mingliang might be recording the conversation. He hastily ended the call. As the busy tone echoed in his ear, Li Mingliang scoffed inwardly, "Cunning old fox." A few moments prior, when Li Mingliang had called Hu Dahai, Ma Dazhuang and his 4 burly companions had heard every word clearly. With so many members of the inspection team present, they were pinned to the ground of the barbecue shop, unable to leave. Ironically, not 10 minutes after Li Mingliang's call to Hu Dahai, the West City Police Station's Chief Zhang Pengfei, along with Deputy Chief Zhang Chengze and officers Zheng Kuan and Shin Jun, arrived hastily in 3 police vehicles. Chief Zhang Pengfei was the first to enter the shop, immediately spotting Li Mingliang standing majestically amidst the crowd. He hurried over, bowing respectfully as he addressed him. "Deputy Leader Li, I am Zhang Pengfei, the chief of the West City Police Station. Our operator failed to relay your emergency call in a timely manner, which delayed our response. The operator is a newly appointed auxiliary police officer. Upon my return, I shall address her conduct with utmost seriousness." Zhang Pengfei, with his eyes wide open, spouted a baseless excuse and attempted to cast blame on a temporary worker. Even Fu Wenbin, standing nearby, could no longer tolerate the absurdity. With a stern expression, Fu Wenbin chastised, "Director Zhang, this is not the time to evade responsibility. We shall thoroughly investigate your issues and report them to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. You will have to explain it to them then." At that moment, the sound of Hu Dahai's vehicle echoed as it arrived. As the police car came to a halt, Hu Dahai's corpulent frame struggled to extricate itself from the vehicle. He huffed and puffed, his substantial beer belly protruding prominently as he hurried into the establishment. Passing by a group of officers at the Qingshi police station, Hu Dahai cast a fierce glare at Zhang Pengfei, causing him to tremble and turn pale. Hu Dahai approached Li Mingliang, panting heavily, and glanced down at the individuals crouched on the ground. He immediately recognized them as security personnel from his own Huatai hotel, a realization that sent a chill through him. Hu Dahai's mind raced. He could not allow these fools to attract the scrutiny of the inspection team towards the Huatai hotel. Thus, he quickly interjected, his eyes brimming with implication and warning as he addressed Ma Dazhuang, who was crouched on the ground. "You ruffians, how dare you openly brawl and injure innocent bystanders? Do you realize you are breaking the law?" Ma Dazhuang had felt a surge of panic when Li Mingliang publicly called Hu Dahai. He thought to himself, "What I dread has indeed come to pass. I've kicked a hornet's nest." He feared neither detention nor imprisonment, nor the prospect of financial compensation. What truly terrified him was the memory of Hu Wangguan wielding a knife with the ease of slicing through vegetables, leaving him trembling in dread. The other burly men finally grasped the gravity of their actions. They trembled before Hu Dahai, acutely aware that he would go to great lengths to resolve this matter, and the cost of such resolution might well be beyond their means. Li Mingliang observed Hu Dahai's every move with a discerning eye. He noted the shift in expression of the individuals on the ground from the moment Hu Dahai entered, their faces now etched with fear. Furthermore, the exchange of glances between them and Hu Dahai indicated a prior acquaintance. A bold hypothesis began to form in Li Mingliang's mind. Director Zhang, take these individuals back to the police station for thorough interrogation. They must be detained if necessary. Hu Dahai, wary of complications, wished to resolve the matter on the spot. Li Mingliang, perceiving Hu Dahai's urgency, remarked with a knowing smile, Director Hu, we have recorded the incident of these individuals assaulting others. The surrounding witnesses can attest to it. It is imperative that you handle this matter with fairness and deliver justice to the victims and their families. Li Mingliang's words momentarily startled Hu Dahai, for he had not anticipated that Li Mingliang possessed such evidence. Initially, Hu Dahai intended to bring the individuals back to the West City Police Station, merely to create an illusion of justice, detaining them briefly before sending them away to escape the storm. However, he was unprepared for Li Mingliang's unforeseen intervention. If they had violated criminal law, they ought to be handed over to the judicial authorities for due process. The inspection team will continue to monitor this matter closely, and we hope the Qingshi County Police Department will promptly submit a report detailing the resolution of this issue. Li Mingliang, seemingly oblivious to Hu Dahai's increasingly grim demeanor, continued speaking unabated. At that moment, Li Mingliang's phone rang. It was Zhang Gan, who had just arrived at Qingshi County People's Hospital. Team Leader Li. The victim has intracranial bleeding and is currently undergoing emergency treatment. The situation is quite critical. Those who assaulted her cannot be released lightly. Furthermore, the medical expenses are substantial, and the family insists that the assailants cover the costs. Understood, replied Li Mingliang, ending the call and approaching Ma Dazhuang. Leaning in with a serious expression, he conveyed, the lady you assaulted is now in critical condition with intracranial bleeding, and her family demands that you cover her medical expenses. This is your best opportunity to seek leniency. If you do not voluntarily compensate for the medical costs and the family's losses, they are unlikely to forgive you easily. At that point, it could escalate beyond mere detention. Ma Dazhuang realized the severity of his actions. In a fit of rage, he had nearly caused the death of Tan Xiaoyu. With the inspection team now involved, he understood that failing to offer compensation would lead to dire consequences. Uncertain of what to do, he learned that daily medical expenses could reach several thousand yuan, potentially exceeding 10,000 in a single day. Being a spendthrift, he had no savings to cover Tan Xiaoyu's medical fees. Desperation clouded his thoughts as he glanced at his companions, who were equally reckless and financially strained. The notion of discussing money was off-putting. The usual entourage following Ma Dazhuang now turned away, feigning ignorance to his unspoken plea. Feeling helpless, Ma Dazhuang furtively glanced at Hu Dahai, who was vigilantly monitoring the situation, wary of Ma Dazhuang's potential outburst. As the saying goes, spending money to avert disaster, Hu Dahai subtly winked at Ma Dazhuang, indicating that he would assist with the financial burden, though his gaze carried a clear warning. Understanding the implication, Ma Dazhuang resolved to remain tight-lipped. That evening, under the scrutiny of the inspection team dispatched by the city's discipline commission, Hu Dahai, the acting secretary of the political and legal committee and head of the county police, was compelled to personally oversee the fair handling of the 5 assailants involved in the nightclub incident. Coordinated by the West City Police Station, Ma Dazhuang and his 4 accomplices agreed to cover all of Tan Xiaoyu's medical expenses and voluntarily paid her family 10,000 yuan as nutritional compensation. Under the joint mediation of the municipal inspection team and the county police department, in an effort to prevent the escalation of the situation and to avoid any adverse impact on public opinion, the family of Tan Xiaoyu agreed to reconcile and issued a letter of understanding. Ma Dazhuang and 4 others were subjected to 15 days of criminal detention, along with a fine of 500 yuan each. Initially, Tan Xiaoyu's parents were reluctant to issue a letter of understanding. However, considering the fact that the opposing party consisted of individuals recently released from prison, they feared that provoking them could lead to dire consequences for their family's safety and property. Thus, for the sake of their own security, Tan Xiaoyu's parents chose to settle the matter quietly. Fortunately, the skilled physician Fang Xiaoyao provided urgent care, and by that evening, it was confirmed that Tan Xiaoyu was out of danger. Fang Xiaoyao also thoughtfully reassured Tan Xiaoyu's parents, saying, "You need not worry excessively. The patient's condition is fundamentally stable. I believe that after a period of rest, your daughter will face no significant issues moving forward." The hearts of parents are always filled with concern. Tan Xiaoyu's parents were particularly anxious about the potential lasting effects of her injuries. Fang Xiaoyao's words served as a comforting balm for their worries. While physical injuries are often easier to heal, the incident left Tan Xiaoyu with a profound psychological trauma. rendering her fearful of venturing out alone for an extended period. The sight of any man with tattoos would send her into a state of trembling terror. Li Mingliang was acutely aware of the immeasurable distress that organized crime inflicts upon the populace. The inspection team could not afford to overlook any protective umbrella that condoned such malevolent forces engaging in unlawful activities. Given the police's delayed response to the incident following the call for assistance, the inspection team deemed it necessary to conduct a thorough investigation of the public security system in Qingshi County. This night was destined to be tumultuous. The municipal disciplinary inspection team mobilized almost entirely, with members united in purpose, swiftly supporting Li Mingliang to avert further escalation of the situation. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the Qingshi County Education Bureau was tense, with sentiments varying among the staff. The clock struck 7 in the evening. Huang Haowen, the director of the Qingshi County Education Bureau, convened an urgent closed-door meeting with the Bureau's leadership and principals from various primary and secondary schools across the county. Prior to entering the meeting room, all attendees were required to surrender their mobile phones. Upon entry, each participant underwent a comprehensive security check with specialized scanning equipment to ensure they were not carrying any electronic devices, thus preventing any recording or photography of the meeting's content. During the meeting, Huang Haowen reported on the municipal disciplinary inspection team's covert visit to the vocational school earlier that day. Seated at the center of the podium, he pointed an accusatory finger at Kai Zhigan, the principal of the county vocational school, and chastised him sternly. Kai Zhigan, are you implying that you no longer wish to continue in your position? Was there no advance notice about the inspection team's visit? Have my words fallen on deaf ears? Let me make myself clear. If all goes well, consider it a fortunate escape. But if any issues arise, you will not even receive a teacher's basic salary. I speak with conviction. Do you understand what that means? In a fit of rage akin to a volcanic eruption, Huang Haowen unleashed a torrent of scathing invective upon Kai Zhigan, mercilessly berating him in front of the assembled crowd. The tirade lasted a full 30 minutes, with Kai Zhigan, head bowed in humiliation, feeling as though he were being doused repeatedly with filthy water. Huang's venomous words pierced him like arrows, leaving him in a tumult of shame and fury, his mind buzzing like a swarm of bees, his expression hardening to a steely coldness, and his body trembling involuntarily. When Huang Haowen finally shifted his focus to admonish others, Kai Zhigan cautiously raised his head, casting a furtive glance at the podium. Huang, animated and fervent, gesticulated like a conductor, threatening the principals below that they must safeguard their respective domains, lest the municipal discipline inspection team uncover any issues. He proclaimed, if any school falters, I will have that principal dismissed. Do you believe me? I am a man of my word. As Kai Zhigan observed the brazen Huang Haowen, his vision began to blur, plunging him into deep contemplation. For years, I have shown you deference, Huang Haowen, bestowing gifts and monetary favors, striving to appease you. At your behest, I installed a batch of solar water heaters that failed to provide hot water, benefiting you while the blame rests upon my shoulders. I even conceded the school cafeteria to your greedy, shameless cousin. This has elicited a chorus of condemnation from teachers, students, and parents alike. I have humbled myself before you, enduring hardships without recognition, yet you treat me as if I were beneath contempt. You deserve to perish. I shall bring you to ruin. His thoughts spiraled into a maelstrom of indignation. What do you think you are, Huang Haowen? How dare you defecate upon me? This is an egregious humiliation. I shall resign, and I will see you imprisoned. I will ensure you rot in jail. The more he pondered, the more aggrieved and furious he became. Within him, a tempest raged, and his gaze toward Huang Haowen turned increasingly venomous. Several times, he nearly leapt from his seat, yearning to confront Huang on the podium and deliver a well-deserved beating. Fortunately, Huang, lost in his own tirade, failed to notice Kai's escalating fury, which was masked by the dim light of the venue. Once the meeting adjourned, an infuriated Kai Zhigan surged to his feet, disregarding the curious stares of others as he hastily exited the conference room. Grabbing his phone, he strode briskly downstairs and swiftly entered his car. With a roar, the Santana sprang to life, its tires screeching as it sped away from the County Education Bureau's compound. Kai Zhigan's mind was in turmoil as a frenzied thought surged from within, to seek out the inspection team at the Qingshi guest house and report Huang Haowen. As he drove his Santana sedan, he found himself entering the courtyard of the Qingshi guest house. Upon arrival, Kai Zhigan abruptly slammed on the brakes. Peering out the window, he realized he had indeed arrived at the Qingshi guest house, startling him and instantly clearing his mind. He muttered to himself, how did I really end up here? Kai Zhigan could hardly summon the courage to actually report Huang Haowen, with his own life in disarray. To accuse Huang Haowen would be akin to walking into a lion's den, effectively offering himself up for doom, stealing his nerves. He swiftly turned the steering wheel and roared out of the guest house, narrowly brushing past Li Mingliang and his companions in their Passat. At that moment, Li Mingliang was gazing out the window, which was rolled down, and through it, he caught sight of Cai Zhigan, filling him with confusion. Alas, Cai Zhigan's car sped away too swiftly for Li Mingliang to call out to him. Once the three of them exited their vehicle, Xia Qingfeng noticed Li Mingliang's distraction and asked with concern, "Team leader, what troubles you?" "Comrade Qingfeng, I just saw Cai Zhigan, the principal of Qingshi County Vocational School. As we entered, his car was leaving," Li Mingliang explained. "What business does the vocational school principal have here? Are you certain you didn't mistake someone else for him?" Xia Qingfeng inquired, puzzled. "It was definitely him. I did not make a mistake," Li Mingliang asserted with conviction. Chapter 63. The undercurrent between Su and who meanwhile, Huang Haowen, the director of the Qingshi County Education Bureau, was in a state of utter disarray. He was fraught with anxiety, sensing an imminent disaster looming overhead, akin to a headless fly buzzing about in a frenzy. During the evening meeting, Huang Haowen unleashed a tempest of reprimands upon the troublemaker, Cai Zhigan. As the meeting concluded, Huang Haowen caught sight of Cai Zhigan storming down the stairs in a fit of rage and scoffed inwardly. "Humph, you still have the audacity to be angry. You foolish, reckless creature. You truly are oblivious to the gravity of your situation." Little did Huang Haowen realize that if he continued to provoke Cai Zhigan, the latter might indeed drag him into the abyss alongside him, resulting in mutual destruction. At 10:30 p.m., after receiving a call from Su Guohao, Hu Dahai, acting secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee and director of the County Public Security Bureau, swiftly concluded his business with Li Mingliang and made his way to the Qingshi County government, entering the county chief's office. Upon entering, Hu Dahai could not contain his disdain, exclaiming, "That oblivious Li Mingliang. Damn it, he acts as if he holds some significant position. This lunatic. I truly wish to see him perish." The late September heat left everyone feeling irritable and restless. Hu Dahai was drenched in sweat, his clothes clinging to his rotund figure, beads of perspiration accumulating at his palms with the slightest touch, exuding an indescribable odor. Su Guohai, who prided himself on cleanliness, found Hu Dahai to be nothing short of a walking embodiment of sweat. He plopped down on the sofa, hastily grabbing a handful of tissues to wipe away the sweat. Su Guohai cast a glance, his brow furrowing, immediately turning away in disgust, as if he had swallowed a fly. Suppressing his irritation, he maintained a stern expression and inquired, "What is the reason for the entire inspection team being deployed tonight?" In Qingshi County, Hu Dahai had eyes everywhere. Su Guohai was equally well informed. Even if Hu Dahai did not report to him, he would still grasp the situation. Although Hu Dahai appeared simple-minded, he was quite astute. The moment Su Guohai spoke, he sensed that someone was covertly reporting back to Su. He understood that evading accountability was no longer an option. Yet, in an effort to alleviate Su Guohai's anger, Hu Dahai downplayed the issue, saying, "County Chief, that Li Mingliang, emboldened by his position in the inspection team, has been exceedingly arrogant, bossing me around on your territory and summoning me to handle a trivial brawl." The tissue he had used to wipe his sweat was now so soaked that it could drip with moisture. Su Guohai glanced at the tissue in Hu Dahai's hand, inhaled sharply, and could not help but roll his eyes. "Damn it, you had so many people gathered outside the barbecue shop, and the inspection team's vehicle blocked half the street. What a negative impact this has. I ask you, were those thugs from Huadai Hotel Security?" Su Guohai was not interested in Hu Dahai's ramblings. He struck at the crux of the matter directly. Yes, Hu Dahai stammered, taken aback by Su Guohai's precise inquiry. "Did I not instruct you to manage your subordinates? You are practically inviting the inspection team to scrutinize us. Huh, do you treat my words as mere suggestions?" Su Guohai's gaze was icy, his anger palpable as he reprimanded Hu Dahai, who, aware of his faults, dared not retort. "County Chief, I have already spoken to Huadai Hotel about this. These security guards acted on their own and caused trouble. I will deal with them properly when I return." Hu Dahai was indeed having an unfortunate night, having lost face with Li Mingliang and now enduring Su Guohai's ire. The instigator of all this chaos was none other than the disobedient Ma Dazhuang. Hu Dahai thought darkly, "Damn it, you want to cause trouble, huh? I will make sure each of you pays a price. Dahai, heed my advice. You must manage your subordinates well during this time. Do you not understand? The inspection team's purpose is clear. They are coming for us." Su Guohao is a master of human manipulation. He understands the delicate balance of giving a slap followed by a sweet date. Observing Hu Dahai's displeasure, he feared that their relationship might sour. After all, Hu Dahai was his capable assistant in Qingshi County, often relied upon to resolve numerous challenging issues. Thus, he swiftly adjusted his tone, softening his demeanor. Dahai, you often criticize Li Mingliang for his lack of social grace, but have you considered who supports him from behind? Li Mingliang is backed by the leaders of the municipal committee. It is those individuals who wish to undermine us. Li Mingliang is merely a pawn. We must not hand them any leverage. Do you understand? Understood, County Chief. I will ensure to manage the people beneath me diligently. Hu Dahai, having suffered a setback, finally recognized that Su Guohao's earlier warnings were indeed prudent. He silently vowed, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. At this moment, he resolved to keep a tight rein on his subordinates, ensuring that the inspection team uncovered no hints of wrongdoing. County Chief, Li Mingliang took a group to the county vocational school today. It seems they've discovered some issues, and Huang Haowen is in quite a panic. The events that transpired in the County Education Bureau's conference room that evening were conveyed to Hu Dahai in detail. He nearly forgot to report this significant matter to Su Guohao. Do not concern yourself with Huang Haowen. His affairs are of no consequence to us, Su Guohao remarked nonchalantly, while sipping tea from his thermos. Indeed, Huang Haowen's actions were purely personal and bore no relation to Hu Dahai or Su Guohao. Since Su Guohao had expressed such sentiments, Hu Dahai felt compelled to refrain from intervening in Huang Haowen's predicament. Earlier that afternoon, Huang Haowen had even called Hu Dahai, seeking assistance to evade the municipal disciplinary inspection team's scrutiny and navigate his crisis. Hu Dahai hesitated, contemplating whether to extend a helping hand. In truth, he was not one to meddle in others' affairs. However, given that the County Education Bureau's position was lucrative and he was aware of Huang Haowen's wealth, Hu Dahai had intended to seize the opportunity to extract a significant sum from him. Yet, Su Guohao's disapproval thwarted his plans. With a sigh, Hu Dahai resigned himself to the situation. If it must be so, then so be it. For now, I must cling tightly to Su Guohao's substantial support, striving to eliminate the title of acting from my position and gain entry into the county committee, thereby enhancing my influence within the county. Su Guohao's refusal to allow Hu Dahai to involve himself in Huang Haowen's affairs stemmed from his own considerations. The municipal leaders were evidently displeased with the political ecosystem in Qingshi County. Otherwise, they would not have established a grandiose inspection team to oversee the rectification of discipline among the leadership in the county. Since the leadership was intent on sending representatives to investigate, it would be remiss to let them return empty-handed. For Su Guohao, the scrutiny of Huang Haowen, an oblivious county education bureau chief, was a matter of little consequence. Moreover, he harbored hopes that the municipal inspection team would investigate several officials unrelated to him. He foolishly believed that by satiating the appetites of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission's supervisory team, Li Mingliang would be able to satisfy the municipal leaders upon his return, thus ensuring his own safety. Su Guohao sat on the sofa, half closing his eyes and drifting into a reverie. Beside him, Hu Dahai remained accustomed to the scene, silently brewing kung fu tea. Once the tea was ready, he poured a cup for Su Guohao, presenting it with utmost respect. Su Guohao lifted the cup, blew gently on the surface, and took a delicate sip, nodding in satisfaction. Chapter 64. The duck has flown. A disappointed Sea County chief. How do you find today's tea? Hu Dahai inquired, bowing slightly in a sycophantic manner. Yes, it's quite good. The flavor is pleasant. Su Guohao acknowledged with a nod of appreciation. This tea is the same as the last time you had it, but the water is sourced from the spring beneath Xianren Mountain in our county. It makes for an exceptional brew. Gaining Su Guohao's approval, Hu Dahai became increasingly fervent in expressing his loyalty. Indeed, the taste is distinctly different. Su Guohao raised the teacup once more, savoring another sip, genuinely finding the tea delightful. In his quest to transition from the acting secretary of the county's Political and Legal Affairs Commission to the actual secretary, Hu Dahai had been particularly attentive to Su Guohao these past few days, much to Su Guohao's delight. He felt he had Hu Dahai completely under his control. Secretly reveling in the thought, it seems that this dog must occasionally be tempted with a bone to keep its loyalty. Only then will it serve you faithfully. Just as Su Guohao was enjoying his tea, the mobile phone on the table suddenly rang. Hu Dahai promptly rose, eager to assist Su Guohao by retrieving the phone. Upon glancing at the screen, Su Guohao noted that the caller was Zhang Dingquan, a member of the Gansu Municipal Committee and vice mayor, instantly becoming alert. Su Guohao took the phone, casting a glance at Hu Dahai, who was aware of the protocol. No one was permitted to eavesdrop when receiving a call from a superior. He discreetly exited, closing the door behind him. Su Guohao hastily pressed the answer button. Hello, Mayor Zhang. How do you do? Hello, Lao Su. Today, there was a standing committee meeting in the city, and I brought up Hu Dahai as a candidate for the secretary of your county's Political and Legal Affairs Commission. But it was not approved. Zhang Dingquan's words struck Su Guahao like a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily stunned. Hello, Lao Su. Not hearing Su Guahao's response, Zhang Dingquan assumed there was an issue with the line. Mayor Zhang, please continue. Su Guahao collected himself, attempting to sound composed. The municipal party secretary, Yuan Songbai, proposed an alternative candidate at the meeting, Peng Yuanxiao, the police chief of Huangsha district. Zhang Dingquan continued, leaving Su Guahao to speculate on what would follow. The secretary of the municipal party committee, Feng Borui, appears to be quite pleased with the selection of Peng Yuanxiao, as today's standing committee meeting has approved his appointment. Zhang Dingquan's remarks indeed aligned with Su Guahao's speculations. Oh, Mayor Zhang, what exactly is Peng Yuanxiao like? Su Guahao lamented inwardly, persistently inquiring. He is akin to a stone in a cesspit, foul and unyielding. Once he arrives in Qingshi County, exercise caution. Do not let him seize your vulnerabilities, Zhang Dingquan replied tersely. Very well, Mayor Zhang. I shall proceed with utmost caution. Zhang Dingquan's words startled Su Guahao. It is quite unusual for a deputy mayor to express such a direct assessment of an individual. This can only indicate that Peng Yuanxiao is indeed not aligned with their interests. Furthermore, Su Guahao inferred from Zhang Dingquan's comments that Peng Yuanxiao poses a significant threat. After ending the call, Su Guahao's mind was in turmoil, a sense of alarm ringing in his thoughts. Even before Peng Yuanxiao had set foot in Qingshi County, he had already become a thorn in Su Guahao's side. Hu Dahai stood outside the office for a moment when the door suddenly swung open from within. Upon seeing the oblivious Hu Dahai, Su Guahao found himself at a loss for words. Having followed Su Guahao for quite some time, Hu Dahai could easily discern Su Guahao's unusual demeanor. He privately speculated whether Su Guahao had received some troubling news. Earlier, when he picked up his phone, he had noticed that the caller was indeed Zhang Dingquan. He had been pondering what could compel Zhang Dingquan to call Su Guahao at such a late hour. Now, witnessing Su Guahao's hesitance and awkwardness, Hu Dahai felt a sinking sensation in his heart, harboring a very unsettling premonition. Could it be that my acting position as the secretary of the County Political and Legal Affairs Commission has encountered a snag? What was meant to arrive has indeed come. Upon entering the office, Hu Dahai was surprised to find Su Guahao unusually shutting the door behind him. Hu Dahai's mind was fraught with uncertainty. Su Guahao cleared his throat, wearing a look of remorse as he addressed Hu Dahai. Today, the Municipal Standing Committee has determined the candidate for the Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission in Qingshi County, and his name is Peng Yuanxiao. As Su Guahao spoke, he observed Hu Dahai's reaction closely. He is the head of the Public Security Bureau in Huangsha District of Gansu City. According to Mayor Zhang, this individual is akin to a stone in a cesspit, clearly not on our wavelength. Hu Dahai was utterly bewildered. Su Guahao wished to elaborate further, but Hu Dahai was too preoccupied to listen. Dahai, once Peng Yuanxiao arrives, you must be cautious in your actions. Do not allow him to uncover any weaknesses. Su Guahao glanced at the dazed Hu Dahai, feeling a rare flicker of guilt, and softened his tone. County Chief, I understand. Hu Dahai, now lost in thought, was preoccupied with where this Peng Yuanxiao had emerged from. The duck that was almost in his grasp seemed poised to fly away, inciting Hu Dahai's ire towards this individual named Peng Yuanxiao. Moreover, through this incident, Hu Dahai began to harbor doubts about Su Guahao's capabilities. He seethed internally, reflecting, Su Guahao, do not boast if you lack the competence. Promises unfulfilled, yet I must endure your incessant nonsense. Caution here, restrictions there. I have endured so much indignity, yet gained nothing in return. Bah, you still wish to brainwash me. I am not swayed by your rhetoric. Turmoil churned within Hu Dahai, fostering resentment towards Su Guahao. Meanwhile, Su Guahao was also devising ways to appease Hu Dahai, for Hu Dahai was Su Guahao's right-hand man. Without his support, Su Guahao would find any endeavor exceedingly cumbersome. The county chief, it is getting late. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Hu Dahai declared, his mind in disarray, yearning to unwind at the Huadai Hotel with some company. He rose, dragging his portly frame, and bid Su Guahao a curt farewell. Oh, very well. Return home to rest. You have labored throughout the day? Su Guahao nodded, not attempting to retain him. Su Guahao, too, was agitated, desperately in need of solitude to clarify his thoughts. He could not comprehend why Zhang Dingquan, who had previously spoken with unwavering certainty, had altered his stance, leaving Su Guahao in a position of disrepute with Hu Dahai. After Hu Dahai's departure, Su Guahao lit a cigarette, sitting alone in his office for an extended period, his gaze fluctuating, his countenance shifting between light and shadow. Meanwhile, the driver, Xie Xiaofeng, who had been waiting in the car, nearly succumbed to slumber. At midnight, Su Guohao finally exited the office building. Xie Xiaofeng, keenly observant, anticipated Su Guohao's emergence upon his pushing open the iron door secured with a password lock. He promptly started the vehicle, maneuvered it to the foot of the office stairs, and respectfully opened the rear right door, inviting Su Guohao to enter. "County Chief, are you heading home now?" Su Guohao replied, resting his head against the back seat, closing his eyes to recuperate. As the car passed the Qingshi guest house, Su Guohao involuntarily glanced over. The guest house appeared dark and ominous, resembling a great beast poised to engulf him. A sense of inexplicable dread washed over Su Guohao, prompting him to quickly shut his eyes, vainly believing that the inspection team could not undermine his foundations. That night, Li Mingliang spotted Kai Zhigan at the entrance of the Qingshi guest house, his mind rife with suspicion. After considerable contemplation, he found himself at an impasse. Consequently, he set this matter aside and hurried back to the data organization room, leading Xia Qingfeng and Jiang Gan in meticulously sorting through the clues, recordings, and video materials gathered from Shui Tao's residence and the barbecue shop. Under Li Mingliang's guidance, Xia Qingfeng and Jiang Gan became increasingly adept at organizing the materials, their efficiency soaring, completing the task in a mere 20 minutes. Li Mingliang placed the organized materials into the safe. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was 10:10 p.m. As he exited the materials room, he passed by Fu Wenbin's office and discovered Fu Wenbin also working diligently on his documents. "Team Leader Fu," Li Mingliang called out. Fu Wenbin looked up, removed his reading glasses, and replied with a warm smile. "Team Leader Li, have you finished everything?" Li Mingliang relaxed his shoulders and cheerfully responded, "Yes, all done." Fu Wenbin nodded, admiration evident in his eyes, and kindly remarked, "Your work efficiency is truly remarkable, but do remember to rest. Balance is essential. Aren't you also burning the midnight oil, Team Leader Fu?" "I'm merely following your example." Li Mingliang chuckled. "Not quite. I have some materials due for submission to the city tomorrow. I'm just ensuring everything is in order. Thank you for sending someone to support us tonight, Team Leader Fu." Li Mingliang felt a deep sense of reassurance knowing that the entire inspection team could unite in critical moments. "Team Leader Li, to be honest, tonight's situation was perilous. If it weren't for Jiang Gan's timely call, you would have been facing some audacious criminals. Had a confrontation occurred, the consequences would have been dire." Fu Wenbin recalled the frightening image of Li Mingliang standing against 5 burly men, and a wave of fear washed over him. He had vividly witnessed the grim sight of Tan Xiaoyu lying on a stretcher, bloodied and battered, confirming that those 5 were indeed ruthless thugs. "Team Leader Li, in the future, if you encounter such situations, please call back to the team to discuss. Do not confront them alone. Your personal safety must be your priority." Fu Wenbin felt compelled to remind Li Mingliang to enhance his self-protective awareness at work. "Understood. Thank you, Team Leader Fu." Li Mingliang felt genuinely touched by Fu Wenbin's heartfelt concern and was immensely grateful. Subsequently, he stepped into the adjacent large office and was surprised to find several colleagues still working diligently at such a late hour, some engaged in quiet discussions regarding their tasks. This demonstrated the fervent dedication of the inspection team members, united in their efforts, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. Li Mingliang couldn't help but reflect on the stark contrast of the work environment here compared to his previous experience at the county government office. While the personnel at the Qingshi County government office also often worked overtime, it was primarily the minority, such as Li Mingliang and the secretaries to county leaders, who routinely stayed late. Some even toiled through the night to prepare materials for the leaders' speeches the following day, enduring great hardship. However, in the government office, there was an air of rivalry and suspicion among colleagues. Unlike here, where everyone was comrades in the same trench, mutually supportive and encouraging. The sense of collective honor and belonging was something Li Mingliang had never experienced in his 2 years of work. The next morning dawned. Li Mingliang convened a brief meeting in his office with Fu Wenbin, Xia Qingfeng, and Jiang Gan. He articulated a long-contemplated thought. "Although we uncovered some clues yesterday, the critical evidence remains insufficient." Furrowing his brow, Li Mingliang opened his notebook. "We must first visit Huang Haowen's hometown to ascertain his family circumstances." He had previously sketched a topographical map of Qingshi County in his notebook, marking an arrow at the location of both the county seat and Huang Haowen's ancestral home. This seemingly inconspicuous gesture illuminated Fu Wenbin's mind, who mused, "Team Leader Li truly considers every detail with diligence and precision." Furthermore, We should request the County Education Bureau to provide a list of all primary and secondary school teachers in the county over the past 3 years. With you? Group Leader Fu, responsible for its implementation. Li Mingliang pointed at a line of text in his notebook. Certainly, after our meeting, I will arrange for someone to liaise with the Qingshi County Education Bureau regarding this matter. Fu Wenbin promptly responded to Li Mingliang's work directive. We can utilize the list to identify teachers who have transferred to the county in the past 3 years and conduct focused interviews with them, thereby establishing a sense of deterrence that encourages those who have accepted bribes to come forward voluntarily. Li Mingliang continued. Agreed, Team Leader Li. I will approach the office shortly to coordinate with the Qingshi County Education Bureau for the necessary information and ensure the comparisons are made. Fu Wenbin jotted down a few notes in his notebook. As for the remaining tasks, such as reviewing the financial accounts, I kindly ask Group Leader Fu to arrange for staff to expedite the collection of evidence. Li Mingliang closed his notebook, issuing succinct work reminders. Fu Wenbin relished collaborating with Li Mingliang. Despite his youth and relative inexperience, Li always planned ahead and maintained clarity in executing tasks, emphasizing group coordination and collaboration, thus enabling the inspection team to fully leverage their time advantage. At 9 a.m., a Passat from the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Team slowly departed from the Qingshi guest house. Inside the vehicle, Li Mingliang consulted his notebook. He had done his homework, having ascertained the precise location of Huang Haowen's hometown. Huang Haowen hailed from Shaowan Village in Banqiao Township, Qingshi County, a quintessential example of a rural youth who transformed his fate through education. He was the second of 5 siblings. Banqiao Township lies 50 kilometers from the county seat, and the roads connecting the county to its townships are still unpaved. Recent heavy rains had rendered the paths particularly muddy. Departing at 9 a.m., the Passat endured a bumpy journey, taking over an hour to finally reach Shaowan Village. Qingshi County, economically underdeveloped, sees its youth predominantly seeking employment elsewhere, leaving behind only a handful of elderly residents, resulting in a largely hollow village. Shaowan Village is relatively remote, with minimal vehicular traffic. As the inspection team's Passat rolled into Shaowan Village, the elderly farmers working along the roadside cast curious glances. The vehicle navigated the winding country roads and finally came to a halt in a spacious threshing yard. Beside the yard stood a grand camphor tree, under which sat a group of 7 or 8 elderly individuals. Li Mingliang, who was fluent in the local dialect, stepped out of the car and approached the elders, discreetly pressing the recording device hidden in his pocket. With utmost politeness, he inquired, "Good sirs, we are from the Municipal Federation of Literary and Art Circles, visiting to gather local culture. We have heard that your community has produced a remarkable scholar, the director of the Education Bureau. Might you know where he resides?" Education Bureau Director? Who? One elder, appearing to be in his late 80s, seemed somewhat befuddled. "Ah, it's Huang Haowen. The old fellow can't remember a thing." Another elder, seemingly in his 70s, exclaimed loudly into the first elder's ear, "I know where Huang Haowen lives. Over there. Do you see that most beautiful house? That's his." A third elder, with a crown of white hair, gestured towards a striking European-style building that towered among the surrounding mud brick houses. "Oh, his house is exquisitely constructed. It must have cost a small fortune." Li Mingliang feigned astonishment. The rural folk, being quite simple-hearted and lacking in suspicion, were easily swayed by his few words, leading the conversation toward his desired inquiries. Indeed, with Huang Haowen as the county's Education Bureau Director, he must be wealthy. I've heard it took over 200,000 to build this house. As they spoke of Huang Haowen, the elders' faces beamed with pride, as if discussing a beloved child. "There's another villa over there, also splendidly built." "Whose is that?" Li Mingliang pointed to another European-style edifice. "That belongs to Huang Haoyan, Huang Haowen's younger brother. Huang Haowen has entrusted him with all the school projects in the county. Who knows how much he has earned?" The elders raised their thumbs in admiration for Huang Haoyan. Li Mingliang scrutinized the 2 luxurious villas with a silent scoff. He then cautiously asked, "With the brothers earning so much, I wonder if they have contributed anything to the village?" "Contributions? Indeed. Last time we repaired the Huang clan ancestral hall and compiled the family genealogy. In addition to the contributions from each household's male members, Huang Haowen donated 370,000, and Huang Haoyan contributed 280,000. Together, their donations equaled that of everyone in our village." The elder spoke with a tone brimming with admiration for the brothers, basking in the pride of having an Education Bureau Director hailing from their humble village. "Good sirs, during our visit, we aim to delve into local culture. Where might we find your Huang clan ancestral hall? Could you kindly escort us for a visit?" Li Mingliang fabricated his request with eloquence and grace. The elderly man, without a trace of suspicion, cheerfully rose from his seat and, stooping slightly, guided Li Mingliang and his companions to the Huang clan ancestral hall. Upon their arrival, they looked up and were indeed struck by the grandeur and magnificence of the structure. The hall was not only spacious, but also adorned with exquisite decorations, and the choice of materials was exceptionally refined, clearly indicating a substantial financial investment. Summer Qingfeng walked around the ancestral hall, showering it with praises. He then paused beneath a wall, snapping several photographs of the gilded donation list displayed there. The list revealed that Huang Haowen had donated 370,000, ranking first. Huang Haoyan followed closely with a donation of 280,000, holding the second place. The third highest contribution was a mere 30,000. Most names on the list were associated with donations in the hundreds or thousands, with only a scant few reaching the 10,000 mark. The two brothers, Huang Haowen and Huang Haoyan, indeed exhibited remarkable generosity, far surpassing the contributions of others. Observing Summer Qingfeng taking pictures, the elderly man, somewhat puzzled, proudly declared, "Our village has produced an education bureau director, Huang Haowen. He has earned his wealth and knows how to give back to his clan. He is a conscientious and admirable young man." Li Mingliang found this both amusing and exasperating. After exiting the Huang clan ancestral hall, he gestured for Summer Qingfeng to capture a few close-up shots in front of the grand villa belonging to Huang Haowen and Huang Haoyan. Little did they expect to unearth so many issues. Li Mingliang felt that their morning visit had not been in vain, and he was filled with joy. As the saying goes, a thief feels guilty. Ever since Li Mingliang led a team to inspect the vocational school, Huang Haowen had been plagued by an incessantly twitching right eyelid, living in a state of unease. In the past, Huang Haowen had openly accepted bribes, never considering the need for a contingency plan. Coupled with his ostentatious and arrogant personality, he was acutely aware that many harbored disdain towards him. Huang Haowen understood that if the inspection team delved deeply into the issues within the Qingshi County education system, many would revel in his downfall. Fearing the impending crisis, he racked his brain for a way to escape the situation. After much contemplation, he thought of Hu Dahai. Yesterday, Huang Haowen had awkwardly approached Hu Dahai, the acting secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission of Qingshi County, seeking assistance. However, Hu Dahai had been vague, neither affirming nor denying his willingness to help. Pondering this further, Huang Haowen, in a state of anxiety, called Hu Dahai late at night, around 11 p.m., but the call went unanswered. This left Huang Haowen in a state of sheer panic. Who was Hu Dahai? He was a well-known figure in the political circles of Qingshi County. Several officials who had encountered trouble in the past had sought Hu Dahai's assistance, and he was known to accept money in exchange for resolving issues, effectively placating most matters. Gradually, officials of varying ranks in Qingshi County came to believe that Hu Dahai wielded tremendous influence, possessing an extraordinary ability to navigate the complexities of power. Little did they realize that behind Hu Dahai stood Su Guahao, and behind him, there were even greater forces at play. Most of the money collected by Hu Dahai was handed over to his superiors. He merely earned a modest fee for his efforts. As the saying goes, the wool comes from the sheep. After a period of relative calm, these officials, having landed safely, sought to recoup their losses by amassing wealth once again. Within a couple of years, they had regained their former opulence. In the political arena of Qingshi County, officials shared an unspoken secret when trouble arose. A payment to Hu Dahai would invariably resolve the issue. Over time, this erroneous signal of bribery led many officials, both large and small, to act without restraint. Consequently, illicit activities in Qingshi County became increasingly rampant, shrouding the region in a cloud of corruption and leaving the common people in distress. This time, Huang Haowen prepared 2 million yuan with great reluctance, intending to seek Hu Dahai's assistance in resolving his troubles. To his surprise, Hu Dahai refused to help him. At a loss for alternatives, Huang Haowen felt like an ant on a hot stove, overwhelmed and frantic. Hu Dahai's evasion led Huang Haowen to suspect that his predicament was far too grave, so much so that even Hu Dahai could not remedy it. The fear and despair swelling within Huang Haowen resembled a rolling snowball, growing ever larger. He felt like a wilted eggplant, drained of vitality. Huang Haowen had many mistresses, but Liao Lili held a special place in his affections. This evening, feeling dejected, he found himself inexplicably drawn to Liao Lili's suite, seeking solace for his troubled spirit. At 48, Huang Haowen was twice the age of the 28-year-old Liao Lili. He often indulged in fleeting romances and had not devoted much attention to her in recent times. However, upon seeing Huang Haowen, Liao Lili could not help but let her imagination wander. She eagerly prepared fruit, cooked a late-night snack, arranged a foot bath, and donned the latest seductive lingerie, providing him with a full-body massage. Feeling the atmosphere had reached the right crescendo, Liao Lili leaned in close to Huang Haowen, only to discover that he had fallen asleep like a log. "Darling, darling," she called out, but upon receiving no response, she became frustrated and playfully struck his shoulder a few times, yet Huang Haowen remained oblivious. Liao Lili's mind was now filled with thoughts of action-packed films, making it impossible for her to sleep. At 11:30 p.m., unwilling to succumb to loneliness, Liao Lili lay on the sofa, took out her phone, and messaged her recent romantic interest, Yuan Jingli, the secretary of the Qingshi County mayor. "Are you asleep?" "Not at all." She was taken aback when he replied instantly. Recalling how Yuan Jingli had shown her admiration, she felt a sense of triumph, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she continued, "Why can't you sleep?" "Because I'm thinking of you." Yuan Jingli was a notorious flirt, a man who had navigated the flower-laden paths of Qingshi County without ever getting entangled. Those willing to take the bait, Liao Lili and Yuan Jingli share a profound affinity, their conversations growing ever more engaging. Chapter 67. The Thief and the Courtesan, each seeking their desires. Upon receiving Yuan Jingli's suggestive message, Liao Lili gleefully replied, "Why are you thinking of me?" "What else could I think of at this hour, being a vigorous man?" Yuan Jingli sought to probe Liao Lili with particularly candid remarks. "You're insufferable." Yuan Jingli's words ignited Liao Lili's desires, making her long to leap into his embrace. "You want to know how insufferable I am until you experience it. My dear, where are you? Should I come find you now?" Yuan Jingli was equally stirred by Liao Lili's allure. "No, it's late, and people are asleep." Liao Lili glanced at the soundly sleeping Huang Haowen in the room, regretfully declining his invitation. Yuan Jingli was unaware that Liao Lili was secretly Huang Haowen's mistress. He was determined not to squander this opportunity for romance. "You've made it impossible for me to sleep. You must take responsibility. I am coming to find you now." Yuan Jingli's bold message sent Liao Lili's mind into a frenzy, her rationality beginning to dissolve as she coyly replied, "I assent that a bit inappropriate? It's rather late. The night is precisely when things are easier to manage. Where do you live?" "I'm on my way." Yuan Jingli, relentless in his pursuit, refused to relent until he achieved his goal. Liao Lili found herself parched and eager. After a moment of contemplation, she succumbed to temptation and replied, "Central Square. I will wait for you." She rose, poured herself a glass of water, and drank it in one go. Carefully, she retrieved a black long dress from the wardrobe and donned it. Grabbing her purse, she gently closed the door behind her and hurried downstairs, exiting the community. Liao Lili walked 300 meters to Central Square. Within 5 minutes, Yuan Jingli indeed arrived in a Santana at the square. The area was desolate and shrouded in darkness. The two shared a tacit understanding. There was no time to waste on a hotel. Yuan Jingli parked beneath a large tree, pulled Liao Lili in, and they swiftly climbed into the back seat. Before long, the Santana began to sway ominously. At 12:20 a.m., Officer Zhang Chengze emerged from a massage parlor near Central Square. Spotting the swaying Santana beneath the tree, he immediately recognized the situation within. His mind raced with impish thoughts. "This unfortunate couple has run into me. How delightful. I shall seize the moment and earn a little pocket money." Inside the cramped back seat of the Santana, Yuan Jingli was invigorated, thoroughly exhausting Liao Lili. As the battle reached its most intense moment, a sudden, forceful knocking echoed against the car window. "Knock, knock, knock. What are you doing inside? Hurry up and get out." Zhang Chengze turned on a powerful flashlight, directing it towards the back seat. Yuan Jingli was startled and tumbled down. "Liao Lili," she exclaimed, hastily covering herself with her clothes, mortified to the point of wishing she could vanish into a crack in the ground. Both Yuan Jingli and Liao Lili hesitated to open the door, taking their time to put on their garments. Liao Lili, in her nervousness, even managed to wear her clothes inside out. "Open the door, come down." Zhang Chengze barked from outside. With no other choice, Yuan Jingli reluctantly opened the car door and emerged. Liao Lili, however, was too shy to exit, burying her face deeply in her long hair. "You are violating public order. Come with me to the police station for a registration." Zhang Chengze, unfamiliar with Yuan Jingli, deliberately made this statement, convinced that Yuan Jingli would be intimidated. After all, he was the secretary of the county head, and such a scandal would undoubtedly tarnish his career. Yuan Jingli quickly adopted a conciliatory tone, addressing Zhang Chengze, "Comrade, my girlfriend and I were caught up in the moment. We haven't committed any crime. Surely, we don't need to go to the police station? You certainly have a way with words. Let me be clear, this is a violation of public order." Enough talk, follow me. Zhang Chengze retorted aggressively. Realizing he was in the wrong, Yuan Jingli hastily opened the front seat door, retrieved a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from the drawer, took out two, and handed one to Zhang Chengze with a courteous gesture. Comrade, would you like a smoke? Zhang Chengze had originally intended to hold Yuan Jingli accountable for a debt and had no interest in the trivial cigarette. He waved it away and said sternly, "Don't try that with me. I don't smoke. Whatever you have to say it at the police station." Yuan Jingli, having spent years alongside Su Guohao, was no pushover. Annoyed by the officer's obstinacy, he cast a sharp glance at Zhang Chengze and retorted with a darkened expression, "Which police station are you from? What is your name? What is your badge number?" Zhang Chengze sensed something amiss upon hearing Yuan Jingli's words. Upon closer inspection, he noted that despite Yuan Jingli's disheveled appearance, he exuded an air of authority that commanded respect. Alarm bells rang in Zhang Chengze's mind. Could this person hold some significance? Was he merely trying to intimidate me? The change in Zhang Chengze's demeanor did not escape Yuan Jingli's keen gaze. Standing tall, Yuan Jingli declared with a hint of arrogance, "I presume you're from the Xiqing police station? Even if I accompany you to the station tonight, your chief, Zhong Pengfei, will surely treat me with courtesy and see me out. I advise you to mind your own business." Yuan Jingli's words astonished Zhang Chengze, who thought to himself, "Does this fellow know our chief? Could he truly have some standing, or is he simply fabricating a name to escape this situation?" Yuan Jingli observed that Zhang Chengze was still hesitating, and he decided to drop the pretense. He introduced himself, saying, "I am Yuan Jingli, the secretary to the county magistrate. As for tonight's events, you may consider yourself a bystander. Otherwise, I shall have you stripped of that police uniform and sent packing." Upon hearing Yuan Jingli's words, Zhang Chengze felt a wave of regret. He had not anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous individual was, in fact, the county magistrate's secretary. Zhang Chengze had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. He politely apologized to Yuan Jingli, stating, "My apologies for the disturbance," and swiftly departed in defeat. Liao Lili, who had been eavesdropping from the car, was taken aback by Yuan Jingli's commanding presence that had frightened away the officer, which only increased her admiration for him. However, Yuan Jingli, having had his plans thwarted, lost all interest and suggested escorting Liao Lili home, but she declined the offer. At 1 a.m., Liao Lili stealthily opened the door to her house, only to be startled by Huang Haowen's sudden inquiry, "Where have you been?" Quick-witted, Liao Lili immediately threw herself into Huang Haowen's arms, feigning an air of dissatisfaction, and melodramatically said, "Isn't it because of you?" With a gentle breath, her red lips brushed against Huang Haowen's ear, sending tingles down his spine as she continued, "You dreadful man. You've left me in flames while you sleep like a dead pig." Unable to rest, I stepped outside for some fresh air to temper my frustration. Huang Haowen, stirred by Liao Lili's advances, found himself unable to ponder the validity of her words. In a swift motion, he flipped her beneath him, and soon the room was filled with sounds that made one's cheeks flush and heart race. Chapter 68. Delving deeper into the investigation due to their late-night escapades. Both Huang Haowen and Liao Lili awoke late the following day, barely making it to the office by 9:30 a.m. Liao Lili's older colleague shot a suggestive glance at her empty desk and then, with a sneer, mocked Liao Lili to her companions, "Did you see that? This flirtatious vixen must have spent the night with the director." The two of them arriving late suggests a night of revelry. At 9:40 a.m., Liao Lili sauntered into the office, her hips swaying with confidence. The two whispering women immediately fell silent, adopting a serious demeanor as they returned to their work. Liao Lili cast a sidelong glance at the gossip mongers, exuding an air of superiority as she gracefully pulled out her chair and settled at her desk. She powered up her computer, brewed a cup of health tea, and began her day's work with unwavering focus. After a night of wild abandon, Huang Haowen awoke feeling a twinge of discomfort in his back, reflecting, "I was too indulgent." He closed his office door, contemplated for a moment, and then dialed the comprehensive office. "Hello, Xiao Lu. Could you come over for a moment?" Liu Mingho, the director of the County Education Bureau's office, received the call and hurried next door, lightly tapping on the door. "Come in." Huang Haowen's eyes bore dark circles beneath them as he listlessly spoke. Liu Mingho entered the office, respectfully closing the door behind him, and inquired, "Director, do you have any instructions?" Huang Haowen was quite preoccupied with the movements of the municipal disciplinary inspection team. "Have any of the schools reported the presence of the inspection team in the past few days?" Liu Mingho replied truthfully, "Not yet." "Very well, you may leave," Huang Haowen said, a sense of unease lingering in his heart. He privately wondered, why has there been no news from the inspection team? Are they discreetly investigating other matters? What are they truly up to? Unbeknownst to him, this morning, Li Mingliang and his team had ventured to his hometown. They were quietly investigating his financial situation. On that same morning, after emerging from Huang Haowen's hometown of Banjiao Township in Shouan Village, Li Mingliang and his companions found it was already noon. They decided to invite Xia Qingfeng and Jiang Gan to a small restaurant in the village for a few dishes, enjoying a casual meal together. They then took a stroll through nearby villages. Most villagers around Shouan Village were well acquainted with the illustrious director of the Qingshi County Education Bureau, Huang Haowen, and his affluent contractor cousin, Huang Haoyan. At 2:20 p.m., Li Mingliang drove his Passat along the bumpy road, intent on returning to the county town as swiftly as possible. Halfway through their journey, they passed by a rural primary school. With keen observation, Li Mingliang noticed a brand new teaching building at the school. Instantly recalling the words of an elderly villager from Shouan, Huang Haowen has awarded all the county's school projects to him. Who knows how much he has profited? Seizing the moment, he turned to the driver, Xia Qingfeng, and suggested, "Comrade Qingfeng, there is a primary school over there. Let's take a look." "All right," Jiang Gan chimed in, glancing out the window at the splendid building, his eyes glimmering as he touched the camera in his backpack. Li Mingliang proceeded with caution, instructing Xia Qingfeng to park the car beneath a large tree, approximately 300 meters away from the school. Upon exiting the vehicle, they encountered an elderly farmer carrying a hoe. Li Mingliang quickly approached the farmer, politely inquiring, "Hello, sir. We are from the Municipal Cultural Federation, here to gather insights from the countryside. Could you tell us how long this school has been established?" This primary school is called Yangshan Primary School. It has existed since the early days of the Republic, so it has been around for several decades. I attended school here when I was a child, the farmer replied, assessing the three men, who appeared cultured and clean, and warmly answered Li Mingliang's question. "And how many students are currently enrolled here?" Li Mingliang continued. "This primary school serves as a village school located at the intersection of Banjiao Township and Qingshi Town, where children from several nearby villages come to study. There are grades 1 through 5 here, with over 200 students and faculty currently enrolled," the farmer informed them, demonstrating a thorough knowledge of the school's situation. "Sir, how is it that you are so well acquainted with the circumstances of this school?" My son teaches here, and my grandson is in the 3rd grade, so I am undoubtedly informed." The elderly farmer, with his sun-kissed skin and vibrant spirit, donned a faded blue vest. His muscular arms glistened healthily under the sun. When he smiled, his white teeth shone brightly, embodying the essence of a typical peasant. The farmer's genuine smile momentarily transported Li Mingliang back to memories of his own father, who bore a striking resemblance to the old man before him. "Sir, that teaching building within the school is quite beautiful. When was it constructed?" Li Mingliang inquired, gesturing towards the splendid edifice. "The new teaching building was completed just last year," the farmer responded. Splendid. Thank you, sir. We shall take a look at the school." Li Mingliang expressed his gratitude. "Oh, it's nothing, it's nothing." The farmer waved his hand and continued onward with his hoe slung over his shoulder. Li Mingliang glanced at his watch, 2:30 p.m. It was the time when classes were in session. As the three approached the school gate, they could hear the spirited sounds of students engaged in their studies. Li Mingliang pushed against the gate, but found it locked. Peering through the gap, he discovered that the iron gates were secured from the inside. The opening was quite wide, so Jiang Gan leaned closer to the gate, raised his camera, and clicked a few pictures of the new teaching building. At that moment, a somewhat authoritative voice startled Jiang Gan. "Who are you?" Inside the office of the teaching building, a middle-aged man with glasses approached, having noticed Jiang Gan taking photographs. "Good day, sir. We are from the Guangzhou City Literary Federation's Artistic Exploration Group, here to gather inspiration from the countryside. This school's teaching building exudes a sense of the new era, and we wish to learn more about it." The middle-aged man, Zhang Chengze, was the vice principal of Yangshan Primary School and had been teaching there for over 20 years. He resided in Yangshan Village, just a few hundred meters from the school. An internal emergency notice from the Education Bureau had only reached the Central Primary School in the town, and as a low-paid village teacher, he had not received any notification, remaining unaware of the inspection team's arrival in Qingshi County. Upon hearing Li Mingliang claim to be from the city's Literary Federation, Zhang Chengze immediately unlocked the iron gate, warmly inviting the group to his office for tea. Li Mingliang and Xia Qingfeng shared a tacit understanding. As soon as they entered the office, Xia Qingfeng discreetly activated the recording device hidden in his pocket. While Li Mingliang sipped tea and engaged Zhang Chengze in conversation, Jiang Gan wandered around the school, occasionally snapping photos. Chapter 69. The hidden rules behind architecture. Zhang Chengze brewed a pot of tea and poured 4 cups, pushing one towards Li Mingliang and another towards Xia Qingfeng. "May I inquire how to address you, esteemed teacher?" Li Mingliang lifted his teacup, gently blowing on it as he began to extract information. My name is Zhang Chengze, and I serve as the vice principal of this primary school. Zhang Chengze introduced himself. Teacher Yang, your new teaching building is quite splendid. Did the school hire its own construction team? It must have cost a considerable sum, Li Mingliang casually inquired while sipping his tea. Not at all. All construction projects for primary and secondary schools in our county are contracted out by the County Education Bureau to Qingshi Construction Company. This building was erected by them last year, Zhang Chengze replied candidly, without any suspicion. This building is indeed impressive. It must have required a significant investment. Li Mingliang continued to probe. Absolutely. The Education Bureau allocated 5 million for this building. Zhang Chengze proclaimed with pride. 5 million. Having worked for 2 years in the government office, Li Mingliang was well acquainted with the statistics from the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau. With a glance at the building's scale and simple interior decoration, he mentally estimated the construction cost to be at most 2 million. He speculated that Qingshi Construction Company had made a profit of nearly 3 million from just this one building, and he couldn't help but feel astonished. Was this the unspoken rule behind the power of leadership? Yet, he feigned ignorance and asked, what region is Qingshi Construction Company from? How did they secure this project? You may not be aware, but the owner of Qingshi Construction Company is Huang Haoyan, the cousin of the County Education Bureau director. Over the past few years, he has constructed more than 10 teaching buildings, over 20 standard playgrounds, and numerous public toilets across the county, making a fortune. Zhang Chengze spoke animatedly. It seems you are quite familiar with Huang Haoyan's situation, Teacher Yang. Li Mingliang continued to probe. Huang Haoyan is wealthy and well known in the village. A nephew of mine married a girl from his side, and during the wedding, we shared a table. He got drunk and confided in me, Zhang Chengze remarked. Those who flaunt their wealth often meet a swift demise. The truth came out in Huang Haoyan's drunken state, and Li Mingliang overheard it. At that moment, Jiang Gan walked in and exchanged a knowing glance with Li Mingliang. Understanding the signal, Li Mingliang rose to bid farewell to Zhang Chengze. As the three emerged from Yanshan Primary School, Jiang Gan excitedly whispered to Li Mingliang, I just spoke with a female teacher outside the office. She mentioned a beautiful married colleague named Liao Lily. Jiang Gan's cheeks flushed as he spoke, which struck Xia Qingfeng as peculiar. During his time at the city's Discipline Inspection Commission, Li Mingliang had taken the opportunity to study numerous cases involving Roman officials. He was aware that those whose desires had inflated often exhibited a proclivity for lust. Upon hearing Jiang Gan mention Liao Lily's beauty, Li Mingliang surmised that last year, during an inspection, the Education Bureau Director Huang Haoyan had dined with her and, in a drunken stupor, seemingly had an affair with her. Such matters, for a young man like Jiang Gan, who remains unmarried, are somewhat awkward to articulate. Xia Qingfeng turned her gaze towards Jiang Gan, finding his flustered demeanor amusing. Subsequently, her husband caused quite a scene at the school, and the couple divorced shortly thereafter. Jiang Gan continued speaking. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingfeng was captivated by the sensational nature of the news. Within a month of Liao Lily's divorce, Huang Haoyan swiftly transferred her to the County Education Bureau. The affair between Liao Lily and Huang Haoyan became the talk of the teaching community, with almost all female teachers in the county aware of her status as Huang Haoyan's mistress. Jiang Gan, blushing, struggled to complete his account. Oh, Comrade Jiang Gan, you managed to extract such intimate details. Xia Qingfeng marveled at Jiang Gan's prowess, secretly pondering how this unmarried young man had managed to coax such information from a female teacher. Li Mingliang glanced at Jiang Gan, also recognizing his talent, and, suppressing a chuckle, remarked, when we hold discussions with the urban teachers, we should focus on interviewing Liao Lily. Comrade Jiang Gan, what method did you employ to elicit those words from the female teacher? Xia Qingfeng could not contain her curiosity and inquired. It was nothing much. I simply walked to the teacher's dormitory and noticed a female teacher airing out her bedding, so I decided to engage her in conversation. Jiang Gan replied while putting away his camera. As we chatted, I gradually steered the topic towards the matter of moving to the city. To my surprise, the female teacher also harbored ambitions of relocating, yet despite her efforts over the years, she had not succeeded. Li Mingliang retrieved a voice recorder from his pocket, waving it in front of Xia Qingfeng with a sly grin. Liao Lily managed to enter the County Education Bureau with ease. It's likely that the other teacher, feeling envious, divulged everything. Jiang Gan himself had not anticipated the smooth progression of events, feeling particularly fortunate that day. Meanwhile, in the office of the Minister of the Organization Department of the Ganzhou Municipal Committee in Handong Province, Minister Zhou Hufang was conducting a pre-appointment assessment of Peng Yuanchao, the director of the Public Security Bureau in Huangsha District, a graduate of a police academy. Peng Yuanxiao has dedicated 22 years to the public security system and is 44 years old. He possesses a robust appearance, a resolute character, and impeccable political qualities, with a keen eye for detail. Over his two-decade career, Peng Yuanxiao has ascended from a grassroots officer, demonstrating diligence and decisiveness in his work. He has repeatedly confronted criminals, bearing countless scars as a testament to his bravery in battling against organized crime and standing up to the powerful. He is unafraid of offending others and is not adept at flattery. In the political arena of Guangzhou City, he is regarded as a refreshing force, famously known as a stinky stone. These attributes are precisely why the municipal party secretary, Fang Borui, values him. Peng Yuanxiao strode confidently into the office, while Zhou Hufang observed him with a measured gaze. Zhou Hufang had her first close encounter with Peng Yuanxiao. She noticed his unwavering gaze, his closely cropped hair, and his impeccably neat attire, which lent him an air of strictness. Scars from past altercations with criminals were faintly visible on his hands and face. Peng Yuanxiao left a very favorable first impression on Zhou Hufang, who smiled contentedly, secretly admiring the sharp insight of Secretary Fang Borui. Comrade Yuanxiao, the municipal committee wishes to appoint you as the Deputy Secretary of the Qingshi County Party Committee and the Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission. Will you accept this position? Do you have any personal difficulties that the organization can assist you with? Zhou Hufang inquired methodically, addressing each question in turn. Minister Zhou, I am grateful for the trust the municipal committee has placed in me, and I accept the arrangement. My personal life is quite straightforward. I have no difficulties that require the organization's intervention, so please rest assured. Peng Yuanxiao replied succinctly, his responses devoid of unnecessary embellishment. In Zhou Hufang's perception, Xindong County was a place where even the bravest dared not tread. In recent years, officials had inexplicably encountered misfortunes there, and the reality was no different. Those appointed by the municipal committee to Xindong County faced a choice: align themselves with factions or prepare for inevitable repercussions. Chapter 70. The Political and Legal Affairs Secretary takes command amidst crisis. Peng Yuanxiao's promotion from the director of the Huangsha District Public Security Bureau to the Deputy Secretary of the Qingshi County Party Committee and Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission appeared advantageous at first glance. Yet it was, in truth, a daunting task. Firstly, Peng Yuanxiao resided in the urban area of Guangzhou City, and this new position in Xindong County would keep him far from home. Given his inclination to treat his workplace as a second home, it was likely he would rarely return, which would undoubtedly burden his wife. Secondly, the political landscape in Xindong County was notoriously treacherous. With Peng Yuanxiao's intolerance for corruption and malfeasance, his tenure there would inevitably involve confrontations with organized crime and corrupt officials. Concerned that Peng Yuanxiao might struggle to acclimate to the environment in Xindong County, Zhou Hufang cautiously asked, Comrade Yuanxiao, are you familiar with the situation in Xindong County? I have heard a little, he replied, succinct as ever. Before you head to Xindong County, I must give you a word of caution, Zhou Hufang said. Genuinely worried for him, and earnestly advised, the previous Deputy Secretary and Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission, Zhou Shuixin, was indeed competent. Yet he became complacent and failed to uphold his principles, which led to his removal. Zhou Hufang hoped Peng Yuanxiao would safeguard himself upon his arrival in Xindong County. Our municipal committee's criteria for selecting candidates are straightforward: integrity and capability, with integrity taking precedence. Zhou Hufang's concern for Peng Yuanxiao was coupled with a necessary admonition. Comrade Yuanxiao, Secretary Borui has high expectations for you. As a leader, she understood the art of communication. After her admonition, she certainly aimed to offer encouragement. You are likely aware that the environment in Xindong County is rather complex. Upon assuming your new position, I hope you will exercise humility and diligence, steadfastly fulfilling your professional responsibilities. Most importantly, you must assist Comrade Tang Qiwen, the Secretary of the Qingshi County Committee, in diligently advancing the political and legal work of Qingshi County. The implication in Minister Zhou Hufang's final remark is quite evident. Who nominated Peng Yuanxiao? He is the cousin of Tang Qiwen and was recommended by Yuan Songbai, the Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee. Navigating the realm of officialdom requires a profound understanding of alliances. Peng Yuanxiao is yet another pawn placed in Qingshi County by Fang Borui, the Secretary of the Guangzhou Municipal Committee, following Tang Qiwen. Thank you for your guidance, Minister Zhou. I shall certainly fulfill my duties in this new role, ensuring that I live up to the expectations set by Secretary Fang and yourself. Peng Yuanxiao declared resolutely, his gaze unwavering. At 3:50 p.m., Li Mingliang and his companions returned to the Qingshi Reception Center, coincidentally meeting Fu Wenbin upon their arrival. Li Mingliang promptly summoned Fu Wenbin to his office for a brief work meeting. Team leader Li, please share the findings from today's investigation, Fu Wenbin eagerly inquired, keen to learn about Li Mingliang's discoveries. Team leader Fu, we visited Huang Haowen's hometown today and uncovered some issues. Li Mingliang recounted the morning's findings in detail. It seems you had quite a fruitful morning, Fu Wenbin remarked with enthusiasm. What were the results of your investigation this morning, team leader Fu? Li Mingliang was equally eager to know the outcomes from Fu Wenbin's side, pressing for information. This morning, our team visited all the banks in the county and discreetly accessed the bank accounts of Huang Haowen and his wife, and indeed, we made some discoveries. Fu Wenbin, having spent nearly the entire day in the sweltering heat, was drenched in sweat. Huang Haowen and his wife, Su Lijuan, possess a total of 16 accounts across various banks. Aside from the account used for their salaries, the remaining 14 accounts hold substantial deposits. Feeling parched, Fu Wenbin rose to fetch a bottle of mineral water from the corner of the meeting room, unscrewing the cap and gulping it down in one go. Observing this, Li Mingliang quickly boiled a kettle of water, pressed the heating button, and added tea leaves to the teapot. Additionally, the couple has invested in high-value financial products at the bank. After our calculations, the total amount in financial products and deposits sums to an astonishing 13.45 million yuan. Fu Wenbin paused before continuing. So much, Li Mingliang exclaimed in surprise. That is not excessive. Didn't you mention that Huang Haowen had his cousin contract numerous projects for schools across the county? Each teaching building could yield a profit of around 3 million yuan. By that calculation, the two brothers should have amassed between 40 to 50 million yuan from these projects alone, having spent decades in the discipline inspection department. Fu Wenbin was particularly astute with figures. In my opinion, Huang Haowen likely possesses additional assets that remain undiscovered. We must continue our investigation thoroughly. Fu Wenbin coldly remarked, indeed. It might just be concealed within his residence. Li Mingliang asserted as he struck the table. Could it possibly be at his mistress's place? Fu Wenbin suggested. The likelihood of that is minimal, Li Mingliang replied, shaking his head. Typically, such corrupt officials, despite their lasciviousness, maintain a clear distinction between priorities. They would prefer to entrust their assets to their legitimate spouse. In all the records I have reviewed concerning Roman officials, it is exceedingly rare to find instances of funds being entrusted to a mistress, Li Mingliang stated with conviction. This is not the crux of the matter. Team leader Li, please outline your forthcoming operational strategy, Fu Wenbin interjected succinctly. Team leader Fu, we plan to interview all teachers who have moved to the city in the past 3 years. Have you compiled a list? Li Mingliang inquired. It has been prepared. Zhang Chengze just provided me with the list. Given your limited personnel and tight schedule, I will have Zhang Chengze assign a few individuals to facilitate group interviews, which will expedite the process, Fu Wenbin suggested after a moment's contemplation. All right, thank you. Team leader Fu. With Fu Wenbin's substantial support, Li Mingliang felt a surge of satisfaction. Team leader Fu, what are your subsequent plans? Li Mingliang continued. Team leader Li, we also intend to visit the Vehicle Management Office and the Real Estate Registration Office tomorrow to investigate the vehicles and properties registered under Huang Haowen and his spouse. Fu Wenbin replied decisively. Yes, your investigation must proceed swiftly to avoid any tampering. In Qingshi County, anything can transpire. Speed is of the essence. And the inspection team must swiftly secure evidence. After the meeting concluded, Fu Wenbin instructed the office to send an urgent notice to the Qingshi County Education Bureau, demanding the list of all teachers from the past 3 years by 6 p.m. that evening. Upon receiving the notification, Liu Mingliang, the head of the comprehensive office at the Qingshi County Education Bureau, hung up the phone, a peculiar smile crossing his face. As the office director, Liu Mingliang should have reported this significant matter to Huang Haowen. However, he chose not to inform him, instead compiling the list himself and swiftly sending it to the city's inspection team via email. Chapter 71. Helplessness and the Indifference of Society. An hour earlier, Huang Haowen was consumed with anxiety over the inspection team's activities. During the afternoon work hours, he shut the door to his office and made a series of phone calls, yet gleaned no information from the inspection team. As the saying goes, a fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken. Huang Haowen once believed himself to wield power and influence in Qingshi County, with extensive connections. However, since the inspection team began its thorough investigation into Huang Haowen, whispers of his impending downfall spread like wildfire throughout Qingshi County. Those prominent figures in the local political and social arenas, adept at navigating the tides of fortune, now shunned Huang Haowen, keeping their distance. Huang Haowen's formidable network of information seemed to falter overnight. Those who once flocked to him, buzzing around like flies, showering him with flattery and gifts, appeared to have collectively decided to disperse. Even those heads of departments who had previously shared a close camaraderie with Huang Haowen now avoided his calls, wary of incurring his wrath. The fickleness of human relationships struck Huang Haowen profoundly, leaving him to truly understand the harsh realities of the world. He sat despondently in his chair, grappling with an unprecedented sense of crisis. Huang Haowen was a man who had ascended from the very depths through sheer perseverance. How could he resign himself to see the fruits of his labor dissipate so easily? He pondered his final course of action and dialed his cousin Huang Haoyen's number. "Haoyen, where are you? Come to my office immediately." "Brother, what's happened? Why the urgency?" "I'm in Guangxing right now and can't make it," Huang Haoyen replied helplessly. Guangxing was over 500 kilometers from Qingshi County, and even the fastest drive would take more than 4 hours. "Why have you gone to Guangxing?" Huang Haowen asked, well aware of his cousin's penchant for indulging in certain pleasures. Guangxing was renowned for its unique offerings, and Huang Haoyen had previously invited Huang Haowen to enjoy them a few times. Despite Huang Haowen's pressing troubles, his cousin seemed to have the luxury of leisure, which irked him. "Brother, it's not what you think. I'm here to meet a friend involved in smuggling. I'm looking for a way out for us." Huang Haoyen quickly sensed the shift in Huang Haowen's mood and hurried to clarify. "Get back here immediately." Huang Haowen snapped irritably. "All right, brother. I'll be on my way." Huang Haoyen did not dare to delay. He hastily prepared and sped off in his BMW, racing homeward. After hanging up, Huang Haowen felt parched. He reached for his teacup, only to realize he hadn't made any tea. He moved to the water dispenser, only to discover it was empty. Frustrated, he kicked the dispenser and flung open the office door, shouting, "Liu Mingho, come here at once." Liu Mingho, the office manager, was daydreaming at his desk when he was startled by Huang Haowen's roar. Sensing the anger radiating from him, he quickly stood up and dashed to Huang Haowen's office. Stealing a glance at Huang Haowen's expression, he cautiously inquired, "Director, did you call for me? We're out of water. Are you blind?" Huang Haowen barked. Liu Mingho instinctively flinched at the reprimand, quickly nodding and bowing as he replied, "Please wait a moment." He then hurried next door to fetch a jug of warm water. With great care, Liu Mingho picked up Huang Haowen's cup and washed it clean at the sink by the door, then poured half a cup of warm water for him. Swiftly, he fetched a bucket of water from the adjacent office and filled the water dispenser. Liu Mingho was well aware of Huang Haowen's preferences and routines. He prepared a kettle of water to boil and retrieved the Bai Luo Chun tea that Huang Haowen favored from the tea cabinet. Delicately, he measured a pinch of tea leaves into the teapot, patiently waiting for the water to boil so he could brew it for Huang Haowen. This entire sequence of actions was executed seamlessly in under 4 minutes. Typically, Liu Mingho served as both a subordinate and a servant to Huang Haowen at the office. He usually arrived early to prepare tea for Huang Haowen, ensuring that warm, boiling, and cool water were always at the ready. However, today, due to personal matters at home, Liu Mingho arrived late and appeared distracted, completely forgetting to prepare the tea. This oversight prompted a tirade of insults from Huang Haowen, a routine occurrence that the leadership within the Education Bureau had come to accept as commonplace. Huang Haowen was known for his authoritative demeanor and irritable temperament, treating his subordinates like household servants, free to scold them at will. Liu Mingho, lacking any influential connections, was diligent and hardworking, embodying the archetype of a low-profile staff member who toiled tirelessly yet remained largely unrecognized. The year prior, Liu Mingho had married a teacher from Gaoling Middle School in Qingshi County. Shortly after their wedding, his wife became pregnant. Gaoling Town, being the most remote area in Qingshi County, was characterized by rugged, muddy roads that were difficult to traverse. Concerned for his wife's safety during her commute, Liu Mingho would travel nearly 4 hours each way on weekends to visit her. As his wife's pregnancy progressed, he contemplated securing a transfer for her to the county, aiming to better care for both her and their future child. However, many teachers sought transfers into the city, and Liu Mingho, lacking connections and with his wife's teaching performance being average, found this aspiration daunting. After exhausting all avenues without success, Liu Mingho finally approached Huang Haowen for assistance. He was aware that the going rate for a transfer was around 60,000 yuan, yet he could only offer Huang Haowen 20,000. Recognizing Liu Mingho's diligent work ethic and respectful demeanor, Huang Haowen made an exception and facilitated his wife's transfer to the county. However, this act of kindness soon turned into a nightmare for Liu Mingho. Following his wife's relocation, Huang Haowen believed he had done Liu Mingho a favor and began to treat him with increasing disdain, barking orders and reprimanding him at will. Even during his own moments of discontent, he repeatedly struck Liu Mingho in the office. Prior to Liu Mingho's appointment, There was another office director at the Qingshi County Education Bureau. However, that individual could no longer endure Huang Haowen's arrogant temperament and ended up in a heated argument with him. Huang Haowen would never tolerate disobedience in his vicinity. The very next day, he began seeking a new office director. Unfortunately, Huang Haowen's reputation within the Education Bureau was quite poor, making the position of office director a daunting prospect. After much deliberation, he ultimately brought in the compliant Liu Mingliang to fill the role. From that moment on, Liu Mingliang became Huang Haowen's subordinate. Chapter 72. A crisis breeds discord among wives and concubines since Liu Mingliang assumed the position of office director. Huang Haowen expressed a certain satisfaction with him. However, Liu Mingliang himself felt immense distress. Regularly, Huang Haowen not only dictated Liu Mingliang's actions, but also summoned him at will. He often required Liu Mingliang to work overtime on evenings and holidays, and frequently enlisted him to manage personal matters during work hours. Even when it came to purchasing plane tickets for his son's university travel, Huang Haowen expected Liu Mingliang to assist, with the expenses later reimbursed by the office. Over the past 2 years, despite the constant humiliation and torment from Huang Haowen, Liu Mingliang bore it all in silence, fearful of retaliation. It was not that he lacked spirit, rather, he could not afford the gamble. With no connections or support, his timid nature compelled him to earn a living. For over a year in his role as office director at the Qingshi County Education Bureau, Liu Mingliang experienced profound emotional suppression. This long-standing oppression led him to develop mild depression, leaving him with a perpetual frown. Huang Haowen especially detested seeing Liu Mingliang's woeful expression, particularly in moments of his own irritability, when even a mere glance would provoke him to strike Liu Mingliang. At this moment, Liu Mingliang stood beside the tea cabinet, cautiously awaiting the boiling water. Observing Liu Mingliang lingering in his office, Huang Haowen's mood soured further. He dismissively waved his hand at Liu Mingliang, exclaiming impatiently, "You may leave." What a nuisance! Though the words stung, Liu Mingliang had grown accustomed to them. Hearing Huang Haowen's command to exit brought him unexpected relief. He bowed respectfully and stepped out. At 6:30 p.m., Zhang Chengze, the head of the special inspection team dispatched by the municipal committee to Qingshi County, meticulously entered the names provided by the Qingshi County Education Bureau into a spreadsheet, applying formulas for comparison. To his surprise, he discovered that over the past 3 years, more than 20 teachers had transferred to the county seat. At that moment, Fu Wenbin entered the office, adjusting his reading glasses as he leaned closer to the computer screen. Scrutinizing the list, he pointed to the gender column, remarking, "Comrade Shirkaway, notice that the majority of these teachers who have moved to the city are female. This is quite understandable. The female educators, tasked with the dual responsibilities of nurturing their families while teaching in rural areas, often find themselves unable to personally oversee the well-being of their children. The profundity of maternal love drives them to explore every possible avenue to transfer to the county seat for the sake of their children's healthy development." It was at this moment that Li Mingliang, who had unknowingly positioned himself behind Fu Wenbin, spoke up, startling Fu Wenbin with his sudden interjection. Fu Wenbin turned in surprise to regard Li Mingliang, contemplating inwardly. Although this Li group leader is unmarried, he possesses a considerable understanding of human affairs. Perhaps Huang Haowen is exploiting the vulnerabilities of these female teachers, tightening the noose around their necks. These educators, motivated by their children's welfare, are left with no choice but to comply with financial demands. Zhang Chengze expressed his disdain openly. "Indeed, that seems to be the case." Li Mingliang responded with a piercing gaze. "Only with a clear target can one aim accurately." Subsequently, he coordinated with the comprehensive office and promptly notified the 20-odd teachers who had moved to the city that evening, instructing them to report for a conversation with the inspection team dispatched by the city's disciplinary committee at 8:30 the following morning. The news of the inspection team's impending discussions with the city-bound teachers swiftly circulated throughout the educational system of Qingshi County, generating a flurry of speculation and gossip. Many were acutely aware of the implications, particularly the dozen or so educators who had gained entry into the city through bribes to Huang Haowen, who spent a sleepless night in dread, fearing punitive action from the inspection team. Several female teachers who had engaged in illicit transactions with Huang Haowen were equally anxious about the potential exposure of their misconduct, which could render them the subject of ridicule among the county's populace. For numerous individuals, this night was destined to be one of unrest. Liao Lily received a phone call, prompting her to hastily inform Huang Haowen, "Darling, the inspection team from the city just called, asking me to come to the Qingshi guest house for a conversation tomorrow. What do they want to know? I'm scared. What should I do?" "Lily, remain calm. We'll assess the situation when the time comes. Just answer their questions intelligently. You are clever enough to discern what can be said and what should be withheld. Huang Haowen, his own voice trembling with anxiety, attempted to reassure Liao Lili. I can't. I fear they might employ underhanded tactics against me. Liao Lili, her imagination fueled by countless films, concocted scenarios of coercion. That won't happen, you silly. You haven't committed any crime, and they lack evidence. Their inquiries are merely an attempt to extract information from you. Rest assured, they are bound by internal regulations and won't resort to any misconduct. Huang Haowen's mind remained sharp, grasping this reality. But, dear, will you come over tonight? Stay with me and help me prepare for their questions. Liao Lili was utterly flustered, desperately hoping for Huang Haowen's comforting presence. Lily, I cannot. I have prior commitments tonight. Remember what I said. You must never disclose our affairs. Understand? Huang Haowen wearily cautioned. All right, I understand. Liao Lili, filled with disappointment, hung up the phone. Her mind was a chaotic whirlwind, tossing and turning throughout the night, ultimately managing to drift into a restless slumber just as dawn approached. Meanwhile, Huang Haowen was struck by a thunderbolt. He couldn't help but lament. The inspection team's tactic is ruthless. I can silence one mouth, but how can I silence over 20? The sudden phone call from the inspection team caught him off guard, leaving him no time to prepare a coherent response. He realized he must urgently warn others not to speak recklessly. In a flurry of anxiety, Huang Haowen grabbed his phone, intending to call one of the female teachers. However, a sudden epiphany struck him. Making such a rash call would undoubtedly leave a record of the conversation. The inspection team was no fool. Calling them now would serve as evidence of collusion. What to do? Huang Haowen despondently sank into a chair, his face as pale as a ghost. He felt utterly lost, a mere shadow of his former self, devoid of the confidence he once exuded. Beside him, Su Lijuan watched her husband in distress, her heart heavy with worry. Over the years, she had been aware of Huang Haowen's indiscretions and his steady mistress. If not for their financial ties, she would have long divorced him. Now, an unsettling intuition whispered that disaster was looming for Huang Haowen. She pondered. What will happen to their wealth? After finally enjoying a life of affluence, would she be forced to return to poverty? Should she divorce him? Would that secure half of their fortune? Or perhaps, if he were to die, the government might cease their pursuit, allowing her to safeguard their assets. The thought of Huang Haowen's demise seemed unrealistic. After all, how could he possibly take his own life? Should she consider more drastic measures? No, murder was too daunting. Perhaps she should hastily transfer their money? Yes, she must relocate their funds. Su Lijuan sat across from Huang Haowen, her eyes shifting with uncertainty. However, Huang Haowen was oblivious to her thoughts, preoccupied with devising a strategy to counter the investigation. He was unsure of the total sum he had unlawfully acquired over the years. Some had been squandered, some given to Su Lijuan, some deposited in bank accounts, and a portion hidden within a grand villa purchased under his mother's name. This villa had been specially renovated, featuring hidden compartments designed to conceal valuables. Yet, Huang Haowen had never entrusted the key to Su Lijuan. The cash within the villa remained solely under his control. Su Lijuan was aware of the cash hidden in the villa and had long desired the key from Huang Haowen. Despite 2 years of persistent requests, he had never yielded. She had even contemplated hiring a locksmith to gain access, but feared it might provoke Huang Haowen, leading to a complete fallout. For 2 years, her thoughts had been consumed by the treasures concealed within the villa. Today, she felt the opportunity had arrived. Lao Huang, could you please lend me a key to the villa? Su Lijuan observed Huang Haowen, who looked as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant, and seized the moment to request the key. What do you need the key for? Lao Huang, with the inspection team being so stringent, I fear there may be trouble. We must make thorough preparations and move the items from the villa in advance. Humph. Su Lijuan, don't think for a moment that I am oblivious to your ulterior motives. You intend to abscond with my money. How naive you are. Huang Haowen was taken aback. At such a critical juncture, Su Lijuan was solely preoccupied with money, showing no concern for him whatsoever. They had been married for over 20 years. Even if feelings had waned, surely there should be some lingering gratitude. Yet, her current actions left Huang Haowen's heart chilled to the bone. Lao Huang, don't be obstinate. If trouble truly arises, our son is in college and will eventually need funds for a wedding. Where do you expect me to find the money? Su Lijuan expertly targeted Huang Haowen's vulnerability. Had it not been for their son, Huang Haowen would have divorced her long ago. Indeed, the mention of their son softened Huang Haowen's demeanor considerably. I will accompany you. Let us retrieve a portion of the items, but we cannot take everything. However, where do you plan to hide the possessions? Do we not have another house in Guangzhou? We can take the items there temporarily. I have a close friend with connections. Tomorrow, I will ask her to help me open an overseas account. And we can transfer all the money abroad. Su Lijuan squinted her eyes as she spoke. What about the money we have in the bank? Huang Haowen suddenly recalled that half of their funds remained in the bank. I will have my friend assist me in opening an overseas account. We can transfer everything together later. Su Lijuan replied calmly. Is your friend trustworthy? What if she deceives us and we lose all our money? Trustworthy. I will transfer a few thousand as a trial before moving everything at once. I must confirm that the account is secure before transferring all the funds. Su Lijuan declared. Convinced of her own cleverness, Huang Haowen remained skeptical and silent. He harbored a persistent fear that if he entrusted the money to Su Lijuan, she might abscond with it, leaving him bereft of both wife and wealth. Lao Huang, let us go. We'll take 2 cars. You lead the way and bring the villa key. Su Lijuan had packed her identification and personal items, eagerly awaiting Huang Haowen to join her in retrieving the money. Su Lijuan's plan was meticulously crafted. First, to extract the money, then to escape with their son, leaving no trace behind. Though Huang Haowen was presently disoriented, he was not foolish. Su Lijuan's urgent desire to obtain the money aroused his suspicions. He now regretted agreeing to Su Lijuan's plan, hesitating to rise. Su Lijuan stared intently at Huang Haowen, only to find him sitting silently, his expression dark and motionless. Su Lijuan felt a whirlwind of anxiety within her, eager to urge him to hasten his pace, yet hesitant to provoke his ire. After several minutes, under Su Lijuan's earnest gaze, Huang Haowen finally rose slowly. However, he showed no signs of urgency, taking his time to visit the restroom, hydrate, and gather his belongings, all while delaying their departure. Su Lijuan glanced at her watch. It was 8:30 p.m. Internally, she fretted, thinking, if this drags on, the food will surely grow cold. She began to impatiently urge Huang Haowen, Old Huang, what are you doing? Why aren't we leaving yet? Huang Haowen cast a sidelong glance at Su Lijuan, suddenly finding her unfamiliar, and pondered, this woman is no longer the devoted wife of over 20 years ago. Now, her mind is consumed with money, and I no longer hold a place in her heart. Engulfed in his own thoughts, he failed to recognize that, throughout these years, he had indulged in a lavish lifestyle. Disregarding Su Lijuan's feelings, what could she possibly desire from him, aside from money? Over the years, Su Lijuan had endured his indiscretions solely for the sake of financial stability. She tolerated his escapades without ever confronting him, and on occasion, she would leverage their son as a bargaining chip to extract money from him. Now, seeing that Huang Haowen's fortunes had dwindled, she was eager to claim all the savings he had amassed. Husband, it's getting late. We should really be going. Su Lijuan glanced at her watch again. It was now 9:10 p.m. Internally, she scoffed. This infuriating man is so adept at procrastinating. If he were a woman, he would have already given birth. Huang Haowen, perceiving Su Lijuan's cunning nature, coldly mused, Humph. Does she really think I am oblivious? Noticing that Su Lijuan had not once mentioned how she might assist him through his difficulties, his perception of her shifted entirely. Despite her repeated prompts, he remained unresponsive. Su Lijuan's patience wore thin, and her expression soured. With a glance, she surmised Huang Haowen's thoughts, and internally she scoffed. So this is the husband with whom I have shared over 20 years. He has never believed in me. Agitated, she dismissed Huang Haowen entirely. Grabbing her bag, she rushed to the bank's ATM, intent on urgently managing her own account's funds. However, due to her anxiety, she repeatedly entered the wrong password, and realized she would have to wait until the following day to access the bank counter. Frustrated, Su Lijuan pounded on the ATM with her exquisite handbag, nearly triggering an alarm. Unable to transact at one bank, she moved to another. Yet, with the daily withdrawal limits, she could only extract a maximum of 10,000 yuan per account. After visiting several banks, she managed to withdraw a total of 60,000 yuan. Su Lijuan sat in the car, gazing at the meager amount of cash in her bag, bitterly chuckling. It's hardly enough for my son's expenses abroad for a mere fortnight. It turned out that Su Lijuan's so-called friend had been secretly coaxing her to send her son overseas for his studies, urging her to devise ways to embezzle Huang Haowen's money and then escape abroad together. They would leave Huang Haowen languishing in prison while the two of them thrived overseas. Alas, fate had other plans, and Su Lijuan's grand aspirations were destined to be thwarted. Chapter 74. The long-awaited outburst returning home with 60,000 yuan in cash. Su Lijuan found no trace of Huang Haowen. When she dialed his number, it was switched off. Staring at the empty room, she mocked herself. Su Lijuan, how can you still harbor illusions about Huang Haowen, that ungrateful wretch? It's utterly laughable. Throughout the night, Su Lijuan's mind was consumed with schemes to abscond with the money, leaving her almost sleepless. Huang Haowen was equally troubled, fearing that the inspection team would uncover his misdeeds. He rushed to the Education Bureau's office, intent on swiftly destroying the evidence. However, upon arrival, he was taken aback to find the office director, Liu Mingho, and several staff members working late. Huang Haowen sought entry to the archives, but the key remained with Liu Mingho. He hesitated to ask for it, fearing it would arouse suspicion. Frustrated, Huang Haowen resorted to berating Liu Mingho for a trivial matter. "You fool, what is this nonsense you've written? If this report reaches the county committee or government, the mayor and secretary will surely think our education bureau is utterly incompetent." He flung the document at Liu Mingho's face. The sharp paperclip glinted menacingly and sliced into Liu Mingho's cheek, causing crimson droplets to fall onto his pristine white shirt, resembling a blooming azalea. Liu Mingho stood resolutely before Huang Haowen, glaring at him in silence, fists clenched, lips tightly pressed together, his eyes ablaze with fury. This stark contrast to his usual placid demeanor was striking. Huang Haowen sensed an alarming change in Liu Mingho tonight, akin to a lurking wolf poised to pounce. For the first time, Huang Haowen met Liu Mingho's gaze directly, realizing he was being overshadowed by the office director. Consumed by guilt, Huang Haowen averted his eyes, clearing his throat to mask his unease, and dismissively waved his hand at Liu Mingho, saying with palpable irritation, "You may leave now. Your presence is unwarranted." "Very well," Liu Mingho replied coldly, casting one last glance at Huang Haowen before exiting. As Liu Mingho departed, Huang Haowen began rummaging through his belongings, and after a thorough search, he discovered that a stack of important documents locked away in his cabinet seemed somewhat amiss. A wave of shock washed over him as he realized that the arrangement was not as he had left it. "Damn it! Who has tampered with my possessions?" His heart raced, and after much contemplation, he deemed the office director, Liu Mingho, the most suspicious individual. Huang recalled the chilling gaze Liu had cast upon him moments earlier, a look that sent shivers down his spine. An ominous suspicion took root within him. Liu Mingho had indeed meddled with those documents, and it was highly likely that he held other incriminating evidence against him. Huang was in a state of turmoil. He pondered endlessly, unable to devise a foolproof plan to ensure Liu would not expose his secrets. Desperation gnawed at him. What should I do? Perhaps I could bribe him? Yes, Liu Mingho, the miser, would surely be tempted by money. A little cash might persuade him to remain silent. After a prolonged period of suspicion and anxiety in his office, Huang could no longer contain himself and picked up the landline on his desk to call the office. The phone rang twice before Liu Mingho, with a sardonic smirk, answered after the second ring. "Come here." Huang's fatigued voice echoed through the receiver. Liu immediately detected the deviation from Huang's usual commanding tone and disdainfully hung up the phone. He was well aware that Huang would seek him out, and he had prepared meticulously for this encounter. Unlike his usual haste to respond to Huang's calls, Liu leisurely lifted his thermos and took a couple of slow sips before rising and strolling into Huang's office. Just before entering, he activated the recorder hidden in his pocket. "Director Huang, you summoned me?" Liu asked, closing the door with a hint of mockery. Huang scrutinized Liu for a long moment, his voice dripping with suspicion as he inquired. "Comrade Mingho, you've meddled with my documents, haven't you?" "Indeed, I have," Liu replied bluntly, catching Huang completely off guard. "Then you must know what they contain?" Huang asked, narrowing his eyes, tension palpable in his voice. "Certainly. Not only am I aware of the secrets within that cabinet, but I also possess knowledge of even more about you," Liu declared, nonchalantly settling onto the sofa opposite Huang's desk, his gaze challenging. Huang was astounded that Liu, typically so meek, could transform into a menacing wolf at such a critical juncture. Regret coursed through Huang's mind. He lamented having appointed Liu as the office director, having underestimated the depths of his cunning. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret in this world. Huang Haowen took a deep breath and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "Speak, how much do you desire?" "Money? How much do I desire?" Liu Mingho's sudden laughter filled Huang Haowen with an inexplicable dread, prompting him to inquire, "What are you laughing at?" "What am I laughing at? Do you believe that everyone in the world is like you, fixated solely on wealth?" Liu Mingho's expression shifted, his gaze piercing as he questioned Huang Haowen. Terrified by Liu Mingho's commanding presence, Huang Haowen murmured to himself, "Have you concealed yourself for so long merely to extort money from me? What pretense of integrity? Huang Haowen, let me make this clear. I have no interest in your tainted money. I seek dignity as a human being, fairness, and justice. Can you provide these?" At this juncture, Liu Mingho recalled the disdainful manner in which Huang Haowen had treated him. as well as his unscrupulous actions that had undermined the educational foundation of Qingshi County for personal gain. These thoughts ignited an uncontrollable fury within Liu Mingliang. Gritting his teeth, he declared to Huang Haowen, "You are finished. Prepare to face imprisonment." Liu Mingliang, do not overstep your bounds. You are pushing your luck. You threaten me, do you? Believe it or not, I can ensure you never leave this courtyard. Huang Haowen, unable to sway Liu Mingliang with gentleness, resorted to intimidation, mistakenly believing it would instill fear. Unbeknownst to him, Liu Mingliang was well prepared. Huh, Huang Haowen, do you think I fear you? To be frank, I have already submitted your materials to the inspection team. Even if you were to kill me now, you could not escape. Liu Mingliang had awaited this moment for a long time, finally relishing the opportunity to assert himself before Huang Haowen. He felt an exhilarating sense of relief, truly splendid. Chapter 75, In Dire Straits, Scoundrel. I will make you pay? Huang Haowen, infuriated, leaped from behind his desk, lunging at Liu Mingliang, intent on delivering a severe beating. Liu Mingliang was prepared. He swiftly overturned the teapot on the coffee table, producing a sharp crash. The few staff members working overtime outside were alerted by the commotion and rushed to investigate. Standing at the door of Huang Haowen's office, they listened closely, suspecting a fight was underway. They hastily pushed open the door, only to be greeted by the sight of Director of Education Huang Haowen and Liu Mingliang grappling fiercely. Though Liu Mingliang was slightly shorter than Huang Haowen, his youth and vigor gave him an advantage. In a matter of minutes, Liu Mingliang suffered no disadvantage. On the contrary, Huang Haowen, having endured days of poor nourishment and sleeplessness, struggled to keep up, and Liu Mingliang managed to land several effective blows. At this moment, Huang Haowen bore a large bruise around his right eye, blood at the corner of his mouth, 2 buttons torn from his shirt, and numerous scratch marks on his face, appearing utterly disheveled. In contrast, Liu Mingliang, aside from a single cut on his face, remained largely unscathed, his complexion flushed with excitement. In stark contrast to Huang Haowen's gaunt and sallow visage, the situation appeared remarkably more favorable. Director Liu, what are you doing? Come. Director Huang, please calm down. Several officials who had come to mediate were baffled, exchanging words of persuasion. They exerted considerable effort to pull Liu Mingliang out of Huang Haowen's office. In truth, the officials of the Qingshi County Education Bureau harbored no fondness for Huang Haowen, especially in recent days. Rumors regarding the inspection team investigating Huang Haowen for his alleged embezzlement of substantial funds had been circulating fervently within the education system of Qingshi County. When the walls crumble, everyone pushes. Presently, no one at the Qingshi County Education Bureau wished to associate with Huang Haowen. A few officials tugged and pulled, extricating Liu Mingliang from the office, leaving no one behind to assess Huang Haowen's condition. Alone, Huang Haowen seethed inwardly. Damn it, this is intolerable. The commotion caused by Liu Mingliang had extinguished any intent Huang Haowen had to destroy evidence. With a grim expression, he stormed out of the office building and, with a thunderous roar, sped away from the Qingshi County Education Bureau compound. Due to his excessive speed, he nearly collided with a pedestrian crossing the road. Huang Haowen slammed on the brakes, propelling himself forward in his seat. Already in a foul mood, he thrust his head out the window and shouted angrily, "Are you seeking death?" before speeding away. Goodness, that nearly scared me to death. Driving recklessly and cursing at others. Better hurry and get reincarnated. Watch out you don't drown in a ditch, exclaimed the pedestrian, who had narrowly avoided being struck by Huang Haowen's vehicle, hurling a curse at the rear of his car. The elderly gatekeeper of the Qingshi County Education Bureau, witnessing this scene, shook his head and murmured, "Virtue is rewarded, and evil is repaid. It's not that retribution doesn't come, it's just not yet time." Huang Haowen had suffered a setback at the hands of Liu Mingliang, leaving him both furious and agitated. As he sped down the street, he sorrowfully realized he had no home to return to, unwilling to confront his wife, Su Lijuan, who was solely preoccupied with siphoning his wealth. Moreover, Huang Haowen feared Su Lijuan would disrupt him, leading him to temporarily block her number during this tumultuous period. He could not resort to visiting any of his mistresses either. Growing increasingly frantic, Huang Haowen ultimately resolved to head to his hidden villa to gather his assets in an attempt to relocate his funds. However, he despondently discovered that even if he packed the valuables in the villa, he lacked a reliable place for their safekeeping. Over the past few days, Huang Haowen had been engulfed in extreme anxiety, unable to eat or rest properly, leaving him utterly exhausted. After the altercation with Office Director Liu Mingliang, he was left feeling severely weakened. Upon arriving at the villa, he was struck by the severity of Liu Mingliang's assault. His chest throbbed with a dull pain, and he felt dizzy and nauseous, rendering him extremely uncomfortable. Huang Haowen felt exceedingly unwell. In desperation, he retrieved his phone and dialed Huang Haoyen's number once more. Hello. Have you returned? Hey, brother, I've just arrived. What's wrong? Where are you? I'll come right over. Huang Haoyen detected a hint of distress in Huang Haowen's voice and inquired anxiously. I'm at the suburban row house. I'm feeling unwell. Hurry. Huang Haowen had purchased a large villa on the outskirts of Qingshi County, a fact known to Huang Haoyen. Within 20 minutes, Huang Haoyen rushed over. Upon parking outside the villa, he noticed the gate was wide open, and Huang Haowen's car was positioned diagonally in the courtyard with its hazard lights flashing. A sense of foreboding gripped Huang Haoyen's heart. He hastily exited the car and rushed to Huang Haowen's vehicle. Yanking the door open to find Huang Haowen curled up in the driver's seat, clutching his chest, his expression one of profound agony, his face ashen. Brother, what's wrong? He asked with concern. Haoyen, quickly, take me to the hospital. Huang Haowen gasped for breath, struggling to plead for help. Without hesitation, Huang Haoyen scooped Huang Haowen into his arms, swiftly placing him into his car. He then meticulously turned off the lights, the hazard signals, and secured the doors before dashing toward Qingshi County People's Hospital. That night, Huang Haoyen remained by Huang Haowen's side in the hospital, overseeing examinations and administering intravenous fluids. Enduring the ordeal together, Huang Haowen never anticipated that in his moment of utmost vulnerability, it would be his cousin Huang Haoyen standing beside him, which deepened his trust in him. The following morning at 8:30, Huang Haowen's mistress, Liao Lili, anxiously awaited the inspection team's conversation in the reception room. Li Mingliang intentionally left Liao Lili to wait, allowing several discussion groups to converse with others first. The teachers from the city were all gathered in the reception area, each harboring their own secrets. They exchanged no greetings, only silence prevailed. Particularly glaring were the few mistresses who had been transferred to the county due to their liaisons with Huang Haowen, casting envious and resentful glances at Liao Lili, who had been favored by him. Why should Liao Lili receive such preferential treatment while they were all mistresses? Huang Haowen granted Liao Lili whatever she desired. Yet when they asked for even the slightest favor, he would scowl. Observing Liao Lili adorned in luxurious brands, a stark contrast to their more modest attire, they felt a significant psychological disparity. In the reception room, several mistresses with pleasing appearances glared at Liao Lili as if their gazes were daggers, making her feel besieged by enemies on all sides. She dared not approach anyone, retreating instead to a corner, her emotions tumultuous as she fiddled with her phone. Time ticked by, and one by one, the individuals in the reception room were summoned into the discussion chamber. Huang Haowen's mistresses were also discussed later. The teachers who had come to the city relied on gifting and monetary favors to be transferred to the county seat. Although they harbored guilt, most acted out of necessity. With a modicum of conversational skill, the inspection team elicited confessions from these individuals. Moreover, in a bid to earn merit, they revealed any information they had regarding Huang Haowen's misconduct and his illicit relationships with several female teachers. In the reception room, those mistresses who had, to varying extents, benefited from Huang Haowen squirmed uncomfortably. The brief span of minutes felt like the longest and most agonizing wait of their lives. As the discussions progressed, several mistresses were gradually summoned into the interrogation room, leaving Liao Lili alone to ponder anxiously. What questions would the inspection team pose? Would those women conspire against her? What if they inquired about her relationship with Huang Haowen? What if her money were confiscated? Liao Lili believed that the youth and affection she had invested in Huang Haowen warranted the material rewards he had provided her. However, she failed to recognize that his wealth was ill-gotten. Ill-gotten gains are not to be desired. Ultimately, Liao Lili would find herself bereft of both fortune and affection. Liao Lili, please proceed to the first interrogation room. The inevitable had come to pass. Her heart raced as she nervously entered the room. Upon entering, she anxiously sat on the cold chair. Before her, Li Mingliang and Fu Wenbin regarded her with stern expressions, while Xia Qingfeng sat nearby, tasked with taking notes. Among Huang Haowen's lovers, Liao Lili was the most beautiful. Li Mingliang discreetly assessed her. Her glossy black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. She had a tall, slender figure with an elegant neck. Her skin was fair and luminous, and her features were exquisite. Today, she donned a high-end, black dress adorned with white polka dots, accentuating her delicate waist. Her gracefully shaped feet were adorned with white leather stilettos. A sparkling diamond necklace adorned her collarbone, while her ears were embellished with a pair of lustrous white agate earrings. On her wrist, she wore a pair of finely crafted jade bangles, glistening with quality. Draped over her shoulder was a chic and elegant black leather Chanel handbag. Seated in the simply furnished interrogation room, she exuded an air of regal sophistication, illuminating the entire office. Particularly captivating was the wafting scent of her French perfume, which filled the air with an intoxicating aroma that easily stirred the imagination. Liao Lili had always been confident in her appearance and adept at leveraging her beauty to attract various admirers. In Liao Lili's perception, beauty serves as a potent weapon that can conquer rigidity. It is her secret for evasion. Even when summoned to converse with the municipal inspection team, she adorned herself with meticulous care. Regrettably, she was confronted by the resolute Li Mingliang, whose steadfastness rendered her allure ineffective, leaving no room for subterfuge. During the morning discussion, Liao Lili was the focal point. "Teacher Liao, do you understand why the inspection team has called you in for a discussion?" Li Mingliang inquired with an enigmatic smile, addressing the elegant and fashionably attired woman before him. "I do not know," Liao Lili replied with a melodious and somewhat affected tone. "The primary purpose of today's meeting is to clarify several issues. I kindly ask for your cooperation," Li Mingliang stated, his expression impassive. "Oh, certainly," she responded in a flirtatious manner. Upon entering the discussion room, Liao Lili was momentarily captivated by Li Mingliang's handsome and sunny visage. Once seated, she covertly scrutinized him, attempting to project her charm. Yet, Li Mingliang appeared entirely impervious to her efforts. "Teacher Liao, in which year did you transfer to the County Education Bureau?" He methodically began with a straightforward question. "I transferred there in March of last year," Liao Lili responded, casting an intentional glance at him, only to feel a tinge of disappointment as she noted his lack of interest. "What was the process of your transfer?" Li Mingliang's piercing gaze made Liao Lili feel somewhat uneasy. "I was transferred through the usual channels," she replied, her voice faltering. His inquiry rekindled memories of her less-than-stellar past before her relocation to the city, causing her discomfort. "Oh, a normal transfer, you say? Which leader valued you at that time? Who recommended you?" Li Mingliang pressed on, refusing to relent, leaving Liao Lili at a loss for words. "It was Director Huang," she hesitantly admitted. "Huang Haowen?" Li Mingliang scoffed. "Yes," she confirmed, realizing that he appeared far colder than his outward appearance suggested. Under his relentless questioning, Liao Lili gradually lost the confidence that once made her feel invincible. "Oh, and what is your relationship with Huang Haowen?" Li Mingliang inquired bluntly, showing no mercy. "He is merely my superior, nothing more," she declared, though her demeanor betrayed her increasing anxiety. "Nothing more?" Li Mingliang's scrutinizing gaze bore down upon her, compelling her to avert her eyes. "Teacher Liao, you are not being truthful," he remarked with a cold smirk, twirling the pen in his hand as he fixed his gaze upon her. "I assure you that every word I speak is true," Liao Lili stammered, feeling increasingly unnerved under his penetrating stare. "Oh, Teacher Liao, prior to this conversation, our inspection team conducted relevant investigations across various primary and secondary schools in the county, and numerous teachers reported that your relationship with Huang Haowen is rather unusual." Li Mingliang, after all, is an unmarried young man, and as he spoke, he felt his ears flush uncontrollably. "To be precise, numerous individuals have accused you of being Huang Haowen's mistress. Is there any truth to this?" With his words reaching this point, Li Mingliang thought to himself, "Let us see how you will wriggle out of this." "No, they are slandering me." Liao Lili, confronted with such an accusation, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her expression shifting to one of distress as she exclaimed sharply, "Whether it is slander, you know in your heart." Li Mingliang's voice suddenly escalated, startling Liao Lili. "Ms. Liao, earlier this morning, we spoke with over 20 teachers who transferred to the city within the last 3 years." Li Mingliang deliberately slowed his speech, leaving Liao Lili in suspense, her pupils dilating, breath caught in her throat. Among these individuals, 18 directly confessed to having gifted Huang Haowen with red envelopes ranging from 20,000 to 60,000 yuan to secure their positions in the county. At this point, Li Mingliang couldn't help but pound the table, the sound echoing sharply, nearly causing Liao Lili to tumble from her chair. "Ms. Liao, according to our findings, you possess a Santana sedan registered in your name, along with 2 apartments in the county and Gansu City's downtown area, and a bank balance of 3 million yuan. His words pierced through Liao Lili like a multitude of sharp arrows, gradually dismantling her steadfast defenses. "Furthermore, both your parents are laid-off workers, and your family is not affluent. Your salary is not high either. If I am not mistaken, your annual income would scarcely cover the jade bracelets you are currently wearing, would it?" Li Mingliang's words struck like thunder, leaving Liao Lili pale and flustered, her composure shattered in an instant. Chapter 77. Skillful tactics lead to collapse. Liao Lili forced herself to regain her composure, even managing to conjure a smile to mask her inner turmoil. Yet her gaze was erratic, her mind racing as she desperately sought a plausible excuse. Soon, she concocted a defense. "Leader, You may have misunderstood. All of this was compensation from my ex-husband after our divorce. Seizing the moment to speak, Liao Lili discreetly inhaled deeply. My transfer to the County Education Bureau followed all proper procedures. I have never given gifts to anyone. Liao Lili, in her misguided cleverness, attempted to deceive the inspection team with such a flimsy excuse. Li Mingliang lightly tapped the table, a mocking smile gracing his face as he said, Ms. Liao, your ex-husband is merely an ordinary clerk, with both his parents being regular retired workers. They currently possess only one residential property. Where, may I ask, did they acquire such substantial funds to provide you with? Liao Lili was rendered speechless by Li Mingliang's remarks, momentarily at a loss for words. Fearing a misstep, she lowered her gaze in silence. Ms. Liao, our inspection team values evidence in our investigations. The sources of the assets you mentioned will be further verified. Li Mingliang's expression was grave as he fixed his gaze intently on Liao Lili, meticulously observing her every expression and movement. Teacher Liao, we sincerely hope you will speak the truth. The outcomes of a voluntary confession and discovering the truth through investigation are fundamentally different. I urge you to ponder this carefully. His words carried an unmistakable air of warning. Liao Lili was drenched in cold sweat. Lowering her head, she unconsciously twisted her hands together. Her mind embroiled in a fierce internal struggle as she weighed her options. Li Mingliang held his breath, awaiting Liao Lili's initiative to speak. The psychological defenses of Liao Lili teetered on the brink of collapse, yet despite a brief struggle, she remained silent. Teacher Liao, confessing now is an act of self-preservation. Li Mingliang said softly. Liao Lili absorbed his words, understanding that even in silence, the truth would eventually surface. However, having sacrificed her marriage to attain a coveted and luxurious lifestyle, she found it unimaginable to relinquish everything she had fought for. A sense of unwillingness gripped her, compounded by a deep-seated fear of becoming a subject of ridicule. Her emotions surged, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. Please, do not pressure me, she cried, covering her face with her hands. Li Mingliang, initially brimming with confidence, anticipated that the moment was ripe for Liao Lili to divulge the truth. To his astonishment, she proved obstinate and broke into tears. The sight of a beautiful woman weeping evoked profound sympathy, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Fu Wenbin, a seasoned discipline inspector with decades of experience, was unperturbed by such displays. Clearing his throat and rapping the table, he spoke with an impassive demeanor. Teacher Liao, tears will not resolve the issue at hand. His tone was icy, devoid of any hint of compassion. When the facts are established, those matters that require freezing will be frozen, and those that necessitate sealing will be sealed. Fu Wenbin's words were more direct than Li Mingliang's, causing Liao Lili's heart to tremble with fear. However, your willingness to cooperate will determine your future. Fu Wenbin possessed a keen understanding of the art of persuasion. Each of his statements intensified in weight and volume. Teacher Liao, you are an intelligent individual. It would be wise to refrain from futile resistance. Liao Lili could not dismiss Fu Wenbin's admonition. Failing to safeguard your position could lead to even graver consequences. His words struck Liao Lili like thunder, resonating in her heart with each syllable. His gaze was sharp, rendering her momentarily forgetful of her tears. Li Mingliang observed Liao Lili's reaction in silence. Her eyes widened in terror as she stared at Fu Wenbin. The remnants of her stubbornness and reluctance crumbled, and her psychological defenses collapsed entirely. Li Mingliang and Fu Wenbin exchanged a glance upon hearing these words. The tension in their hearts finally dissipated. Subsequently, Liao Lili confessed to her affair with Huang Haowen. Revealing all that she knew, it turned out that Huang Haowen had met the charming Liao Lili during an inspection at Yangshan Primary School. Immediately captivated by her striking beauty, Huang Haowen took advantage of the situation that evening, signaling others to continually pour drinks for Liao Lili during dinner. She soon became intoxicated and lost consciousness. When she awoke, she realized that she had been violated by Huang Haowen. Devastated, Liao Lili was ready to confront him fiercely. However, Huang Haowen was prepared. He casually opened a suitcase to reveal bundles of cash. Liao Lili, hailing from a family of laid-off workers, was not accustomed to such wealth. Her husband, a mere ordinary clerk, and her in-laws, retired workers with modest pensions, had never afforded her this kind of money. Stunned, she stood frozen, even allowing the blanket covering her to slip away unnoticed. Seeing that Liao Lili had ceased her commotion, Huang Haowen laid out 300,000 yuan in cash, stacking it on the bed before her. With his eyes fixated on her, he declared, "Darling, you are truly beautiful. I genuinely like you. If you agree to be with me, all this money is yours. I will buy you whatever you desire." Huang Haowen understood women, especially those as vain as Liao Lily. The sight of cash ensnared her completely. After contemplating the money on the bed and scrutinizing Huang Haowen, she noted his fair complexion, average build, and polished appearance. He was not unattractive, exuding an undeniable charm. Rationality returned to Liao Lily, and she thought, since I have already lost my virtue, what is the point of causing a scene? Prolonging the conflict would yield nothing. Given his earnestness and the tangible wealth he offered, I stand to gain. She reluctantly nodded in agreement to Huang Haowen's proposition. With her enviable figure and radiant skin, Liao Lily captured Huang Haowen's undivided attention. The moment she acquiesced, he eagerly approached her, indulging in the pleasures of their arrangement. From that point onward, Liao Lily became utterly enmeshed in Huang Haowen's seductive web. Embarking on a clandestine affair that led her to divorce her husband, Huang Haowen kept his promises, ultimately providing Liao Lily with over 3 million yuan in cash, purchasing her 2 apartments and a Santana sedan. Since becoming involved with Huang Haowen, Liao Lily, despite enjoying a life of luxury and opulence, Liao Lily found herself the subject of public scorn due to her association with a man of dubious character. Most alarmingly, she discovered that Huang Haowen was a notorious philanderer. While he was already entangled with the young and beautiful Liao Lily, he simultaneously maintained inappropriate relationships with several other female teachers. This revelation ignited a fierce anger within Liao Lily. Chapter 78. The stalemate of the secret bank. Confident in her youth and beauty, Liao Lily boldly demanded that Huang Haowen divorce his wife and marry her instead. However, her naivety was glaring. Huang Haowen's wife, Su Lijuan, had borne him a son, who was now a university student. For Huang Haowen, Liao Lily was merely a fleeting distraction. Moreover, as the director of the Education Bureau in Qingshi County, a divorce would likely provoke Su Lijuan to retaliate, jeopardizing his career. It was inconceivable that Huang Haowen would risk his future for her sake. After several fruitless confrontations, Liao Lily found herself increasingly dependent on Huang Haowen's wealth, making it impossible to sever ties. Ultimately, she settled for a lesser demand, that he devote himself exclusively to her. With her striking looks and flair for fashion, Liao Lily captivated Huang Haowen, who, in an effort to please her, lavished her with exquisite jewelry, designer clothing, luxury shoes, and branded handbags. In light of these extravagant gifts, Liao Lily grew less stringent in her expectations of him. Nevertheless, resentment lingered in her heart, accompanied by a fear of being discarded as she aged. Thus, she resolved to secretly gather incriminating evidence against Huang Haowen, preparing for any potential future exigencies. After their conversation concluded, Li Mingliang, Xia Qingfeng, and Zhang Gan followed Liao Lily back to her residence. From beneath her bed, Liao Lily retrieved a biscuit tin containing a hard drive, 3 discs, and a ledger. Li Mingliang opened the ledger, discovering meticulous records of the various gifts Huang Haowen had bestowed upon Liao Lily. What is contained within the hard drive and discs? He inquired, curiosity piqued. The hard drive contains videos and recordings of Huang Haowen and me, captured with a pinhole camera, Liao Lily replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The discs hold recordings of overheard phone conversations he had. Some of it may prove useful to you. Li Mingliang cast a surprised glance at Liao Lily, astonished by her cunning nature, which belied her delicate appearance. Xia Qingfeng, equally taken aback, silently scoffed at the pair, deeming them a perfect match in their unscrupulousness. That very morning, as soon as the bank opened its doors, Su Lijuan rushed inside with great anticipation. "Excuse me, I would like to withdraw some money," she said. The bank's doors slowly swung open, and the eager Su Lijuan was the first to enter, heading straight to the counter. She presented her identification and bank card, intending to withdraw her entire savings. "How much would you like to withdraw?" asked the teller. 2 million, she replied. In a small county like Qingshi, such a substantial cash withdrawal was quite rare, unless it pertained to business transactions. The bank teller was taken aback, silently marveling at the woman's wealth. At that moment, the teller noticed Su Lijuan's identification and suddenly recalled the instructions given by the leaders of the municipal disciplinary inspection team who had visited the bank the previous day. Any transactions involving the 2 specified individuals were to be halted immediately, and the inspection team was to be notified without delay. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but the bank has a policy that requires a 1-day advance notice for withdrawals exceeding 100,000 yuan, the teller said politely. "Then I'll withdraw 100,000 and make a reservation," Su Lijuan responded, her mind racing. She thought to herself, having come this far, I must withdraw at least a little. "Very well. Please hold on a moment," the teller replied, but instead of processing her request, she stepped into the back room. The teller quietly reported to the manager, "Manager, This woman is the one the municipal inspection team checked regarding bank deposits this morning. She just attempted to withdraw 2 million. When I informed her of the reservation policy, she insisted on withdrawing 100,000 first and then making a reservation. What should we do? The manager recognized the gravity of the situation and quickly called Fu Wenbin. Hello. Manager Zhang, is there a problem? Fu Wenbin inquired as he reviewed the discussion outline for the visiting teachers from Qingshi County. He immediately became alert upon receiving the call. Yes, Su Lijuan is currently at our bank. She just requested to withdraw 2 million cash. Our staff informed her of the bank's policy requiring a day's notice for withdrawals over 100,000 yuan, and now she is insisting on withdrawing 100,000 and making a reservation. Are we allowed to let her proceed? The bank has its regulations, and the inspection team only provided verbal instructions without formal documentation, making it difficult for us to act, the manager explained. Manager Zhang, Su Lijuan's husband, Huang Haowen, is suspected of serious disciplinary violations. Their funds cannot be justified as legitimate at this time. Please devise a way to prevent her from withdrawing any money. I will report to the leadership immediately and strive to freeze all bank accounts belonging to Su Lijuan and Huang Haowen by the end of the day, Fu Wenbin urged. This is a challenging situation. She is here to withdraw money, and there are no frozen accounts. We cannot simply deny her withdrawal, especially since an ATM allows withdrawals of up to 10,000 a day, Manager Zhang replied, feeling the pressure. Manager, this is a matter of principle. We need your cooperation. Fu Wenbin insisted. Fu Wenbin had no time for idle chatter, speaking with utmost seriousness. Let me think. Our branch can take action by temporarily suspending her account's withdrawal authorization. Other banks can implement similar measures for the time being. We will inform her that she needs to apply for authorization from the head office. She won't be able to access her funds within the next 24 hours. Manager Zhang slapped his forehead, a brilliant idea dawning upon him. Then let's put in the effort, Manager Zhang. Please proceed without delay, Fu Wenbin urged eagerly. All right, understood. Manager Zhang concluded the brief call and proceeded to execute the necessary operations on his computer. He then turned to the female staff member, declaring, I will handle this matter. Outside the window, Su Lijuan waited anxiously, growing increasingly uneasy as the female staff member had been inside for quite some time. Taking a deep breath, she feigned calmness while seated on the bench, enduring several minutes of suspense. When she saw a sharply dressed middle-aged man escorting the female staff member out, an inexplicable tension gripped her heart. I apologize, ma'am, but there appears to be an issue with your account. Manager Zhang approached the counter, holding Su Lijuan's bank card and identification with a sincere expression of regret. Su Lijuan was taken aback by his words and urgently inquired, what issue? There is a problem with your account authorization. We need to register your information and request authorization from the head office. Once it is resolved tomorrow, we will notify you. Please leave us a contact number. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Manager Zhang spoke with grandiloquence. Su Lijuan found herself at a loss for a rebuttal, and so, mustering her patience, replied, all right, my phone number is. Meanwhile, the disciplinary inspection team from the municipal commission had split into two groups. One team urgently reported to higher authorities, while the other contacted various banks in the county. Please suspend the withdrawal authorization for the accounts of Su Lijuan and Huang Haowen. Sure enough, after Su Lijuan exited the bank, she rushed to several other banks in a state of panic, only to be met with the same response. She could not withdraw any funds. Undeterred, she took her bank card to an ATM. But each attempt resulted in a message indicating the account's withdrawal authorization had been suspended. In that moment, despair washed over Su Lijuan as she realized the money in the bank was inaccessible and old Huang was surely in trouble. Chapter 79. A comprehensive approach. Just as Su Lijuan emerged from the bank, she sat in her car, frantic and restless like an ant on a hot skillet. Quickly, she retrieved her phone to call Huang Haowen, and to her surprise, the call connected. Hello, old Huang. My money at the bank has been frozen. I can't withdraw a single cent. What? You can't withdraw from any bank? Huang Haowen, having spent the entire night receiving intravenous treatment at the hospital, sounded utterly exhausted. Resting on the emergency room bed, Huang Haoyan, who had cared for Huang Haowen throughout the night, was fast asleep on another bed. Huang Haowen, overwhelmed with anxiety and worry, had succumbed to illness as a consequence of his distress. Now, I have received the unfortunate news from Su Lijuan that her funds have been frozen by the bank, leaving me feeling as though I have plunged into a frigid abyss. Huang Haowen senses that his condition has worsened. You cannot withdraw everything. Lao Huang, heed my advice and retrieve the belongings from the villa. Huang Haowen, currently unwell, is in dire need of concern and support. when Su Lijuan called. He had hoped for a word of inquiry regarding his health. To his dismay, she did not ask about his well-being, her sole focus being the money concealed within the villa. A chill enveloped his heart, igniting a surge of anger, prompting him to terminate the call abruptly. "Brother, are you hungry? Shall I prepare a bowl of noodles for you?" Huang Haoyan, who had awakened, overheard the conversation between Huang Haoyan and Su Lijuan and sensed that his brother might be in grave trouble. Yet, Huang Haoyan's concern for Huang Haoyan was genuine. His heartfelt solicitude made Huang Haoyan realize that the bond of brotherhood is far more precious than the pretense of marital affection displayed by Su Lijuan. The scales within Huang Haoyan's heart tipped decidedly in favor of Huang Haoyan. Unbeknownst to him, it was not merely his wife Su Lijuan who had her eyes set on his wealth. His favored mistress Liao Lily was also stabbing him in the back. As Huang Haoyan's most cherished mistress, Liao Lily was privy to many of his secrets. She had not only handed over hidden videos, recordings, and financial records to the inspection team, but also disclosed critical details concerning Huang Haoyan's severe legal and disciplinary violations. Huang Haoyan had treated the Qingshi County Education Bureau as his personal cash cow, engaging in embezzlement and bribery, trading teacher placement quotas, maintaining improper relationships with several female teachers, favoring friends and relatives, improperly placing unqualified relatives within the teaching staff, and interfering in engineering projects to amass wealth. What delighted Li Mingliang the most was that earlier this morning, Liu Mingho, the office director of the Qingshi County Education Bureau, had provided the inspection team with crucial evidence of Huang Haoyan's misuse of his position to fabricate unit expenditures, establish a slush fund, falsify accounts, and inflate the county's educational infrastructure construction projects to extract vast profits. It turned out that Liu Mingho was initially unaware of the incriminating evidence hidden within Huang Haoyan's cabinet. Huang Haoyan's own paranoia led him to suspect that Liu Mingho had tampered with his belongings. Liu Mingho had merely been posturing. As soon as Huang Haoyan left last night, Liu Mingho slipped into Huang Haoyan's office, pried open the cabinet lock, and took home a plethora of documents. Upon returning home, Liu Mingho delved into his study. Shrouded in secrecy, his wife, Jiang Lihua, sensed an unusual demeanor about him of late. She approached him with a cup of hot tea, gently placing it upon the desk. With her hands resting on Liu Mingho's shoulders, she attempted to ease his tension with a massage, leaning in to kiss his cheek. However, she was taken aback by the glaring crimson scratch across his face. Jiang Lihua's eyes widened in shock as she was about to inquire, only to then notice the bloodstains on Liu Mingho's shirt. She was taken aback, her heart aching as she exclaimed, "Ah, husband, what happened to your face?" "It's nothing. Really, I accidentally cut myself while sharpening a pencil today," Liu Mingho replied, having concocted this excuse to spare Jiang Lihua's worry before entering the room. "How can you, being such an adult, be so careless? Wait a moment, I'll fetch some medicine to apply." The gash on Liu Mingho's cheek extended a good 3 centimeters, deep and concerning, prompting Jiang Lihua to rush to the living room for cotton swabs, iodine, and antiseptic. She then meticulously tended to Liu Mingho's wound, expressing her concern, "Darling, it's so late. You should take a shower and get some rest." Liu Mingho embraced Jiang Lihua gently, shaking his head softly, and replied tenderly, "My dear, I still have a bit of work to finish. Once I'm done, I'll rest. You go ahead and sleep." Jiang Lihua had always been worried about Liu Mingho's mental state. Knowing he was unhappy under Huang Haoyan's supervision, she often sought ways to uplift him, fearing his discontent. Cautiously, she approached him from behind, wrapped her arms around him, and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek, saying, "Husband, work is for the public, but your health is paramount. You must take care of yourself to perform well. Don't overexert." Her actions warmed Liu Mingho's heart. Jiang Lihua's care and affection bestowed upon him boundless strength. He took a deep breath, clasped her hands firmly, and with unwavering determination declared, "It won't be long now. Soon everything will improve for us. All right, but don't work too late. I'll take our little one to bed." Jiang Lihua, oblivious to the deeper meaning in Liu Mingho's words, yawned and exited the study, heading back to sleep. After her departure, Liu Mingho resumed his meticulous review of the materials before him, his excitement growing as he examined each document. Unable to contain himself, he muttered, "Huang Haoyan, your end is near." With the evidence he had painstakingly gathered, he organized it into coherent sets. The following morning at 10:30, Liu Mingho personally delivered a substantial stack of evidence to Pan Xiaoyang, the inspector's reception staff. At that moment, Li Mingliang was engaged in discussions with teachers who had moved to the city over the past 3 years. Pan Xiaoyang, unaware of the significance of the materials, casually placed the briefcase containing them on the desk before stepping away to use the restroom. As he did, Wang Ji, the leader of the first inspection team, noticed Liu Mingliang exiting the Qingshi guest house. His mind raced as he recalled the instructions from the previous night. Glancing around to ensure the courtyard was empty, he stealthily approached the reception room. Just as he picked up the briefcase to investigate further, Zhang Chengze passed by and greeted him warmly. Group leader Wang, aren't you conducting investigations at the unit this morning? Zhang Chengze's voice startled Wang Ji, who was feeling guilty. He hastily set down his briefcase and, feigning calmness, exited the reception room, forcing an exceedingly unnatural smile as he addressed Zhang Chengze. I need to head to the unit. I will go a bit later. Zhang Chengze, unsuspecting, continued on his way. Once Zhang had left, Wang Ji contemplated returning to check on the briefcase, only to find Pan Xiaoyang returning from the restroom. Realizing he could not intervene, Wang Ji had no choice but to leave in a dejected manner. Pan Xiaoyang opened the briefcase and scrutinized its contents. Upon discerning the materials within, he was taken aback. He never anticipated that Liu Mingliang, the director of the Education Bureau of Qingshi County, would personally deliver such crucial evidence to the inspection team. Not daring to delay, he promptly made his way to the office. At that moment, Li Mingliang and Fu Wenbin, the two team leaders, were engaged in conversation in the meeting room. Pan Xiaoyang had to suppress his excitement, firmly guarding the briefcase, as he patiently awaited the conclusion of Li Mingliang's discussion. At 12:10 p.m., Liao Lili wearily emerged from the meeting room. Li Mingliang, along with Xia Qingfeng and Jiang Gan, hurriedly followed her to her home to collect evidence. Pan Xiaoyang quickly handed the briefcase to Fu Wenbin, who, upon inspecting it closely, excitedly called Li Mingliang. Team leader Li, the director of the Qingshi County Education Bureau, Liu Mingliang, delivered a package of criminal evidence against Huang Haowen this morning. You must come back to see it. All right, I will return immediately. With this, the inspection team possessed sufficient evidence to implement compulsory measures against Huang Haowen. Chapter 80. The deployment of the net. At 2:10 p.m., Li Mingliang organized a meeting with Fu Wenbin, Xiong Lijin, Tang Yuhai, Xia Qingfeng, Jiang Gan, and 28 other officials from the city's disciplinary inspection team stationed in Qingshi County. They convened at the Qingshi guest house for a work briefing. During the meeting, Li Mingliang provided a detailed account of the investigation into Huang Haowen, the director of the Education Bureau, regarding his alleged severe legal violations and misconduct, followed by a brief motivational and deployment speech. Comrades, our inspection team has now grasped the fundamental circumstances and ample evidence concerning Huang Haowen's serious violations and misconduct. Li Mingliang surveyed the attendees, speaking with confidence. After consulting Secretary Bai Cheng, our city's disciplinary inspection committee has already notified the major banks to freeze all bank accounts belonging to Huang Haowen and his spouse. Li Mingliang maintained a high level of vigilance, ensuring that confidentiality was upheld throughout the investigation into Huang Haowen's case. Prior to the meeting, the leader of the second inspection team, Xiong Lijin, and Tang Yuhai were completely unaware of the progress made in the case. They were astonished to discover, under Li Mingliang's leadership, the significant advancements achieved in the investigation of Huang Haowen's serious legal and disciplinary issues within a mere few days. The alarming pace of the investigation left Xiong Lijin and Tang Yuhai in profound admiration of Li Mingliang's capabilities. After the meeting, we must promptly implement detention and examination measures against Huang Haowen and his cousin Huang Haoyan. Now, I invite team leader Fu to announce the specific personnel assignments. Li Mingliang is increasingly adept in his leadership role, his authoritative gaze inadvertently revealing a sense of command. All right, comrades. Today we have temporarily assigned personnel from the Comprehensive Division and the Second Inspection Team to assist us in our actions this afternoon. Fu Wenbin adjusted his reading glasses and, following Li Mingliang's lead, swiftly announced the personnel distribution for the subsequent actions. Comrade Tang Yuhua, leader of the Second Inspection Team, will lead 6 individuals to liaise with the Municipal Audit Bureau, requesting an urgent audit of all construction projects in the primary and secondary schools of Qingshi County over the past 3 years. Under the auspices of the Guangzhou City Audit Bureau, Comrade Xiong Lijin, leader of the Third Inspection Team, will also lead 6 individuals to investigate the banking transactions of Huang Haoyan and his relatives. Simultaneously, they will visit Guangzhou Jiajiji Solar Technology Development Company, Limited, to investigate issues regarding solar water heaters in vocational schools. The 12-member team, led by Inspection Group leader Li Mingliang and Fu Wenbin, will immediately execute the detention measures. They will carry out detention and examination on Huang Haowen and Huang Haoyan, while simultaneously searching Huang Haowen's residence to seize cash and assets. Additionally, they will coordinate with Liao Lili to ensure her active return of the ill-gotten gains. Meanwhile, Due to his unstable health condition and having received intravenous treatment for the entire morning at the hospital, Huang Haowen lacked the energy to contemplate Liu Mingho's matters. Huang Haoyan drove Huang Haowen, whose health had improved, directly back to their suburban villa. This villa was precisely the one that Huang Haowen's wife, Su Lijuan, had longed to possess the keys to. Huang Haowen had purchased this villa several years ago. Aside from the assets unlawfully acquired by Huang Haowen, the vast villa was nearly devoid of furnishings. Having never been inhabited, it contained only a sofa and coffee table in the living room. Huang Haowen regarded the villa as a storage facility for his possessions, forbidding any outsiders from entering. Although the villa appeared magnificent, its yard was overgrown with weeds, revealing an air of decay due to prolonged neglect. The curtains were always drawn tightly, and the doors and windows securely locked, resulting in stagnant air inside, permeated by a musty odor, with dust accumulating in the corners and on the floors. Huang Haowen's obsession with safeguarding this villa was nearly pathological, ensuring that no outsiders could uncover his secrets. Today, for the first time, Huang Haoyan accompanied Huang Haowen into this villa. Inside, the dust-covered floors, coffee table, and sofa bore witness to years without cleaning. The atmosphere was thick with an oppressive and murky quality, prompting Huang Haoyan to stride towards the living room window, eager to open it and let fresh air circulate within. Unexpectedly, Huang Haowen's stern voice pierced the air. "What are you doing? The air is poor. I am ventilating." Huang Haoyan was startled by his brother's sharp reprimand, stammering, "Don't move." As Huang Haowen entered, he collapsed wearily onto the sofa. Just because Huang Haoyan attempted to open a window, Huang Haowen nearly leapt from the couch, his expression twisting into one of sheer ferocity. This reaction left Huang Haoyan feeling unsettled, though the sensation was fleeting. Despite his modest education, Huang Haoyan was an optimist. Even at this juncture, he still entertained the notion of a possible escape. Observing Huang Haowen's despondent demeanor, he plopped down beside him on the short sofa. "Brother, it's not as dire as you think. That Liu Mingho might just be trying to scare you. Who knows if the inspection team has any evidence against you?" Huang Haoyan's words struck a chord with Huang Haowen, prompting him to reconsider the truth of Liu Mingho's claims. After some contemplation, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. After years of toil, he had attained his current wealth and status. He could not bear the thought of losing it all. One must have a spiritual anchor to fuel one's actions. He decided to make one final gamble. Huang Haowen slowly sat up, retrieving his briefcase and extracting a stack of account books, pointing at them as he addressed Huang Haoyan. "You cannot manage these accounts this way. Can't you see? Your construction pricing is significantly higher than that of your peers. If the inspection team investigates, there is no way to pass. What should we do then?" Huang Haoyan replied. "Who can we find at this moment to redo the documentation?" He found the process cumbersome and was reluctant to expend the effort. Moreover, obtaining stamps from various departments would consume precious time. "Why don't we just burn these materials? Let us eliminate all evidence," he suggested, with misguided confidence. "Burn? You're thinking too simplistically." Huang Haowen chuckled bitterly. "Our documents are on file with the Construction Bureau, the Tax Bureau, and the Land Bureau. Are you suggesting we set fire to their buildings as well?" Huang Haowen was exasperated by his foolish brother. "And how could you possibly transfer such a large sum to me? You should know better than to handle everything in cash." "But brother, didn't you tell me to make the transfer?" Huang Haoyan murmured softly. Huang Haowen had always been financially shrewd. When money was involved, he certainly did not exhibit such reluctance. In the past, whenever the project settlement funds arrived, if Huang Haoyan's transfer to Huang Haowen lagged even slightly, Huang Haowen would incessantly call him, urging him to expedite the payment. Now that the municipal disciplinary inspection team was involved, Huang Haowen turned to blame Huang Haoyan, who naturally felt indignant. "Did I tell you to transfer? It was your own lack of foresight that led you to handle everything in cash." Huang Haowen has long held leadership positions, gradually becoming accustomed to attributing problems to others, while perceiving himself as infallible, thus establishing a preconceived mindset.